Bom dia, everyone. Welcome back to Sao Paulo. It's been another gorgeous day here in beautiful Sao Paulo, Brazil, and we have an incredible tournament coming up because we have already had an incredible tournament to begin with yesterday. I've got Mike Ellis, I've got Kirk Dubé, I've got Nick Livesey, and I've got myself, Evan Latt, here because we are all in for the Latin America International Championships. Mike, what was your favorite moment from day one?
Well, I mean, we started off the stream round one with our LAIC Masters champion from last year versus our LAIC Seniors champion. So right from the off, our games have been incredible.
Immediately?
Immediately.
That's incredible. Kirk, what's going on over in Unite?
Yeah, we had a lot of that same energy. Our world champions, Peru Unite, kicked off our day losing to the Brazilian home team, 2Z Esports, to really set things off right here at LAIC for us.
Wow, that's incredible. And Nick, what's going on in GO?
So here at LAIC, we've had our first limited meta ever for the Pokemon Championship Series, and it has been a blast. Oranguru, Pokemon that does no damage in the video game, has been doing so much damage on the Go stage.
Wow, that's incredible to hear from all of our games here. And of course, the video game championships, we have seen an incredible tournament so far with a lot of firepower, a lot of weather wars going on, and potentially we have a lot of Latin American players at the top of the standings who could potentially bring that trophy home to Latin America for the very first time. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of our players to watch, though. In the VGC, we have two remaining players who are undefeated, starting with Kylan Van Severin from Canada. This is a big one, guys. There is an alert out. Dondozo Tatsugiri is undefeated here in Latin America. We have had, this player has been bringing this core the entire time he's been playing Regulation H, and he's finally gotten an undefeated run here in Sao Paulo.
Feels like a bit of a throwback to the beginning of the Scarlet and Violet meta where Dondozo and Tatsugiri were running riot everywhere, and now they're back at sort of towards the end of it, which is amazing to see.
Absolutely, we're in that weird cycle where people left their Dondozo counters at home, and now Kylan Van Severin is undefeated. Joining him in the undefeated spot is Justin Tang. This young man is a phenom in VGC, only started playing in the Scarlet and Violet era, won his very first regional championship that he attended, and this year in Regulation H, he has attended 3 events and gotten top 8, and top 4, and now he is undefeated heading into phase 2 of our tournament. Definitely a player you're going to want to keep an eye out for, and this is an international championship, and the best example of that is the team that Yuma Kinugawa is running. Yuma Kinugawa was the 2025 Japan national champion, but also he has been competing in our international circuit over the last season, and he has been doing incredibly well. And right now, he's running this really cool manual Sun Typhlosion Eruption team that he brought to Las Vegas last week. Additionally, that team is also being run by former world champion Luca Cerabelli and hometown underdog Ali Dakiki, who we saw on stream yesterday. So players from Italy, Brazil, and Japan all running the same team archetype. Really just the 3 of them, and all of them at 7-1 heading into phase 2.
Do you think those 3 trainers called each other this morning and dressed the same at the venue as well?
I hope so. We have to get a fit check on all of them. Well, let's go ahead and toss it over. Mike, who are the TCG players we should be looking out for?
Well, I mean, the story of the season is our recently aged up previous world champion in the seniors division, Gabriel Fernandez, who last season almost completed the perfect season by winning all 3 international championships and then just coming second at Worlds after maxing out his CP. He's also a 2-time LAIC champion in the seniors division and a previous world champion, and this season, in his first season of Masters, has come second at a regional and top 8 at a regional, and is currently 9-0 here at LAIC in his first international championship in the Masters division.
I mean, when you look at Gabriel Fernandez, the story of his season last year was incredible, right? No, we had never at that point seen somebody win every single IC in a season until Luminosity Gaming did it in Pokemon Unite, and we were like, well, the kings hold the crown. Absolutely amazing. Yeah, we held that crown for about 2 hours until Gabriel Fernandez went ahead and won NAIC and outkicked Luminosity's coverage by making it runner-up last year at the World Champions as well.
Well, hoping to run upset in the Masters division and potentially become the 3-time LAIC champion, with the third being in Masters. And I think the story of the event is really about Gardevoir EX, and what better pilot to talk about than Henry Chow, who's currently 7-0-2, played an amazing game on stream, taking down a Charizard, which is typically a bad matchup. So an amazing pilot of the deck, and has been synonymous with the archetype since the beginning of Gardevoir EX's reign, and is currently looking to try and continue that here. But it's also the story of the dark type attackers, because Gardevoir EX is so popular here, it's considered the best deck in format. So decks like Marnie's Grimmsnarl, which Takashi has been piloting, is another dark type deck that has been trying to take down the Gardevoir, as well as Enzorok, as well as Mega Absol EX. So it still feels like the format of Gardevoir EX and the dark type attackers.
I gotta ask you, Mike, when aren't Gardevoir or Charizard on the top decks of TCG?
Well, we've just coming close to Charizard EX being rotated, and a Mega Charizard EX will be coming out soon to try and replace that variant. But I mean, Gardevoir has always been such a powerful card in the TCG.
All right, well, Nick, you have whetted my appetite for Go information with that Oranguru call out. What else can we expect? Who should I be looking at in the Go tournament this weekend?
Well, at the top, there's got to be our first LAIC champion, JW Naldo, who's going to be looking to make a repeat performance here. In the Go scene, we've only had one other trainer win the same IC twice, and that is our previous world champion, it's Axon. There has been no repeat winners for LAIC, so JW Naldo is going to be making to look his stand here. Additionally, for the Go scene, we have never had a player win an IC outside of their own region.
No way, that's crazy. I feel like that's got to be a crazy stat across all the Pokemon games. I feel like, yeah,
100%.
That's not common.
And we have two trainers from out of region who are going to be trying their best to be the first person to do so and to make the Latin American region the first region to have that stain on their mark of losing their first IC within their region. First one, none other than Dudebunk. He's won 6 regional championships. His last one, not that long ago in Las Vegas, and he's going to be looking to repeat a good performance here. He's been really good at the ICs all around, had really good performances, but he has yet to claim victory, so I know he's going to be looking to do that. And across the ocean, we have Stone Collection, who, in order to make it into the top cut, had to repeat a grand finals matchup against PvP David, another really young, bright, shining star in the Go community. And both of these trainers are going to be looking to make their mark here in Sao Paulo.
Yeah, and that's going to be really exciting to watch. Actually, on the opposite side of it, in the VGC, like I mentioned before, a Latin American player has never won the LAIC, so we're going to be really excited to see if any of our top Latin American trainers can bring it home. Actually came very close 2 years ago, made it into the finals. Taigo Latanzi from Brazil almost brought it home for Latin America, but we have a number of really strong trainers here that are going to be looking to do that for us on the VGC side. Now, Kirk, take us home. What can we expect? What fireworks are coming out of Unite this weekend?
Well, a lot of powerful teams representing their region well here in Brazil. I'm going to kick off the conversation with 2Z Esports, runner-up from last year, but this 2Z Esports team is in name only, right? This org is now anchored by Baby Mazo, kind of the face of Brazilian Unite over the last 4 or 5 years, qualifying for Worlds every single year. Didn't qualify last year, but then got picked up as a sub by another Brazilian team. They're like, oh, we'll take Mazo with us. So that 2Z team, we saw them beat Peru Unite, our world champions, to open up our day yesterday. Mazo, Mats, Leozine, just anchored by a great core. However, formerly known as 2Z, that were the runner-ups last year, are now on Force Team. And this team beat their group down 3-0, walked out head and shoulders above the rest. Lel, Soto, Falb, they anchored the 2Z team last year that came runner-up, and they're anchoring this team that is doing so well.
Kirk, would you say that they're a force to be reckoned with?
Let's talk about Dignitas, formerly known as TTV. Just absolute superstars from NA, have really held down our scene since what we call as year 0, where it was just grassroots events before we were introduced into the World Championship Series that you all were already a part of. And you take a look at this team, you have Otter from Luminosity last year that won all the ICs. Of course, everybody knows the story of Luminosity. But then you have Ender, you have Toon, you have Zugrug, a phenomenal defender player that was on Orange Juicers, representing NA incredibly well. And as the resident paleontologist, those fossils absolutely needed some young blood in there. And they went and got themselves a kid that's cracked on the sticks and Zealot that's really helping push that team over the finish line, because this team is something, or a group of guys that we've always expected to really win the big one, and they've fallen short kind of on repeat for the last 5 years, and they definitely hope that Zealot is going to be the difference maker for them and really kind of live up to their own expectations.
Well, all of our competitors are going to be competing for incredible prizing here in the Latin American International Championships, but for those of you who are unable to make it to the event, you can still participate in the prizing by our wonderful distributions. And Mike, what can our TCG players expect to see this weekend?
Well, we got loads on offer, but let's start off with some packs that you can get a hold of. Everyone loves TCG packs, and you can use the code LAIC26, Phantasmal Flames. It's quite a long one there, so make sure you type it out in game to get some access to those Phantasmal Flames packs. It will be legal in tournament play next weekend in Stuttgart, so very much the format to look forward to. And you can also get some drops while you watch, so why not just watch the stream, put it on in the background, watch as many of the games as you can, and you can get access to the Mega Venusaur accessories, and they look incredible. The sleeves, the deck box, the coin, but it's all about that jacket, really spicing up your characters in the game.
Yeah, and on the VG side, you can receive Federico Camporisi's winning Whimsicott, say that 5 times fast, the winning Whimsicott of North American International Championships. Use that code LAIC26 Tailwind, swap out those eyes for ones, and you can download that Pokemon to your Scarlet and Violet now. Nick, what have you got for Go players out there?
Similar to the VG, we have our NAIC champion, It's Axon's Araquanid. You can get that through a special timed research. In addition, you can get an elite charge TM, which will allow you to change a charged attack on any Pokemon you'd like to any of its learnable movesets, in addition to the normal ones, as well as any signature moves that might not normally be TMable. You can get some XL candies for Jupiter as well as normal charge TMs and fast TMs. A lot available through doing that timed research.
All right, and Kirk, what can the Unite players at home receive?
Well, all the stuff that you guys have is super cool, but what do you know about a sticker? Go ahead. So do children. LAIC 2026 gets you a sticker for your trainer card, representing, obviously, that International Championship logo. And also, if you are stitched deep into the game, like those of us are, named Dupe Snacks, you know that there is nothing stronger than a platinum emblem for just tuning in. So tune in and get yourself that incredibly invaluable platinum emblem.
If you want it, you gotta watch, and you gotta stay right here on our broadcast, so stay right here. Day 2 is about to begin.
Hello and good morning to all the trainers, viewers, and Pokemon fans tuning in from around the globe. I'm Adam Watson, joined here by Spraggles, and we're here to welcome you to Day 2 of the 2026 Pokemon Latin America International Championships, coming to you live from one of the biggest cities across the entire world, Sao Paulo, Brazil.
Yeah, baby. You know, Adam, yesterday we saw some incredible competition in Day 1. But if I know one thing is true in this crazy mixed up world, I know this. Day 2 is going to be even more exciting. Before we get started, let's talk about a few of our competitors that we are going to be following as they battle their way towards Championship Sunday.
To kick things off, we've got Pokemon GO. Former LAIC champion J.W. Naldo is aiming to take back the title, while Dunebug97 is coming off of a fresh win in Las Vegas, looking to claim his first international championship.
Now in Pokemon UNITE, your 2025 LAIC finalists and hometown heroes here out of Brazil, Tuzi went undefeated in their group stage, even delivering a loss to our current reigning world champs, Peru Unite.
That's impressive, but what's even more impressive is in Pokemon TCG, we've got Gabriel Fernandez, last year's LAIC champion, here undefeated in Phase 1 with Charizard EX, is on track to defend that title.
Wow. In lesser-known video game, Pokemon VGC, 2 players remain undefeated going into Phase 2. Kylan Van Severen and Justin Tang. Fun fact about Justin Tang, he has top cut every single event he's attended this season. And that's good.
And that's going to be hard to top because all of the players that are here still in the competition, still in the running, have a chance to earn championship points towards an invite to Worlds 2026 in San Francisco, California this August, alongside the debut of Pokemon XP, and furthermore, a chance for their share of a massive $500,000 prize pool.
Oh, dang. Well, with that, Sao Paulo, are you ready? Let's kick things off. Best of luck to our remaining trainers, and let's get Day 2 of LAIC started.
Woo!
Welcome to the 2026 Latin America International Championships. We're coming to you live from Sao Paulo, where the best trainers in the world are meeting to fight for the title of LAIC champion. Last year, 2-time world champions Luminosity started their historic season off with a dominant win to start their 2025 IC sweep.
Has just been buckled in Brazil! Your former world champs are your LAIC champions!
Regional hero Marto Galde persevered with unmatched resilience, withstanding one final brave bird attack before rising tall as the LAIC champion.
He might be the greatest of all time!
Miloslav Posledny proved that patience pays off. His highly calculated plays laid the groundwork for an inevitable victory and achieved status as TCG legend.
Brent doesn't think he can do it, extends the hand.
Defending LAIC champion Marco Silva devastated his opponents, burning through the competition and searing his name into Pokemon VGC history.
As the first 3-time international champion in the Masters Division.
Welcome to the Latin America International Championships. Let the games begin.
Storylines everywhere here in Sao Paulo at the LAIC Championships. It's very exciting to be joined by Jesper, previous world champion. What an opportunity you guys at home get to listen to the mastermind behind such a successful history. And I'm Mike, who will be taking you through all the action. we had an amazing day one already, Jesper. Talk us through some of the big moments from our previous matches.
I mean, some of the big moments was that in round one, we already got to have our previous champions face off against each other in Gabriel Fernandez and Miroslav Pošletny. So, you know what, already starting off with firecracker like that. And I can tell you as much, our 9-0 player now is none other than himself, Gabriel Fernandez.
Well, in a great spot to earn lots of championship points here at the first international championship of the season. A great place to really build up that CP. And it's because you get more here than at the regionals, and 500 for first place, as well as those automatic invitations.
Yeah, a good reason why we only have 3 international championships of the year, of course, covering most of our area. But yeah, first place getting 500 championship points. Winning an international championships does the same as regionals. You still get that automatical invite. Actually, top 4 of this international championships gets one.
And all the way down to top 64, an amazing amount of points for a great finish at these internationals. And of course, they're all trying to get that world's invite, and you have to be above a certain threshold if you're not getting that automatic invite. On top of that, there's prize money on the line.
Yeah, and a ton of that added. You know, our previous world champion prize was $25,000. Kind of got that upped a little bit. Now for winning an international championships, it's going to be that $25,000 for Masters division and a cool $7,000 for the juniors and seniors division.
And as I said before, everything going down to that top 64 is very rewarding, even prize money for our 64 best players here at LEIC. And it is such an important start to the season, as our first international is a great place to earn your high placing spots on the leaderboard, potentially getting those travel awards to start snowballing that effect of going to all the future ICs, getting to more events, and trying to rise to the top for the World Championships.
I mean, good placements. They congratulate you a bit in the other ways, right? You get some money to go to the next IC and next IC and so on and so forth. And also with the championship points you're getting at that, just keeping on piling towards that invite of yours. I mean, for the Latin Americans, they got to be within that certain threshold. Us Europeans, we have to be within the top under 35. Americans, the North American circuit has to also be within that top 135. So not just are we looking at, hey, I'm here to make some money off winning the tournament. No, we're here to get the championship points to make sure we stay within that threshold.
And over 2,000 players started this event trying to make their way here. Now we only have 368 in phase 2, and these are those placed at the top. And we mentioned before, Gabriel Fernandez, the only player currently 9-0, and there's plenty of undefeated players too. Many of our 8-0-1s as well as 8-1s in great positions to make that asymmetrical top cut.
Indeed, and we see someone like Guillermo Munoz Tejo, who we haven't seen around on the stream yet, and I'm sure we get to have a great story in that, you know, not a really known player, but coming up here at LEIC. And LEIC is also one of these events, all ICs are, in fact, some of these events where we really can have that breakout performance, and it's one of the perfect events to have it at. Top 4 gets the invite, but also, you know, elevated prize money and prizes in general.
And even Kai Wainwright there, having 3 exceptional regionals in the Europe circuit, and here in LEIC, also 8-1-0, and I wonder if still playing that Dragapult Dusk Noir that he's piloted so well in Europe. And as well as that, you've got so many players from all around the world, many of our top Japanese players making their way over and having a great start to the tournament.
And I think that's a story we would need to follow for the remainder of the day, right? Is the Japanese contention going to be, you know, just piling towards success here? This feels like a World Championships of the past. Sometimes we had World Championships where half of the top cut was Japanese because they brought something crazy. And, you know, speaking of that, we have already seen Takashi Yoneda on stream, you know, Grimmsnarl bringing there for you, Mike, but, you know, with the rest of the Japanese contention, are you going to be seeing something like Ryuki brought in both Vegas and Brisbane in that Mega Absol Kangaskhan deck?
Well, we have some incredible matches in our first round of day 2. And as you can see, we've already selected our stream match, and I can tell you now it's going to be an exciting one. But how about that? Brent Tonneson and Gabriel Fernandez on that top table competing against each other, as well as many other matchups. And I think what's really cool about all of these top players, they're playing decks that they're very familiar with, and that's the key to the format right now. Get good at a single deck, and you should be able to run through a tournament. We're talking about the regular players like Gabriel Fernandez going back to Charizard. We've got many of these top players who've been playing a lot of Mega Absol EX and continue to do so. And I'm sure we'll see Rune continuing with that Gardevoir. I don't actually know what he's playing, but it feels like the theme currently of our top Masters players. They continually play the decks that they've played at the previous tournaments.
And that's something that goes to show that, you know, making meta calls may be a good importance in a meta like this, right? But it's kind of gone to show when we've seen our top trainer tip videos sometimes where they've been going on and saying, play the deck you're most comfortable with. Henry Chow, I mean, of course he plays card war every single time, isn't it? But still going on towards every single player. We've seen them have history with the decks they're playing with. I mean, as said, I wouldn't be surprised if Rune is playing Gardevoir because yet again, there's such a history already winning Frankfurt Regionals with it.
Well, as Daichi and Kieran make their way to the stage, we'll take a brief moment to understand how the format works at this tournament.
Let's dive into the format for the Pokemon trading card game at the 2026 Pokemon Latin America International Championships. Trainers have traveled far and wide to compete for their share of over $500,000 in prizes and the ultimate title of Pokemon Trading Card Game LAIC Champion. The competition takes place over 3 days, battling head-to-head in a best-of-3 Swiss round format. Trainers advance to Swiss Phase 2 if they gain more match points than their division threshold. When Swiss completes, the top 8 trainers and up to 8 additional trainers tied in 8th place advance into an asymmetrical single elimination bracket until only 2 finalists remain. These final 2 trainers will compete on Championship Sunday. The trainers are bringing their all to the play tables this weekend, and we will soon see who will claim the trophy and title of LAIC Champion. Let's get this tournament started.
Well, let's get stuck into our round 10 here. As you can see, the archetypes of our 2 players in the feature match here. We have Golden Go EX and Mega Absol EX, and we'll be taking you through some of the interesting additions to Daichi's deck, which could make this matchup rather interesting. But for Kieran, playing a pretty standard Golden Go EX list, which will be nice to see running smoothly as it has recently won a regional championship over in Gdansk. So a very powerful archetype, the most popular archetype here at LAIC, and for a notable reason. Meanwhile, Mega Absol EX, the most recent regional winner over in Las Vegas, piloted by Tord Reklev, innovated by Tord Reklev, and it has been adopted by many of the Japanese players who have recognized the power in the archetype.
Indeed, we've seen multiple Japanese players. I mean, Ryuki Okada winning Brisbane with the deck and getting top 4 in Las Vegas, ultimately falling to Tord in that top 4. But yeah, it's a treat. We get to see. We have Daichi Shimada, who, you know, constantly, like, he doesn't travel around as much as the other Japanese players does. He usually goes to these international championships. I had the great pleasure of playing against him myself last year at the European International Championships. And I mean, we have to remember, 2nd place at Worlds beforehand, and it was in a mirror match that he unfortunately lost to Andre Skubal back then. But, you know, a quality of a player, you know, we constantly think of like your top Japanese players who are like, okay, we've seen Yamato in the past, we've seen Takuya Ineda, but Daichi is definitely among one of those.
Well, excited to see how the game pans out. On the other side, Kieran, I've got a little anecdote playing against one of these players. I played against Kieran in a cup just before Worlds last season, and he was playing Golden Go EX back then too, so it shows you he's familiar with the deck, has practiced it a lot, hasn't continually played it since Worlds, has dabbled in some other decks like Grimmsnarl, but looking to try and bring Golden Go EX back as it is in a very favorable position right now.
Yeah, it is in a very favorable position. The most played deck in the entirety of the tournament, where, you know, this Mega Absol, Mega Kangaskhan box style deck was a bit further down the list. I think it was something like 4 at like 8.6%, but that's probably wrong what I'm saying there. But
it's close.
Speaking of it, you know, we're going to be seeing such a matchup. Tord, when he won Las Vegas Regional Championships just the past week, he was playing Cornerstone Mask Ogre Pond to deal with these Golden Go EXs. That's not what we're going to be seeing from Daichi, though.
No, we'll reveal that as we get to see it. I'm excited to see how that pans out. We have the extra vision of seeing the deck lists of our players, but for both of these facing off against each other, they might not even know the archetype they're up against. Hovering around those top tables, you do start to work out what the other players are playing, especially at round 10, but maybe some unknown factors on either side. And what's really exciting for these players, this is round 10, they're both in great spots to make it towards that asymmetrical top cut if they continue winning at this stage.
Yeah, and getting towards that asymmetrical top cut is what these players are looking at. As we mentioned, prices all the way down to top 64, but that's not where these players are aiming for. As said, Daichi Shimada, the Japanese invite system is really hardcore to get through. So if he potentially can go ahead and snag a top 4 spot. That would be what he's wishing for. But again, Kieran is saying the same. Want to guarantee that invite as soon as possible and get as many championship points towards these standings where we're thinking about travel awards and stipends.
Yeah, even if you don't get the automatic invite, a high placing finish at an IC can often secure it just on those points alone, as there's so much on the line for these guys. But first game of the day, these players would be settling in, trying to find their form, as there will be 5 rounds of Swiss today into that asymmetrical top cut. So a long journey ahead. And the coin flip finished there. We'll be getting into this game momentarily. It looked like Kieran might have won that coin flip, so we'll see who goes first. In this matchup, it feels like a matchup where both players want to go second, mostly to deny the other player the opportunity to really get set up. But as the players find their first hands here, a lot of nerves on the line for every player at this event, but none more so than arriving at the arena ready to go, and suddenly you find you're on stream for the first game, so that heightened adrenaline kicking things off in the tour today for these players.
I've got to say, this is the first game of the day for these players. They finished off round 9 last night, got back to sleep at their hotels, and then went back into the venue this morning. And, you know, we're thinking, all right, it's time to get underway again. And yeah, starting on stream is definitely a wake-up call, right? It's like getting a bucket of cold water in your head. You're like, oh, well, I gotta start here.
Well, thankfully for both these players, they are experienced being on that stream, so we'll be familiar with it. As for those who go on for the first time, it can be quite intense and experience, and it's why some of our more experienced players, when they go on stream, look a lot more comfortable, because it does take some getting used to. And we see a mulligan there for Daichi. No basic in that first hand, just trying to find a basic in a new hand, as our amazing judges communicating with the players, trying to make sure everything goes smoothly.
Yeah, and just making sure, you know, about every single thing in terms of time and all that. You know, the timer starts whenever the game starts on our stage here, so making sure that we do still have the full amount of time. Yet, when we're in phase 2, we still do play best of 3, 50 minutes plus 1 turn. And it won't be until we reach the asymmetrical top cut that we're going to up that to 75 minutes. But we'll get there at some point. Right now, we're still deep into Swiss rounds.
Daichi not looking happy with that first hand. Not sure whether that's frustration over the first hand or whether that's frustration over the starting active. Kieran just ready to take that mulligan. So in exchange for a mulligan, the opposing player will get an extra card, which Golden Go doesn't really need much help drawing more cards, but at the early stage it can be quite useful.
Yeah, especially, you know, those early setup turns with Golden Go are, you know, a bit different, right? You want to get all these gimmicks out. You want to get the Lunatone, the Soul Rock, and discarding energies to draw. But it's a question of, do you get that? Once the deck gets going, you're drawing, you know, 10, 12 cards a turn, no problem. But it's up until then that we're looking at it.
Well, our players are putting their prize cards out, and you might notice a Psychic Energy on Daichi's side, which isn't typically seen in the Mega Absol EX. And I think, for the sake of entertainment, we'll keep that information from you as to why that's in there, and we'll hopefully get to show you exactly why, and I'm sure you guys will be guessing at this stage. On the other side, that Premium Power Pro could help in some early knockouts with that Soul Rock.
Yeah, exactly. The Soul Rock does 70 damage with its Cosmic Blast attack and goes through resistance. So actually with the Vitality Band and the Premium Power Pro, you can be one-hit knockouting in Monkey Dory. But with that Premium Power Pro price, it's not going to be the story here.
Well, things will be kicking off here at LAIC in Sao Paulo as round 10 is imminently waiting to start. And it looks like Daichi will be going first. And you see Kieran been waiting, anticipating what that hand will be for Daichi, as he didn't seem best pleased. And here we go, the reveal of the basics. Round 10 starts now.
And Kieran Farah going first here in round 10, our first round of the second day of competition here at LAIC. Golden Go gets the perfect start we want. Lunatone, Soul Rock, the additional gimme goal, but just a pass. No fighting energy, unfortunately.
Well, there we go. And now a perfect turn 1 for Kieran. And it seems like the Arven could kick things off nicely for Daichi.
Yeah, and we were looking at the deck yesterday. Same goes for it. You want that Precious Trolley. You want that TM Turbo Energize. You know what I saw in Daichi's hand as well? There's a Mist Energy, which means we get to use the TM.
Yeah, this is the perfect start. Arven is the perfect hand starter for most decks in the format, thanks to the tool, thanks to so many decks having that ace spec that's an item, whether it's a secret box or it's a precious trolley. So let's take a little moment here while the deck check's happening. Let's talk about that psychic energy, Jesper. So not typically seen in Mega Absol. We normally have a fighting energy for that cornerstone, but opting to go with a different route to beat matchups like Golden Go.
Yeah, and when we're looking at it, we may be thinking, what decks can be using a Psychic Energy? Well, we do have the Mind Bend of the Monkey Dory, that Eon Blade from Latias maybe doing something, but no. It's going to be Frillish we're going to be seeing. Oceanic Gloom being able to turn off those superior energy retrievals, and it fits really well into what Golden Go wants to be doing in this matchup. You know, Golden Go wants to be attacking into an Absol and taking him one-hit KO. That's costly, right? You're looking at 8 energies sometimes to be taken out an Absol. But you know what then comes? Frillish, Braver Charm, and Eerie to be discarding some of these superior energy retrievals, literally running Kieran potentially out of energy. And that's the combo I'm looking at, especially for this game.
Well, we saw it with the Fernandez Zolrock list at previous tournaments where it had a Budu and a Hero's Cape as a way to answer the end game of a Golden Go. And I think it's very similar in effect, right? Is you want that item lock with a Pokemon that has more than 100 HP as it puts it out of range of that Solrock, forces a lot of energy and can be cycled many times. And there's that precious trolley we mentioned, the ace spec of choice, allowing the setup to be perfect for Daichi early on.
Yeah, kind of notice that Latias is prized, but I mean, all the while, that is a bit of an unfortunate circumstance. When we saw it being played yesterday, we did have both the Petron and the Latias being able to be in play. Now, although Latias, we don't get to potentially see the Kangaskhan do its run errand. While that isn't ideal, it's okay, because we can do Petron EX, subjugating change into Veltal. Veltal's free retreat, and then you can retreat back into the Kangaskhan and draw 2 cards before using the Technical Machine Energize.
And now that Golden Go doesn't play that Energy Search Pro, instead goes for this fighting package with Solrock and Lunatone, these high HP Pokemon are often safe early on, so putting a Mega Kangaskhan in the active won't necessarily be too dangerous, as it will be asking quite a lot of Kieran at this early stage. And if he does go for it, that's where you then have that amazing Jellicent combo, Frillish combo to slow down the game. And this is why this deck has been so powerful, is these first turns, yes, it's a setup turn, but you're setting up everything you need on turn 1 so consistently thanks to that Arven.
Yeah, and with the Arven getting out here, the Precious Trolley, getting every single part of the setup that we want here, Mike. You know, looking at the Petron, the Veltal, going to be able to draw cards, going to be able to accelerate energy, and as you said, these higher HP Pokemon, like the Kangaskhan, like the Absol, they're relatively safe here at the start of the game due to their high HP and due to the ace spec of choice for these Golden Go decks.
Daichi kicking things off well here. Both players currently at 702 and 711 for Daichi and Kieran respectively, and looking to try and really accelerate forward as both of them getting optimal starts, it feels like, which is always nice to see on these stream games. Our players playing as they mean to go on with that Mist Energy, Turbo Energize combination will be able to get some energy in play. And now it's up to Kieran to try and draw as many cards, and that's a good way to do it. Fighting Gong to kick things off in that hand.
Yeah, and Fighting Gong being able to use the Lunar Cycle from the Lunatone needs to have a Solrock in play, but we can just start off with the coin bonus and see whether or not we can actually hit enough energy off it here. You know, getting the knockout on the Kangaskhan, having to hit for 300 damage, that's 6 energies, which is going to be quite the ask this turn. But there may just be an angle where we're saying, okay, little Air Balloon, Disco Dingo, potentially just retreat into the Solrock and take a little bit of a hit onto the Kangaskhan.
Well, both these decks really benefiting from the recent Mega Evolution set. And it's that Fighting Gong to open up Lunatone and Solrock, which are also in the Mega Evolution set. And it's such a consistent engine, having both your basic fighting Pokemon and your basic fighting energy searchable through one item card. And in combination, you can draw 3 cards, as long as you have both of the rocks out and a fighting energy in hand. Drawing 3 early on is so key, and that's that Lunar Cycle from Lunatone, where if you have the Solrock in play, discard a fighting energy, draw 3. And where early turns for Golden Go will often make or break, this has opened up that draw and attacking option that allows for you to consistently break down decks and not even needing to go into those 2 prizes early on sometimes.
Exactly, that Cosmic Beam being able to take, out these smaller basic Pokemon. And I mean, when we're talking setup decks like Charizard, like Gardevoir, being able to just snag a 1-prizer and then not putting any 2-prizes into play yourself is going to make it so you're going 1-prizer after 1-prizer after 1-prizer, which is, really efficient when it comes to it. You're not losing a prize trade off of the bat of that. Now, drawing additional cards off the Lunar Cycle, the one thing that Golden Go has lost after the release of Mega Evolution has been the ability to play Energy Surge Pro, because you can't be including all these different kinds of energies and yet still play enough fighting energies to use the Lunatol Solrock package. So you're trading consistency for some of the explosivity that you had in that Energy Surge Pro.
So will just be a slower start here for Kieran, not drawing enough of that energy. But the Golden Go is safe somewhat in the active there, as there is only going to be attacks into it and not knockouts. And that's the advantage Kieran has in this matchup. Only ever going to be taking clean knockouts. Doesn't want to leave any damage in play. And that allows him to play around the Monkey Dories that are often seen in combination with the Mega Absol. So as Daichi kicks a turn off, that run errand from Mega Kangaskhan, a key component of the deck, drawing 2 every turn, as long as it sits in the active spot at some point. And with the mobility of the Petrunt, that always seems to be a viable option.
Speaking of key components here, Mike, we're seeing that Bravery Charm and the Earthen Vessel. Earthen Vessel being able to get that third energy we need for that Claw of Darkness. And meanwhile, you're tanking up the HP of Absol. We're talking about you want to avoid getting, one hit knocked out by this Golden Go. What's the first thing you do? Put that Bravery Charm onto it. What's the secondary thing we could do? Play a Lively Stadium.
As you can see, Mega Absol EX, 280 HP on a basic is a big Pokemon. Bravery Charm putting that up to 330 and can go as high as 360.
We do see the thoughtful process of the Earthen Vessel. Getting that Psychic Energy in. Kieran, now you got to be thinking, what and why are we having that Psychic Energy in the deck? And yes, we've gone far ways into the tournament. Maybe Kieran's thinking, hey, I know you're playing that Frillish. Maybe not. And it's in the situation where Kieran doesn't know that the Frillish is coming that it's going to hurt the most.
As we're quite late in the Mega Evolution format, it's quite nice to see these innovations, and frequently those innovations get shared because it's such an exciting moment to see someone come up with something new. As we see the Energy Attachment, the Bravery Charm, and an early Mega Absol attack. The secondary effect of this Claw of Darkness is going to be huge. Not only is it going to be able to discard a card from Kieran's hand, but at this stage, it's the information that's key. Checking out that hand and choosing what to discard.
Mike, it looks like a whole lot of nothing on Kieran's side. But then we start to look at it. Something like Professor Turo could be interesting. Opens up a bit of that clutch strategy, right? Maybe that Super Rock could be doable for later. Maybe even something like Nestball to decline more Gimmicks. I think the Turo here is a fantastic choice because it just opens up a few more avenues of play, right? Not only the Frillish avenue, but also the fact that you can go clutch on something like the Lunatone later in this game, and thereby, locking Kieran out of the game.
Sort of the backup win condition into Golden Go for many decks is having the Yveltal clutch. And as you've got rid of one Turo, not only that, the Turo would have allowed for a recovery of all of that damage that's on the active Golden Go. So lots of synergy with that decision. And that's often the skill aspect of this Absol deck is what do you discard? And we've seen all of our Mega Absol players on stream making such strong decisions with the Claw of Darkness. And that Professor Turo scenario will likely be the perfect choice as the game progresses. You never know with Golden Goes, it draws so many cards. So a lot of the time, it's those next cards that are the key ones to discard.
We have mentioned something like, the Frillish coming into play. And the thing about Frillish as well is that the Turo is a great helper against Frillish sometimes when we're trying to lock something into active, just like we could with that clutch. But also, if you're going ahead and the biggest prize you can actually get of that Claw of Darkness from Kieran's hand would potentially be something like Lana's Aid later. Because if you can go Claw of Darkness into Lana's Aid, into then using Oceanic Gloom and running Kieran out of energy, that is the easiest win con we have with Frillish.
Well, the deck plays 11 energy, 2 are currently prized. The Lana's Aid allows for an itemless recovery of energy, which is definitely a play around of this item locking strategy. So where we see Daichi with a great strategy to counter Golden Go, we see Kieran with a card that allows him to play around that strategy. And that's really been the story for Golden Go. It's which of the techs is going to be most popular here. And Cornerstone is frequently the option, but actually for Kieran opting to try and play around item lock.
And it's kind of funny to see. We've seen some of these Golden Go decks play something like TM Turbo Energize themselves with Mega Malwa or playing a 1-1 line of Mega Lucario. Kieran deciding to forego, saying, you know what, I'm just not going to play against any Cornerstone decks because this specific Golden Go variant has a huge amount of issues against Cornerstone Mask Ogerpon. But sometimes in these tournaments, you got to take a few risks, and typically playing against Mega Absol, it's 50-50 whether or not your opponent plays their Cornerstone. Luckily for Kieran, there's no Cornerstone here, but then on the other hand, unluckily, there's a Frillish instead.
Well, just debating whether to swing into the active for some damage, and will do so. Just be that 150 damage, discarding 3 energy with Make It Rain. The upper end of Make It Rain is almost unlimited, well, as unlimited as it needs to be, as you have 11 energy, so with the 1 attached, you can go up to as high as 500 damage. So everything in the format is within range. On this occasion, just looking to put a poke in there to make it more in range next turn.
Yeah, make it more in range for next turn, but then again, we could be seeing a combo like Energy Switch and Penny fully healing this, or potentially just going Monkey Dory, move 30 over, and try to get rid of more resources. We do see the attachment to Monkey Dory. Adrenaline Brain is going to be able to heal 30 damage off this Absol, although that would put Mega Absol within 210 HP, which could be 4 energies plus Vitality Band, or just 5 energies off the bat. And we see, Airy coming in.
This is a big Airy, as I don't think there was any superior energy retrievals in that hand, so that's the real targets for Aries typically.
You know what also recovers energy, Mike? Super Rod. So we're going to be able to take that off the hand, and it's not very nice to see from Daichi. Daichi looks at it. There's an Arven hand. Get this. That gives superior energy retrieval and Vitality Band if needed. So it means that Kieran sits on the knockout. So if Daichi is going to go ahead and take the knockout with the Absol here, he almost certainly knows there's going to be a knockout back onto the Absol. And then the question is going to be, can we actually, be all right with that?
Yeah, that's the scary prospect. When you do that area and you don't find the items you're looking for, that's your supporter for turn. So you are committing a lot of resources in that moment. And the Claw of Darkness will take the knockout, and another card can be discarded. And it will be that Arven, reducing the options to take the knockout this turn. But still, Kieran's going to be drawing plenty of cards at this moment. What do we see off the top? And it's an Arven straight back into the hand. 2 here with coin bonus, just kicking things off. We'll be getting that Nespel, which can find a Pheasantipity EX and does have an energy in hand.
And we did mention the Arven combo for Vitality Band plus Superior Energy Retrieval, but we only would be needing that if we got an energy off that coin bonus. You know what we did, Mike? We got that energy. So Superior Energy Retrieval, Vitality Band is going to be able to get the knockout here.
Do we have the 4 energy in the discard pile as well? That's often a big part of this. I guess with the 3 discarded last turn and the Golden Go, there should be at least 4 in there. But this is where the discussion around playing around item lock is also important, because Kieran opting to not discard too many energy, just playing around 4 or 5, well, 6 in the discard pile that go back and forth between the hand, so that should an item lock come out, there'll be plenty of energy in the deck. So Kieran really playing around Daichi's options beautifully at this stage.
It leads me to believe that Kieran knows about the Frillish here. Knows that the Psychic Energy is meant for Frillish. Thereby, with the way that Kieran plays right now, super disciplined, right? Pheasantipity is going to come in here. Going to be drawing free cards. The question I have after this is, how are we going to prize map this? Our prize map could easily just be knockout Absol, knockout Mega Kangaskhan on the bench. Although that depends, what is Daichi's answer going to be to this turn happening now?
Well, we speak about the strategies for Daichi, and we've spoken about Mega Absol taking knockouts and discarding resources, Eerie discarding resources, item locking, but it really is that clutch that's the last sort of bastion of strategies that you only lean on when things start going downhill. And after discarding the Turo early on, that should make that strategy more viable in these late stages, especially once all these energy disappear from play. So many different ways for Daichi to win the game, and we're just going to see him navigate through multiple of them, as Kieran does play the Prime Catcher and does play 2 Professor Turo scenarios, so has other ways of getting around that exact play.
It means even if, let's say, Daichi goes for Clutch, pull up that Lunatone, we can still be able to see a situation where Kieran says, okay, I'll play 2 Superior Neutral Prime Catcher for a game. It leads to the fact that Daichi needs to somehow get away around this, play Iono, do something about it, or remove that Mega Kangaskhan from the field. Otherwise, with double Superior Retrieval, Kieran can go and do what he wants to be doing.
Really nice from Kieran, trying to draw as many cards as possible to optimize the discards with the Superior Energy Retrieval, as the hand was looking very strong, lots of great cards in it, and now has been able to draw into things like Buddy Buddy Poffin, which you don't want to be drawing back into in case of disruption. And that Vitality Band on the active, 10 damage doesn't feel like a lot, but it seems to work out so often for this deck.
Yeah, exactly. When we're talking about, Vitality Band giving plus 10 damage. See here, how much HP is left in Absol? 210. Exact math here. And we were talking about, Daichi wanting to run Kieran out of energy. This is one way to avoid that. Not using as many energies as you potentially could. 4 energies, 210 damage, Vitality Band included, gets that knockout on the Absol.
Our first count of day 2, and it comes from Kieran for his Golden Go, knocking out the Mega Absol EX. Well, I say the first knockout. First knockout for Kieran, as Daichi already took a prize card early on. And the Vitality Band doing just enough there. So great recognition from Kieran to take 3 prize cards. Our first Mega going down here. And the board is looking so strong now for Kieran. So many ways to draw cards next turn. Should Daichi take a knockout, we've got the Pheasantipity, the Lunatone, the 2 Golden Go. A great position to be in, so Daichi going to have to try and find a way around it now.
The board just flip-flopped on its head, going from having a fully powered Mega Absol to almost nothing here, Mike. And benching that Blood Moon or Luna could be a way to get these last 2 prizes. And what I'm starting to think here is that if we go Energy Switch and, attach an energy to Kangaskhan and flip 2 heads, we suddenly got a great way of drawing these last 4 prize cards.
You've got both the Pheasantipity, the Genesect in range of that Blood Moon, as well as the previously damaged Golden Go EX. So a great attacker here hitting for 240 damage. But it's this turn here. What's the plan? What are you taking down? And we'll be taking up that Golden Go EX. And now we'll be looking to put the Yveltal into the active. And an opportunity to attack with Blood Moon. Energy Switch plus the attachment for turn, making that attack cost perfect, as we do see a Blood Moon EX. Blood Moon Ursaluna EX knockout. Season Skill bringing the energy cost down by 3. Blood Moon from 240, knockout on the Golden Go. And we just see...
Yeah, Kieran shows double Superior Energy Retrieval. Boss's Sword is going to be enough to knock out that Mega Absol on the bench, taking the last 3 prize cards remaining, and Kieran Ferrer is going to lock up game 1 with another attack from the Golden Go.
And that's the resource management from Kieran there, holding back all the important cards in the late game. And when you've got 3 prize Pokemon in play, it only takes 2 knockouts for Kieran to win the game, whereas for Daichi had to take 3 different Pokemon out, all worth 2 prize cards. So very much in favor of Kieran if the draws go right, but it is all about that Mega Absol and Eerie Disruption to try and slow down the game plan for Kieran.
I do have to mention, we're leaning very heavily into that frillish, eerie sort of gameplay here, but I do have to give major props to Kieran. Kieran playing as disciplined as he can in this matchup, using the Vitality Band to save energy, constantly looking at how the economy is in terms of the energies, right? And saying, okay, I'm gonna save as much as I can because I know Eerie, Frillish is gonna hurt a lot when it comes to the point. And when you this discipline, as Kieran does, we were typically talking about free energies, it's only gonna do 150. What's the difference that gonna make? Well, Daichi was in a spot where getting that damage onto the Absol really hurt. Couldn't set up any additional Pokemon to take those attacks. Blood Moon or Luna was a great option, but ended up not being fruitful.
Well, we kicked off the game with Kieran going first, setting up reasonably well, and then that first knockout from the Mega Absol from Daichi took out the Arven from their hand, and then Kieran just drew straight into another Arven. So that is the power of Golden Go, draws so many cards, and consequently, without disruption, has those cards in hand. And even if you do disrupt the deck, it finds a way to victory. So amazing performance from Kieran, and very much a deck that plays well into the Mega Absol archetype. Mega Absol trying to sponge hits up, take attacks that don't knock it out, and then return that damage back and disrupt your opponent. But when you've got an attacker like Golden Go EX, which can take one-hit knockouts, on the 3 prizes, it really sways it in favor of that Golden Go.
It does really indeed, and that's where, you know, some of these Mega Absol decks have been playing that Cornerstone Mask Ogre Pawn to say, okay, at least we can get attacks onto this. Forgoes it because some of these Goldengo decks, again, has always been, you know, playing these counter actions to that Cornerstone Mask Ogre Pawn. Now, although with Daiichi's version, took a little bit of a different spin on the countering of the Goldengo, and Kieran found the greatest way to play around it, and we do get some prize cards here laid out, and we're ready for Game 2.
As Game 2 kicks off, Kieran in the lead, winning Game 1, and it will be him to start again. As the start not looking quite as strong as our previous match, but we'll be getting a nest ball to kick things off.
Yeah, and again, we were looking at it just like last game, wanting to get that Soul Rock, Lunatone, and additional Gimme Goes into play. The more of them you get into play, obviously Lunatone, Soul Rock is only a 1 pairing, but the more Gimme Goes you get into play means the more Golden Goes we get into play. The more Golden Goes we got, the more cards we draw. The more cards we draw, the easier it is.
The early stage of the puzzle is draw cards, find Golden Go. As there is 1 Golden Go in the prize cards, the Lana's Aid, which we alluded to in the previous game, wasn't required, but will be useful at some point for Kieran should the Frillish that's staring him down item lock him out of some energy, as well as 2 Boss's Orders, which could become vital as the game goes on. If it's a low drawing game for Kieran, he doesn't find those resources, having access to 2 of the 3 Boss's Orders is limiting. Access to only 1 of the 3 Boss's Orders, sorry, is quite limiting. And just a Soul Rock down and a pass, so completely different game here as Daichi straight on that Psychic Energy of the Frillish and looking to try and item lock early on with Oceanic Gloom. Now for the rest of the turn, how are you going to set up your board around it?
One thing that's super cool against Golden Go when you're playing against it, they don't get that buddy puff in turn 1. They don't get many Gimme Goals into play. You just go ahead and item lock them. Usually that would be with Itchy Pollen. In this case, Oceanic Gloom turn 1. And now Daichi can start setting up behind it. Yes, gonna forego that Turbo Energize, but hey, you know, get it item lock, that's all right.
And the Iono coming in to see more cards, but still only the Frillish in play. So there is a world here where Kieran can take the knockout, but with that hand, it's not looking likely. Does have the Arven, but cannot play any of those items in play. So Daichi not finding the optimal 6 cards off that Iono. But thankfully for him, the item lock should keep him in this game.
Making it as difficult as possible for Kieran to take that knockout. With the Lively Stadium, would essentially be needing 4 energies. 1 Metal Energy for the attack cost. And then on top of that, we would be needing 3 energies to discard with the Golden Ghost attack. So, relatively safe here. Gotta go ahead and Arven. And now, Daichi responds, Arven right back at it. And we can go ahead and get that Precious Trolley and start getting our setup going.
There was a very real world where Kieran managed to find his way into that knockout. For Golden Go and 3 energy was available, but that would have been very unfortunate for Daichi and had to play around it as now has the perfect start. Just a little bit delayed using that Precious Trolley. And one of those movement cards, the Petron EX, which was required last game to move the Yveltal around, is prized this time, but Latias will be available instead.
The unfortunate thing about, you know, pricing that Petron EX is kind of you can't go ahead and retreat with the Frillish into Kangaskhan and go and use Petron or the other way around. But I think in Daichi's shoes here, you'd be feeling fine. You'll be feeling like, okay, I'm going to sit and item lock Kieran. I'm going to take all the time in the world I can, even Braver Charm, and get this Frillish up to 160 HP.
Well, unfortunately for Daichi, no energy attachment on top of that Oceanic Gloom, but does have a huge Frillish in play and a pass straight back from Kieran, which I think is going to be a theme for a few turns now.
Yeah, and Lily's determined. Lily's is going to come in here and determine giving Daichi 8 cards in hand, attachment off the top of the deck to that Absol, and now we start to get going, right? You know, Daichi's going to put on the speeder here and say, Kieran, you're just item locked, and I'm just going to set up everything I can behind it. And at some point, it will leave Kieran with no options. Even Eerie, at some point, is going to be able to go ahead and basically just take away all the options from Kieran's hand as well.
Oceanic Gloom once again, and a pass straight back. Kieran not drawing anything, and it's all back to Daichi as we are in a rapid situation here. Each turn of attachment helps Daichi out. Typically a weakness of Mega Absol is having a low attachment speed, having to use that turbo energizer, which we see go straight down as Daichi recognizes the manual attachments are enough at this stage.
We're not going to be using turbo energize this game, Mike. We're just going to be attaching from hand and doing Oceanic Gloom over and over and over again until we've set up the entirety of our board. Really smart from Daichi here, putting down their turbo energizers, recognizing I'm not going to be using these, I might as well just spin them out from the deck.
And that Frillish has 160 HP with the Bravery Charm and the Lively Stadium, but that Lively Stadium does allow the Gimmighoul to be a little bit larger, so it can go up to that 100 HP. Air Balloon into the other Gimmighoul, and that will be another pass, so another turn for Daichi to continue piling on the pressure.
Another turn for Daichi to go ahead and say, put on the pressure. Daichi plays Boss's Orders. Gonna go ahead with the Oceanic Gloom again, and you know what? The domination is true here. Kieran drawing for turn again, no help.
I mean, this Oceanic Gloom is allowing Daichi to get so far ahead as the attachment comes through, and it just means more and more attachments for Daichi to get into this game. We'll find that Earthen Vessel, so he can now start attaching beyond that Mega Absol, which is typically such a challenge for the deck. But every turn that goes by, Daichi is setting up more and more.
You'll play the Earthen Vessel for 2 energies here. Being able to set up Monkey Dory, it's, you know, flattering for Kieran to look at it. Boss's Orders onto Gimmighoul, attachment to the Monkey Dory, and Kieran's just going to go ahead, concede, and we're onto Game 3 with 22 minutes left. You know what, Mike? Guess we'll see Game 3 in its whole entirety.
Hopefully we see the completion here as we saw exactly the strategy that Frillish was aiming to do. This time at the start, typically it'll be to lock up the game at the end, but for Daichi able to start it, and it was enough to slow down Kieran. Kieran just didn't have access to that Lunatone, so he could draw cards, didn't get access to any Golden Go, and the item lock kept him at bay for long enough for Daichi to get too far ahead, and Kieran said, I think I'll have a better chance going second in a fresh game.
Any singular out, Kieran could have had to be playing the game. Genesect, Goldengos themselves were just not coming. Goldengo doesn't play any natural draw supported. Like we've seen Daichi saying, okay, we'll play Lily. No, that is not something Kieran would be doing. It is the Genesect using the metallic signal, getting these Goldengo, that is going to be the draw engine together with Lunatone and Solrock. You don't get them into play, and Kieran doesn't, you know, get to draw energies for the lunar cycle. There's not going to be any cards drawn, and that's the, you know, struggle we saw in that game. But yet again, got to go ahead, get the Game 3 underway. Kieran's going to be able to say, I'll go second, meaning that we can see an Arven and see a setup here.
Well, it's interesting how that Frillish, what we've seen so powerful in Gardevoir, being combined here with Mega Absol EX. I think a lot of people after this tournament are going to be wanting to explore that exact option and see why Daichi has chosen it right here, as that was a phenomenal start to the game. And Earthen Vessel kicking things off here. The advantage of going first for Daichi is does get that extra energy attachment as long as he finds it in that first hand. It's just whether there's going to be a good target for that attachment when playing here. And you can see the Psychic Energy and the Dark Energy. And just doing a little prize check here. And as you can see, the prize is not too crazy either side. That Lana's Aid in the prizes again for Kieran, but right at the bottom, as well as a few cards that are in multiple counts. Maybe the Psychic Energy could be a potential problem for Daichi should it be put into the discard pile. Otherwise, looking fairly all right.
Daichi's got Night Stretcher. We'll be all right with that Psychic Energy being the prize cards, as long as he'll be able to get that Night Stretcher going. I like that Daichi says, we'll go for the Earthen Vessel and be able to potentially Frillish on the upcoming turn. Now, Kieran's going to go ahead and Lunar Cycle draw free.
Any access to Gimmighouls here?
Oh, there's an Arven, so we're fine.
Yeah, smart there. Just drawing before the Arven, hoping to find more than just the item off of this Arven. And that's something we see typical of our top players. Drawing before playing these search cards. It allows you to potentially see the important items with the search so that you can instead save the Arven for a different item and make the turn more powerful. But we do see Arven finding one item and a tool. And because that Buddy Buddy Poffin was prized, which I believe is a one of, it will reduce the power of this turn. So when we looked at those prize cards, we didn't think much of that Buddy Buddy Poffin, but at this stage, it has significantly affected this early turn.
Affecting the entirety of the setup here, and yeah, Buddy Buddy Poffin would have been able to get 2 gimme goals here. Now we only get 1. Kieran doesn't have an additional way to get more gimme goals into play. And these sort of handicap starts a little bit here where you're thinking, well, can I get more? Fighting gone, able to search an energy, already having used that lunar cycle, which means, okay, there was the second nest ball. Thank you for that, but you know, just 2 gimme goals. That nest ball could have been for Genesect, guaranteeing even more Goldingo action. Just going to be seeing that attachment, Cosmic Beam, and yeah, getting damage onto Latias, but it's not that much, just passing.
Yeah, just passing there, and nest ball being the key spot filler for the Buddy Buddy Poffin. Who needs a Buddy Buddy Poffin when you got 2 nest balls? Does basically the same thing, right? As we go into Daichi's turn. You see there, Kieran not opting to take a swing with Cosmic Beam. Why might he have chosen not to put damage on Daichi's side of the board?
We see on the bench of Daichi, Monkey Dory, Adrena Brain, effectively doing damage to Latias would say minus 30. Doing 70 would be saying 40, and then 30 on one of our bench Pokemon. Doesn't even matter which bench Pokemon we put damage back onto, but Kieran knows if Daichi puts damage onto my Pokemon, like Gimugo, like Lunatone or Solrock even, it'll get closer to knockouts and potentially one-hit knockouts from Absol later if we get double Adrenaline Brain going.
My goodness, a slow turn for Daichi, just the Eerie to discard that Superior Energy Retrieval. Other than that, the board is not looking like it should. That is not a Mega Absol start you expect to see, and we do see the Golden Go in hand. We'll retreat into the Gimmighoul and get some more draws here at this stage. This is a big turn for Kieran. A knockout at this stage could swander the Daichi board and put him 1 knockout away from winning. I don't know if Daichi was holding any Pokemon there as he didn't want them to get attacked, but really not looking optimal at this stage.
It doesn't look like Daichi was holding a lot of anything here. Earthen Vessel from Kieran getting even more energy. We need 4 energy plus Vitality Band, or just 5 energy to knock out this Latias. And yeah, if Kieran gets a knockout on the Latias, it means Daichi is in survival mode, top deck mode. Something has to come from the top. And even if so, is that just going to be too late?
Well, it does have that Superior Energy Retrieval. 1 discarded from the Eerie, 1 used right there. So that does mean that we've seen Kieran use 2 so far in this game, or get rid of 2. But we'll be able to take a knockout on this active Latias, as that is enough energy. And even using that Vitality Band again to put the damage up by 10. And so with 4 energy, that'll do 210 damage onto the Latias EX. A perfect knockout. 2 prize cards to Kieran and Daichi. What is this top deck hoping to find? Something good. And what is it?
Looks like a Mega Kangaskhan being able to draw 2 more cards. Mike, I don't think that's enough, but it gives a little sliver of hope for Daichi here. Run errand.
Ooh, a Nest Ball, Yveltal. Something to work with. Might have to really lean into that clutch this game, as there's not many options otherwise. But as we mentioned, Kieran plays Prime Catcher and 2 Turos Scenario. But we'll just be getting that Pheasantipity. So the draw from the Mega Kangaskhan for 2 with Run Errand, and 3 more with Pheasantipity. Options will be found, but is it all too late after that 2 prize knockout from Kieran?
Something has to come off this flip this script. Something has to go along the lines of getting into TM Turbo Energize this turn. Something has to go right here off the Pheasantipity. And if that doesn't happen, we may just be seeing this game right over.
Round 10 of LAIC, our first international championship of the season. We are seeing 2 incredible players battling it out in our first feature match. There'll be another 4 rounds after this into that asymmetrical top cut. So still early days of the tournament, but what has Daichi found?
Looks like TM Turbo Energize Energy and Lily's Determination, so we can actually get something going here. But, you know, Daichi, looking at it, still, there's 4 energies in discard pile, which means Superior Energy Retrieval plus Earthen Vessel will be able to get a knockout on Mega Kangaskhan, unless there's Braviary Charm, that's plus 1 energy, that's 7 energy then, and then plus Lively Stadium would be 8 energy total. Again, with the way that Kieran has been so disciplined, Daichi's going to try and force everything that he can to say, okay, I'm doing this, trying to grind out as many resources from you as possible. Now, do you have it?
Well, Lily's determination will allow Daichi to see 8 more cards and asking as many questions as possible. And it might seem like Kieran is incredibly far ahead, which he is. But when you play a deck that discards cards from your opponent's hand, that item locks, that retreat locks, there's always a way that Mega Absol EX and all of its friends can find a way back into the game. And considering one Superior Energy Retrieval was discarded and one has been used, there is a route where Kieran starts to run out of that particular resource. But with Super Rod, as well as that Lana's Aid, as well as plenty of energy still in the deck, Kieran really trying to hold on to as much of that as possible as he recognizes that Daichi's only way to win here is to deny any attacks ever happening.
Now, I do see in Kieran saying Air Balloon, Prime Catcher. There's going to be no Iono from Daichi's side. No disruption at all from Daichi's side this turn. Mike, might be sound tiny tad pessimistic here, but with no Claw of Darkness from Absol, no Eerie this turn being able to remove that Prime Catcher, it does look like Kieran has everything that he'll need to be able to snag either knockout on the Festivity, which would deny that flip the script, or outright getting the knockout on the Mega Kangaskhan.
The advantage with the Festivity is 210 HP would only need 4 energy discarded. So in terms of saving those resources for Kieran, that would be great. But yeah, with 4 prize cards left, to take a 3-prizer and a 1-prizer, 2-prizer, and either a 2 or a 3-prizer. So there's lots of different routes to victory. Might even hold that Prime Catcher to keep it for later on, just in case that clutch does come through. So a lot to think about for Kieran, and you know, there's a lot of nerves. You're on stage, you've got a really strong opponent opposite you with many options you have to think about. So we'll be going into his turn thinking about every single one of them. And Lunatone starting things off with a Lunar Cycle, draw 3. So really going to be an opportunity to race ahead here.
Again, there's options galore here, Mike. Fighting Gong, being able to get an additional energy. Arvin being able to be played for Superior Energy Retrieval. Every single option. We do have guaranteed at least knockout on the Festivity. If we get the knockout on Absol instead, then Kieran's sailing ahead.
Could even, well, not quite in range. You need the Vitality Band, but with the Premium Power Pro, could be a route to using the Soul Rock, but everything slightly out of range now as a Vitality Band committed to the Golden Go. But Prime Catcher onto that Festivity. You called it here, Jesper. The prime target to reduce options, drawing some more cards, and with that Vitality Band in combination, only 4 energy required here. Prime Catcher, the ace spec of choice for Kieran. An interesting ace spec slot of all the decks in our current format because it can be so many different things.
It could be Retreat, it could be Gust, it could be both at the same time. One of the things that Prime Catcher can do, if you have a Golden Go in the active spot, you can use coin bonus for 2 cards. Then you play the Prime Catcher, and then again, you could be using coin bonus for 2 more cards. Earthen Vessel here, and with the amount of energy I do see in Kieran's hand, he's going to just say, knockout, Fess, and, well, even if Daichi says, well, Claw of Darkness with Absol, it's not going to change a lot here.
Well, you know, you could imagine Kieran's trying not to hold on to too many good resources that the Claw of Darkness could target. And with this particular turn, does have that Lana's Aid, going to be playing it now, so it can't be discarded. So smart from Kieran, playing around Claw of Darkness, holding onto that Lana's Aid the whole game, didn't actually use it, but now he knows that the item lock route wouldn't win the game for Daichi, is happy to play it and reveal it at this stage. So 4 energy discarded with that Make It Rain, plus the 10 from the Vitality Band, perfect knockout on Festivity, and there is so much for Daichi to do now, and he's trying to work out which route he can possibly take to take the victory here.
An unlikely victory at that, Mike. Daichi back against the wall here, back against these golden carrots of Golden Go. And you know what? Looking at it here, promoting Yveltal, not showing a great sign of plans. You need to play Iono, you need to Claw of Darkness, you need to hope that these coin bonuses are not going to be able to give Kieran what he needs, although it just looks incredibly difficult here, Mike.
Well, we're in for a treat with our first round match on stream as we are in round 10. And honestly, these two players have shown exactly why they are at this stage. 7-0-2 for Daichi and 7-1-1 for Kieran. In with a great chance of making that asymmetrical top cut at the end of today. Having a good start on the stream here for Kieran. Game 2 showed exactly why Daichi's adaptations to the deck were so powerful and potentially will have won him games against Golden Go previously in the day. But at this stage, Kieran has played it so well and shown exactly what a top Golden Go player can do when the cards draw well.
Poker year for 7 here. Eerie, Iono. Iono likely being the supporter of choice. Although, going for Arvin, I do see Iono there. I do see Boss's Orders as well. Quite interesting here. Could be guaranteeing the Braver Charm, could be guaranteeing an attachment. Braver Charm comes here.
I mean, disruption against Golden Go always feels irrelevant just because of how much draw they have. But I feel like with that hand size for Kieran, there's just too many options for him, and he can find a way to victory potentially next turn. But we mentioned before about those 2 Boss's Orders that were in the prize cards for Kieran. They have been taken, so does have the ability to gust up a lot easier now.
We are counting the amount of energies in a discard pile for Kieran. Taking that Precious Trolley, taking that Braver Charm, could be going for Frillish this turn and going Oceanic Gloom, depending on it. Lanasade's already been played from Kieran's side, which means that we're on the last amount of energies. If we can go ahead, Trolley, attach, Oceanic Gloom with Braver Charm attached, is Kieran going to be able to pull enough energies to take the knockout on this Frillish, and potentially having to do that twice due to the amount of prize cards left?
Plays 11 energy, 8 fighting and 3 metal. Has 1 metal committed to the active. Has 4 fighting in the discard and 2 metal, it seems. So that would leave very few energy to take a knockout, which would make the Frillish potentially out of range at this stage. So we mentioned about denying attacking opportunities, and by Kieran playing that Lana's Aid preemptively, potentially has put himself in a rough spot where he can be item locked out the game.
Trying to prevent the Absol getting to discard the Lana's Aid. Now, Oceanic Gloom, 20 damage, and the question that pops onto Kieran now is there enough resources left to even take 2 knockouts onto 2 different Frillish? Or, saying again, is there enough resources to do anything?
Has 4 energy in that hand, but the Mega Absol and the Mega Kangaskhan are too large to take a knockout. And so by not putting a 2-prizer down, this could actually be Daichi's game to win with this Frillish play at the end.
Can definitely be seeing the Frillish getting knocked out here by the Golden Go. Has 130 HP. That's 3 of those energies gone. You said Kieran has 4 energies in hand. With 3 of them gone, we'd have 1 left. And if we then can, resurface another Frillish, that will be it.
And you look back at that discard of the Premium Power Pro. If Daichi is able to get the Frillish back, but with no Bravery Charm, then that discard, well, it doesn't matter because it's an item, but you've got these these options here. The Psychic Energy needs to be recovered. There's 1 in the prize cards, so it needs to get the Frillish and the energy back, both with Night Stretcher. Do you have the resources to do that, Daichi? Because that is not an easy feat in this moment.
There's Lily's Determination in hand. Needs Night Stretcher, needs double Night Stretcher essentially here. It's 2 one-offs. So that run Aaron has to give something from Daichi here. Has Daichi even played 1 Night Stretcher yet? I can't remember even. If not, this is possible. Counter Catcher.
Going to take up that Lunatone. Just trying to disrupt as much as possible. But wow, if it has to find 2 Night Stretcher off this Iono, might be just looking to try and create some time with the Iono and the Gust. That will deny a lot of opportunities. Only 2 draws available for Kieran unless he finds a Fighting Energy. But you see there the Psychic Energy at the top of the prize cards for Daichi. Plays 2 of them.
1 Night Stretcher.
And will be unable to find the second Night Stretcher. Does have 1 currently. Oh, this is a fascinating endgame here. Daichi showing exactly why this deck with Frillish can lock out a game from Golden Go. But just the 1 Night Stretcher will be attaching the Mist Energy and hoping that Mega Kangaskhan in the active is enough to deny an attack next turn.
So close and yet so far. Putting down the Lively Stadium. Mega Kangaskhan gaining 30 HP. Kieran looking over and just a pass from Daichi. Kieran knows. Let's get some superior energies retrievals this turn. 2 of them will get the game here. Does he have what it takes?
Well, 2 of them have already been removed. 1 played, 1 discarded. So Kieran has to find a combination of cards that will be incredibly difficult to find at this stage. But we'll draw 3 to kick things off with that Lunar Cycle. Whether he goes for the golden goes while they're on the bench or saves them will be the case. So you can see Kieran's discard there. 2 superiors gone. A lot of the energy search gone as well. So with limited draw, is going to be in a rough spot. You see Daichi just holding on, knowing that not much here for Kieran to take a knockout. With 1 prize card remaining, even a Gust in combination with a superior energy retrieval would potentially be enough. Well, there's an Arven. That's a start.
We're not going to get there, Mike. There's only going to be 1 superior energy retrieval we can get off of this, and that means that we're not going to be able to get the knockout. Do you see Super Rod here potentially being able to shuffle back in energy instead? Although superior energy retrieval will get 4 energies. Super Rod will get free into the deck, that is.
I think that's reasonable. Put those energy back in, saying that if you try and do that Frillish shenanigans once again, I'll find a way to take that knockout. Just thinning out with the Buddy Buddy Poffin here. Might find a target, might choose not to. It's whether those golden go available, but 1 gimme down. Not looking to get the other one. So that Buddy Buddy Poffin right at the top of the prize cards. Now been thinned out by Kieran. So you can just see playing to every single route to victory here. That air balloon committed and didn't want to hold anything too useful in that hand. Otherwise they could get discarded by the Mega Absol next turn.
Contemplating what to retreat into, really, and the most important thing here is, does Daichi then get this turn? 3 more energies being put into deck, which means that the Frillish plane is not quite going to be enough here. Although, how does Daichi do it then, right?
I mean, you see he's got an Eerie in hand, so does he try and target one of those superior energy retrieval as an option, knowing that the 3 energy in deck plus a boss would be able to take out the Monkey Dory or the Yveltal?
Oh, the amount of counting here, Mike. Counting the amount of energy. I think that looked like 6 energy. He's going quite fast with the energy here. If it's 7, then we're 8 with the golden go. And then we got 3 left, which means we need to look at the amount of stadiums that Kieran can be pushing with, because let's say Daichi says, let's just go with the Frillish. Let's go with it with Lively Stadium and Bravery Charm. Then it's outside of range. It means Kieran, he has to then go Artisan and triple energy.
Wow, this is really interesting at the end game here. As the time ticks down too, we've got 2 minutes remaining. And both these players really want to try and find a win at this stage. So that hand, thinking about whether to play Eerie or not, will be going for that Night Stretcher now. Does he have the other Night Stretcher in hand to find this Frillish combination? It looks like the Frillish is committed to the front here. With the Psychic Energy prize, does need to find the second Psychic Energy using the Night Stretcher. Might have to go find that off the back of a supporter. My goodness, the complexity of these endgame turns when you have something like item lock. Minute 20 left on the clock. What is the answer here? 1 Dart, 1 Psychic in that discard. And the Bravery Charm there. How many Bravery Charm we got in that deck? Lively Stadium helps. Just trying to work things out, doing the maths. And if the Psychic Energy is not found off of an Iono, that could be really risky. So instead, going for the hard commit of the Night Stretcher from the Arven, but that way you get the Bravery Charm too. So that Frillish is going to be incredibly large and will actually be out of range of those 3 energy left in deck for Kieran. So at that point, we potentially need to boss around the active. So this is really intricate endgame as Daichi trying to deny Kieran the win.
Denying Kieran the win, yet getting themselves to tie. Daichi here probably would be knowing that as soon as time is called, which it would be within the next 30 seconds, that this is going to go straight to a tie. If we can make sure that Kieran does not get enough energy to take the knockout on this Frillish.
Well, here we go, everybody. Can Kieran find it on this turn? Draws for turn, finds the Artisan. That can reduce the HP of that Frillish. Finds 1 of the energy. Arven now, just trying to thin out that deck.
There's Open Vessel, Mike.
Well, he can't use it under Frillish lock. Does need to try and find a way to draw into it. So he has the Golden Goes now. And might even be able to find a way to retreat and then use the Vitality Band.
So time being called now. This next Golden Go decides, is this a win for Kieran or a tie?
Well, with a stadium bump, a boss's orders in combination with 1 energy would find the knockout on a Monkey Dory. But has used the Arven, so can't use boss. Has opted for the thinning route instead to try and draw into those energy naturally. So this is the last chance for Kieran to take a knockout. Needs to find 2 energy out of a huge deck there.
Is thinning truly winning, Mike? That is the question we would have to answer now. Is that going to be it? Kieran shuffling up and hoping for the lucky draw off 2 fighting energies. Daichi cutting the deck, wishing, hoping that it's not going to happen. Coin bonus.
Has to be these exact 2 cards to be 2 fighting energy, plus that 1 from Golden Go.
Oh, it doesn't look at it. He's going to flip it. No.
No fighting energy there. And just short on the knockout here. And that will be it. It's going to be a tie here in the game as Daichi using every option available to deny the win from Kieran. 1 prize card remaining for Kieran, unable to find it in these final turns.
Such an intensive game we got on our hands. Getting down to a tie, unfortunately. I would have loved to see how this game would have played out in its entirety. But Kieran and Daichi showing the different ways that this match could have been played. We didn't see Flish in Game 1. We didn't see it in Game 2. In Game 3, we got to see the impact that Flish can have. The difficulty that gets put onto Kieran once this Flish gets active with Lively Stadium and with Bravery Charm.
Well, both players in a great spot still with those 7 wins. Now a tie added to their records. So it'll be interesting to see how they continue at this tournament. As this is an international championship, there is a lot on the line. So any position they can reach will be worth the points. As we go through some of the moments of the game, Game 1 very much in favor of Kieran, despite the first knockout going Daichi's way.
First knockout going Daichi's way here, but after this Absol goes down, that was when we knew for Game 1 that Kieran had everything for himself here. The double superior plus boss ended up the knockout on the Mega Kangaskhan going on to our Game 2.
And in Game 2, Daichi started with the Frillish and just continually item locked turn after turn. Kieran unable to draw into anything other than items and a few little cards here and there, and it just was too much for Kieran. He said, let's go to another game. I don't think I'm going to win this one.
No, not kind of thinking he's going to win that one with the continuous item locking. Kieran packing up, giving themselves the best option of going into a Game 3 and getting the victory. And Daichi taking a game there with the Frillish, which we were expecting a lot more of. Having such a poor start in this Game 3, just the Latias against the world.
A lot of passing in this game at the start for Daichi, at the end for Kieran. And it was this knockout on the Latias that started the prize card race from Kieran. Took 2 early on, and it was Daichi's top deck here that allowed him to get back into the game as a Mega Kangaskhan was able to draw into so much. Another knockout from Kieran put him 1 step closer.
Mega Kangaskhan into Nest Ball, into Lily's Determination, getting the game going again for Daichi, and then the constant calculations of how many resources does Kieran have left? Is Kieran going to be able to take the knockout? And the answer ended up being no.
The answer was no, but I wonder how that would have panned out with that. I mean, it was fascinating to watch. Let's be real. For you guys at home, you started with a treat on stream. 3 very different games, and showing that deck building quality of Daichi, including the Frillish. A unique spin on Mega Absol.
A unique spin on Mega Absol, and then indeed we've seen. Typically, you're playing Cornerstone or Mask Overpawn, or you're not playing it. We haven't seen Frillish before. It's the first time we've actually seen Frillish on camera. It did have its impact. It has its theoretical impact too, with the way that we saw Kieran playing the entirety of the game, right? Looking at how much the Vitality Band actually got out of it. And had Kieran just gone all in and saying, we'll take the knockout 5 energy, go for it, Mega here, Mega there, then the Frillish would have been able to play that much more effectively. And it just leads me to think that Kieran knew going into this game, all right, Daichi, he's playing Frillish. I need to do something to make sure that I don't get locked out of the game.
With the format being very mature at this stage, the final tournament in the Mega Evolution format, any kind of innovation, the rumors spread very quickly out there on the top tables. You know, one of Kieran's friends might have played against Daichi or been next to Daichi, and then, you know, the story of, oh, have you seen what Daichi's playing, has shared that Frillish is about. And now for you guys at home, you've been able to be privy to what an amazing deck builder he is. And that inclusion very much was useful in that game as it forced the tie at the end and won game 2. So great addition to the deck.
Yeah, and going to a 7-0-3 record, Kieran going to a 7-1-2. Both of them are still in contention for our asymmetrical top cut, although they would need to win the remainder of their Swiss rounds to be in contention. It's not like we haven't seen that before. We've seen people going into phase 2 on 5-2-1, yet still making that asymmetrical top cut, having a hot run of a phase 2. Everything is possible here at both regionals, but we're sitting here in the international championships, yet it is still possible to get into that asymmetrical top 8.
And with CP going really high down to, top 64, you get 180 CP, as well as $2,000. There's a lot on the line for those players who aren't even making asymmetrical top cut. Every win matters at this stage as it kicks off your season strong with that first international championship finish. You know how important it is with these ICs. They have been a huge part of the format since 2017 as an opportunity for players to really rise to the top. Those who are able to travel out here, we have over 500 players from outside the Latin America region out here competing to try and earn those points. But 1,500 Latin American players, that is huge for this tournament.
And choose for a tournament, it's the biggest LAIC we've ever seen. The 1,500, that was more than we had at the first LAIC. We had around about 650, 700 players back at that first Latin American IC, and now it's just ballooned in size. So has EYC for that matter. So has NAIC as well. So has the World Championships for that matter. The amount of players we have now compared to when these Latin American ICs, every single international championship started around about 8-9 years ago. I mean, I'm just incredulous thinking about it, right? I was thinking, wow, 550 player event, 650 player event, that's huge. But look at it now, they've been dwarfed.
Well, there are lots of players who are still in the tournament, but let's have a look back at how it started when there was over 2,000 players and what decks they were playing. Golden Go EX seems to be the most popular deck across all the regions at the moment.
When I said Mega Absol, Mega Kangaskhan was around 8.5%, I wasn't entirely lying there, but
I think you actually said 8.6, so fair play to you, Jesper.
Oh, nice.
But then you look down at the bottom, the Gardevoir variants in combination, still incredibly popular, and Charizard EX and Mega Absol EX definitely getting more and more popular as the Mega Evolution format continues. So it's great to see the pilots of those in particular being those top players.
Yeah, especially top players when we were mentioning Aban Ahmed, Henry Chow on the same 60 off that Gardevoir Jelly Scent deck, really taking their wins at a stride. We do have to remember mentioning Gabriel Fernandez going into this Swiss Round 10, our only 9-0 player on that Charizard Pidgeot deck. A deck we haven't seen a lot, actually, the past couple of regional championships, been kind of taken out the back by Dragon Ball Dusknoir, yet it seems that Gabriel has found a way to deal with it.
Well, let's see how it changed as we narrowed our players down to 368. And that Golden Go and the Mega Absol, which we've just witnessed on stream, increasing in popularity. But let's have a look right down at the bottom. Raging Bolt EX sneaking in that 6th spot.
Charizard creeping a bit out of the top 6 here, switching spots for Raging Bolt. An actual big surprise here. We've seen after Mega Evolution got released that Raging Bolt had switched out of the format and in went Zero Ledge instead. Although it seems like a lot of, Buenos Aires last weekend had some Raging Bolt in the top cut, and typically it's a Latin American specialty to play a lot of Raging Bolt.
Well, if we ignore Raging Bolt for a moment, over 60% of the format is held by those 5 decks at the top there. Golden Go with that large chunk, Gardevoir combined at a similar 20.9%, but Mega Absol, Dragapult included, that is the majority of the room. So these other decks like Raging Bolt EX, as well as all the others in the hall, a minority deck trying to take down these top 5.
It's a minority deck, yes, but it has shown its strength. Going into Golden Go, Raging Bolt typically had a very good matchup into that. Haven't been playing a lot of it, with Lunatone Solrock getting in there, being able to snag some of these 1 prizes. The matchup's definitely been changing a lot, although it's a very good deck into Mega Kangaskhan, Mega Absol. Raging Bolt, 1-hit knockouts it, and these Mega decks are not very satisfied whenever they're getting 1-hit knockout, because you need them to be attacking multiple turns, and very likely we'd actually need to keep them on the board for the entirety of the game.
Well, when we bear in mind that top 60% and having to take them down, let's look at the other decks that are trying to make their way to the top. These are the decks that need to win against those big five, and it's Charizard just sneaking in at that top spot there, but reducing the numbers quite significantly. Marnie's Grimmsnarl, another great dark type attacker into Gardevoir, as well as having options into the rest of the format, but a real variety of decks at this tournament outside of that top five.
Joltik Toolbox, something that we've also been seeing at Buenos Aires last week as well. We've been seeing multiple players. Also, Belo Horizonte played that. Diego Castillaga getting a top cut at regionals with Joltik Toolbox. Flare and Noctowl, something we saw in Europe. And Zeriledge Lunatone, a deck that was hyped up a lot going into this Mega Evolutions format. Playing that Lunatone Solrock, discarding energies, having direct synergy with the attack of Zeriledge EX, as well as that Drillbur being able to aggressively discard energies. Although it seems like it's been falling flat on its face ever since we've seen Milwaukee Regionals.
Yeah, I think people thought Zeriledge was going to be the best user of that Lunatone Solrock, but it turns out Golden Go EX very much took the crown at over 20% of today's format. Amazing for it. Enzorok EX at the bottom there in combination with that Enz Reshiram. I know a lot of people are excited for this deck as it is a great archetype into Gardevoir EX, but I feel like it's best positioned when people aren't expecting it. So actually seeing a low percentage of Zoroark is the best place to be if you're a Zoroark fan.
I mean, Zoroark, we've been seeing it at low percentages constantly, even when it was having success in the hands of Piper, Lapine. But, you know, going on with Zoroark, it's also something we've been seeing, you know, Gabriel Fernandez play at these past regional championships. Vinicius Fernandez also been playing the Zoroark decks. It seems like it's these distinct players that are playing these decks and not anyone else. And that's why Zoroark, despite its low numbers in terms of the meta, has had such a huge amount of success.
Well, good little breakdown of the format there. Jesper, you know, you're one of my favorite players. You know, you've been someone I've looked up to for a while. But I've had enough of listening from you here, and I want to hear a bit more from Jesper elsewhere.
Hello, trainers. We're here at LAIC, and I'm here with my fellow caster, Jesper Eriksson. Jesper, this season is a very special occasion for you, right? 10 years ago, you won the World Championship in San Francisco. Now, I know that's a pretty special event for you. Why don't you tell us, like, your best memory from that event?
I think the best memory from that is, well, firstly, going into Top Cut, and then top 8 beating, you know, one of the current top players we had in the past seasons in Tanner Hurley, but in the top 4 beating Rafael Soto on a Trevenant deck, which was basically an auto loss, and I pulled quite the miracle on that. And yeah, most of the people from back then would have remembered that finals of, you know, the crazy amounts of top decks I had, especially with Professor Sycamore being one of them.
All right, so I mean, I'm sure many people who are watching probably have never heard of the cards in the deck that you played from 10 years ago. So tell us a little bit about, like, which Pokemon were featured in your deck, what their attacks did, what was your main strategy, everything you can tell us.
So we had Vespiquen with Bee Revenge that did 20 plus 10 for each Pokemon you had in your discard pile. And I was playing 24 Pokemon in my list, so it was about discarding the Pokemon and use that for later stages of the game. But we had Forest of Giant Plans back then, so we could use Yanmega Break's attack on turn 1. And the good thing about Yanmega, the pre-evolution to the break at that point, was that it had an ability that said, if you have exactly 4 cards in your hand, you attack for free. And then Barrier Break that did 100 and basically went through everything, every effect on the opponent's Pokemon, just did 100. And back then, you know, doing 100 as a one-prize Pokemon in, you know, the first 1, 2, 3 turns of the game was pretty decent.
Yeah, I mean, sounds like you had everything pretty well planned. You executed perfectly, and now throughout the tournament, did you end up losing any games? Did you have any, like, very close situations that come to your mind, other than the top decks that you've mentioned? Like any specific situation that you feel like you really knew you had a good chance at becoming the world champion right there?
I think I started the tournament 2, I remember, and I ended Swiss 6-1. Obviously getting first seed at that point, but I actually lost to my top 4 opponent in the third round of Swiss in that tournament. I got 2-0'd in 10 minutes because the match just was so bad. But I mean, we did the reverse sweep in top 4, and I remember whenever they went first with Trevenant could item lock your opponent on turn 1 going first. and they won the coin flip. And I was like, well, guys, and I made the judges laugh at the table because I went, well, we're going to be done in 10 minutes. But we were done in 20, and it was to my favorite that we finished that quickly.
Now, back then, you were a senior player, right? Now, you're a pre-decorated Masters player. You're also a caster, right? So you're incursing in that. So tell us, this year we have the World Championships in San Francisco once again. Are you feeling like competing? If you were offered the opportunity to cast, would you cast it? Like, what's going through your mind in trying to balance this competitive versus caster gig that you have right now?
I think I would pick casting if I had the choice between those two. I still do have to lock up that invite, obviously. I'm looking pretty good for invite in Europe currently. I've got to play 2 tournaments. I've phase 2'd twice. Nice. Did pretty good at local so far, but I think we'll take it at that point if I get the opportunity to. And at the very least, I want to make sure that I get the invitation. So if the opportunity arises, I could choose between those two, where I think nowadays I've gone more into a role. If I wanted to cast, I want to pass the torch on a little bit more, and kind of show the insights that I can give to the game. But regardless of whatever, I just want to make sure that I am in San Francisco, whether that be competing, whether that be casting. I want to be there, and I want to have a party.
Celebrate, yeah, of course. I mean, becoming world champion is no easy feat, right? Well, thanks so much, Jesper. It's lovely to hear your story, and I'm sure we'll be hearing it plenty more throughout the weekend. Thank you so much, and let's get back to the desk for more Pokemon action.
Oh, the legends are told of the heroes who won the hearts of the world. They were born champions. The deeds were well known, and the word of them spread, and they vanquished their foes. Wherever they tread, they came for the glory, they went for the fame. They go down in the books, we'll remember their names. You can tell as they fight, my look in their eyes. They came to win, they came to be immortalized. 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 Immortalized.
Well, the 2026 season is having its first international championship, and we're here in Sao Paulo competing for those huge amounts of CP, prize money, and glory to try and become the LAIC champion. And what better way to do it than a previous 2-time LAIC champion in the seniors division? Gabriel Fernandez is rising to the top to try and do the three-peat.
Versus Lucas Singh, the Sing God on Gardevoir Jellicent. We saw this matchup yesterday with Gardevoir Jellicent taking down Charizard, but is Gabriel going to be able to show a little bit of a different path than we saw yesterday?
Well, 2 different builds. That's the advantage of Charizard EX now, is there's lots of different ways to play it, whether you play with the Dusknoir or without, as well as all those other supporting Pokemon that could help in the matchup. And I think one thing that's for sure is Gabriel Fernandez has built a consistent list. He likes to opt for those more safe approaches rather than the aggressive list that we saw from Owen Kammerman that was denied by Jellicent. But as we get into the game, the players are putting out their prize cards. Anything of note to kick things off?
Well, typically in Charizard, it doesn't hurt to prize rare candy, but when you're playing 2 rare candies in your list, that may be putting a bit of a break on it.
And actually on the other side, that Technical Machine Devolution could be the strategy that Lucas would want to go for. Depends on how the match pans out, but a Frillish as well, often wanting to combine 2 Frillish throughout the strategy, rotating between them. That could be a factor there, so definitely Lucas going to have to adapt the first line strategy into Charizard, but so much of it comes down to how Gabriel sets up, who is currently 10-0, might I add. Going into today was the only player on EXO. Lucas now 9-1 in a great position too.
Yeah, seeing a 10-0 player is not something we do every single tournament. Just seeing a 9-0 player is not something we see every tournament, even an 8-0. But here, Gabriel Fernandez, 10-0, going into Lucas Singh. and we are off.
Well, let's see how this first turn goes for Gabriel, who'll be kicking off the play with a Tatsugiri, a great attractor of customers in the active spot, finding that Professor Turo scenario. And is that going to be it for Gabriel? Have you got more in that hand? There is a Pidgey there, just having the decision as to what goes down in this early stage. Let's talk a bit about Charizard. What is the game plan here for Charizard EX as a deck?
The game plan for Charizard, get Pidgeot into play. That's going to search through your cards and get Charizard into play. That's going to be your attacker. The simplest of approaches is what Gabriel has decided to go for in this game here. Now going for the Ultra Ball, discarding what looks like a Monkey Dory and an Iono, going for the Charmander. Lucas starting Frillish is fantastic for him, being able to Oceanic Gloom, which means a part of Gabriel's strategy has to be that technical machine evolution. Otherwise, we're going to be seeing issues on Gabriel's side.
Well, you alluded to it before. Only 2 rare candy in Gabriel's list. So not wanting to go down that route typically, looking to try and use the technical machine evolution. But by going first, we'll have a tougher time setting up under item lock in their second turn. You can see the prize cards here. That technical machine devolution and the Frillish there could change Lucas's game plan quite significantly, which will be something we'll be able to talk about as he starts to set up. But starting the Frillish is the dream start when you're playing it into a deck that relies on stage 2. So Lucas will be happy with that starter. Tatsugiri, a great starter for Gabriel. So both players here looking pretty confident.
Both players are having good starts, and Gabriel typically wants to be going second with that Charizard Pidgeot deck. Although whenever you're getting Pidgey and you get in Charmander going first on that first turn, you'd be thinking that's all right.
For sure, and there you go. The Charmander at the end of this deck search for Gabriel will be going to the bench. And one thing that's for sure, when you see a player who's 10-0 at tournament, you often ask the question, have you solved the meta? Have you come up with a deck that is beating the format? And yes, this is Charizard EX, which we're very familiar with, but recently the most successful Charizard lists have often played Dust Noir. But Gabriel opting to go for a more consistent approach, not having that modifying Curse Blast.
Gabriel potentially just wanting to go into the archive of decks, played the same Charizard variant previously, and I think it was the NAIC last season in the seniors division. He won with this typical variant of Charizard, playing Monkey Dory instead, also going for the same setup in terms of 2 technical machine evolutions and 2 rare candies. It's nothing new, and I mean, why fix something that's working, right? And in Gabriel's case here, 10-0 on top of the tournament.
Why not? And I think that's another thing to note in this current format is play the decks you're familiar with. And you mentioned Gabriel Fernandez has played this deck, won NAIC with a Charizard list last year in seniors, and very much familiar with these dark type attackers. Recently been opting to go for N Zolrock more often, but now going back to old faithful of Charizard. Tatsugiri will be attacked there for 20 damage. The Frillish denying items, Oceanic Gloom, but not going to deny that Lily's Determination. A fresh 8 cards for Gabriel.
A fresh 8, and what are we going to be able to see here from that? Is there going to be coming any support, any technical machine evolution, any Pidgeotto, any Charmeleon? That is a question that we have to be asking Gabriel now.
I mean, the question we've got to ask Lucas on the other side is, where's the Ralts? If you're playing Gardevoir, you often want to be seeing your main evolution line that unlocks your deck. Charmeleon can naturally evolve at this stage, attract customers as well. And there's that Unfair Stamp Ace spec, which is definitely a uniquer option when it comes to Charizard. Was very much part of the deck early on, but has become less and less of a choice. So Lucas not having the best start there, does get the item lock off, but no Ralts. The hand is full of energy and has a Mew there. Can't even discard cards down to get access to that Mew EX to draw cards. So very much in favor of Gabriel at this point.
And when you're speaking of that, you know, Ralts not getting on the bench, it goes to show, we've seen this in Las Vegas last week as well, Henry Child playing 2 Ralts. Lucas Singh do exactly the same. We're seeing the same Stixies we've featured previously with this Child group list. And yeah, the Gardevoir line is a 2-1-2. Heavily relying on Rare Candy. Not super good against item locking decks, but in this case, it's not item lock we're playing against. Although, unfortunate part of when you're having 2 Ralts, less Ralts equals, well, again, last chance of getting it on your first turn. But beyond that, no supporter on the first turn as well, not even any other parts of the setup.
Yeah, Lucas not having the best start here at all. Normally you're fine with a pretty simple setup behind that Frillish, but the Frillish didn't really deny too much as Charmeleon came out for Gabriel Fernandez, and that's often enough to get things going next turn. Has the Pheasantipity down as well, so what do you get off the top of the deck here, Lucas? A big moment right now. Is it something you can play this turn?
Mystery Garden, that is technically playable. We can be playing some cards down from our hand to draw more, but is that gonna net us enough cards?
Well, doing the maths now, the Dark Energy, Mystery Garden, 3 cards in hand, so this will just draw 1 card after discarding a Psychic Energy. Is it a supporter?
No.
I don't think so. This is just not ideal for Lucas at this stage. You know, low hand size in combination with that restart of Mew EX is great, but not when you're trying to set up. So we'll just be Professor Turo scenarioing that Mew EX to try and reset it. Gets another restart off, but not much going on. Just another item lock with Oceanic Gloom for 20. Over to Gabriel Fernandez. We'll just be starting with that Artisan. Holding on to that last turn, very smart to deny it from Lucas. Now can start setting up wide.
Also having that Lily's Determination in hand already from that Attract Customers last turn, meaning getting into the Charizard is going to be an easier ask, although only playing 2. So it's dependency of do we get into it or not. Getting that Lily's Determination again of the Attract Customers, and yeah, Attachment of Energy to guarantee the retreat or the TM Evolution, and then using the Lilies. And yeah, the target here, getting Charizard. If we get Charizard out, while there being no Ralts on Lucas' board, no additional Frillish, no setup at all, then we're just going to be able to push ahead.
I think Gabriel Fernandez was trying to get an Arven off of that Attract Customers to find the Technical Machine Evolution. Happy for a slower turn. Just wants to try and find that Charizard EX here. Doesn't find it off of the first 6 of the Lilies. We'll get another 2. Is there a Charizard there? Doesn't look like there will be, but Technical Machine Evolution will allow Gabriel Fernandez to get into that Pidgeot EX in combination with the Pidgeotto Evolution.
Getting that into that Pidgeotto, already having the Pidgeot in hand, can go ahead and say Technical Machine Evolution for Charmeleon, for Pidgeot. Now the Pidgeot's on board, which means Charizard is going to be coming next turn. Lucas, what can you even muster up here?
Well, no Ralts in play, so really limited in options. The Oceanic Gloom hasn't slowed down Gabriel enough. Now Lucas will have to try and find a different route into this game, and it might almost be too late at this point, because once those Charizard EX start swinging, they have so much control over the matchup because of that Dark-type weakness on all of Lucas's Pokemon.
I do have to add here, Mike, this is the first time Lucas gets to search the deck even.
Yeah, might even find that that Technical Machine Devolution being prized and the other Frillish being prized might make this all a bit too much at this stage. Lucas hasn't got to 9-1-0 by conceding games that look like he was out of it. He's definitely come back from some behind positions. But Gabriel just looks far too set up at this stage.
Although getting these comebacks, making these comebacks are what Gardevoir is built to by far. Able to set up a board with multiple Monkey Dories and using Jelly Set and Devolution, although with missing resources on Lucas's side, no setup until now. It's just getting harder and harder and harder, although we still have, 40 minutes and a little chunk left to go. But when Charizard comes into play next turn, Lucas doesn't have any direct way of responding to it. There could be that Mind Bend from the Monkey Dory, but we do have to see what we get off the Mew, and it's just going to be a Braver Charm and a concession.
Yeah, it looked like it was all too much to come back into this game, and Lucas recognizes that early, giving them plenty of time to finish this best of 3. Gabriel going ahead early in this best of 3, 1-0, and it was thanks to that early strong setup into Lucas having a slow start.
Yeah, and Gabriel Fernandez, one step closer to our asymmetrical top cut for this international championships, potentially defending the title now that we had Miloslav not too greatly after yesterday, but maybe the senior champion ages up and becomes the Masters champion.
I mean, that would be a first, wouldn't it? A 3-time LAIC champion across 2 age divisions. Likes to create records, likes to create history, does Gabriel. Last season, the story of the perfect season was denied at the final hurdle with that World Finals just missing out for Guan Liao, but here is trying to really redeem himself in the Masters division. Already has a second place at a regional, a top 8 at a regional, and at his first Masters International Championship is looking to try and go all the way as the only player currently on EXO, and has been for the last 2 rounds, really making a statement at the level this guy can play.
Yeah, and what a level that is indeed. 10-0 says everything that you need to know here. And 1 game up, getting close to that, 11-0. And speaking of when we're playing 14 Swiss rounds in total, something we typically say X and 2, which means that 12 games, 12 rounds win, that's enough to get into the asymmetrical top cut typically.
This is our Swiss round 11. We had 9 yesterday, 8 in phase 1, and we've kicked things off today with 2 amazing matches. The first match, definitely one to go watch if you missed it, as there was some incredible gameplay as the prize cards go out for both players, and it will be likely Gabriel to go first here. Starting Pheasantipity, attach, pass. Not so good there in the secret box for Lucas on the other side.
Just like playing Grimstall, Mike, starting secret box means we get to play the game. And yes, Lucas is going to go ahead and use the secret box. It's going to be nothing like the game 1 we saw from Lucas' side, actually being able to have options this time.
And when you have that Frillish, you build your deck around being able to get it into the active spot. And as we see the prize cards here, I mean, the 2 Monkey Dory, not ideal for Lucas. The Rare Candy and the Curly are not ideal. But on the other side, a little flash of a stroke of brilliance, maybe the Gouging Fire in answer to Cornerstone, as well as 2 of those middle evolutions, which when you're against an item locking deck are so key, as well as that Technical Machine evolution.
Yeah, it means that when you're playing 2 Charmeleon, 2 Pidgeotto, 2 Technical Machine evolution, half of your outs to that are gone. And it just means it gets harder for Gabriel to get this set up on the upcoming turn. Didn't see what Gabriel had in hand exactly, and that's going to be interesting to see whether or not we can get that Technical Machine evolution going. And looking from the perspective of that, I really wanted to see what that back card is.
Not much going on there. And for these Frillish players, they find a way to retreat the active for free, so you can attach and use that Frillish turn 1. And for Lucas, that option is the Latias EX. Not having the Air Balloon, which you sometimes see in these decks to try and get into it. So does need to find a way to get Latias EX and the Frillish out. And not only does the item lock deny rare candies, but it denies a lot of the ways to get Pokemon into play for Gabriel Fernandez.
You know what, Mike, here the secret box can just get you straight into some of these combo pieces to get that Latias, get that Frillish, get the attachment, Oceanic Gloom right away.
Ooh, getting rid of the rare candy there. Doesn't want to get rid of the energy in hand because we'll need that to attach to the Frillish.
Yeah, but Mike, that's going to mean that Lucas is not going to be able to get a Gardevoir into play.
Oh, really? That's an interesting decision at this stage. Has the Curlier and the Rare Candy prize.
It is free Rare Candy, though, so it's 1 Rare Candy left, but discarding one of the only 2 Rare Candy remaining in the deck, having prized that singular Curlia. This Gardevoir deck has been breaking some of the boundaries we've been seeing previously. Previously, we had seen Technical Machine Evolution, 2 Curlia, free 2/2 Gardevoir lines with 2 Rare Candy. In this case, it's 2/1/2 with triple Rare Candy and only having 1 Rare Candy left now.
That Nest Ball looking to try and get the Latias EX for the Skyliner ability, allowing you to retreat any of your basic Pokemon for free. And in combination with that Ultra Ball, we'll be able to find the Frillish. So has that item lock turn 1, and it doesn't really get much better than that. Oh, yes, it does. Lily's Determination.
And Lily's Determination, and smartly so using that Ultra Ball, discarding the Artisan. One thing you don't want to be giving Gabriel is a way to get into this game. And how do you do that? Discard the Artisan, not giving Gabriel any way to step into this game.
Well, the juxtaposition between game 1 and game 2 here. It was Lucas top decking his way through the first few turns last time, and Gabriel setting up perfectly, and I think that might be the opposite story here based off of this first turn. Lucas still gets to see 8 more cards after having that secret box. Has the combination already to get an Oceanic Gloom off this turn, and now just trying to find any other ways to set up. Did you find a routes there? I don't think so, so denied that, but should be fine anyway based off of how this first turn's gone.
Oceanic, the objective here was to use Oceanic Gloom. Hit that objective. Yes, could have been hitting the routes, but that's going to be an assignment for next turn then. but at least we got the Oceanic Gloom going, denying Buddy Buddy Puffin, Nest Balls, etc. for the setup here. And Gabriel is just going to be in a world of hurt. We do see a Lily's Determination. That was the back card I saw in that hand. An attachment to the Serendipity. You may be thinking, is it time for Cruel Arrow? Yes.
I mean, that might be the only attacker Gabriel's able to set up early on. And without that Ralts down, not threatening a knockout on the Serendipity next turn. So Serendipity, yes, it's there for the flip the script, but Cruel Arrow, a great attack too.
And a great attack when we're thinking about, well, it knocks out Frillish in one hit. It also can be knocking out that Ralts that Lucas puts on a bench. And Frillish, even if you put a Bravery Charm to it, is not going to be surviving a Cruel Arrow due to its weakness.
Well, what an interesting game we're about to see here. Do you know what? It's not the first time we've seen this. I think the game we saw previously on stream where Owen Kammerman played against Henry Chow with the exact same matchup, he opted to power up his Serendipity X there too, as he had a slow start. And is there going to be any of those basics? Not able to get them with the Buddy Buddy Puffin, but does have a singular Pidgey and that Tatsugiri, but no Charmander to start building that up at this stage.
But there's a Fire Energy in Gabriel's hand, which means that the Cruel Arrow is likely going to become the reality heading into next turn.
As it goes back to Lucas, what did you get in this hand? I mean, a huge hand of cards, plenty of options. It's really just about getting that Ralts down. The rare candy, the last rare candy in the deck is there. So we'll look to, I don't know, at this stage. Well, needs to find the Ralts. That's not a guaranteed way to find it.
That is the only way you could draw cards with, Mike. That is what you have to be doing here as Lucas. Lucas has to be finding Ralts, has to be finding additional Pokemon here, and Triple Lily is going to help it with the next turn, but the Ultra Ball was so important getting that into hand this turn, at least attempting to get some kind of a setup going.
Well, with just one Ralts going down, that will mean that Serendipity Cruel Arrow, if attained by Gabriel in the next turn, will be able to deny that Ralts in play. And so the Oceanic Gloom will come through. Is there an energy for you, Gabriel? If there is, this is a completely different game right now.
We started off thinking that the Oceanic Gloom is just going to shut Gabriel right out of there, but what the best players are able to do is take some of these, you know, off-the-wall attackers, thinking that Serendipity is only there for support. No, no, no. Here, it's going to become the main attacker.
Well, let's see, as the Technical Machine Evolution is taken, allowing Gabriel to evolve, but will he choose to set up here or go for the attack with Cruel Arrow? This is where those unusual scenarios you find yourself in as a top player, it's those who are able to see the unusual routes that rise to the top, and Cruel Arrow was not the attack we're expecting to see announced in Game 2, but it just happened to be that way for Gabriel, starting off with it as the only attacking option. And with the item lock, any other attacker will take some time to prepare.
You've been saying only attacking option, but also the perfect attacking option when we're thinking there's only one Ralts on the bench and there's no protection in something like a Shaman or anything like that. And getting the bench that Monkey Dory, well, if the Oceanic Gloom is just doing 20 a turn, Monkey Dory may well be a real thing. But yeah, knockout on Ralts, Cruel Arrow getting some action, and Lucas to start off with Night Stretcher into Lily.
Well, hopefully find 2 Ralts here for sure, as that is a big factor in this next turn. Even Cruel Arrow taking another knockout, putting Gabriel as far ahead as possible, could put him in a great spot to slowly evolve up that Charizard and the Pidgeot over a few turns. You know, that is the perfect attacker. You mentioned it, but it cannot be overstated how well Gabriel is dealing with this unusual start. There is no Ralts yet. I don't think there's another Ralts there, you know. Yeah, no other Ralts in that hand, so Lucas is only going to be stuck with a singular Ralts once again.
We could potentially see the Jellicent getting in, attachment there, although that doesn't mean we have a true item lock going. It means Gabriel can get out of it with something like a Boss's Orders, and we can still get to Cruel Arrow. Charmander getting into play, but again, there's only one Ralts in play. Cruel Arrow is still going to be able to take out these Ralts.
100%. And now things have changed as the damage has accelerated thanks to that Jellicent. And you now can no longer use that Technical Machine Evolution as it denies tools as well, thanks to the Oceanic Curse ability. And it will just be a Cruel Arrow onto the Ralts. Another knockout for Gabriel, but the Charmander going down was a key factor in that turn.
A key factor indeed, doing that although we don't see any Boss's Orders, we don't see the combination of Rare Candy, Charizard, Boss's Orders in the hand of Gabriel. But what do we see here? Just an Arven off the top deck?
I mean, that 10 HP remaining on that Pheasantipity, just the perfect amount. But no Ralts came down that last turn, so Attract Customers here will allow Gabriel to find a Boss's Orders, and that's going to open up all of these items. Boss's Orders onto any of those bench Pokemon will turn off the Oceanic Curse of the Jellicent, as it only works when it's in the active spot.
All of them having free retreat. This is like playing Hex Maniac on a Trevenant back in the day, giving that item log a boot. And now it's for Gabriel to put these team evolutions into play. Not only does the Oceanic Curse lock down these item cards, we have to remember it also lockdowns to tool cards. And now here we're going to be able to see Ultra Ball into Pidgeotto. Technical Machine Evolution is going to be able to evolve Charmander, Pidgeotto, Buddy Puffin for an additional Charmander here. Now Gabriel is going to be starting to run away with this game.
And with no Ralts down, Lucas will not be able to build up damage on his side of the board and use that Monkey Dory. There's so many things here that denying that Ralts has pushed Gabriel into the lead further and further. And this turn here, that Tatsugiri finding the boss was the key factor to allow him to get ahead. But there is a few things we have to factor in here. But once you've got that Pidgeot in play, it makes it so much easier to find those combination pieces.
There's a reason why Pidgeot is one of the best abilities in the game and has been for a while now. Searching any card you want. We were talking about it last game. We've been talking about this game too. When you get Charizard into play against these Gardevoir decks, that's when you get to see the acceleration of the game state. How do you get into the Charizard? Well, if you can just quick search for it, you've got it easy. Now we see for the second time, Night Search onto Ralts. Will Lucas be able to keep that in play this time around?
Well, by going back into the Jellicent, you are denying abilities, but it does mean you've now got a 2-prizer in the active. So if a Charizard is found this turn, which Quick Search from Pidgeot is an ability, we'll be able to do so. It's now down to looking at those Fire Energy. One part of Charizard is it can self-accelerate the Fire Energy from the deck. But how many Fire Energy does Gabriel play? It's 5.
5 energies, and so far we've been seeing 3 of them get rid of, which means we can get to use 1 Infernal Rain for maximum value. No fires are prized, and Swipless Skip is going to be able to see if we get any. Now, Quick Search can always get you to Charizard. Charizard, 1-hit knockouts Jellicent, no matter how many prizes are drawn, due to it also having that Darkness weakness. That's great. Then Gabriel goes down to 2 prize cards. And yet there's also a Latias on the bench. And if you get a Charizard going this turn, and you can just quick search for a Boss's Orders next turn, and that means you have 4 prizes laying there waiting for you with 4 prizes remaining.
In this situation, do you just deny the Ralts once again? Is that the strategy? Or is it more important just to accelerate towards a win condition?
In this spot here, if we're thinking about how Lucas will be able to win this game, if we just start accelerating away, this Monkey Dory here is the one that can go ahead and say, okay, Mind Bend on Charizard for confusion, yet there's Jet Energies in Gabriel's deck being able to bypass that confusion totally. And if we can get into Jet Energy and then a Boss's Orders on this next turn after potentially knocking out just the Jellicent, then we've been able to knock out the Latias. And those 2 would just give you your last remaining 4 prizes.
Now we see the Charizard EX evolving and allowing Fire Energy to be brought into play with Infernal Rain. Search your deck for up to 3 basic Fire Energy cards and attach them to your Pokemon in any way you like. Typically 2 go onto the Charizard, but you can, if you've got extra energy, which I don't think Gabriel has in this situation, attach more. And now that Charizard EX with 330 HP, Dark-type attacker, and the Pheasantipity being picked up with the Professor Turo scenario, this board looks incredible. And we'll take a 2-prize knockout, putting Gabriel 1 knockout away from victory. And that is the Jellicent going down. Lucas has a lot to do. Can he do it here?
Right now, it looks like Lucas has a mountain to climb. Draws another Ralts. Has that Curlia in hand after having drawn that from the prize cards. It does look like this turn is going to be a Mind Bend. And then there's 2 cards to get it for Gabriel here in that case. There's no supporter in hand for Lucas. That hand is just not giving anything away. And here, if we see a Jet Energy, if we see a Boss's Orders, then it doesn't matter. We see the Mind Bend here. Gabriel, do you have it?
Well, it does have the Jet Energy.
There's a Boss's Orders!
Boss's Orders in hand in combination with the Jet Energy, and Gabriel Fernandez will take down our round 11 match and goes to 11-0 here at LAIC.
11 wins and 11 chances that opponents had to dethrone Gabriel, but this time we see him, the tournament top dog, the boss of the tournament, and one of the favorites to take down this Masters Division title. Gabriel 11-0 and on the brink of reaching that asymmetrical top cut at this edition's LAIC.
A previous LAIC champion twice over in the seniors division started his tournament run off playing against Miloslav, who was our previous LAIC champion. So from the off has had tough opponents and has just continually beaten them over and over again. This Charizard pick, an amazing choice, having that fire type attacker for the most popular deck in the room, Golden Go, but the dark type attack from Charizard into Gardevoir is so key.
And going into this game, we've been seeing two vastly different games here. Cruel Arrow here in game 2 just take out Ralts. And it kept on going again and again. Lucas was never able to get 2 Ralts into play. Night Stretcher Ralts, Cruel Arrow again. And this Jellicent keep it on attacking. At least Lucas in this game got the Jellicent going. Nothing much happened in game 1. Taking a few knockouts here and there, but it ended up being that the star of the show in this specific turn was going to be Charizard taking out that Jellicent.
And with the dark type weakness, you don't even have to build up prize cards from your opponent. You always take the knockouts on all of your opponents. And Gabriel just feels on top of the world right now. He's playing in his home region at the first international championship of his Masters career. The very event he's won multiple times, and he's continuing to do so. I feel that there's a bit of something special going on with him at this event. This is his home ground and his most successful tournament historically.
It's creating a hometown hero effect, building up a fort here in Sao Paulo, born in Sao Paulo, raised in Sao Paulo, winning in Sao Paulo, everything in one.
And his brother's doing well here as well. I think that's something we often talk about at these tournaments, how great it is to see pairs of brothers succeeding. And what better way to do it than coming into the Masters Division, having experienced Masters level gameplay for so long. I think his first cup he played at the Masters Division, he won as well. You know, just from the off has shown why he can compete with the very best. A previous world champion like yourself in the seniors division, but it is a completely different game once you go into the Masters.
It is a completely different game. The sizes of the tournament are multiplied by many. Although the level of the top seniors, as we've been seeing, Gabriel shows that, and with that level getting up from his seniors, getting from seniors to masters, maybe seeing like a big shift in the level, although it hasn't quite been. Gabriel has been the main benefactor of such a high level we've been seeing in seniors for the past couple of seasons. And even, you know, we have upcoming seniors that still playing seniors right now. They're going to be aging up come after Worlds next time. And it's great that we constantly do see these seniors aging up into masters and then having success right off the go, not even needing any seasons to, you know, kind of get into the groove of the Masters Division.
Well, fair play to Lucas Singh. 9-2 now, still in with a chance of making that top cut. But one player who I think is pretty secured now in top cut is Gabriel. Juancho, let's find out how he's feeling.
Thanks, Mike. Juancho Sedana here, and I'm joined by, you know, last year we would call him the best senior in the world. But this year, I think it's just safe to say one of the best players in the world, Gabriel Fernandez. Gabriel, 11-0 at LAIC. Your first IC as a master. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling amazing. There's not a better result than 11-0, and I hope I can continue this streak. I mean, I'm playing my favorite deck, so that is a bonus for me.
Definitely playing your favorite deck. First IC of the season, 11-0. It sounds perfect. You couldn't have written it better. Okay, you've been playing it perfectly here. Can you tell us about your deck, though? Why the deck choice for this this weekend?
Okay, so my deck kind of struggles into like the bad tables, into the most meta decks and the best tables. There's like a bunch of Jelly Guardies, Godango that did really well in Gdansk. So my deck is really good into those matchups. And I did pair against 6 Gardevoir Jellicents and I beat them all. I beat Miloslav in stream round 1 too, so my deck is just doing what it's supposed to do, and I'm hitting my matchups.
I like it. So we're eating a lot of jelly this weekend, and again, as long as you avoid the bottom tables, you'll be fine. And obviously, at 11-0, you're only gonna be facing the best of the best, and you're definitely prepared. Tell us about your prep into this weekend, though. What did you do to prepare?
Okay, so on Thursday, I was gonna play Pultzard. I was kind of locked into Pultzard, but the deck kind of just got bodied in testing, and then it was like 9 p.m. I was just tired. I didn't want to play anymore, so I felt like just bringing the Zard, and the matchup spread is really cool. Like I think Stamp is the best ace pack of all time, in my opinion. I kind of use it in every deck mostly, and it is good in those bottom tables too, but it's very good in those top tables too. I mean, when a Gardevoir takes the KO, you have the Stamp. The Godango, when they try to avoid Chiyu plays, the Stamp is really good. And I've seen the list before with Max Belt, Heroescape, and my list always ran the Stamp. So I was pretty confident on the deck, and it is showing pretty well. Yeah,
it is showing pretty well. Unfair Stamp. Again, not something you expect. I mean, Charizard is in itself, that's something you really, really expect. So it's that double whammy, right? With that, though, now that you're 11-0, can you tell me what your mindset is at? Like, what's going through your mind now that you're in this position?
So I need probably one tie to make it to cut, but I'm pretty sure I cannot ID because I would get down paired. So I'll try to go for the 12-0 now. And I mean, I'm prepared. I think I have the best deck here. And yeah, I just hope the luck goes my way.
I like it. So for folks at home that don't know, Gabriel Fernandez is actually our LAIC champion last season in the senior division. Now you're coming in as your first-year master. Great record. Can you tell me what the difference been like? You know, how's that transition been going from playing as a senior to now as a master?
No disrespect to senior players. Of course, they have a great level as well. But I feel like Masters is much more difficult. It's just more rounds, you get tired. Like at the last round of yesterday, my mind was already blown. Like I couldn't think straight. So I think that transition, the first year I might get used to in the future, but right now it's really tiring for me. And the level of the players, also at the top tables, it's much better. I feel like you see all those players like Henry Chow at the top tables, my brother who is battling him now, Brent Tonison. So yeah, I think that transition is really hard.
It makes sense. I mean, you just add like thousands of players into the pool and so many more rounds. It is definitely a test of endurance, these ICs, the big regionals. But hey, you're handling it perfectly. You've aged up gracefully. With that, though, just a couple more questions for you. You mentioned your brother is doing really well. I want to do something fun. Is there something you want to tell your brother while he's playing, maybe when he watches this back?
I want to say, my brother, just first, thank you for all the testing and all the discussions we have. But if I face you in cut, you're not going to have a chance. I'm going to beat you. So the matchup is pretty bad, but I have more aura than you. And that's it. Hopefully I don't face him because I'm a little scared of Zoroark. That's probably my worst matchup, but because it's him, I believe I can beat it.
I'm sorry, but I'm wishing the exact opposite. I want to see the Fernandez brothers showdown here at LAIC. I'm sure everyone wants to see that. With that, though, anyone you want to shout out before I let you go?
I want to shout out my friends from MFT who test with me, my family who's always here supporting me, and my brother who's also playing here.
Amazing stuff, Gabriel. Thank you so much. With that, though, there's still a lot more Pokemon action. We're going to throw it back to the desk.
Well, lovely bit of insight there. His favorite deck taking him to great success here, as well as his brother having the worst matchup in the room. You wonder if that's happened in testing at home. You know, if you're going to play that deck, the only deck I can beat you with is this one. So maybe a little bit of home testing bias there.
It must have happened at least once or twice going up. But we see it again. It's the effect of the Fernandez brothers testing it together and figuring out And typically we're thinking, well, they're brothers, they'll be playing the same deck, but no, they do each have decks to their own liking. In this case, Vinicius Fernandez also in contention for our asymmetrical top cut coming later today, but it's all depending on, as said, playing against Henry Chow, but playing, you know, a good matchup into Henry Chow potentially. And I mean, maybe we get to see the Fernandez brothers showdown. Juancho definitely wants to be seeing it.
Yeah, I think we all do.
And then we get to see a bit of friendly rivalry, but I mean, not just friendly rivalry, real rivalry maybe taking its first few steps.
Well, as a previous LAIC champion in the seniors division, some interesting remarks around the difference between masters and seniors. You know, when you aged up, it was a different era. The tournaments weren't quite as big as they are now. But you can imagine for a senior going from 200 players into a tournament with over 2,000 players, it's quite a different experience.
It is definitely a different experience getting into it. People are older. When I aged up, I was 15 getting into Masters Division. I mean, back then, it was 15 and up, but now it's 16 and up. And Gabriel going as a 16-year-old, potentially playing people that have been playing for longer than he's been alive. And that would be in the case that if I played against Gabriel, that would be the exact case there. But again, showing such great talent is what it means. And Gabriel is showing that regardless of if he's playing as players who are more mature than himself and have been playing for longer, that he has the talent, he has the level to be able to compete with these Masters players.
For sure, and as a previous LAIC champion, we can have a little moment now to reflect on our other LAIC champions, this time in the Masters Division, as we've been pitting them all against each other in a tournament, and you guys have been getting involved and voting along. And we have one last top 8 match to go through. Our previous ones, you guys have voted in favor of Robin, Daniel, and Juan. And now we'll be looking at that last one there. So our 24 champion versus our 2018 champion. Let's talk a little bit about those decks, Jesper.
Yeah, so with Diego Rache in 2018, beating Azul Garcia Griego in the finals. I mean, Azul, a player we don't have to introduce at all. And when we get to that point off it, winning that LAIC with a Buzzhole Lycanroc deck, and yeah, playing up against Juho Kallama.
Well, if we go purely on weakness, I think Diego will win that. Juho playing Miraidon in combination with that Iron Hands EX, which was so good back then. It was the first time you got to see Iron Hands EX come through, and it was the story of the event, the amp you very much going on all around the room. Yuko, another pair of brothers. It seems to be a common story. I think that's an amazing example of a younger brother being successful too, as Juho came through on top there. A previous champion, and we've got to compare their decks. We've got to compare how they face off here. And as we like to do, we like to have a little debate, you and I. You get to choose a deck, I choose the other one to debate. And in this situation, I know the Miraidon deck a little bit better. I actually played it at EUIC, so I'm very familiar with the deck. And for you all right with the Buzzrock combination?
I mean, I played at Worlds, so yeah, surely.
Yeah, well, I'll let you kick things off and explain to the viewers at home why they should be voting for Buzzrock.
I mean, if you've seen Hop Station, a deck that you can meet on Pokemon TCG Live, doing 30 to the bench and sniping away on these tools. A deck that plays much like the same, but with that dangerous Rogue GX and the bloodthirsty eyes of the Lycanroc, being able to take out your entire setup. Didn't have Beast Ring at this time, but did have Max Elixir to be able to put a lot of energies into play, and thereby using the great attacks of Buzzhole Lycanroc, and you can pick it up as a World Championships decks. And if you can find that either online or you can find it in your local Play Store, definitely pick up one of these Buzzhole Lycanroc decks. It is a lot of fun to play.
Well, I think it sounds like it's a fun deck.
Indeed.
And I think another fun deck is Miraidon EX. I think a lot of us will have experienced the deck, having that tandem unit from Miraidon, being able to find 2 basic lightning Pokemon, putting them into play, really brings the whole deck together. And in combination with Flaffy, you're able to find a lot of those energy nice and quickly. And at this time, we had our Forest Sealstone. So we'll be able to get those any strings of lines you needed in combination with your lightning types. You had Raikou, you had Raichu, as well as many other lightning type attackers, but it was all about the Iron Hands EX with Amp You Very Much being able to take an extra prize card on a knockout, denying a lot of those evolving decks from ever getting into the game. And Electric Generator, you talk about Max Elixir, I got Electric Generator that allows me to get the lightning energy from those top 5 up to 2 lightning energy, and that's why we played so many of them. I think it's like 15 maybe 15.
You could do even worse. We've seen Miraidon is playing 18 Fire Energy, just like we've seen Robin's deck also on the graph playing 18 Fire Energy back then. And yeah, I mean, both decks are I'd say that Miraidon is the adaptation of Bustle Lycanroc. Few tools missing here and there, but comparable to how they were in their respective formats, they had the same positions. They were the aggressive deck, both of them.
Well, I remember for this LAIC where Yuho won, everyone was thinking about Roaring Moon as this aggro deck that was to worry about. People were putting grass-type techs in their deck to try and counter this deck that was supposedly going to come out and cause all of this havoc, but it was actually Miraidon with the addition of Iron Hands that really was the aggro deck to watch out for.
Are you actually just taking a swing at me? I played Atropius in my Giratina V-Star deck with that event, and how many Roaring Moons did I get to knock out? One.
Yeah.
During the entirety of the 9 rounds of Swiss I got to play in the tournament. For the rest of it, Tropius was just annoying to have.
Yeah, and I think that's what's really cool about these big events is people are preparing for them, especially when there's new formats. People are always thinking about what new decks people are going to bring along. And historically, Weakness has been a great way to counter those decks. And like you said, they're grass-type attacker, something we're very familiar with the current format. Many grass-type attackers getting value into all of these darkness Pokemon at the top. So you guys make sure you get involved and vote and choose which of those decks you think should be moving on through the tournament. It's the last of our top 8 in the community bracket here, and as the day goes on we'll be going through and letting you know the results as well as doing more of those matches, and we'll find out which historical LAIC deck is the best deck from the history. So definitely get involved and let us know your favorite decks at the moment at this event using that hashtag #PlayPokemon, as we've certainly seen some interesting innovations in the Mega Evolution format.
And not just the Mega Evolutions format, maybe also you can share a bit of your creations from the upcoming Phantasmal Flames format. I certainly do need to find my deck before Stuttgart Regionals next weekend, so yeah, go ahead and share that on our different socials.
Speaking of good decks, at this tournament, Charizard EX was just featured on stream with Gabriel's list, but we got a chance to have a look at Jackson Ford's list, which was successful previously, our winning list here, and a very different take in terms of the Dusknoir line, but ultimately it's that combination of Pidgeot EX with Charizard EX that allows it to work so seamlessly.
Yeah, and it's the difference if you're playing Dusknoir or not is the ability to play that Briar card, being able to take an additional prize card. But all the essence comes to Charizard's Burning Darkness, right? 180 damage plus 30 per prize card your opponent has taken. And Charizard, when it came out in Obsidian Flames, was one of these decks that was one of the greatest decks at making up a comeback, right? You had just a truckload of damage coming from Charizard while playing Iono, putting your opponent's hand down low, playing Dusknoir to prize control, playing that Briar. You could be taking upwards of 5 prizes in a singular turn by using Dusknoir and a bench Pokemon, using Briar and knocking out a Mega Pokemon afterwards. Thereby, you know, you could do endless amounts of things with the Charizard Pidgeot deck. The only reason that it has been kind of contained a little bit in the metagame is the very, very poor matchup into Dragon Ball Dusknoir.
Yeah, for sure. It can be a little bit clunky with those 3 evolution lines, but you have that Klefki to counter the Psyduck, as well as the Maximum Belt in combination with the Dusclops and Dusknoir to hit bigger numbers. So pretty much the whole format. And this was at Milwaukee that it won, which was an event you played at yourself, and it was the birth of Mega Absol EX was the big story of the event. But this particular version of Charizard EX has a very strong matchup into that Mega Absol deck. And so consequently, this ran the gauntlet all the way through those Gardevoirs and Mega Absols to go to the top.
It does depend on a lot of things in that matchup. Jackson did beat Tord in the top cut of that tournament, although Tord was just playing a singular fighting energy with those cornerstones. If you played Ho-Oh instead of Chi-Yu, yes, I would definitely be agreeing that the matchup into Absol and Mega Kangaskhan was really strong. Although they're really tight against each other, the Klefki being able to shut off that Psyduck and use Dusknoir, which typically you haven't been seeing Klefki and Charizard. You'd be thinking, why would you ever need that? But yeah, it's because of that Psyduck with that damp ability being able to shut off the Dusknoir. And you need some kind of counters to do that when we're talking about prize card manipulation, damage in play manipulation, and finally that Briar.
Yeah, it's certainly hard with the Cornerstone to find those answers, but there are ways with the Dusknoir, with the Chi-Yu, even the 100 HP Charmeleon can attack, but it's all quite resource intense. So certainly an interesting matchup. The Maximum Belt certainly helping out when it comes to those non-ability attackers. But a very strong performance there from Jackson, winning that regional, securing a Worlds invite thanks to this list. And what's really cool about it is we've seen Hermione in Europe getting 2 top 8s with Secret Box. You can see this list from Jackson has the maximum belt. And today we saw Gabriel with that unfair stamp. Not only that, we saw Owen Cameraman yesterday on stream playing Hero's Cape. So just the singular ace spec can vary so much from Charizard list to Charizard list. It really opens up the different lines based off of how you build the deck.
And previously, we've even been seeing Charizard sometimes be playing Precious Trolley, running the entirety of the gauntlet of ace specs in this deck. And yeah, with Hermione also getting to play something like Mew to potentially also have a bit of a out to both Cornerstone, Mask Ogre Pawn, and Crustle in that you being able to use the genome hacking and copy their attacks going into them. And yeah, a lot of these different players have had a lot of different spins, and all of these spins have been equally successful. And that's why when we're playing this game, yet time again and again, it's depending on, you know, people's comfortability with the deck and people's skill level that decides, and not necessarily just the list.
Well, if you want to get involved in your local scene, you can play this Charizard deck we've just shown to you on stream, a regional winning Charizard deck. You can even go buy that League Battle deck and get access to most of those cards. Make sure you find an event near you. You can scan this QR code on screen right now and get involved in your local scene.
And if you want to get involved in your local scene, yeah, as said, scan the QR code. But also, if you have a friend who decides to buy that Charizard League Battle deck, you can potentially just go ahead and buy the Dragapult League Battle deck and have a fun time into them.
Yeah, I mean, that's the beauty of the game right now. So much access to these top decks. All the information is out there. We share with you so many of these archetypes, and you can get involved on live and really get practice in, and that's what a lot of these top players are doing. But really, the fun of Pokemon comes when you're playing in person and you get to meet like-minded people. You know, we're very lucky that we've met a lot of our friends and local community through our local events. I was very fortunate to set up my current local and get to play there every single week. So shout out to all of those locals out there who are watching along with the stream right now.
And shout out to my locals who I've been with since, yeah, I was 6 years old, right? And I mean, still with them 18 years later. And you grow up via Pokemon, or you can definitely do that when you're starting young. And I mean, in your case, Mike, you played a bit when you were younger, then came back to the game and found your locals again. And one thing I do think that most locals have in common, if not all of them, is that they're so welcoming towards new players. Or if you played the game before, everyone is so welcoming because at the end of the day, it's about one thing, our love for the same game.
Yeah, one of my favorite things to do whenever I've moved house is go onto that exact link and find the nearest store and pop along the first week of moving to a new city. So definitely get involved. And we mentioned about playing online as well. It's a great place for many of our players to practice. And by you being on this stream, we want to give you something back so that when you're playing online, you can also bling out your decks with these wonderful accessories. So you've got those beautiful Mega Venusaur LAIC 2026 accessories. That coin is fantastic, but really, it's that swag jacket that you can pop onto your character to really bling out, as well as some cards that you can get just by watching along on Twitch.
And I do also mention the Full Art Dawn, right? And imagine, like, when we get to see that in Phantasmal Flames, such great support for these evolution decks. And we can already get testing with the Phantasmal Flames that's even legal on Pokemon TCG Live. And as you mentioned that, you know, swag it as a swag jacket. On top of that, we can also be getting some Phantasmal Flames booster packs. We love opening booster packs IRL. You can also get to open some on Pokemon TCG Live with that code you see on screen now, LAIC 26 Phantasmal Flames, and you get yourself some booster packs.
And it will be tournament legal next weekend, so for you who are tuning into Stuttgart next weekend, you'll be able to see our top players competing with the new set. So do get involved. I'm sure many of you have already started trying out some of these new archetypes. There's going to be some new cards to improve the consistency of our current archetypes. Just Charizard, which we've been talking about, has some new pieces with the new Charizard line, so definitely worth checking out. So redeem those now. But it's not just the TCG here at the LAIC. We have all sorts of other Pokemon action going on. And so definitely get involved with the video game. And this is something that I think people need to look into. If you ever want to try playing the video game, at every single one of these ICs, we give away a Pokemon from the previous IC Champions team. And this time it's going to be that Whimsicott with Tailwind. And you can use the code LAIC26 Tailwind with the eyes being switched for ones. Make sure you do that. And you can get your very own Whimsicott. And I know previously we've had so many strong Pokemon released through this method. So definitely get involved.
We get involved with all of our games. We also do have Pokemon UNITE and Pokemon GO coming up with their own drops as well. But yeah, I mean, Whimsicott is something we haven't seen in the TCG when we're speaking of that for the past 6 years. And we do see here, celebrate the 2026 Pokemon Latin America International Championships. Yes, we can get the Twitch drops with the Araquanid inspired by its Accents NAIC winning team. I was at that NAIC, sorry, and I was really inspired to see Araquanid doing good because all these off-the-wall Pokemon, they seem to be doing really great in Pokemon GO. Currently in the TCG, we don't have a really good Oranguru, but right now it seems to be running the show in Pokemon GO.
Yeah, and it's not just the Araquanid you can get your hands on. There's other goodies for you here at LAIC, as you can get your Pokemon UNITE Platinum Emblem. I've heard these are quite a way to bling out your profile, so you can watch and earn that Venusaur Platinum Emblem. Of course, Venusaur, the kind of thematic Pokemon of this event, and a lot of the players showing off their amazing competitors' playmats here. But if you're into UNITE, you can get that Venusaur Platinum Emblem.
Yeah, and yet again, you can also get a LAIC in-game sticker using the password below. And we made it simple for you guys. To redeem it, you just have to type in LAIC 2026.
All these goodies for you guys at home, so make sure you get involved. If you do play any of the other games, we do have the broadcast going on for those too, so you can go check those out. But here on the Pokemon TCG stream, we've just finished our round 11 action. We have round 12 coming up later on, but round 11 was quite a quick round as Gabriel won so convincingly in game 1 and 2. When it comes to these events, how important is it to have those breaks between your rounds when you get a quick win in?
Yeah, as Masters Division, and that's a difference that Gabriel forgot to mention. The difference between Seniors and Masters is that there's no lunch breaks in Masters Division. We go right hard and on it for the entirety of the day. And when you can have these games that take 10, 15, 20 minutes, you get yourself around about a half an hour break plus a little bit extra. And when you get that, it's like you'd actually get to, go get a nice cool beverage, go and relax, maybe go outside and get some fresh air. That's something that will help you a lot in maintaining that high amount of energy needed to be playing at the precision that these top players need to be playing.
Well, it's not just our current Swiss that's going on. We have another tournament, a little less serious, but our community bracket, which you guys are getting involved with and voting along. And we have the results from our previous Buzzrock versus Miraidon. And it was you, Jesper, who won with the Buzzrock. How do you feel right now? Jesper, that's the biggest win of your career, I think.
It is, and I'm about to cry and get really emotional here. When I mentioned the buzzword of Hop Station, I think a lot of online players may be thinking, hey, I played that deck and that's really nice. It does the same. Let's do that. And yeah, Buzzrock, I'm sorry to say, but Buzzrock Lycanroc was just a way better deck than Miraidon was. And
at the time, right? It's just so strong.
It was the best.
It's iconic as a combination, one that many people speak about. I wasn't playing at that time, but even I know of the history of Buzzwole in combination with Lycanroc. So a noble victory there. Miraidon, unfortunately, out the tournament. We have 4 decks still left in the tournament. So as this event carries on, we'll be voting with you guys as to which can go on to be the best LAIC deck of history.
And not only will we be finding our LAIC champions in the Juniors, Seniors, and Masters Division tomorrow, we'll also be finding out the real true champion of the caster predictions.
Yeah, well, I think it's fair to say that you and I have been enjoying the stream coverage so far. Is there any particular decks that you want to try and see on stream if possible?
I do love myself a little bit of Dragon Ball Dusknoir. Some intense mathematical action, right, is something I want to be seeing. And I think we spoke about it whenever we were having that interview with Gabriel. The one deck I see as well that could be a thorn in the side of Gabriel can be that Dragon Ball Dusknoir. Could also be that Zoroark deck potentially. So it's going to be interesting when Gabriel starts to feed up versus some of these Dragon Ball Dusknoir deck. If they make it that far, how he's going to be able to deal with it.
Well, interesting. Jesper, I've got a question for you. If you had a Pokemon card and it was, say, this far away from you, would you be able to recognize it?
Yeah.
What about if it was right here in your face?
I mean, typically, yeah.
Well, let's find out how Pablo does when Wancho tests him with up-close Pokemon card questions.
Hello, Pokemon fans. Wancho Sedano here, and we're live here at LAIC. and I'm joined by Pablo Meza, world finalist, IC finalist, multiple-time regional champion, multiple-time national champion, amazing caster, and popular content creator. So, he probably should know his cards. Wouldn't you say, Pablo?
You would imagine so, yeah. I would imagine so.
Well, I'm going to test you right now, and of course, folks at home can guess as well. I have the cards very zoomed in, and you're gonna have to tell me who's that Pokemon. Are you ready?
All right, let's do it, Pancho.
All right, Pablo, first Pokemon. Who's that guy?
That is Mega Kangaskhan Secret Illustration Red.
That was too good, Pablo. I only asked for the Pokemon. You didn't have to tell me the entire card. But you are correct. It is the Mega Kangaskhan EX, specifically the Special Illustration Rare. Okay, you know your stuff.
I know.
You know your stuff. Number 2, Pablo.
That is a Gardevoir EX.
Pablo, you're making... I worked really hard on this game.
I'm here to put all the other casters to shame, Pancho.
That is really good. That is Gardevoir EX. I chose the shiny version as well to throw you off, but
not me.
Not fooled at all. Not fooled at all. Okay. How about this one?
That is Dragapult EX?
You're too good, Pablo. That is Dragapult EX. I focused on Dreepy's eyeball, and you got it. Okay. Maybe I have to make this a little bit harder. How about this one?
Ooh.
I stumped him, guys. I stumped him.
Is that Marty's Grizzle?
It is Marty's Grizzle.
It is?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
It's literally his finger.
Okay.
I zoomed in on.
I feel like it was the colors. I did not recognize the finger, but the colors of the card are pretty...
You're too good, Pablo. Only, okay, a couple more. I'm gonna really try and stump you here.
I'm up for a challenge.
Who's this?
Alistair Cloak.
Are you sure it's not Dreepy?
It's a Dreepy in the Cloak card.
You're right. I tried to fake you out with that one. I can't get him. I can't get him. It is Dracloak, but it is zoomed in on Dreepy's face, which is also in the card.
Yeah.
All right, last one, Pablo.
That is the Secret Illustration Rare Raging Bolt EX card.
You're good, Pablo.
You're
very, very
good.
good.
You did not tell me the answers beforehand. This is not planned. I do know my card.
Trust me, I was trying to stump him live, but Pablo Meza, ladies and gentlemen, really knows his cards.
Okay, thank you, Pancho.
For that, thank you so much for playing. We're gonna throw it back to more Pokemon action.
Sou Gabriel e eu nasci em São Paulo. Meu Pokémon inicial seria o Pikachu. É meu Pokémon, um dos Pokémons favoritos meu. Eu jogo bastante com meu irmão, ele sempre me ajuda nos treinos. Competitivo, os 2 primeiros anos ali foi mais na brincadeira, aí depois umas pessoas vieram falar com a gente dos torneios maiores e a gente foi acabando entrando nesse lado competitivo do Pokémon TCG. Já fui em 3 campeonatos mundiais, em Londres, no Japão e no Havaí. Uma das memórias favoritas foi quando eu ganhei o Mundial do Japão, em Yokohama. Foi incrível lá. Porque é o maior torneio que existe no Pokémon mundial e no Japão, onde foi criado, é melhor ainda. A estratégia que eu usei para esse torneio não era ser muito agressivo, meu deck é mais calmo, passivo e esperar meu oponente começar a ação para eu voltar e finalizar a partida. O deck que eu escolhi era o Charizard Pidgeot, ganhei o regional de Joinville anteriormente ao Like, então só mudei 2 cartas e vim com ele. A minha última final do Like, ano passado, foi um outro formato. Eu acho que foi uma partida bem parecida, era uma partida entre 2 decks pau a pau e veio para quem comprou melhor. A parte da jogabilidade que eu tento melhorar sempre é o nervosismo, que minha meta é acalmar tudo, mas sempre tem aquele friozinho na barriga antes das partidas, que às vezes acaba também fazendo eu errar. Acho que é muito bom estar na final, a sensação de chegar longe.
You can hear the crowd chanting his name. They want him to take it home yet again.
No último turno da partida, não tinha mais o que ele fazer naquela situação do último turno, então dava pra ver que já tava o jogo na mão. Essa sensação foi incrível, sabe? Que todo o nervosismo que eu passei durante o jogo acabou, foi um alívio.
And that's it! He extends the hand, back-to-back champions. Gabriel Fernandez does that and repeats his title as the international champion here in Latin America.
A sensação de ganhar o evento é uma sensação incrível. Sim, Não tem muito o que falar porque eu tô sem palavra praticamente. Olha, não podia ser melhor, né? Significa muita coisa, que por ser minha última temporada de sênior, também meu último internacional no Brasil, gostaria muito de ganhar esse torneio e acabei ganhando. Eu vejo como mais um título que vai me dar confiança para jogar aí os próximos e conseguir mais títulos por aí. O conselho que eu daria para os treinadores de Pokémon é treinar bastante, que não consegue chegar numa final e ganhar sem o treino, sem o preparo bom. E também, olha de inspiração o Thor de Recleve, que é um dos melhores jogadores aí, se não o melhor, do Pokémon TCG, e o Azul GG. Ganhar o segundo Mundial significaria muita coisa para mim, que indo para Master, os torneios vão ser maiores, a dificuldade aumenta. Eu acho que os outros treinadores têm que me considerar como uma ameaça, porque já vim aí de muitos títulos, ganhei os 2 internacional no Brasil, o internacional no Londres e Mundial do Japão. Eu fui bem no Havaí, então tem que tomar cuidado.
Welcome back, Pokemon fans, to the beautiful city of Sao Paulo, Brazil. Great architecture, murals around every corner. But of course, we're here for the Pokemon Latin American International Championships. Of course, we are now into Phase 2, 12th round. 11 rounds have been played. But of course, I'm here, Juancho Sedana, joined with the amazing Pablo Meza. Pablo, I'm excited for day 2.
Oh, so am I. We've already had a couple of great matches, right? Gabriel Fernandez standing at the very top with that undefeated record. I mean, is it scripted, Juancho? Like,
oh, yeah.
I don't know. It's back to back to back good tournament runs. He's done pretty well at regionals, and now he's on to an amazing first IC run at the Masters. You asked me earlier if there had ever been a first-year Masters player who had won an IC. Off the top of my head, I think the answer is no. I could be wrong.
Well,
but
not until this weekend, maybe.
Could be, yeah. This could be one for the history books.
Oh, 100%. I loved how we saw Gabriel Fernandez in this last round, but we also featured him in the first round as well. So, again, we got his first win and his latest win. It was great to see, and he's just still playing as flawlessly as ever. I got to talk to him, I got to do the quick interview with him, and you know, it is very daunting to switch from senior to master. You're going from 200 people to around more than 2,000. It is very tiring, but he's transitioned perfectly. Like, he's on fire. I can't wait. I can't wait to see more of the Charizard. I can't wait to see more of the players. I can't wait to see even our next game, really. I want to see more Pokemon.
You know what we're going to see first, though, Juancho? We're going to take a look at our caster predictions that we decided that, or we thought that these cards or decks would do well over the course of the weekend. Gardevoir has been a very clear top-tier contender, but none of us had Charizard standing at the very, very top.
I'd like to switch my answer if I could.
No.
No.
Not possible, Juancho.
No, yeah, Gardevoir is doing really well, but I think if I could, like, I'd switch that over to more specifically Jellicent. I feel like Jellicent has been the standout version of Gardevoir for this tournament. All the top players are on it, and I feel like they've really started to master the lists, right? I know when Jellicent first came out, people were hyped about it. Yes, they were putting in their Gardevoir, but it wasn't doing as well. But right now, after the Mega Evolution format, I feel like it's an amazing spot. Unless, of course, maybe you're facing Gabriel Fernandez and it's Charizard. But yeah, and Pablo, I haven't seen any Enamoruses yet. Have you? Like, I'm genuinely curious. Like, is there someone playing it just yet?
No, not as far as I could tell. I did take a look at some of the top players and their deck list, and I could not find an Enamorus. So my idea behind it was mostly like, there's a lot of Mega Absol, there's a lot of like Dark type Pokemon, there's a lot of Golden Go as well. So Enamorus is like a very good answer to all those decks. Has that potential high damage output, plus the Monkey Dory usage, and it's not as frail as Drifloon. But seems like, I mean, I was right that Guardian was going to be doing well, but I definitely did not think that Jellicent would be the top tier contender, just because it feels like the Jellicent version is much weaker to the Dark type decks. I mean, we just saw Lucas Singh get completely dismantled by Gabriel's Dark type Charizard deck, and I really expected a shift away from Jellicent, but maybe they needed to respect Gold and go that much more.
You know, that's exactly what I was thinking too. You know, maybe the Jellicent does get hit by Dark Tide easier, and the normal Gardevoir has access to Drift Loons and a lot more tools. But hey, our top players are something else. And speaking of our top players, how about we go ahead and check out how everyone is doing? And yes, looking at sitting there pretty. Number 1, Gabriel Fernandez, 11-0, 33 match points already. I'm sure he must be feeling very, very confident. But of course, his brother, not too far back. Yeah. Number 3. I want the Fernandez showdown.
I was about to say, like, we could get a Fernandez showdown. We could even get the Ono repeat that we had at NAIC, but in Masters. I think a Fernandez final is something that many people want to see. Of course, Vini has been very successful as a Master player. He aged up a couple years ago as well. It would be crazy to have that Fernandez final. And you know why it would be even crazier? Because Vinicius keeps showing off that he keeps beating Gabriel at League Cups and League Challenges. So it would be pretty crazy for him to continue that streak or to change it up and then for Gabriel to come out on top at the IC.
Yes, script writers, I'm sure you're on it. We'll see it. We'll see it. But of course, other amazing players here. We also saw Lucas Zing on the stream earlier. Yeah. Yes, he is 9-2 now, but I'm sure we're gonna see him catch up there. Brent Tonneson at 9-1-1, quite far away, but you know, is anyone surprised at this point Brent Tonneson is in this tournament?
No, I mean, like, he's everywhere, right?
He might be the most well-traveled pro Pokemon player right now, in any case. But it's always good to see Brent Tonneson. I feel like it isn't a big tournament without him. But yes, again, so many other great players as well. Ryuki Okada, some folks from Japan making this list. Love to see it as well. Yoshiyuki Yamaguchi, oh, yeah, a lot of heavy hitters.
Yeah, for sure. And then we have another first-year Master player, Justin Templer, who had an outstanding last season as a senior player, won so many events. I feel like every time you did a segment on the senior players at regionals, he was there, right? Either the winner or the finalist. And now he's here with a 9-2 record, trying to get that first IC top card. As a Masters player, I mean, I'm sure Gabriel and Justin have faced off multiple times throughout the past few years as seniors. It would be really cool to see that that match between them now as Masters.
That would be great indeed. But right now, how about we take a look at some notable matches that are happening on the floor right now? You know, some matches that are happening, the matches that we wish we could all stream. And barely dodging each other. Vinny Fernandez now is going to be the next stream match, and he's up against Simon. He's up against Simon, but Gabriel Fernandez against Takashi Yoneda. Again, we were so close. They're right next to each other, Pablo.
Right next to each other, Juancho. And then Brent versus Sebastian, Lashmed, Pedro Pertusi versus Ilya Kornilov, Fernando Cifuentes as well up there, our 2024 world champion against Christian D'Onofrio. Rune, another second-year Masters player against Justin Templer. I'm sure they faced a ton when they were both seniors. Lucas Singh against Yoshiyuki and Akira against Ryuki. We could choose any of these matches and it would be a great watch.
We just need to get more cameras, Pablos. More cameras, more casters, and let's just show them all.
Yeah.
Maybe the viewers at home can just switch channels a little bit and they can see all these matches.
I mean, show the top 8 tables for the whole phase 2. That would be an incredible watch, right? There will be plenty of top-tier plays happening there. But yeah, we're going to be featuring Vinicius versus Simon for our featured match on the stream. We'll have to see what decks they are bringing.
I know what it is, but we can't spoil it just yet.
Yeah, we can't spoil it just yet. I also know. But yeah, let's. It's going to be interesting to see what ends up making top card in the last Mega Evolution tournament, right? I mean, we know that there's a lot of variety within these top pairings. At the very top, all of these players are in contention of making top card. We have 14 rounds total today because we did have more than 2,048 players playing in round 1. So it's been a while since we had a 14-round tournament, so I'm not exactly sure how many match points exactly we need in order to guarantee or be in contention. We've had some very big top cuts or asymmetrical top cuts the past few weeks, especially over in Europe. We had 16 players, right? Twice. So I wonder if we'll get a big top cut this weekend.
I'm hoping the more players, the better. That means more matches are being played for sure. Generally, I just like to go with more Pokemon. But yeah, again, a lot more rounds now. I was asking you backstage too, because I couldn't do the math, and but yeah. So honestly, we're just gonna have to wait and see. I'm sure what our players are thinking about right now isn't really yes, maybe they are thinking about match points, but they are thinking about just winning. They have to just keep winning, and I'm sure they'll make it in the long run. But yeah, I'm curious about the metagame we have. Ooh, looks like the match is just about to get ready.
Yeah, the crowd is excited to see these two players get up there, get in their seats, and we are having the Swiss round 12 coming up very, very soon. It's going to be an interesting matchup for sure. Can't wait to start seeing all the micro decisions that happen. I think I definitely love phase 2 so much because now we're at the very top. Like, we know these players are at the top of their game for the weekend, right? Like, everyone can have an off weekend no matter how good you are, right? Sometimes you have an off match and you make a silly mistake somewhere down the line in round 1, 2, 3. We see that a lot. However, at this point, we know these players are basically like in form, right? They're performing, they're doing so well, they're getting close to top cuts, so they're probably even more inspired and locked in order to make sure that they can continue to advance in the tournament.
Yeah, I like what you said. Definitely by round 12, these players have definitely revved up. They're feeling the heat. They're feeling the pressure now. It's always so nerve-wracking when you're right there. It's so close. You're within arm's reach of becoming an LAIC champion, especially with this record. But hey, look at that. We got to look at the decks. Vinny Fernandez here playing the Zoroark EX. I think we knew that just because Gabriel did tease it a little bit. But he's up against Simon. And Simon Lacazette is playing Golden Go EX and Lunatone.
Yeah, so on paper, a very rough matchup for Zoroark, right? Zoroark can barely get any KOs in. And then Golden Go just keeps KOing you back to back to back to back. I'm taking a look at Vinny's list. I think his best and probably only game plan against Golden Go, because there's no Cornerstone, there's no Toadstool, both cards we have seen previously in the World Championships, including Zoroark decks, as ways to deal with Golden Go. We saw Liam Halliburton win a regional with Zoroark with a 2-1 line of Toadstool. None of that is here. We have Buddy, Heroescape, and a Dream Poncho. That's how we hope, I think. That's going to be the main strategy, right? Simon, of course, could draw bad. Vinicius could overwhelm him with aggression. If things go into plan for Simon, though, I think a late-game Buddy with a Heroescape, it's similar to what we saw with, who was it, Kieran, and in that match where he had to deal with Daichi forced him to deal with a Frillish that had Lively Stadium and a Bravery Charm attached.
Yeah, I think the Badu, the superhero Badu, will definitely be hard to manage. But there's also that Evil Tall line. Maybe if a couple of Professor Turos are down. Yeah, I have to agree, though. This is a really, on paper anyway, a very tough matchup. Typically, these Zoroark decks like to, draw cards, hit fairly consistently. It's a consistent 170, but it's good into hitting for weakness. But against Goldengo, that has no damage cap, really. And Goldengo's specialty is taking big one-hit knockout on 2 prize Pokemon. That's going to be tough. But if anyone can pull it off, it has to be Vinny Fernandez. So I'm very excited to see as...
Oh my goodness.
You cursed it, Pablo. This is your fault.
I mean, yeah, these 2 cards are probably the most important cards for Vinny. And, like, if you prize 1, you can hope to get it off the prizes, because, like, the Buddy into Heroescape is a very late-game situation where you need Golden Go to be down resources, right? You play the game normally, you use your Zoroarks, you apply pressure, let them get the KOs, and then you close it out with that Buddy plus Heroescape. But I can't imagine a world where Vinny gets if things play out normally, I can't picture a world where Vini gets down to a single prize card, has taken the body and the Heroescape, and is able to make something happen like that. But you never know. We do have the Okidogi EX as well that can be a heavy hitter that could possibly take down a Golden Go, but Vini gonna start us off with this Buddy Puffin, and he's gonna immediately find the bad news that both of the key cards that he's gonna need for this matchup are just not quite available.
Yeah, first deck check here coming in for Vinny Fernandez. Again, Buddy Puffin, you hard open that on your first turn. You know you're going to be having a good time, typically. But again, unable to find that Badu is going to be tough. But I'm sure Vinny's going to find a plan B, right? These top players, they don't like following a flow chart. You know, it's never, this is going to happen, and then you do this. This is going to happen, and then it's going to do this. But they like to play it as it goes. Definitely have some, you know, divergent plans. But as two Zoruas do hit the board, I believe that's just an attachment for turn. That might be it, but that should be good enough.
Yeah. I mean, solid start. If you have a Petrant, which Vini does play 2 copies of Petrant DX, not just one. Also plays 3 copies of Karen's Conviction as well. So, I mean, his list is definitely not the typical Zoroark deck. I think he's definitely going to try to be aggressive, try to find prize cards he could, Binding Mochi, poison his own Zoroark, get a knockout on this Festivity immediately. Maybe he doesn't know exactly what he's up against either, but he's definitely going to find out as Simon plays that. Arvin, and which ace spec are we rocking for Simon here?
Simon is playing
Precious Trolley.
Yeah. Precious Trolley, very powerful in this early game. That's for sure. Able to find any amount of Pokemon. Well, you can fill your bench with the basic Pokemon. That is definitely really, really good there. Typically, when you see the Arvin plus Precious Trolley, you like to see the Evo as well, get some evolutions into play. However, I don't think Simon is playing the Evo, which is A-okay. There is a way to get those evolutions, but it's a little bit tougher for Simon just because his Genesect is prized.
Yep, only playing a single copy of that Genesect. I feel like that's been like a greedy thing we've seen from most Golden Go decks. When Genesect TX came out, most of them were rocking 2 in their deck list, but now, I mean, the odds of you prizing it are pretty low. You can still find one of your 4 Golden Go EXs naturally, right? But it not being available can certainly be problematic. You have aggression with the Solrock as well. You have draw with Lunatone, so it's not essential, and that's why it's not a 2-off. But it's always nice to have to just guarantee those 2 Golden Goes immediately.
This might be exactly what Vinny needs. Maybe slow down some Golden Goes, but you know what you can't slow down? The Solrock plus Lunatone combo. So Iron Bundle was just played there, switching the higher HP Reshiram to the bench, forcing this lone Zorua with 70 HP to the active.
Yeah.
And you know what does 70 damage, Pablo?
Jeez, I have no clue, Juancho.
Van Rotem. It's of course that Solrock with the Cosmic Beam. As long as the Lunatone is on the bench, it does 70 damage. That's perfect. Hey, that's a prize card on the first turn.
Yeah, this combination of Lunatone and Solrock, like, Lunatone's ability is already very good. Even if Solrock didn't do any damage, didn't do much, I think most players would still be playing this Lunatone Solrock engine because it offers so much extra draw. It's like having flip the script every single turn, right? At the cost of an energy, and many decks can take advantage of that as well. Yeah, Riolu hits the board. That reveals that Simon is playing a 1/1 Mega Lucario EX. He doesn't know what sort of what sort of Cornerstone counter, what sort of Golden Go counter Vini is rocking. But Mega Lucario EX, definitely a great answer, whether it's Cornerstone, whether it's Toadstool, you can just go boss KO with a single energy, not needing to discard much, right? So as long as you're sort of conservative, this Mega Lucario makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, if it's a little bit tough to get those Golden Goes into play, having a big Mega Pokemon that definitely can't get one shot is always good to have. 1 energy for 130, it's good. I'm probably not going to accelerate some energy. 2 for 270, unfortunately, is 10 short for knocking out something like the Zoroark. So it's a little bit awkward there, but of course, there are some ways to manipulate the damage. As Vinny, though, able to bump the stadium. I don't think there's any colorless Pokemon that we do want to stop, but hey, at least we do stop the Artizone, and we're thinning it out of the deck.
All right, so getting a KO is certainly possible. That's a lot of energy in Vini's hand. 3 energies, a Body Puffin. We're going to see the flip the script and get more Body Puffins, but no Zoroark. There is a Cyrano, so we can get a lot of Zoroarks next turn, but we're not going to be aggressive. We're not going to be taking a price card. This might be the Yveltal angle that you mentioned because the Body is just not available.
Might have to be. Luckily, when you use the Yveltal, you're not really concerned about taking prize cards at that point. But yes, right now, just a board full of Zoruas. A little bit unfortunate. I like the Cyrano. It would have been, if it was just played, if they had it the previous turn, before the Iono or before the supporter, that would have been amazing. Can you imagine just a board full of N Zoroark just trading away, thinning the deck, getting you even more cards? That's what this deck likes to do. Not sit on the little baby guys.
Yeah. That trade ability, such a good ability. Historically, it's been fantastic with the previous Zoroark GX card. Zoroark EX brought it back to the format. Vini's going to retreat into that restaurant once that triple trade possibility. But yeah, I mean, so far historically, we have seen Golden Go decks try different answers to Cornerstone and the potential counters that people might have, right? Like Toadscruel, Cornerstone, Bodiu, Frillish. I think Mega Lucario is a great answer to all of them, right? Mega Lucario is very energy efficient, only requires 1 energy. It's not a 3-price basic like Mega Mowell, which can be a risky Pokemon to play if you start with it. You do play 2 copies of Professor Turo, but it could get KO'd before you find those. So Mega Lucario for a single energy, KO's Frillish, KO's Toadscruel. For 2 energies, it KO's Cornerstone. And it also, for a single energy, KO's Body. So then, even as long as there's 1 energy remaining, you always have an out to KO that Hero's Cape Body.
That is very terrifying to think of, because you were just talking about how that is the way to victory. That is the one counter Vini can really lean into, is that Buddy with the Hero's Cape, but Simon just having such a simple, it's very, very simple to just answer. It's 1 energy.
Yeah.
So efficient. But I would love to see Mega Lucario too. I love seeing all these new Mega Pokemon, as we are going to see some draws here with the Lunatone. We see maybe a Gust potentially. Can we evolve into Golden Go? Is there anything in the hand?
I don't think there is a way to Gust or to apply pressure, so it might just be 70 damage to the active this time around, that Cosmic Beam attack. Very powerful, but not quite a Reshiram level of powerful.
If only Reshiram could actually attack in this deck, maybe we could see some 1 prizer action. It could actually use that damage. Unfortunately, of course, there is no fire or lightning energy in the Zoroark deck. It's all darkness energy. We are depending on the Zoroark. If only they'd show up, as we are going to see the 70 damage there onto the Reshiram. All right, Pablo, what does Vinny have to put together here?
A boss's orders on the Fezandipity with Counter Catcher now that the Cyrano gets played. Counter Catcher, Binding Mochi, and Petron DX, KO the Fezandipity, and take the 2-price lead. Hope to find any of the Body Heroes Cape pieces that are prized. You know your opponent, either they don't have Golden Go or they're holding them in their hand. But against Zoroark doesn't threaten 260 damage. Therefore, this is not a deck where you hold back the Golden Goes, and you already have a lower HP 2-price Pokemon in play that could get KO'd. So there's no reason to hold back Golden Goes. So Vinny doesn't know what's in Simon's hand, but he does know what isn't in Simon's hand, and that's usually a very key piece of information that you can play with. Now, Vinny did find a bunch of very good cards. He can piece out an attack at this point, shutting down the Lunatone engine this turn by knocking out the Solrock. Could actually also be pretty decent, but of course, there's still the Fezandipity.
I like that, Pablo. Definitely got into the mind of a top player there. Sometimes it's important as well to read the situation. It's more than reading cards. Reading the situation is top player mentality, as the energy attachment actually goes onto probably the most powerful card in the format, if I have to guess. The Monkey Dory with the Adrenabrain, moving the damage, 30 damage now onto the Riolu. Does that set up anything? Is it going for like maybe a mid-turn knockout, or maybe math with the Mega?
I don't think it's like it. I think it's trying to prevent the Mega, right? If the Riolu is knocked out, if Simon doesn't prioritize getting it back, if he even has the option to get it back, I did notice that there's no Lana's aid in the list. There is a copy of Super Rod available, but if you're under item lock, right? I think that's sort of like what Vini might be trying to play towards in a very hopeful scenario where he gets to knock out this Riolu now that Simon has put damage on his side of the board. He can knock out the Riolu and eventually prevent it. I think the biggest issue for Vini's game plan is that the body is at the very top of the prizes. You know, that's if he takes them bottom to top, which is what most players do usually, then body is just not going to be available and could be very tough to close out this game, because otherwise you are 2-hit KOing Golden Goes, they're 1-KOing you back. You're never going to win that trade.
Yes, as Simon here draws a couple of cards there with the Lunar Cycle. I have some good news, Pablo. Simon was able to find an Ultra Ball at the very least. That means maybe we can start drawing more cards with coin bonus. Maybe seeing a little rain here in Sao Paulo. Again, just because something of note as well, the Monkey Dory healed the 30 damage off the Reshiram. It's actually out of range now from a Cosmic Beam attack. So if Simon wants to find a knockout here, it has to be, ooh, that Mega Lucario is definitely a good way to take some knockouts.
Yeah, Simon knows it's completely safe to do this. I can't imagine a combination of cards that would allow Vini to actually deal with this Mega Lucario. So this 1-1 tech for Simon really gonna pay off in a format where Goldingo is definitely being prioritized in terms of teching against. So Goldingo is teching against their own counters, right? So we have the counter off the counter, and it's going to be very effective here. Imagine if this was a Mega Mobile. Simon has taken one prize card. Mega Mobile would need 2 energy attachments, very specific with metal energy, and would be dealing 80 damage, I think. How much is it? It's 80 times. So it wouldn't be as effective as the Mega Lucario is right now. 130 damage, just clean KO, clean KO, clean KO, no problem.
Yes, as the Vitality Band is grabbed as well. I was trying to hint it earlier as, wait, how do we actually hit 280 damage with this into the Zoroark? This very simple tool card with the Vitality Band increases it by 10, and Mega Brave, of course, does 270 damage, plus that 10, 280. That's a knockout. That's a terrifying Pokemon, and definitely fits Lucario very well. Just you can imagine it almost like in the anime. He just puts on the Vitality Band on himself and is hitting a lot of damage. This is a terrifying position for Vini.
Do we have a boss's orders to go along with this? Just take 2 prizes? I guess we're just preparing for an eventual Iono that would remove this. We take down the Reshiram, force our opponent to have a Reshiram if they even want to do something, and then we can just Mega Brave for knockout. Yeah, we're gonna go Aura Jab KO.
Ooh, Aura Jab, 130 damage, and you get to attach up to 3 basic fighting energy to one of your Pokemon. You don't have to attach it to a fighting Pokemon, and it looks like we are accelerating energy as well there. I believe it was put on the Pheasantipity?
Yeah, we're pre-powering up the Pheasantipity. We have 4 energy in play, which is extremely rare for Goldingo. Pheasantipity is also another great way to be able to deal with, to deal consistent damage without needing cards from hand. I think that's the biggest thing here for Simon. He's just like, okay, you know what? You could have Toadstool, you could have Body, you could have Cornerstone even. With this combination of Pokemon, I have so many threats on board that it doesn't matter what sort of hand attack you do. You could have Airy, you could have Zero-6 Machinations. My threats are on the board, they're already in play. You can't deal with them effectively or very efficiently, so I'm just going to walk away the winner, and he's doing it perfectly.
I think this is the most I've ever seen, the most energy I've ever seen attached in the Goldingo decks, right? Goldingo typically likes to have 1 metal energy attached to a Goldingo, maybe 1 on a Monkey Dory, maybe that 1 left over onto the Solrock. It's typically that, but 2 on a Mega Lucario plus 2 on a Pheasantipity EX is a very, very odd board, but it just goes to show how much Simon has really thought about this matchup. And now, Pablo, now that we're in this position, right? Mega Lucario, 2 energy, Pheasantipity has energy. Simon is playing perfectly to counter the potential Badoo strategy. What is Vini going to have to lean into? What does he have to do now to come back from this game?
It's gonna be all about this Yveltal clutch attack. He's gonna need to poison that Yveltal and get a little bit of residual damage, try to trap the Lunatones. Now, Simon doesn't have any Golden Go in play, so there's already also 6 fighting energy total in play, right? That means usually there's only like 2 or 3 left for the Golden Go player, so the Lunatone draw with Lunar Cycle should be slowing down just a little bit. And yes, Golden Go plays 2 Professor Sturo, but if you play Professor Sturo, you cannot play Boss's Orders, right? So if Vini can successfully get like back-to-back Yveltal clutch attacks, maybe he could get to a point where Simon just cannot deal with the trapping pressure. He can trap the Lunatone, he can trap the Soul Rock as well, and that would put Simon in a lot of trouble.
I like it. The nice thing is, again, you mentioned the double Turo. I guess it's just going to come down to how Simon manages the board as well post the Turo, right? Yeah, 2 Turo. Hey, that's 2. That's enough to pick up both the Soul Rock and Lunatone. They've done their job. They've done the early pressure. They've gotten cards. Maybe we just don't put it down again. But right now, though, Simon, can he put things together? Doesn't have as much draw power as you like to see in the Golden Go decks. Opting to not evolve the Gimmigos just yet. I'm not sure actually if I've seen the Golden Go's in hand. I've seen the Ultra Ball.
I think there's one. I think there's one Golden Go in hand, which might have been the top deck for this turn. And yeah, I think Yveltal is sort of like Plan B combined with Plan A, which is like you want to exhaust your opponent's resources, right? Whether it's the switching effects, aka Turo, or whether it's their energies and then lock them out of them with the Bodyu. You have both of those options. Vini being forced to go for the Yveltal game plan because he doesn't have access to the Bodyu game plan whatsoever. And then thanks to the poison damage from the Petrons, that residual damage that starts building on your Yveltal can sometimes be used to do some sneaky maths here and there in order to take a knockout during your turn and still force your opponent to continue be trapped by the clutch attack.
Yes, very beautiful that it works out that way. That the fact that this Yveltal is a Dark-type Pokemon being able to get poisoned by its own teammate, the Petrant, and then Munkidori just throwing all that damage away as Turo was played there. So Simon got to move the active Pokemon to the bench and is just going to go ahead and Aura Brave once again take a knockout on that Yveltal. And just like that, that Pheasantipity is ready to go. And there's one less target to trap, but there is still one remaining.
Yeah, the Soul Rock, even though you would say, well, Soul Rock can do 70 damage, right? It can pressure the Yveltal. It doesn't even care about the resistance. But that's where Vini sets up double Munkidori and therefore uses that damage against Simon, right? Yes, you do 70. Well, I'll just heal 60 out of that, and 10 after, like, if you're only doing damage in 10 increments, that's going to be very rough for you. So I think the other potential game plan is hoping to eventually trap one of the Golden Go's maybe to exhaust the other Professor Turo, make sure it gets utilized in that Pokemon, and then try to trap the Soul Rock for the end game. Simon has been drawing quite a few cards, so did notice that his deck is running pretty thin. There is a Super Rod to replenish the deck, but that's it.
I believe that Arven was played already this turn, so Boss's Orders is out of the question. Might just have to take a break this turn, maybe just give up a prize card. What do you think?
It could be Counter Catcher, right? We could still, there is one Counter Catcher priced. I don't know if the other one is available in the deck. We'll have to see. I mean, Vini's definitely against the wall, right? He's in a lot of trouble. The Lucario is, like I mentioned, the perfect counter to the counters that people try to play against Golden Go. Yes, it takes up 2 spaces. Yes, you need to evolve. As opposed to the Mega Mobile answer, but it's also a bit more energy efficient. I don't know if you benefit too much from the energies in play. Maybe too many energies in play can be counterintuitive, and it gets to a point where Vini somehow deals with the Lucario, and then Golden Go doesn't have enough access to energy to KO. I don't know. With 3 prizes, there's very few prizes at this point in time to have remaining for Simon. And Vini, if he can't cost this turn, it's going to be rough.
Yeah, we do see the attachment, though, now on that Yveltal. It is ready to attack. Is there the Counter Catcher in the hand? Oh, there's the Boss's Orders.
Yeah, I think...
Oh, maybe the supporter
Arven was on a previous turn, yeah, and that was for Simon. We're going to be able to boss here, trying to decide who will be promoted, trying to exhaust that second Professor Turo scenario. And we'll have to see who gets brought up. Yeah, I think it has to be, okay, it's going to be the Soul Rock. So if we Turo that up, and we probably can't bench anything else as Simon, because whatever gets benched could be trapped. Even if it's the fourth Golden Go, since the deck only plays 3 Metal Energy, we could get to a point where you get to trap a high HP Pokemon that can no longer attack. Now, is that possible to do for Vini here at this point in time with 3 prizes remaining? I don't know if it's going to be truly possible at this point.
It's going to come down to the wire, right? 3 prize cards remaining. That's technically, you still have to knock out Yveltal 3 more times. Vinny has 3 more chances to try and put something together here if there is something to be able to be trapped. But Simon's board, very tight, very well calculated. Not even evolving the other Goldengos, Gimme Ghouls, excuse me, into the Goldengos. Both these players just have massive hands as well, yeah. So they truly have almost access to anything they want.
There's the Professor Turo off the Pokegear, so Simon will be able to continue to apply the pressure, will be able to go down to 2 prize cards this turn, but will be out of Professor Turo. There's no Pal Pad, there's no way to recycle these, so if Vini manages to once again recover the Yveltal and have a Ghost effect, he can now effectively trap something. But the question is, what do you even trap? The Fezandipiti, it can't KO. No, it can KO if the Yveltal is poisoned, so Vini probably would not be able to afford the poison, but he could start sniping. And Monkey Dory is good, but if you're getting hit for 100 damage each turn, that's going to be a problem. So the foresight of Simon pre-powering up that Fezandipiti is actually very cool, because it's you can overwhelm your opponent with damage, even if they're healing a bunch with the Monkey Dory.
You love to see it when a Pokemon does double duty. Mega Lucario, the cornerstone answer, is suddenly really a way to just set up your Fezandipiti as well in these odd situations. But Professor Turo now is played. Solrock out of the board. No more liabilities here for Simon.
Here we go, Mega Lucario, the efficient attacker, doesn't require you to use resources from your hand, doesn't require those superior energy rolls, doesn't require you to exhaust any more energies. In case Vinicius ever plays an Iono, you get to replenish more cards into your deck, and he's been attaching energies pretty consistently with our jab. I'm pretty sure you don't have to attach, because the attack reads up to, so you don't have to attach any energy if you don't need to, or if you don't want to, but every time he's chosen to attach.
2 energies now on that Goldengo. It doesn't need that fighting energy. Do you think it's just there for a potential retreat?
Yeah, potential retreat, free them up. Okay, now this is the key turn for Vini. Can he trap something? Can he recover the Yveltal? Or what is the plan, right? What is the game plan? There's no damage on the board for him to go terminal period, KO the Mega Lucario EX, perhaps. Maybe that's what we were trying to play into, but then there's 4 superior energy retrieval available for Simon. We haven't used a single one yet, I don't think. So then the Absol will just get immediately KO'd, so we need to pair that probably with an Iono, but with no damage on the board, that's impossible. What is the line here to win?
That's what I was going to ask you, Pablo, because my mind is drawing a blank.
I'm asking the universe. Like,
we need a sign.
Please enlighten me. I don't know. Yeah, and we're heading to game 2.
Yeah, the board was just set up perfectly. No liabilities. Maybe Vinny just needed at least one of those Turos to be prized. And then, yes, the trap would be set. But Simon had access to everything he needed. Ooh, that truly does seem like a tough matchup, especially with that Mega Lucario.
Yeah.
Pablo, is there anything you think Vinny can change up? Any tools he has? He does have a couple of tech cards like the Okidogi EX, like the Mega Absol EX. However, these are still big EX Pokemon.
So in the situation he was currently in, there were 2 energies on the Mega Lucario.
Yes.
There were 3 on Fezandipiti, that's 5. There were 2 more on Goldengo, that's 7. And I think there were 3 in the discard pile. Yeah, so let's take a look at the replay. I want to make sure where our energy counts were. So there was a universe where maybe Vini could have brought something up and used the Bodyu at that point. So maybe that's what he's going to try to do on this second game. But yeah, this Mega Lucario just completely overwhelmed Vini. extremely good attacker, one KO everything that was in front of it, thanks to that crucial vitality band. Otherwise, if you're hitting 270 onto a Zoroark, right, you're going to be in trouble because you're getting hit back with 540. So overall, amazingly well done, and it's all about the Mega Lucario. So that's going to be the key card to look out for in this game too.
Mega Lucario, again, not something I thought I'd see really come into play, but wow, was the perfect answer, that's for sure. Again, Mega Brave, very, very efficient, very useful attack. Just love how these Goldango decks have really evolved now into the metagame. It's almost more like a fighting deck with some Goldangos mixed in, as both our players are now setting up. Hopefully prizing isn't too harsh for either player. Would love to see all, again, both of them have exactly what they had, like the last game where they had almost their entire deck in their hand. So every play was possible. But here we go, game 2 now. Simon is gonna start us off with the Soul Rock and just the energy attachment, but just a pass.
Yeah, not a great start. Maybe there's an Arvin in hand, then you can just trolley for everything else that you might need. Vini could get a turn 1 item lock, right? It wouldn't be out of the question. Get an Yveltal down, use Petra and Subject getting chains, bring up the Yveltal, and then get the body. But no, we just see a Poffin and a pass.
Poffin and a pass. Not too much. Did Vinny not play a supporter?
No supporter play, just Poffin and a pass, even though he could. And now it's on Simon, who does have a fighting energy and has that fighting gong in order to find the Lunatone to start drawing extra cards.
Such great consistency, Fighting Gong, able to find any basic fighting Pokemon or basic fighting energy. Definitely helps with finding pieces to draw even more cards, draw even more pieces. Once the train is going, once you're completely set up, this Goldango deck does one thing really well, and that's draw, that's for sure. Looking at the prize cards now, 2 Arvins are prized, so that's a little tough always, you know. You like seeing your supporters in the deck. Lunatone is prized. Luckily, there is multiple copies at the very least. So, not much of note, really.
Yeah, nothing too major, right? I mean, the 2 copies of Arvin could make this early game awkward for him because finding a trolley could be... like the odds of finding trolley or playing trolley are much lower. You're going to end up not needing trolley at all. If you find one of the Arvins, you're probably set up for the rest of the game. And crucially, the Riolu and the Lucario are available for Simon, so that's going to be the cards to look out for when they hit the field. Vini will probably try to be extra aggressive against the Riolu if he can, in order to try to deny the Mega Lucario from hitting the field. Because that's definitely Simon's best answer to the Body plus Heroescape late game possibility. Now, one thing going for Vini is that Simon probably knew heading into this round that Vini played Zorg. He might not know that he plays Body plays Heroescape. It has become sort of standard, but you can't really guarantee it.
Big Pokegear here. Again, no supporters found off the Pokegear. Actually, those 2 Arvins prized definitely make it tough here. Simon is unable to set up, really. Again, it's when you're reliant on these A-specs to set up, and if you don't find them on the first turn, things really do slow down. And we see that exact example happening to Simon right now. The second Pokegear?
And no supporter yet. Yeah, the 2 Arvins being prized is definitely being very costly at this point in time. And I mean, sure, you might have all the answers, but you can't get anything into play. That's always going to be a problem.
Ooh, 2 Pokegear whiffs. No one is home, unfortunately, as at least there is a Gimmighoul in the bench. And the boss's orders. So we're taking prize cards. There it is. Cosmic Beam knockout on the end. Zorua. But Vinny does have the Zoroark in play now, at the very least. Is able to use that trade to draw a couple cards.
Not a lot of help from those cards, though. Still, no supporter, no extra Zoruas. No Artisan, no nothing, Juancho. We don't have anything at all. We're down a game. I mean, our opponent hasn't had the best start either so far. The Solrock doesn't threaten anything really anymore. Boss's orders wanting to get played. Maybe yes, maybe no. Gimmighoul gets put up. And Vini does know that there's no Arvin in hand, there's no supporter in hand after those Pokegear whiffs. Maybe he's hoping that there's no help here, but we do know that one of the Arvins was grabbed from the prize cards.
Yes, that's the nice thing about prizing your supporters. Sometimes you can draw them. But here it is. Arvin is going to be the play. Going to see probably a pink card come up. Maybe the air balloon.
Pretty good. Pink cards are pretty good, yeah. I think you want to keep applying pressure, right? You need 5 energy total to get this knockout on this Petron, so we're definitely going to see Genesect DX. I have to imagine we're going to get a Golden Go. We're going to get extra energy drawn, extra cards drawn off of that coin bonus. And I don't know if we can get to the KO, but being fully set up with a Genesect with the Golden Goes out, I mean, that should be plenty, especially based on Vini's very poor draws.
As we do see the ace spec coming to play, and no, actually opting not to grab the Genesect there. Opting to get the Riolu and 2 more Gimmighouls. So why do you think we're not grabbing the Genesect though?
All right, I think that's a very good call from Simon in terms of yes, he could start trying to win this game, get the Golden Goes, get drawing, get going, right? He already has the Golden Go in his hand actually, so that's probably the main reason. But even if you didn't, maybe you're playing the long game, right? He won game 1. He knows that took a long time as well. So if you bench the Genesect and you have Genesect and Solrock and Lunatone in the prize cards, on the bench, then the Professor Turo trap, once you're out of Professor Turos, you could get trap or something. So he's playing more the long game of I'm not going to let you trap anything. I'm going to play super safe. I can tell that you're drawing terrible. You're not applying any pressure, so I'm not pressured to get set up and get everything on the board, right? And I feel like that's a very high skill thing to show off here for Simon in terms of you go out of script of Genesect finds me Golden Go, so I'm going to get Genesect into play for future Golden Goes.
Exactly. I mean, it's so tempting, right? It's so tempting to just go wide, get so many more cards in hand, get that card advantage, get that draw, get the knockout. But again, with the foresight of Simon only has 2 Turos. He can only move 2 times. So very heads up here, as right now I don't quite think the knockout is in the hand just yet, just because there's not that much energy in the hand.
Yeah, not at all, I think. And we can recover some, I think, with Superior Energy Retrieval. However, no, there's no Superior Energy Retrieval. Okay, so might just be a Solrock turn. I mean, we did attach the Riolu, right? So we're never knocking out with the active. No retreat, interestingly enough. Doesn't want to give Vinicius any sort of damage on the board that can be used against him later down the line.
It's one shot or nothing.
Wow, trade into Professor Turo and Palpad. 2 amazing cards. You can see Vini is not happy. Amazing cards to be drawn. Amazing cards in your deck. Possibly the 2 worst cards to draw in this spot. I can't imagine a worse card to find.
Those are good cards once you have your Zoroarks to trade. But
so we're going to go for an Irritated Outburst for 60 damage, Juancho. That's where we're at. We're going to Current's Conviction, power up both of our Pokemon. Simon has taken a prize card, which means Irritated Outburst does 60 damage total.
Yeah, Janine's Secret Art there, able to accelerate those energies onto the board. I believe now the Petrunt is poisoned, which is the odd thing. Oh! No, this isn't enough still. That is very, very sad. Yeah, 60 damage onto the Riolu. I mean, every damage could count. That is, if Simon fails to draw something like the Zoroark, this could potentially go down, as top deck is just a Metal Energy in hand. There's another Arvin, I believe.
We have another Arvin. We can Ultra Ball, get that Metal Lucario. We need another Fighting Energy, I guess. Golden Go off the top, off the coin bonus, so another extra card being drawn. Now we have the Superior Energy Retrieval, so we can go Mega Brave KO on this Petrunt if we want. Not a bad position to be in if you're Simon. You're up a game, your opponent has not played a supporter yet, 4 turns into the game. I think you're feeling pretty good if you're Simon here.
If I remember right, Petrunt EX is a Dark-type Pokemon, is weak to fighting.
Oh, yeah, it is weak to fighting, so you don't even need to Mega Brave. You can just Aura Jab for the knockout.
take a knockout, accelerate some energy. If there's no Pheasantipity this time, so there's even no need to accelerate these energies potentially. Maybe you want to attack with a Lunatone.
It will be very costly to get this going, right? Oh, no, never mind. You don't need the second energy because it's weak, so never mind.
Yes.
I was thinking, oh, we need to discard for Ultra Ball, and then we need to discard for Superior. But no, we just need to discard for the Ultra Ball.
Yeah, just be able to use the first attack to take a knockout. This is the attack that's supposed to just set up the board. Nope. It's taking a knockout. It's taking 2 prize cards here against Vinny, and it's going to leave him with just a lone Zoroark against the world. Yeah. Mega Lucario EX, definitely the star of this match so far.
I'm so used to Dark-type Pokemon being weak to grass that I completely blanked at Petrunt and like all the poisonous Pokemon, the Okidogi, the Petrunt, the Pheasantipity, the Munkidori, they're all weak to fighting.
Just a detachment there. Why not? You get a Golden Go ready. Even has the Vitality ban in hand, just in case. So has the knockout on the Zoroark lined up with the Mega Lucario too, if you wanted.
Man, I mean, honestly, Vinicius could end up getting benched. He has found no basic, no Poffin, no Artisan, no anything. He has a lot of really good cards in his hand, none of which help right at this point in time. We keep attaching those energies to prevent a retreat or whatnot. Iono off the top, so I mean, if we're going to make something happen, that's going to be one of the cards we definitely need.
One of the strongest comeback cards in the game, Iono, is going to have to draw Vinny so much. Has the Iono, has trade to work with. That's 8 fresh cards. That's
oh my gosh, there's nothing there either. There's no basic Pokemon. There's a
there's a basic. Oh,
and there's a Poffin. All right, so
Zoroark saves the day here.
The trade ability. I mean, it saves the day in terms of like, sure, we don't lose this upcoming turn.
It saves
get benched. But are we doing much at all? We can hit for 170, right? It's the most damage Vinny will have done over the course of 2 games. That still means Simon is pretty safe.
Is there a world now we just commit the A-Spec onto the Zoroark? Just, this is our main guy, and sure enough, there it is.
Yeah, it's how we try to stay in this, I guess. I mean, not enough resources have been exhausted for Simon, for Vinny to have any sort of game plan. Simon is so far ahead with very few resources expended. Double Turo still available, plenty of energy, plenty of raw energy still available. So yeah, the play could now be force Simon or encourage Simon to take the knockout on the Zoroark, then default into a Hero Cape less Budew. But still, if you're out of energy, that could just be tough to knock out. But the energy on the Solrock would just complicate things as well. So I think Vinny's undefeated streak so far with 9 wins and 2 ties could be coming to an end here at the hands of Goldingo.
Yes, the Fernandez brothers showdown. Almost seeming like a dream now. But of course, 9-0-2. Still pretty good there. Solrock getting a couple more extra draws, but what do you think the play is now for Simon? I think we're looking for something like a Gust, maybe potentially just go down to even.
Exactly, yeah. Take a price card, possibly on the Reshiram, possibly on the Zoroark, and then you just deal with the Zoroark next turn with a Goldingo, and you're good to go, right? The goal, I think, maybe in a situation like this, most players would be like, oh yes, if I knock out the Zoroark, then he no longer has a Hero Escape and whatnot. But I think this is where prize mapping is very important. You can take 2 prizes and then 1, or you can take 1 prize and then 2. The order doesn't matter as long as it's 3 prizes over the course of the next 2 turns. So make sure you're focused on that and do it the most efficient way possible, the highest possibility way or path, right? And I think finding a Ghost effect here would be in Simon's advantage for sure. Now, I'd be very surprised if he attaches another energy though. I feel like if he attaches another one, I mean, or I might be wrong and Aura Jab forces you to attach at least 1. I don't think that's the case.
No, I'm pretty sure it's just 130 and you may attach. But right now, all the coin bonuses have been used. We're not getting any more coins here, but we may get a friend. And is that friend a boss?
Boss's orders, Professor's Turo. I think we saw Arvin as well, so I think that's all the supporters that Simon played.
That's all the buddies.
One of each. You have all the choice you could possibly want. Do we go for the boss? just go aggressive, take a knockout? Do we go for something else? We're eyeing up the Turo. I mean, maybe Simon just doesn't want Vinny to take 3 prizes at all. But if Simon, I mean, with being 1 game up, you can definitely afford to do this, right? It's like you don't need to win this game to win the ramp. So by preventing the Mega Lucario from going down, sure, you're not getting closer to winning, but you're also making it that much harder for your opponent to win.
Looks like Professor Turo is the grab. Could heal up the Mega Lucario. Do you think that's worth it? It's been so useful. We could reuse it once again. So all that damage just erased there. But that's one of the Turos down then.
Yeah, I mean, with 10 minutes left on the clock, even if we defaulted to an Yveltal trapping play, this game's never ending, right? Like there's too many cards left in the deck. There's a Metal Energy and a Fighting Energy in the prize as well. That could have played really well into the Body plus Heroescape, but that's no longer an option available for Vinny. We can draw a few extra cards, sure, but I don't think we're getting much out of this. We're not going to see a KO, but Simon doesn't need to KO. He just needs to make sure that Vinny doesn't win this game.
Might even just be impossible to KO, really. There's so many energy attached on the board, plus the 2 energies on the prize card. There's only 3 energy in the discard pile. And Zoroark's HP is just too high for Goldengo to reach, unfortunately. So let's just push it to the bench for now. We'll worry about it later.
That works even better. We can still take the knockout. We take the Mega Lucario off the board. We threaten game next turn, and we gave Vinny, like, Vinny can take 1 prize card next turn. That's the game plan that he possibly has. Nothing else works here. Vinny doesn't have any other option. There will be not enough energies, exhausted either, I think. Playing into the body, maybe there's 3 in play, 3 in discard, that's 6, 2 in hand, that's 8. We need to discard 3, so that will leave 2 energies total. Maybe the body can become the hero, but because the Solrock has the attachment already, then because the body only has 70 HP, if we had body plus Heroescape, I think we would be golden, and maybe there's a world where we go Pollen, and Simon just draw passes, and we deck them out. But the Heroescape being attached right here, which was necessary for Vinny to like stay in this match, now probably takes away the 1-win condition he might have had.
Is this the first Make It Rain of the match, of the Goldengo match?
Yeah.
So Make It Rain there, 150 damage.
All right, so yeah. It's on Vinny to make something happen. He's not gonna be winning this game by prizes, I don't think. The deck out scenario is tough with no Heroescape for the body, and even if it was available, probably not enough time to play into that. I mean, I think Vinny's like face says it all. He's not happy with how things have played out. He barely got to set up a single Zoroark, couldn't find any help whatsoever from the top, from the trade, until it was probably just a little too late, Juancho.
Yeah, definitely looks a little stumped there. But again, Vinny is able to get this record, though. Again, 9-0-2 in this in LAIC, and Goldengo is one of the most represented decks in the tournament. So I want to know actually if how many Goldengo he's been able to face. If his strategy of the Heroescape Badu was enough.
I would say like Heroescape plus Badu, when they first sort of like revealed that strategy at I think it was Lille. I think that's where Gabriel got top 8, and he had that option. I feel like that's where many people like Heroescape in Zoroark was not super standard, right? But now we're in the last tournament of Mega Evolution. That's where most lists are being figured out. So now if you're playing in Zoroark, you probably can expect, at the very least, Heroescape, probably Body, right? And that's also like the easiest answer. It's a one-spot answer to try to beat Goldengo. And it probably works against many players who are careless with their resource management. Probably doesn't work in round 12 in one of the most prestigious tournaments of the year.
That makes a lot of sense. And doesn't work against this big Mega Lucario, but Vinny is going to give it a go here. We're going to see a clutch onto the Lunatone. And again, 5 minutes remaining here in the match. Simon, I don't see the Turo just yet, so potentially this could stick.
There's a Turo in hand. It is available, yep. So it is the last Turo, so not perfect. We are continuing to draw cards by Simon. He knows that it's the last Turo as well, so maybe we can get to a world where the Yveltal gets to trap the Soul Rock, but unless Simon like really overuses ability, leaves himself with very few cards in the deck, I'm gonna say there's at least 10 left, possibly more, just based on the height of the deck at this point. I can't imagine. I mean, like, we can get an accurate head count here, 3, 6. Yeah, there's at least 12 cards. There's about to be 10. Even if there's a full trap, we have Super Rod to replenish energy into a deck. We're not under item lock or anything like that. So all good. Yeah, all good. I think even if Vini was able to get a full trap going, there's no way Simon decks out before time runs out.
I like it, as Super Rod is going to be played, shuffling in the Iron Bundle and 2 fighting energy. That's plus 3 more cards. Yeah, it is getting fairly thin there. So maybe we stop depending on these gold ingos, that's for sure.
Yeah, we stop. It's probably the last turn we start to we see coin bonus. We have the Turo. Do we have knockout? I mean, do we need knockout? Right? We just see the pass. Conserving resources, replenishing the deck. There's very little time left. We're never decking out in this scenario, and this is where making sure that you are very aware of the time, making sure you are. I think this is where Turoing up the Mega Lucario never happens if it's game 2 and Simon is down a game, and always happens if Simon is up a game, as he is right now. As we see the Penny picking up a Pokemon, putting down the Monkey Dury. So now Vini has a bit of extra damage thanks to Poison building up, thanks to the Petrunt. But I mean, dealing 40 damage per turn is just not good enough.
40 damage a turn, where all your opponent's Pokemon have over 100 HP at the very least. All the multi-prize Pokemon have 260 HP, and even potentially 330 with the Mega Lucario. Definitely a little too slow, as Simon's still playing cards, though, choosing to play that Arven. Is there anything else in the deck important? Superior energy retrieval in combo with an Iono, potentially, if there is an Iono. But also could potentially just go for the knockout next turn, but no point, really. Maybe setting up for a knockout just in case.
Yeah, just in case. Doesn't hurt. Gonna see a superior. It doesn't hurt also to just have the raw energy available, right? If at any point Body happens, but you already played the superior energy retrieval, you have more than enough energy to deal with a Body where maybe your opponent also plays a Bravery Charm or a Luxurious Escape, right? Luxurious Escape serves, like, if you're down to one, if your opponent is down to 1 prize card, Luxurious Escape is essentially a Hero Escape for Body, right? It's like having an extra A-spec for that late game scenario. Maybe that's a possibility for Zorak decks to consider later down the line, as Vini continues to pile up the damage. With 2 minutes left on the clock, 40 damage just is not enough.
Yeah. Vini, though, does have so many Zorks now. Oh, both these players have all their everything on board, all the draws in the world. It's so odd to see. It's so odd to see you have all the draws, but the game plan is manage resources. Don't play too much.
Yeah, and generally, I think if we had more time, this might be good enough for the lock, right? Because even though Simon has an extra Professor's Turo scenario, has plenty of energy, Vini could eventually lock this Soul Rock, take 10 damage each turn, has Palpat, has Penny, to make sure that the Yveltal doesn't go down, and would be able, if Simon attacks Vini, and Vini has double Monkey Dury, all of a sudden it's 80 damage per turn, and that's a lot more to pressure things on the bench, get knockouts and whatnot. But now we have 1 minute left on the clock. I think Simon's gonna be the winner and getting closer to top 8.
I like that bet, Pablo. I like that bet. Definitely looking great here for Simon. Vini just double checking though if there are any other outs, checking the discard pile, checking resources. Okie dokie, hits the discard pile. I like seeing the cool cards, but unfortunately that's not gonna come into play in this matchup at all. I think it is also weak to fighting.
Yeah. all the trio is weak to fighting. Most other Dark-type Pokemon that are more relevant are weak to Grass, but these the group from Shrouded Fable is weak to fighting.
Professor Turo picked up a Zoroark, so there's more bench space to work with right now.
3 seconds on the clock, and I mean, if Simon, turn 0, Vinicius extends the hand, knows it's over. Maybe with more time, Vini could have actually pulled this, and it's pretty interesting to think that in the game where Vini drew the worst, and Simon used the least amount of resources, he had the opening of potential deck out scenario with Yveltal, but unfortunately that's not going to be the case.
Yes, but Simon Lacas here taking the game and winning with a very, very cool Mega Lucario EX, supported by some Golden Go deck. I love seeing these new cards really showcase why they're in the game, and Mega Lucario, it's earned the spot for me. It's definitely earned the spot in the Golden Go deck. I switched my Mega Mawile pick again to as a better cornerstone answer.
I feel like you need to reread the rules of the caster predictions, Pancho, because you can't just watch a match and change your prediction.
I'm so impressed by the players, Pablo.
Now, I will say, let's take a look at the replay of what happened in these games. Let's take a look at Mega Lucario shine this round. Generally, if you had asked me before LAIC that we were going to be impressed by Mega Gardevoir in those first few rounds, if we were going to be seeing Mega Lucario, like we knew Mega Absol and Mega Kangaskhan were going to show up. We knew Mega Mawile was the Mega in style for Golden Go because of the Gdansk win. But Mega Lucario, Mega Gardevoir, it's a pleasure to see those Megas also shining. Poor camera, poor Abomasnow, nowhere to be found, but it's nice to see a variety of Megas, and as more get released, I'm sure we'll be seeing a ton more come into play.
Yes, great job there by Simon, of course, piloting this perfectly. Great job as well to game designers for some great cards. But honestly, we're talking about Mega Lucario. This Solrock Lunatone combo is just
Petron, so very nice inclusion. They need to evolve, or you need to get the 2 attachments. Your opponent can't prepare for either. Mega Lucario does feel, or at least in this game, it definitely felt very, very powerful.
Yeah, it was beautiful. I mean, I like that there's just options though, because we both playing both the metal and the fighting, and yeah, just being able to even just accelerate energy. That became very, very important in that game 1 when the Pheasantipity was in play. It was Pheasantipity, Lunatone, and Solrock. In your mind, hey, that's 3 liabilities. That's 3 things I can trap. That's perfect.
Unless
we power it up with that Mega Lucario, and suddenly that Pheasantipity is all trained up and ready to hit for 100.
And we saw Gabriel use Pheasantipity very effectively during his match. Yeah, that Cruel Arrow attack cannot be underestimated, and it becomes even more powerful when there's energy acceleration to go along with it. Otherwise, if Simon hadn't had that foresight, right, to power it up, if you trap the Pheasantipity, you know for sure that for at least 2 turns, you're going to be safe, right? That gives you 2 free turns if there's no more Professor Turo to be able to set up your board, and then maybe you try to trap something else when 2 energy have been committed to the Pheasantipity, which are 2 resources that are no longer available to your opponents.
Yeah, so many things to consider, even if you almost feel like you have the perfect clock. Maybe there is a way, but Simon played tight, played well, and took that game. Whew. Right now, Pablo, I want to relax from that game a little bit, and let's talk about some previous LAIC. We still have that community bracket. Let's go ahead and pull that up now and just check out how all the different winners and decks are doing.
All right, so seems like Juan Pablo Salas, who I think won LAIC with the Decidueye Vileplume, right, has made it into the semifinals. Daniel Tavila with that Zoroark control deck featuring Oranguru, one of the best cards ever printed, also making it through. And then we have Robin Schulz with that Reshiram and Charizard tag team, right? 3-prize basic Pokemon, just as we have been seeing a lot with the Mega Pokemon EX lately. And then Diego winning with a Lycanroc Boswell GX deck. One of my personal favorites. I did pretty well at a regional with it. probably my best day one performance ever with the deck. So fun memories with Lycanroc. And when Zoroark GX was dominating, that's when Boswell and Lycanroc really shone.
Okay, we've already seen the power of fighting Pokemon from that last round, right? So historically, that's what they've been good at, knocking out some Dark-type Pokemon. And looks like this is what we're going to argue. You know what? I'm going to let you choose. I know you just said that this is one of your most favorite decks, so you can go ahead, start us off, and defend it.
All right, so Boswell Lycanroc GX. Yeah, it's in an era where GX Pokemon had just been introduced, Ultra Beast Pokemon such as Boswell had just been introduced, and they all featured pretty cool price mechanics, right? So instead of trying to just be more powerful and bulky with the numbers and the prizes and whatnot, they had very unique attacks with the GX attacks, with the ability Lycanroc. Okay, if you could name one very important meta-relevant card that you almost always need at the end of any given match to win the game, what would you name it?
Boss's Orders.
Yeah, and guess what? Lycanroc GX's ability is exactly Boss's Orders. So imagine having that as an ability with a very powerful attacker, with a very relevant meta typing at the time. Boswell Lycanroc was a deck that many players feared. Boswell applied so much pressure to the active, to the bench. You could overwhelm your opponents from the very first turn, and with Ultra Beast Energy, with Diancie Prism Star, you could even be doing 110, 120 damage to the active with 30 damage to the bench. It's no surprise when Hop's Sasha EX was announced, people are very like, oh my gosh, the deck is back, and Dobwell was Lycanroc. Unfortunately, that didn't pan out. The deck was not good at all. However, this deck dominated so much, and it didn't need to rely on just being a 3-prize, big damage, big Pokemon, and that's all I do.
Okay. Hey, it's all it does. That's what Reshiram and Charizard does, but it does it so well. You know how fun these decks are to play when you have 4 Jirachi to use and just find anything you want. Welder, which is Accelerate plus Draw. That's something that we very rarely see in the game. They print that type of card very sparingly because of how powerful this deck became. The Reshiram and Charizard, and just honestly being able to just swing almost immediately with the GX attack, and then much later in the game, the second attack is just absolutely powerful. I'm going to leave it at that. The deck is fast and strong, so my arguments are just fast and strong.
All right, fast and strong, thanks to a supporter, not the actual Pokemon. My Pokemon were fast and strong, but it's not up to us to decide. It's up to the community. Make sure you're looking out for that poll. Make sure you vote, as we have round 13 coming up very soon. We'll be right back.
Hey there, Pokemon trainers. Gabby Snyder here at the 2026 Latin America International Championships. Now, while the main competition is going on and trainers are competing in the Pokemon trading card game, Pokemon video game, Pokemon GO, and Pokemon UNITE, there are many side activities for our spectators to enjoy. Why don't we go take a look? Now, over here at the Activity Zone, there are many fun games you can play, such as carnival games, or maybe you feel like you're a budding TCG artist where you can color in some lovely drawings, or maybe even do some origami. There's plenty of things to try, so let's go check them all out. Now, I don't think my art's going to end up in the Hall of Fame. I think there's a lot of incredible artists here who deserve the recognition a little bit more. But next time you're at an international championship, such as the Latin America International Championships, make sure to check out the Activity Zone, where you can play some carnival games, do some origami, or maybe even color in some pictures of your own. For now, though, that's enough from me. Thanks for watching, everybody.
Hello, Pokemon fans. Juancho Saldana here, and I'm joined by Pablo Meza. We're live here at LAIC, and I was lucky enough to walk around the city and, of course, find some Pokemon packs. These are a little bit different, though, Pablo.
Yeah, these are the Mega Evolution set, but in Portuguese you pronounce that Mega Evolução. And the booster packs are a little bit different here. They contain 6 cards instead of the usual 10. So let's see if Juancho, let's see what he gets, and let's see if he can pronounce the differences in the attack names and the Pokemon names. Because there are a few subtle differences in the Pokemon names, but also the attack names, they're very different.
definitely. Pablo's here to help me out with that. They open just like American packs, though. Feels just as good. And of course, our first Pokemon is Grafaiai. I don't even know how to pronounce this in English.
I think that's correct, yeah.
Okay, and it sounds the same exactly.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's do one attack here, and it is Tinta Miraculosa.
Almost. Tinta Miraculosa.
Perfect. All right, that's the first card here. We have Helioptile.
Yeah.
Same thing. And its attack, Aranyao.
Yeah, perfect. Actually.
Duplo.
Yeah, perfect.
Oh,
perfect.
I'm doing pretty good. Okay.
I mean, I'm not native Brazilian, but yeah, I feel like that's pretty good.
All right. Pyroar. Same thing. How would you pronounce it?
Maybe Pyrori. Yeah.
I like that.
The last letters tend to have like that I emphasis or E emphasis. Yeah.
All right. It does have an ability. Let's do the ability only. It is Presa Intimidadora.
You're a natural, Juancho. You're an absolute natural.
Okay, I can't believe I'm doing this right. Maybe I don't need you in this shot.
Yeah, maybe.
No, I kid, of course. How about Corphish?
Corfishy. Maybe it's Corfishy. I'm not 100% sure on that one, yeah.
I like it. It's very cute. And its first attack is Agarramento Compressor.
Juancho, you really don't need me. That's pretty good. Yeah, that's pretty good. I'm not going to say flawless, but it's pretty good.
All right, and of course, our rare for the pack, and it is Xerneas, the legendary Pokemon. Ooh, if we've been playing some ZA. And its attack, Geoportal.
Okay, that one's a bit different. The L in Brazil sounds almost like a U, so the attack would be Geoportal.
Oh, Geoportal.
Portal.
That is beautiful. And that is our rare. We got a basic fighting energy as well.
All right.
Let's move on to the second pack.
You got it, Juancho.
All right. I didn't get anything too rare there, so I didn't need to grab a sleeve.
Yeah, no, you're a natural, yeah.
All right.
Sounds pretty good.
Ooh, this guy. Bulbasaur.
Yeah, like less English, if you will. Bulbasaur.
All right, and its attack, Aprisionamento. Okay, that one's a little bit tougher.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm trying.
Snomi. Yeah, the E at the end for most
I love that. It matches
I know, and it makes it like even cuter, right?
Yeah. Snomi. And its attack, Esconder.
Perfecto.
All right.
Oh, that's a good one.
Praia de Surfista.
Yeah. That's
Okay.
pretty good.
Beautiful place.
I thought Praia would be challenging for you.
Bulbasaur. I forgot already.
Bulbasaur.
Yeah,
that's fine. Yeah.
Yes, and Aprisionamento. Our
Perfect.
reverse rare, and of course, our rare. Ooh, okay, we got something.
All right, let's see you try that one.
Mega Manectric.
That's English.
I don't know how.
All right, so it would be Mega Manectricky EXE or EX? That one I'm actually unsure, but Manectricky, I'm pretty sure.
That's very tricky, Pablo.
Yeah.
Mega Manectricky.
Yeah. And now the attack name?
I'm not gonna try, Pablo. Wait, what is it?
Rayo Declarado.
Oh.
Pretty good.
What about the second one? The second one is where I gave up to.
The second one is Detonazao Desenfrenada. Yeah, so you have to put like a little emphasis, like a little oomph to it.
All right. Well, thank you so much, Pablo. I'm going to try and learn a little bit more, maybe open more packs with you. And
Love opening packs.
Of course. With that, we're going to throw it back to more Pokemon action.
We are back here at LAIC, the Latin American International Championships, where we are deep into our Phase 2. A lot of Pokemon action has been played, but again, we're so close to Top Cut, so close to crowning a new international champion. On the desk here, Juancho Saldana, and joined by the amazing Pablo Meza. What a great past couple of matches, Pablo, and I had fun in that game, mate. Mega Manectricky.
yeah, that was definitely a fun way to teach you Portuguese with Pokemon cards, right? I also enjoyed that. I love practicing my Portuguese. I'm not fluent or native, but I definitely enjoy trying to, I don't know, learning. I mean, when I took Portuguese classes, I didn't learn Pokemon in my Portuguese classes. But yeah, back to the tournament. We have round 13 coming up very soon. You can take a look at the featured matches. We already revealed that it's Brent Tonison against Pedro Pertusi, the local Brazilian hero, against the world traveler who got second place at LAIC last season, trying to get that big win. Brent has countless of accolades at this point in time. He's missing that first place at an international tournament.
Oh, you just know he wants it. He is probably such a seasoned player, so he definitely has the practice for these big events, right? He plays in so many of those big regionals this season and last season, everywhere he goes, and he definitely tests a lot. He's definitely one of our best players out there, but of course, so many other great matches. Ooh, Yuki Yamaguchi against Vinny Fernandez, also one of the matches out there. Pablo, maybe I leave you to cast this next one. I'll go down there and just watch that match for just a little bit.
I'll fly solo for round 13. I mean, if you really need to watch that match, I'm not going to stop you, Juancho.
Or maybe I head on over to Henry Chow.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to. Or maybe I leave you and I go watch Henry Chow against Piper Lepine, the two top tier NA players facing off. I don't remember what Piper was playing, but yeah, that must be a treat to watch.
So many great matches, so many good players. It's such a treat to have so much talent really come into and play these internationals and really show why they're pro players, right?
Yeah. I mean, they keep doing well at most tournaments, right? Which is really impressive. That consistency means they're making very good decision making round after round after round. They are putting themselves in a situation where making sure that you are 100% guaranteed to win a match is usually very difficult. But if you can maximize your chances at winning a game 80%, 90%, 95% towards the end game by proper thinning, by proper game plan, by proper price mapping, by having the right Pokemon in play and whatnot to give you the best chances, then you're going to have this consistency, right? You're not immune to doing bad at a tournament or two, but if you're really great at analyzing and putting yourself in those situations and at improvising on the spot, then that's where these players really, really shine.
Yes, we have talent here at the Pokemon TCG, and players like Henry Chow, Piper Lepine, Brent Tonison, Pedro Petrucci, Takeshi Yoneda, all these people. That's the proof, ladies and gentlemen. And yeah, so you just have to work on it, practice a little bit, work on your lines, and maybe you too could be a Pokemon master like these great players.
We also see a lot of variety in terms of regions, right? We see Brazil, we see the US, we see Australia, we see Japan, we see Peru, we see Chile, we see Italy, but we have Brent against Pedro, the Mega Absol, Mega Kangaskhan, the two Mega Pokemon that we definitely knew we were going to see this weekend, unlike Lucario and unlike Gardevoir. And we have Pedro with the classic Gardevoir Jellicent. I wonder how Pedro's list differs from Henry's, for example.
Yeah, it looks like playing one less Jellicent EX, that's one thing I can just catches my eye almost immediately. And also, I don't think I see a devolution. So definitely some different plays are going to come out from Pedro here, but I'm curious to see as well how Brent Tonison manages with this Mega Absol. I think this is the first time I've seen him play this deck. I believe he was on Dragapult last weekend in Las Vegas, so making that big switch now to this, the Mega Box, maybe was just so impressed by Tord Reklev and was just like, oh, I need to try that.
I mean, Brent had so much success, right, with Gardevoir that I'm very surprised that he's not continuing that. Now, we just saw the prizes. The one big card I noted was Screamtail at the very top of Pedro's prizes. So that means, like, Gardevoir usually doesn't play any ghosting effects outside of Counter Catcher. They really rely on that Screamtail to try to apply pressure, try to hunt down something that decides to retreat. There's only one copy of Counter Catcher and no copy of Boss's Orders that I can see here for Pedro, so he's gonna have to deal with whatever Brent throws at him in the active pretty much for the whole game. But the big thing in Pedro's list is that once Brent sees a Frillish come down, perhaps, then he's going to expect Gardevoir Jellicent. And what do Gardevoir Jellicent decks usually not have? Drifloon. But Pedro is playing both. He has access to the high damage output of Drifloon, and he has access to the item lock potential of Jellicent DX. That's a combination that we haven't seen very commonly. Clearly, it's been working very well for him, but awkward start so far.
I didn't even catch that. Great eye. Normally, I see the Jellicent, I immediately assume there is no Drifloon.
Exactly, and I think that's what most players are probably assuming when playing against Pedro today.
Yes, but right now, of course, Pedro, just the attachment, while Brent Tonneson, A-Spec, just in hand, no Arven needed. Let's get a lot of Pokemon into play.
Eyeing up the Psyduck. That's an interesting. Or no, probably just putting all the Pokemon in front for price checking. Never mind. Like, why would we bench the Psyduck against Gardevoir? But yeah, price-wise, copy of Mega Kangaskhan, perfectly fine. You have the other one. Blood Mirror Luna, you're going to get it off early from the price cards, most likely. So you'll have access to it for later down the line to perhaps KO this Lily's Clefairy, perhaps KO Serendipity. That gets onto the field for a very good self-sufficient energy attacker. No energy attacker, sorry, that can dish out that big damage once one of your Mega Pokemon has gone down. Anything interesting over on Brent's list? Any interesting inclusions that you can see? I think one copy of Cornerstone Ogerpon, which is interesting, but what else is there, Juancho?
Ooh, no, I was trying to find the stadium here, because normally what these Mega Pokemon like to do is have even more HP. Instead, though, Brent Tonneson is opting to play two of the Calamitous Snowy Mountain. This is something we saw with the Ursaluna deck from yesterday, if you remember, Pablo. But
I remember.
it is where you attach an energy and you damage yourself. You're effectively damaging your own Pokemon. That's the exact opposite of the Lively Stadium. It gives you less HP, but it does give you some Monkey Dory movement. But right now, discarding the Mega Absol with the Earthen Vessel gets energy into play. The next question is, we saw a Turbo Energize in the prize cards. Do we have one in hand? Do we have an Arven? Do we have an out to it?
I haven't seen any yet. Maybe there is. Brent's keeping his hand close to his chest. But yeah, that Calamitous Snowy Mountain, like we've talked a lot about how players are managing the damage in play with no way to self-generate damage or trying to do a little bit of damage with Petrant, right? With the poison, sometimes that helps, but now with the Calamitous Snowy Mountain, that's definitely going to be a big deal as we try to find an Arven.
Big Pal Pad, anyone home would like to order a sandwich? No, that's Lily.
That's Lily's determination. So now, with one being prized, there's only one Energizer in the deck. It's going to be, I mean, there's a chance you draw it, not a very good one.
You are drawing 8 cards. If there is a way to draw that Turbo Energize, Lily's the best card for that, if you know, besides finding it off the Arven. And that's something Brent definitely wants to do here. Wants to establish that Mega Absol, get that 2 energy, and start swinging with the Claw of Darkness. Not only does it dismantle everything in a Gardevoir deck, it also dismantles everything in the hand as well, as Lily's determination is played. 8 big cards here. Let's find it. Can we find it?
Can we find it? Not great odds, right? Finding a one-of. This is like finding your A-Spec, right? You're hoping to find your one-of copy that's available. I don't know if you price check like the Turbo Energize immediately, so maybe Brent doesn't know that one of them is priced. I don't think we found it, though.
I didn't see it, and with the switch into the Eviltal,
that confirms it, right?
Yeah. That has to confirm it, as now it is just going to be a pass from Brent. Opting to leave the Eviltal in the active, maybe trying to generate damage. If Brent can't accelerate energy, hey, let's get some damage on board. Maybe he could move later, as Pedro now does have the Drift Balloon in play. We were talking about, hey, we can play the Frillish and then we could fake out the Drift Balloon. Maybe now it's the exact opposite. Now we play the Drift Balloon and Brent could maybe not think about the item lock.
Yeah.
Or
I think like usually you can expect a Frillish if you see a Drifloon as a one-off. You wouldn't expect a 2-1 Jellicent line with the Drifloon, right? So yeah, it's the opposite of what we were thinking. It's now you show the Drifloon, so your opponent will not suspect Jellicent. Jellicent also not as good in this matchup because of this big Dark type Pokemon that is a little tough to take down. That's where the Drifloon shines, and that's where the Jellicent really struggles. So maybe there's not going to be any mind games, but there could have been, right? The potential was there, and I'm sure over the course of 13 rounds, it has happened to Pedro where players might have made non-ideal decisions based on lack of information, which we even saw in the very first round, right, where Miroslav played things in a way because he didn't know exactly what he was up against.
Well, Pedro just played a Lily there, and Pablo, remember when you said when you play a Lily, sometimes it's hard. It's almost like an A-spec.
Yeah.
Well, Pedro drew into his A-spec after playing the Lily, so we're about to see a lot of discards here, especially with the Earthen Vessel, discarding the energy already. We're going to get a lot of Psychic, potentially, in the discard pile. But can we get a Mega Artivore is the question.
I think I saw a rare candy for sure. We could get Gardevoir into play with no energy on the Megapsol. It seems pretty safe. So usually Gardevoir is the one that's withstanding the hits, trying to set up, stabilizing, and then goes in for big knockouts. But we could actually see Pedro be the aggressor here. There's plenty of bench Pokemon for Lily's Clefairy to start taking knockouts on his Yveltal with no Technical Machine Energized last turn. There's no threats. There's no real threats. I think the biggest issue is that Screamtail, right? Screamtail not being available means we can't take down Monkey Dory. It means we can't pressure a 3-price Pokemon somewhere down the line. It means we can't knock out a Petron until the very end of the game. And if we're ahead, our counter catcher is not going to work for pretty much for the whole game. Pedro clearly doesn't rely too much on it, only plays one copy, but it's still a nice to have sometimes. But you can't complain about being ahead.
Man, I can't believe I'm winning right now. No, but yeah, you can't use the counter catcher. So many of these powerful, fall behind cards, right? But Pedro opting to find the Ralt here. Hasn't played the A-Spec just yet. Can also opt to maybe just attach a Psychic Energy. Doesn't even need the Gardevoir. And sure enough, that is the case. Playing a little bit more conservatively here. Not discarding anything, not using the A-Spec. Just a knockout with the Clefairy. And with that, Pedro goes up a prize.
All right, so one prize, not too scary overall for Brent. I think the scariest card for Brent is definitely seeing that Drifloon hit the board. Gardevoir Jellicent has been a lot more popular in general for this event, or doing a lot better rather at the top tables. You might not know that Pedro is playing actually both Drifloon and Jellicent. As we mentioned, it's not something you really expect. Calamus Mountain is also something that Pedro probably doesn't expect. One stadium has been utilized from him, and that Calamus Snowy Mountain could actually be huge in a situation where Drifloon takes a big knockout with 20 HP remaining, and then Brent goes attach, transfer the damage, take a knockout, and then Boss take another knockout for like a 3-price turn or something. A lot of pressure happening over on Brent's side, so it might not be something that happens anytime soon, but that Calamus Snowy Mountain, like that could be the key card for Brent to turn a bad situation into a good one at any given moment.
Yes, just a way to generate the damage without having to depend on poison, right? So it's nice to be able to just come out of nowhere, right? Just suddenly, hey, I actually have that 2 to move with. Yeah, I didn't get to, invest in the poison or anything like that, but I will be able to move some damage counters. But right now, Brent Tonneson opting to grab the energy switch, probably for something later. The more important card there, of course, is the Turbo Energize, just to start accelerating here. And just like you said, with the Screamtail in the prize cards, that Absol is sitting pretty safe.
Safe indeed. There's a Calamus Snowy Mountain, so playing it after he attached. Doesn't want that self-damage just yet. Pedro having to read the Calamus Snowy Mountain to just double check. I'm pretty sure he hasn't gone up against Blood Moon or Saluna quite yet. So this might be the first time he's seeing this card in the tournament, not in general, but in the tournament. Now we see the Turbo Energize, attachment to Absol, attachment to Monkey Dory, have that ready to go, perfectly combining with the Stadium. And now we want to find the Mist Energy, right? The Mist Energy is the key card missing for this Absol for maximum protection against a Mew EX trading. 2 prizes for 3 prizes would be very problematic, but no amount of Mist Energies will save Absol from a 5 energy Drifloon.
Yeah, 5 energy Drifloon, 300 damage, so powerful off this little basic Pokemon, non-rule box, and the fact that Gardevoir has the capability to do something like this, and hey, just like that, surprise!
Yeah, now Brent has full information, and I'm sure, like, it's something of note, right? It's like, oh, you actually played both, right? So now he knows for sure that he might need to deal with a powerful item lock at some point. Now he knows there's Frillish for sure because he hadn't seen any so far, and he also needs to be aware of the Drifloon. So Pedro trying to cover all his bases. Of course, that comes at a cost. Pedro doesn't have that second copy of Jellicent DX, so he can't protect from Iron Bundle, if that ever is the case. Did Brent play Iron Bundle? I think I saw it. No, he doesn't. Okay, so not the case here. But yeah, I mean, throughout the course of the day, you're going to be playing against so many different decks. The more versatile your deck is, the better you'll be able to adapt to different situations. But you don't want to overdo it where you're so versatile, but you lack in consistency that you never get to a point where that versatility matters.
I like it, and I'm sure Brent is just racking his brain now. Now he has to think, I also have to deal with item lock, and I have to worry about my opponent suddenly doing 300 damage? That will make almost any person's head hurt, really, to try and consider. And I like as well the fact that, you know, there is a Jellicent. That means now you also have to start to consider, yes, Pedro isn't playing a lot of the different techs like Devolution, but I'm sure some of his opponents down the line had to think, oh, if there's a Jellicent, they also have to play around Devo.
Yeah.
But it's almost like a smoke screen. It's just a smoke screen. But right now, Monkey Dory hits the board. Very important to set those up in this matchup. Just winning the Monkey War, really, in any matchup with the Monkey Dories. Very, very important, as just the Lily. So no Gardevoir established just yet.
Yeah, 6 cards to not 8 because Pedro has already taken a knockout on that Evil with the TM Evo attached right here. I wonder if it's gonna be a double Kirlia angle and let the Clefairy go down to the Absol Claw of Darkness, knowing that you could possibly have the Drifloon, or if Pedro is fine with that trade because he loses 2 prizes, but then he gets 5 energy onto the Drifloon, knocks out the Absol, the only real threat that Brent has at this point. And yeah, it's gonna be the Technical Machine Evolution, the residual damage on Kangaskhan when you have the possibility to 1-KO it with Drifloon, probably not as valuable.
I like it just because, yes, it is a very, very expensive TM Evolution, but maybe you're also telling Brent, just take this guy. Don't go for a boss's orders. Don't take out my Drifloon. Don't take off my Bravery Charm. Or don't take out any of the more valuable Pokemon on the bench. Every single one of those Pokemon on the bench has a job to do right now. Whereas Clefairy is just there to take a knockout. Yes, it's 2 prize cards, but I'll trade that over one of these pieces for sure.
Not too bad. I think this is very important to highlight in terms of like top tier play, right? Pedro doesn't mind losing 2 prizes in this spot. He values the Monkey Dory a lot more. He values getting the Kirlias into play a lot more. And I think in many instances, most players would be retreating that Clefairy to not give their opponents 2 prize cards. But Pedro already has planned everything in this game. He probably has a very clear prize mapping in his mind where it doesn't matter if your opponent takes 2 prizes, 3 prizes, 4 prizes, 5 prizes. It matters if they take this 6.
Yes, energy switch play there, moving the energy from the Kangaskhan to one of the Monkey Dories. Just like that, Brent has the double Monkey in play. No damage just yet, though. Nothing to move. It is ready. However, Brent Tonneson, again, has both 2 energies on the Absol. Only has the fighting energy in hand, however. Do you think he goes for the attach here?
I mean, if we're going counter-catcher, right? We'll probably knock out the Drifloon at this point in time. Oh, it's going to be the Monkey Dory. Okay, so trying to get rid of that Pokemon, and seems like we're going to risk it, right? But if Brent doesn't find any energy whatsoever here, so he's giving himself the option to draw the Mist, as that's the best energy you can attach. However, if you whiff energy completely, then you wasted your counter-catcher, you're not doing anything, Terminal Period is not live because there is no damage on your side of the board. It's going to be, I mean, it's 10 cards total, right? 8 from Lily, 2 from Mega Kangaskhan. Odds are in your favor. And there is a Mist. Mist is found.
Yes, Brent Thompson playing it safe. It has paid off. It is going to take a knockout on the Monkey Dory, however, though. So even if he failed to find the Mist Energy, there's no double Monkey Dory Terminal Period possibility for Pedro unless he plays something like Energy Switch. So that's almost playing double safe there.
Yeah, doubly safe, exactly. If I don't get the energy, I limit your Monkey Dory, therefore you cannot go for that terminal period. That's not going to stop Drifloon from wrecking this Mega Absol, though. I mean, having a Gardevoir doesn't seem too bad. Pedro's hand is pretty big at this point in time, so terminal period can get rid of Iono, you have Lily. Can't get rid of Lily, you have Iono. Can't get rid of Ultra Ball, you have Arven. Can't get rid of Arven, you have Ultra Ball. So I guess it comes down to energy in the discard pile. There's 2 Psychics at the moment. There's 1 more in Clefairy, which you can retreat off of. I like getting rid of this Ultra Ball because Ultra Ball takes away a possible Earthen Vessel top deck. Yeah, so yeah, we are confirming 2 Psychic, 1 Darkness in the discard pile. We do need 5 energy. 3 is not enough to get this KO. So that's going to be the difficult part. Finding both Gardevoir, 2 energy in the discard pile, accomplishing all of that is not quite easy.
Yeah, Ultra Ball was perfect there.
Off the top, what did we get? I couldn't tell.
It just needs to be one of those pieces, either the Earthen Vessel or the Ultra Ball, just because Arven is in hand, yes? Yeah. So
it was Pheasantipity, my goodness. Pheasantipity off the top. We're going to be able to draw 3 extra cards to find the missing pieces, which is exactly 2 energy and a way to discard them. And I think it's Ultra Ball, Juancho.
I didn't quite see it was a off angle for me.
I think it's just with all these gold cards, there's 1 energy. Oh, maybe it wasn't Ultra Ball. We have 4 energy.
I think it was a Nest Ball.
Yeah, it might have been a Nest Ball. Yeah. So I'm pretty sure if Pedro had found them, we would already be seeing that getting pieced out. So same for Brent, right? If Pedro had found them, we'd probably be already seeing the pieces getting played. No, it is an Ultra Ball.
Oh.
I think. Maybe we're down Years and Vessels? I don't know. These gold cards all look very similar. All right. Artisan for the Monkey Dory. We don't need that to get the KO at this point. Are we down all of our... How many Earthen Vessel do we play? We play 3. I know we've played at least 1.
Okay.
There's Ultra Ball.
Okay, Pablo. Hear me out now. So because... Okay, just by judging how Pedro is playing, there's only, 4 energy right now capability. Ultra Ball has been played. That means there was no access to the second energy. We don't have the knockout with the Drifloon.
I think...
What would be the second best play then, Pablo?
Great question, Juancho. I mean, confusion perhaps with the Monkey Dory. Maybe that's the way to go. 1 Earthen Vessel is prized. I think it must be that 2 Earthen Vessels have been played, so Pedro had no access to those to that extra Psychic Energy. 1 Psychic Energy short from knocking out this Mega Absol. That means Mega Absol is going to be even more efficient than before. We could also just go in big damage, try to find the card of Iono. It's not great odds, right? Because you not only need to find the Psychic, you need to find a way to discard the Psychic as well. And we can't attach to discard it because there's already a Psychic in the active. Oh my gosh, we found Ultra Ball and Psychic.
Exactly what Pedro needed here. The odds of that were
not high.
Not high. A couple of Ultra Balls were already played, and it has to be those exact 2 cards because there's not that many Earthen Vessels left, and that wasn't even a Lily. That was Iono. It's Iono to 5 too, not even the full 6.
Yeah. So yeah, thank you for confirming. We did have the 2 Earthen Vessel in the discard pile. The last one was prized. That's why we couldn't do it. But hey, Iono saves the day and gets Pedro there. This is where the Drifloon will have 10 damage counters on it. So this is where the Calamitous Snowy Mountain could come into play, where Brent gets to do that fancy play. But with Pedro being down to 2 prize cards, is it too little too late, Juancho?
This is going to be, down to 2 is a great spot. That's an easy snipe if there was a Screamtail. But Drifloon right now, again, Balloon Burst, 30 times the amount of damage counters. And by accelerating 5 energy, 100 damage on the Drifloon, that's 300 damage. That's 3 prize cards. This 1 prize Pokemon is taking down a Mega 3 prize Pokemon. How is that fair?
Before Mega Pokemon came out, Drifloon always enjoyed having 2-for-1 prize trades. Now Drifloon gets to enjoy 3-for-1 prize trades, which makes it even better to where if the Drifloon gets knocked out, which I'm sure Pedro has factored into his plan and his decision making and price mapping and everything, even if that happens, I'm sure Pedro is pretty fine with this trade. Even if it's KO Drifloon and somehow KO Gardevoir out of the blue, which I don't think is possible at this point in time. Even if that happens, it was a 3-4-3 trade, so you're still probably in the driver's seat.
Yes. Right now, though, Brent Tonneson has a Mega Kangaskhan, double Monkey Dory. Double Monkey Dory with the energy is always good, but you know, with nothing to move, they might as well just be normal Psychic Pokemon. What Blood Moon Ursaluna should be active now. Is there anything else that could possibly come into play? The Calamity, so the Snowy Mountain now has to come in, right? We need to see that. We need that extra movement and knockout, but it's just going to be a boss's orders here.
Yeah, I think at this point, like, if you just try to go toe-to-toe with aggression, you're always going to lose that trade. Your opponent got two of an efficient trade at this point in time. I think Brent is now going to try and play towards like an Yveltal sort of trap. There's only one space for Monkey Dory, but unfortunately for Brent, not only does Pedro play Jellicent and Drifloon and multiple Bravery Charm, he also plays a Professor Turo scenario.
There was no Dark Pokemon, Pablo, so couldn't even switch out the Kangaskhan. Oh, luckily the Kangaskhan does have the Bravery Charm attached, giving it 350 HP out of range of the Drifloon.
Yeah, that Professor Turo in Pedro's deck can get the Gardevoir out of the active, can potentially reset the energy availability by picking up the Drifloon, getting those energies discarded, allowing Pedro, to have a lot more maneuverability. The Screamtail still remaining in the prize cards does mean that we can't really get game to knock out the Petron DX, and as you mentioned, the extra HP on the Kangaskhan makes it so that Drifloon cannot KO it either. And if you attack into it, it could get pennied after the damage gets sent back to you, so you probably don't want to do that. I think Pedro might be trying to get like 2 attachments on the Gardevoir, retreat the Gardevoir onto something else, power up that damage, send the damage with Monkey Dory, maybe Turo up whatever's active, take a knockout somehow. I mean, maybe that's what we could be doing here, but think like it's definitely on Pedro to make something that makes it awkward for him now. But it's in full trying to deck out mode, hoping that there's no Professor Turo because he hasn't seen it.
Yeah, boss's orders after boss's orders is played. Gardevoir after Gardevoir being gusted. The difference is now that the new one has no energy attached. Do you think, is it time to play the Professor Turo? And it looks like it is, but we're touring up the Drifloon instead of a Gardevoir.
That's a safe play. That's 100% like picking up the active and slamming Drifloon into the active for 300 damage is completely counterintuitive. So Pedro just making sure he has all the energy availability he needs for the rest of the game, hitting for 190. Your opponent is in full stall mode, so as long as Pedro can keep attacking every turn, that's it. It's game over. Brent might now have to default to a clutch play on the Fezandipiti now that the Professor Turo has been exhausted, and that might force Pedro to need to use something like Supra to replenish enough energies for Fezandipiti to be powered up and to start attacking somehow. Maybe that's the sort of potential game plan I think Brent still has.
Ooh, these Yveltal decks just have so many lines, right? There is the line of taking out your opponent's resources with the Absol, or just knocking out Pokemon with the Absol as well. But having the option to deck out too, as well as moving damage with the Monkey Dory, just means you have to worry about so many things. But right now, Pedro is just safe to just do 190 damage to that Kangaskhan. One more attack away from taking a knockout. What can Brent put together here? And another boss's orders off the top.
Sure, Brent is going to go Artisan for that Yveltal. It has to be that onto the Fez. There's no way your opponent plays 2 Professor Turos or Palpad, so now going for the trapping strategy is a lot safer. You can't really trap a Psychic-type Pokemon because now Pedro, thanks to the Professor Turo, has plenty of energy availability to him. But that Fezandipiti, I mean, if the Yveltal is not poisoned, Fezandipiti cannot KO anything that's on Brent's board, right? It would do 100 to the Yveltal, and then you can double Monkey Dory back some damage. It would force you to continually penny unless you find like the Bravery Charm plus the Lively Stadium, which we don't actually play, so never mind, that's not an option. But a Bravery Charmed Yveltal, that means it has 160 HP. It could withstand 2 Cruel Arrows, so maybe Brent could still find that line. He needs to counter-catcher here, though, in order to bring up the Fez. Going for the Night Stretcher, maybe he doesn't have access to it. I'm not exactly sure. Maybe he's used both of them. Or maybe it's already in hand. I have to imagine that's it. How many Evoltal does he play? Only one, so Brent definitely cutting a few corners here. One Cornerstone, one Evoltal, and that's forcing him to have more, right? We saw Tord win with 2 Evoltal and 2 Cornerstone, and the Evoltal is indeed in the discard pile.
Yep, sure enough, it is going to be the Rescue Stretcher into the Evoltal. But did you see the counter catcher in hand?
It might be there. I'm not entirely sure. Like Brent keeping everything very close to his chest. I think it is in there. Oh, it's either that or a Pokegear. So we're gonna see the poison, which could actually work against him at any given moment. He Bravery Charms the Petrant, respecting the possible Screamtail knockout, right? Which makes a lot of sense. We're gonna see the possibility of triple Monkey Dirty. No, we're gonna need to buy a turn. There was no counter catcher, so we need to go Boss's Orders. But then I question, well, I mean, expecting an Iono, I guess, you need to make sure that the Evoltal is in play already. You could have Night Stretchered, I guess, and with the Artisan, you can always find it. Now it's not at risk of it getting KO'd. The Evoltal, yeah, is definitely not poisoned on the bench. And it's gonna come down to Pedro piecing this out. Brent will have a significant Monkey Dory advantage at this point in time. Another turn, yeah, Screamtail not being available means Pedro cannot win this turn. And we mentioned in the beginning, right? That limitation will factor in at some point.
Factors in right now. I mean, Mega Kangaskhan, 190 HP. That's, what, a Monkey Dory plus a Screamtail with 160 damage. If there's enough energy on board, that could have been a knockout. But either way, I don't think Pedro is going to be able to win this turn for sure, as it is just going to be an Iono. So Brent definitely playing around that. Getting the attachment early on that Evoltal is going to need to find the Gust once again, because the Boss's Orders was in that other hand.
The fact that Pedro didn't immediately go for the Artisan into the Screamtail, Brent, that confirms that there's no Screamtail available for Pedro, right? There could be availability this next turn, but as long as Brent finds a Ghosting effect, this is the key for him. But the Suprot, I think the Suprot is the other key card for Pedro. I'm not sure if it has been used. I don't think it has been. If he recovers enough energies, that's going to be more than enough. Goes for a Night Stretcher on a Psychic Energy. Pedro knows what Brent's game plan is and preemptively attaches to the Fezandipity to make sure that he can deal with what's about to happen.
Yeah, that means that Fezandipity is 2 attachments away from attacking. Pedro even moving some damage onto the Evoltal and just takes knockout. Goes down to 1 prize card. Just has to knock out 1 more Pokemon, while Brent...
Boss off the top. He didn't have access to Boss beforehand, but does find it off the top right here. Will go for Artisan. Does have that Calumet Snowy Mountain. Probably not going to factor in anymore. The turns to use it have now passed. So now it comes down to maybe Brent trying to hedge that there's no Suprot available, somehow trying to make this Evoltal survive over and over. But even like the poison damage will work against Brent. No matter how much he heals with Monkey Dory, if the Evoltal is poisoned, there will always be 10 damage in between, placed in between during Pokemon checkup on the Evoltal, and Cruel Arrow is going to be very cruel to Brent here.
And there it is. Boss's Orders onto the Fezandipity now. The clutch lock is going to be established. It's a matter of, can Pedro find energy attachments almost every turn? Or at least have enough energy attachments.
Alright, so it's double Monkey Dory against single Monkey Dory. So eventually this Monkey Dory will be overwhelmed with pressure, will allow Brent to take another prize card there. Does Pedro have enough energy to power up the Fezandipity right now?
I think that's another Night Stretcher. Is there some energy in the discard pile? Yes, there's a couple. How much time does Pedro have to there's still a lot of time.
Yeah, this is definitely probably going, well, not definitely. This is probably going to be a single game match. We see the Super Rod get utilized, not recovering 3 energies, recovering a Monkey Dory instead. Wants to make sure that he's not overwhelmed by the damage, right? So there's 3 energy left at this point in time. So if 3 energy get attached to the Pheasantipede, how does that work out here? 3, and then that would mean that this Gardevoir, if 3 energy get attached to Pheasantipede and that somehow doesn't win Pedro the game, that could leave the possibility for this Gardevoir to be stranded into the active spot.
Yeah, right now there is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 energy in play. Pedro plays 8. It's going to take 2 more to attach to the Pheasantipede. 8 energy.
No,
oh, sorry.
7 and 3.
Sorry, 7, 3. So there's 10 energy.
Yeah, so there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And then there are a couple in the discard pile. Oh, yeah, never mind. The Gardevoir wouldn't be stranded because there's still some Psychic energy in the discard pile. So, yeah, I think Pedro might have pieced everything perfectly. Yeah, 2 Psychic in the discard pile, confirming that. So the Gardevoir would not... okay, actually, no, never mind. The Gardevoir would be stranded under the Clutch Lock because 2 energy is enough to retreat, but that's the one thing you cannot do. Otherwise, you can no longer attack with the Gardevoir. But the problem is the poison, right? Brent can heal the Yveltal, and the problem is the poison and the Monkey Dories as well. The Monkey Dory damage adds to that Cruel Arrow. Pedro is down to 1 prize card. Brent benches the Blood Moon Ursaluna as well. Does he now try to take a prize card here after he knocks out the Monkey Dory? That leaves him at 2 prize cards, and maybe Pedro can't KO the Blood Moon at that point in time. Maybe that's the way you go about this.
That might have to be it.
Yeah.
Just because the 2 energy in the discard pile, nothing can get, well, everything in attack, essentially, in Pedro's side of the board. If there's at least an energy in the hand, well, maybe there's no energy in the hand.
Yeah. And this is what I mean when the best players always improvise and adapt, right? Brent was playing towards a clutch play, towards a deck out situation, running Pedro out of resources. Pedro perfectly adapted to it, made sure he had just enough to prevent that possibility. So now Brent is readapting, right? Instead of just trying to see if the other plan works, finds Counter Catcher. What can that do for us at this point in time? We knock out the Monkey Dory. I think we want to knock out the Fez after we just used the Blood Moon to knock out, right?
If we Counter Catcher here, yeah, there's 2 energy in the discard pile, but the Gardevoir with no energy can't attack.
But that's no longer an option because the 3rd energy is not on Pheasantipede. So the 3rd energy needed to be committed, and if the 3rd energy was committed, then the Pheasantipede wins Pedro the game. So that was no longer an option. Counter Catcher was not needed at this point in time. Brent has now defaulted to a I win with Boss on Clefairy next turn. So Pedro needs to get a prize card right now. The Screamtail is Pedro's last prize card, so we cannot artisan for it. Brent also had to play to that possibility. The fact that Pedro, the 50-50 of Screamtail not being available. So what can Pedro do here? What does he even have in hand? Has Brent found a way to do this? And the Counter Catcher will be good next turn if Brent doesn't lose here. Brent can go Subjugating Chains, bring up the Yveltal, reset the Blood Moon effect, and then Counter Catcher Clefairy to win this insane game.
There's the Drifloon, though. Drifloon is capable of hitting high damage. There's no energy on the Monkey Dory either. If there's a potential double Monkey Dory knock, and then you can knock out with the Clefairy, unfortunately, that's not there. Big Lily here.
Bravery
There's a Bravery Charm. Is there enough energy?
There's 4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
4 energy plus the attachment, so that will... Oh, plus the 2 more there. That's definitely enough. 5 energies on the Drifloon. That's 300 damage onto the Blood Moon Ursaluna. And the game for Pedro. That one was a thinker, Pablo.
What a crazy game. Yeah, the big whiff by Pedro on the... Well, not the big whiff. The Earthen Vessel prized, made it awkward for him to get the KO. Then he hit the KO off the Iono, but he had the Screamtail prize. The Screamtail prize essentially made this match 10 to 15 minutes longer than it needed to be, which, I mean, might have proved to be in Pedro's benefit, right? If he had the Screamtail, he would have won a lot earlier. We would already be in game 2, and maybe Brent ends up winning that game and we end up in a tie. But now that a lot of time has been exhausted, this game is very back and forth, as we saw. We're about to recap, and therefore, this could play into Pedro's benefit. And it's crazy to think that prizing a key card to win a game ends up benefiting you.
Yeah, here we see the replay of the matches. Again, Pedro was the aggressor, which is not normal for Gardevoir decks. They do tend to fall behind, but it's exactly what he needed in order to win this game. Again, just getting that big one-hit knockout on the Mega Absol, I think swung the entire thing, made Brent Tonneson start to think of all the different lines that are possible.
Yeah, and Yveltal Clutch possibilities, and then switching into into aggression with the Iono. I mean, Pedro did find the Lily. He also kept a lot of outs available in case he needed some extra resources. And Brent has very valuable information. He knows there's Gel Scent. He knows there's at least two Bravery Charms. He knows there's Drifloon. And I'm pretty sure this is where Pedro's deck is really shining. The fact that he was able to somehow make it work, make both variants of Gardevoir into one, right? Into one very powerful, cutting some corners, doesn't have the full power of the 2-2 Gel Scent line, doesn't have the 3 stadiums available also, only has access to 2, but so far so good.
You think there's still a world, though, that the Jellicent comes into play this matchup, maybe slow things down a little bit?
This would be a game where it's in Pedro's benefit to slow everything that Brent could possibly do, as we see the draw pass from Pedro with the Screamtail in the active. That doesn't mean his hand is dead, but it does mean he doesn't have a way to bench other Pokemon. Any energy available either are not there, as we see Brent immediately start us off with a Nest Ball into the Mega Kangaskhan into retreat, so probably signifies a pretty weak hand as well.
Never mind, Jellicent's not going to come into play because that one Jellicent is prized. But on Brent's side, one Turbo Energize once again hiding in the prize cards might make it a little bit more difficult, especially since we didn't see just the Arven immediately played.
Brent is holding an Earthen Vessel, and I really wish he had played it. Like, he knows there's Jellicent, therefore he knows there's Frillish, and what he doesn't know is that there's no Herbaloon or Latias EX, so he can't get that turn 1 item lock going. But I feel like you want to play it safe at this point, you know? Now, we do see the Arven for Pedro. That's probably going to find the pink card, and that's going to let him to really fully set up. So that first turn becomes pretty meh. Now, let's see. He's going to price check, of course. He's going to make sure that he has access, or he knows what he has access to make a game-winning plan. That's always very key. Nothing to key prize. The Professor Turo is at the bottom. The Jellicent, as you mentioned, means there's not going to be a ton of slowing down the game. I mean, Frillish is just as good, sometimes even better than the Jellicent, but having that extra HP sometimes proves very useful.
Yeah, Turo being the prize cards will be problematic if Pedro doesn't draw into it. If Brent just, for some reason, decides to go immediately with the lock, would be very scary. But right now, Secret Box is going to be played. That's not Psychic Energy I see there in the discard pile, so not the most ideal Secret Box, but it is going to get Pedro some resources, and one of which is the Charm plus the Artizone, because I believe the Evo is already in hand, right? It was grabbed off the Arven, yes.
Yeah, so going to be able to set up, going to be able to potentially get Ralts into play, maybe a Ralts and a Frillish. There's no energy on Brent's side of the board. There's no threat of anything happening, at least for one more turn, right? After that, we could see the Arven TM Energize and power up the Absol, and I think Brent also needs to sort of like default to that. He really, really needs to just start applying pressure, essentially be so aggressive that Pedro is never able to stabilize.
Yes, alone Ralts now hits the board thanks to the Artizone, and able to find any basic Pokemon, and just Earthen Vessel discarding the Iono. These discards, again, have not been beautiful for Pedro, but it is going to get the job done. Get the Psychic Energy, and with Evo in hand, Kirlia hits the board, and that's the very least Pedro needs to do.
Yeah, and it's pretty safe, right? There's nothing threatening that Kirlia, so Usually you'll want double Kirlia, you'll want at least 3 Ralts and a Kirlia, but if your opponent doesn't threaten any sort of aggression the next turn, this is more than enough. You're probably going to be able to get the Ralts anyways next turn with the Artisan. And maybe we see Pedro be the one that takes the first prize card yet again. But the big lack of Psychic Energies that you pointed out is the key here.
Yes, right now I believe that was just an Arven slapped onto the board. Turbo Energize incoming. So now Brent is getting his ideal setup. Oh, and of course, his pink card. Can't forget that. That's also pretty important to get a bunch of Pokemon into play.
I always like to see when both players get to play their consistency-based A-Spec pretty early. That means we're going to be seeing a fully developed game pretty much where both players are finding what they need, finding what they want to execute a plan with. So I really like that, as opposed to when one player just gets raw trolley in their hand and the other players just draw passing with not much to say for them.
Yeah, I love seeing those games, but I love seeing those games more with the high caliber players we have right now. As Artisan played once again here, or used once again here, instead of finding something like the Frillish, looks like prioritizing getting Monkey Dory established.
The Drifloon gonna get that Bravery Charm already established onto it. I could see item lock happening, but it's no longer gonna happen. Well, it could still happen. Didn't bench the Frillish even at all, so might not happen in the end. We could get Guardy, we could retreat, Frillish, try to slow things down, but I mean, Brent needs 1 energy, and Pedro knows that it's in the hand because he played Earthen Vessel the previous turn, so there's no stopping the Claw of Darkness.
There's no world where Pedro gets 5 energy into the discard pile this turn, right?
There is no world, no, absolutely.
Double.
I mean, there is a world, but there's so few.
It's not this one.
It's not this one, that's for sure. Did get one, did get Earthen Vessel, and a Psychic.
Earthen Vessel, Psychic. And then if we maybe have another Earthen Vessel and an Ultra Ball.
That's a dream. Yeah, with an Earthen Vessel prized, an Ultra Ball prized as well. Probably not going to happen here. And Pedro doesn't need that, right?
Yes.
Pedro needs to make sure that he can withstand the pressure enough. I mean, he wants to win the game, of course, right? But he doesn't need to win the game to win this round.
So, of course, big knockout not incoming. That means the ideal attacker then, do you think, is some bench sniping with the Screamtail? And which target are we going after? If we're going Screamtail.
Yeah, I mean, going Screamtail is a little awkward. It requires so much energy, right? And already has one that you didn't get to use too much. We could see collect from Ralts, just make sure you are ready to withstand whatever your opponent throws at you. We could just see a pass, not even doing the slap for 30.
I thought there was a Gardevoir in hand.
All right, attach, boss, quick pace for Brent, knows the clock is dwindling, knows he needs to apply pressure. Pedro puts his hand on the table, make sure that Brent can just choose the right discard. Yeah, there is a Gardevoir in hand, but Pedro choosing not to put into play, knowing that there's likely some aggression coming very soon, as the Fissendibity is the choice in an otherwise underwhelming hand for Pedro, right? So that could actually limit Pedro's options quite a lot.
And this is the spot Brent Tonneson wants to be in exactly. Your opponent has a weak board and a weak hand, and you're continually going to attack both. It's going to be tough for Pedro to put things together. If the perfect world happens right here, right now, Pablo, what can Pedro put together to respond to this?
Confusion. Confusion is the name of... Well, actually, no, never mind. There's Petrant and there's Yveltal. So Confusion does absolutely nothing. Don't mind me. We're going to see Super Odd. I mean, putting a Gardevoir into play, A, it can't be done. There's no Rare Candy. And B, it's risky, right? It just accelerates your opponent's win condition. So I generally think it might be just survival mode for Pedro here. Try to make the game last for at least 6 turns. Try to make Brent whiff at some point, which Brent's pretty well covered. There's no way to stop something. There's no Psychic type clutch sort of attack. Iono is just going to give Brent a brand new hand to work with. Not a big deal. 5 minutes on the clock. Is that enough for 5 turns for Brent Tonneson?
We'll have to see 6 cards drawn right now. Double Frillish in hand. Could potentially slow things down with item lock if something gets established, but maybe we don't even need to. Well, there's nothing to stall, right? The Mega Absol is set up. Pass is the best play. Leave a single prize board. Back now to Brent, though. Brent playing with the speed of light.
Yeah, Brent. I mean, the one card Brent is missing is Mist Energy. That's the biggest thing. In order to protect from like Mew EX, placing 2 damage counters on the Absol terminal period, knockout, right? So next best scenario is having something like the Petrant KO, powered up to be able to return KO that Mew EX afterwards. Maybe even the Mega Kangaskhan could have been an option. Ultra Ball gets discarded. Screamtail gets KO'd. 4 minutes and 50 seconds on the clock. Possibly need 4 more turns for Brent. That's a big ask.
Ooh, it is a big ask, but he is just poised to run away with this game, unfortunately. But again, time is the biggest opponent. Ultra Ball discarding both Frillish there. Pedro doesn't even need to establish the Gardevoir now.
Yeah, it's probably not to his benefit. I mean, if he can go Gardevoir, Mew, KO the Absol, plus Iono, and then Brent whiffs the attachment on the Petrant, maybe that's his saving grace that stops the Brent aggression for a turn. But he also puts 2 prize Pokemon in play, which if Brent is able to attack, it also accelerates his win condition as well. There's the Mew EX getting benched, so seems like that's what Pedro gonna try and play for.
As Clefairy with a Charm. Yeah, 240 HP.
This is going to be a huge restart here, Juancho. 3 cards off the top. Can we find Gardevoir EX? Can we get a KO on the active?
At least a Psychic Energy so we can draw even more, yes?
Oh my goodness. Yep, 4 extra cards. Draw up to 6. Can we find... We find the Guardy, we find a Psychic. I think we got there.
Psychic Energy.
Oh, the Iono.
Yeah, Gardevoir now coming into play. That means we can power up anything here. Mew is such a great attacker. I mean, Mega Absol has great attacks. That's why it costs 3 prize cards. Let's use one of them.
Can we get to the damage with Drifloon, actually? Because we only have 2 damage counters to work with on the active Monkey Dory. So yeah, I think we're going to be forced to utilize the Mew, which trading 1 for 3 is fantastic. Trading 2 for 3 is still pretty good. You still come out on top in that specific trade. But now, if Brent is able to knock out this Mew and then is able to knock out the Gardevoir somehow, he's going to be in a pretty good spot. And this is where maybe having the energy on the Mega Kangaskhan, which is a lot sturdier, could have been a solid option, but it will also open up the win for Pedro if that gets knocked out with the Drifloon, right? So we see the attachment, we see the energy switch, multiple energy switches, moving the energy to any Pokemon and then moving it back to the Mega Kangaskhan, playing the Lily, playing super fast, asks his opponent to cut his deck, and Pedro asks for a Judge Shuffle at this point. Still have Run Errand to go for.
2 minutes remaining. Does have the knockout lined up. Oh, Brent's playing at the speed of light now. Again, Petron, Irritated Burst, 60 times amount of prize cards taken. And there it is. There's the attack. Knockout on the Mew. Brent Thompson goes down to 2. 1 minute and 46 seconds remaining. Can Pedro respond with a knockout in turn? And if so, can Brent close out the game?
So Pedro is pretty much forced to utilize Drifloon to knock out this Petrant, and then Brent can use Blood Moon to knock out this Clefairy that Pedro had to play down in order to get to this attack, right? The Bravery Charm won't save Clefairy in this case. 240 HP is still a lot, but it's exactly how much Blood Moon deals. So seems like Pedro will likely be turn 0 at this point, so Brent will have exactly 1 more turn, and that's all he needs to tie instead of lose this series.
Ooh.
What a huge hand as well, so it's very possible.
What a comeback here for Brent Tonneson. Being, putting this game together, just absolute domination, really.
And I want to reiterate how the Screamtail being priced meant Pedro didn't win that game 10 minutes faster, and therefore we wouldn't be in this high pressure, highly sensitive, time sensitive situation where it comes down to the 1 turn. So Pedro generally, unless he purposely chose not to win and drag on the win by not using Screamtail or whatnot, it might have been to his genuine benefit that the Screamtail ended up being the absolute last, maybe the absolute last prize card made things awkward. Maybe if it was the second to last prize card, that was the best case scenario.
Again, the question is, maybe the best play was just to not play all of these Pokemon. Almost. But of course, Pedro trying to more establish his board state.
So it's sort of like a lose-lose, right? If you're not applying pressure or doing much, then there's not much you do in your during your turn doesn't last for long, and so you're passing, and then at that point Brent goes draw attack, right?
Yes.
1 second turn, and therefore Brent still comes out on top of that. So I think Pedro, by taking the knockouts, also made it so that Brent could have possibly whiffed at any given moment. It's the lack of Iono in these situations that made it so Pedro couldn't really close out all the options for Brent or give Brent the lowest odds to pull off what he needs.
Yeah, right now, again, no disruption has been seen just yet. Counter catcher, though, that is a means of disruption. If there was no way to retreat,
or we don't have the win, I guess. At this point in time, we don't have 5 energy in the discard pile to knock out the Mega Kangaskhan. Oh, we do. I think we do. We're going to Turo, get the damage there, reset the Monkey Dory, then we retreat the Gardevoir and probably has 4 energies, and that's going to be the game. Wow. Pedro Bertuzzi walks away the winner. There isn't even an extra turn. He just outright wins the match.
I did not see that coming. Again, the Professor Turo scenario used there, not as mobility, but as a way to get energies onto the board, get damage onto the board, and re-discard them.
Yeah.
Gets enough damage, 60 damage, moved onto the Kangaskhan, 4 energy on the Drifloon for 240 damage. That was just enough math. Whew, put it together, takes the win. Absolutely amazing stuff, Pablo.
Yeah, the lack of Bravery Charm on the Mega Kangaskhan, which generally you probably didn't need to attach it there. Really well done, really well executed by Pedro. What a match, Juancho. I mean, I guess game 1 taking so long didn't actually matter because game 2 did conclude. Pedro walks away the winner in a fantastic match. Brazilian hero here at LAIC, getting closer and closer to that top god spot.
Yes, finishing just in the nick of time. Really perfect timing.
On turn 0. Yes, 0. The match ended. Yeah, as we see the replay here, everything that transpired throughout the game. We see some friendly banter between these players, and then we see Pedro with the early aggression with the Clefairy. Not a Pokemon you'd expect to see being utilized, but Pedro started it, attached to it, found an opening, used it very effectively. That 1 prize card in the beginning made a huge difference towards the end.
Yes, just being able to take something this early, 1 prize card followed by 3 leaves you with, what, 2 prize cards remaining, which is exactly normally the position you want to find yourself in. Clefairy putting in work, despite really not something you use in this matchup. But, of course, this was the game-winning play. Yes, Brent Tonneson shifting gears, right? Was going for the whole lock play, but opted instead to go for the knockout with the Blood Moon Ursaluna. But Pedro found the right cards in the Drifloon, plus the Bravery Charm to get that big 300 damage knockout on the Blood Moon Ursaluna and taking game 1.
Extremely well played, and then this very back and forth, the early aggression from the Claw of Darkness, and got responded immediately by that genome hacking. Pedro won into attacks, right? Just knock out 2 of your 3 prize Pokemon. They're powerful, but they're also big liabilities, Juancho.
Yes, the one downside, well, yeah, the biggest downside really of the Mega Evolution Pokemon, just giving up 3 prize cards is a lot. And yeah, giving up 2 means that's the end of the game.
Very well done by Pedro. And I mean, Gardevoir, Jellicent historically probably struggles against these big dark type Pokemon because they lack the firepower to get the knockouts, but Pedro found the perfect answer. You want item lock or you want to get the 1 KO? He combined both decks into one. Maybe that's gonna simplify our meta sure in the future, right? Instead of splitting the variants, maybe we just need to combine them into a single deck with 1 KO capabilities, disruptive capabilities, because it's clearly working out for him as we close out the Mega Evolution format.
Pedro is gonna just put just bring peace, I think. Put those two graphs together. That's right. Where does he even fall in our statistics?
Yeah, exactly. Right? If there's Jellicent, probably in the Jellicent. I feel like it probably is. If there's Jellicent, it's Gardevoir Jellicent, right? If there's no Jellicent, then it's the other variant. But yeah, I mean, it's Gardevoir, right? It's Gardevoir Monkey Dory. Gardevoir Monkey Dory, whatever other psychic Pokemon join the party. Pedro is doing really well with the best of the best.
Yeah, and that's an amazing innovation, really. Just identifying what the weak point of my deck is really that I don't take big one-hit knockouts.
Yeah.
That's a simple addition of a card that all the other Gardevoir decks play anyway. It's a simple add-in, one Drifloon. Jelly does
the Bravery Charm. You need to make space for the Bravery Charm.
That's true, that's
if it was only one spot, many decks would probably be doing it, but committing to the Bravery Charms to get that one KO option, it's the one piece Gardevoir was missing, worked out, right? Instead of devolving your opponent's Pokemon because they have too much HP, just KO them with all their HP.
That is true. Again, I'm curious to try this deck out. If it really, really does work as consistently as that, because sometimes like having to split up your game plan, you know, sometimes makes it harder to initiate. Yeah. But hey, Gardevoir is just a very consistent deck. It still plays the whole 4 Arven, Lily, it was 4 Lily and the whole Iono package. And we talked about that yesterday about how that's just so consistent. Having multiple draw supporters in your deck, and later down the line those become your disruption cards as well. I think that in itself is the power of Gardevoir.
For sure, yeah, the versatility that the deck offers, just being able to power up, and the fact that the self-damage is to your benefit. Drifloon does more damage if there's damage onto it, Screamtail does more damage, and there's damage anywhere else. Monkey Dory just sends it over to your opponent's side. Not only do you heal, you also do damage. It's like, yeah, it's the synergy between the deck is the reason why it is so dominant. It seems like it's doing better in this particular tournament overall from what I was able to see from the tables at the very top. So perhaps this is Gardevoir's redemption time. It has only won one tournament in the Mega Evolution format. Maybe it just outright wins the last one, saying, hey, I'm not going anywhere until rotation. You have to force me out of the format.
Honestly, with all the Dark-type Pokemon printed at this point, there's nothing that can stop Gardevoir. I just have to say that.
Yeah.
Yeah, print all the cards they want. This card is staying. But yeah, with that though, let's pull it back in and let's have a little icebreaker. That was a very intensive match. Again, it really shows that the top decks in the format have multiple lines. It's not just straight one-hit KO. You have to do more than that, and both decks showed exactly that. But again, let's go quick icebreaker here. Let's take a quick break. I was able to shoot a fun little game there with Mike, actually.
Oh, nice.
Let's go ahead and check that out.
Here, and I'm joined with Mike Ellis. And Mike, do you know your cards?
I look at them a lot throughout my week, so I think I've seen pretty much every card in the Pokemon format right now.
That's perfect, because we're going to be playing a game here. I zoomed in a lot of our meta cards, well, a lot of popular cards in any case, and your job is to guess that Pokemon. Are you ready?
This is perfect. When I'm at home, I only ever look at my cards when they're just a few centimeters from my face, so I'm a natural.
All right, Mike, who's that Pokemon?
Okay, well, that one, that is a very famous mouth of Mega Venusaur, which I think, when you look at a lot of Pokemon, they've got quite an iconic color scheme, so just getting a little bit of that Venusaur bluey-green has given that one away.
Okay, maybe I should have made this one a little tough. I was thinking, too, I just zoom in on the
tongue. Yeah, go right in close. I wouldn't have got it then, I don't think.
But I needed a little bit of that Venusaur blue.
Yeah, the Venusaur blue coming through.
Definitely, and of course, you are correct. That is Venusaur. Who is this?
Ooh, this is one of my favorite Elite Trainer Box promos. This is the Noctowl. Funnily enough, Stellar Crown's one of my favorite sets. So I know that one.
All right, man. Okay, 2 for 2 now.
You're going to throw in one now, and I'm just not going to know it, and I'm not going to be prepared. So fingers crossed.
This one.
Yeah. Oh, no. How long do I have to look at it?
I'll give you 5 seconds now.
It looks like a terror. Is it Charizard EX, the Dark type one from City and Flames?
It is.
Or is it the promo?
It's the promo Charizard EX, and that's actually his claw.
Is it his claw?
His very zoomed in claw.
Because you can see the kind of terrory sparkle of it. Is that like a half point so I didn't get the exact one?
You got Charizard EX, we'll give it to you.
Okay,
3 for 3 here now for Mike. And who's that Pokemon?
That is that is not a Pokemon. That is N, but which is that? Is that like N's? No. I'm trying to think because there's an alternate art which has N in it. Is that N's Reshiram, where it's like the close up on N in it?
You got it right with N. Unfortunately, it's not N's Reshiram. It is N's Zoroark.
I almost said it. You heard me saying it.
It's a special illustrator rare. I thought this would throw people off where I zoom into the trainer, but you got the trainer down.
Oh, N is quite small in Reshiram, isn't he? So he's a lot bigger and yeah, fair play. You got me there.
All right, a last one for you, Mike.
Okay, that is a claw, and that is that is the claw of a future Pokemon. But which Miraidon is it? So like it is Miraidon, right? We've established that, but which one? Is it the Dragon type Miraidon EX? Or is it the, I think it's the Dragon type one,
we're
right?
locking in with the Dragon type.
Dragon type Miraidon.
I'm gonna give this one to you. It is Miraidon EX promo. It is the one we know and love.
Yeah.
Tandem unit.
That was why I went with the Dragon one, because I knew it was Miraidon, but it didn't look like the Miraidon EX that I know, the Lightning one, but it's the other artwork, so. I mean, I got all the Pokemon. Yeah? Well, except for N, it's not a Pokemon. I got what was in the picture, but a few that weren't quite right there.
You did great. 4.5. I'll give you 4.5.
0.5 for the N.
For the N, because you did get it was N.
See, I'd mark me harshly there. I'll give myself 3 and 2 half points there for the wrong artwork. So, very kind of you, Poncho.
Amazing job, Mike.
Thank you.
With that, though, we're going to throw it back to more Pokemon action. Hello, Pokemon fans. We're still live here at LAIC. My name is Wancho Sedana, and I'm joined by Jesper Eriksson. Jesper, are you ready to do my quick little game here?
I'm ready to play correctly.
All right. So what you're going to be doing is you're going to be pulling Pokemon from this back. These are meta decks, and you're going to be tiering them 1 to 5, 1 being the highest, 5 being the lowest, but you don't know what's coming up next.
All right.
Are you ready?
Let's get started, shall we?
Let's do it. All right, first
so
one here.
First, so we got Gardevoir EX.
Number 5?
I mean, if you're asking Henry Chow, would be first, but I think in this case we'll dump it to a number.
You're not putting it number what? You're putting number 4?
Yeah.
One is the highest.
Yeah, I'm putting it number 4.
Okay. I am speechless. Gardevoir EX, probably the most played deck-ish.
Hey, if you put the variants together, yeah. And then the second, we got Dragapult Dusknoir, number 1. Every day of the week.
Dragapult Dusknoir number 1, Gardevoir number 5.
That is my baby, yeah.
Okay. So you have 1 and 5 filled up already.
4.
Oh, 1 and 4.
Yeah,
1 and 4 filled up. Okay.
I got Flareon Box, safe number 5.
Okay.
Not really liking the deck as much. I mean, some players have been liking it, but not quite me.
So you still have 2 and 3 left to fill up. Fairly safe down the middle.
We got a Mega Absol box here. Mega Absol Kangaskhan. That takes my second spot. So
your last one down the middle.
Number 3. Festival League, baby.
Jesper, you have Festival League on top of top of Gardevoir EX.
I mean, we should probably play that matchup at some point.
You feel confident with your list?
Yes, absolutely.
All right, let me know if you agree with Jesper here. If not, you know where to find him. We'll be right back. We have more Pokemon action here at LAIC.
Well, I can safely say I do not agree with you, Jesper. That was a crazy list there. Gardevoir at number 4 and Festival Lead coming in at number 3. But just a bit of fun between the games as we are now getting into the crunch time of LAIC here in Sao Paulo, where the final round of Swiss is imminent and players are looking to secure their spot in the asymmetrical top cut.
Yeah, and trying to secure the asymmetrical top cut spot is what people have been looking for since the first round of action here today. You know what? We've had so much good action. We've seen both the Vini and Gabriel, the Fernandez brothers, absolutely on a tear this weekend already. And I mean, they're not even done yet. I mean, Gabriel starting 11-0 in this tournament, unheard of since, I mean, something like 6-7 years ago I've seen that, but it's not often we do get to see 11-0 players, but doing it on home soil, all right, fair enough.
Yeah, it's been great games on the stream as well. We've seen a lot of the top decks expressing their skill, and it has been Mega Absol-EX, which has been prominent on there. And for you, Jesper, you know, you're an experienced player, previous world champion. It's really at this stage of the tournament where the importance of your preparation starts to kick in as you're against other players who are equally as prepared.
It's also you're getting tired, right? And that's when, you know, your sort of computer-like automation comes in. You've prepared, you've practiced, you know what to do in exactly every single situation. But I do think we will have a very funny matchup to show you guys at home where we're not going to be seeing any preparation done from any of these two players into these matchups. Maybe from Douglas, but I mean, we'll kind of elude you with that one because that's going to be coming up in a short while.
Well, while we wait for that exciting match, let's have a look and see where the players are currently positioned at those top tables. And you did mention Gabriel Fernandez being undefeated, went to 12-0, but has now sustained a tie, which, I mean, sounds really bad, but pretty much locked up for a few rounds now into that top cut. But as we scroll down, you can start to see some of these players. Henry Chow, we got to see on stream, still right up there.
And I do have to mention, you know, not quite 13-0, but undefeated 12-0-1. And as we saw in our last round, Pedro Petuzzi, you know, also someone when he aged up, and he's about the same age as me, when he aged up, he was also doing fantastically in the Masters division. So, you know, Pedro Gabriel, both here from Sao Paulo and playing locally. Again, first two seeds. And then someone we don't see quite as often, Yoshiyuki Yamaguchi, one of the kings of Japan coming over. And it's so great we see all the Japanese players. I mean, some of them are falling a little bit out as we get down to the nitty-gritty stages of the tournament, but Yoshiyuki, someone I definitely want to be seeing later on.
Well, as we have so many rounds at this event, the points have really accumulated up, and you see all of these players here with 31 points or more. We currently don't know the threshold to make that asymmetrical top cut. It will vary based off of how the final results go. But at this stage, you know, 10-1 feels like such an incredible record for those players, and yet still more work to do to secure a top cut. But as we know, it is an international championship, so prizing and CP goes quite far down the leaderboard.
Typically, we are talking about the asymmetrical top cut being that X2-1 position, which will be 11-1. So it means everyone we see here on the standings who has less than 33 points are not able to take an intentional draw, which means that if Gabriel, Pedro, Justin, and Yoshiyuki decides to take an intentional draw, they are basically locked into our asymmetrical top cut. Our guess is currently that 34 points is going to be the threshold for making an asymmetrical top cut. Although, if we have more than 16 players in total in that asymmetrical top cut, that means 8 players or more tied with a spot. It's only going to be the top 16 that makes it. That means we've seen this at some regionals that the 17th place, even though having the same amount of match points as number 8, will not be making the top cut. An unfortunate circumstance, but then again, there has to be a borderline somewhere.
Well, we'll see what happens. At this stage, all these players will just be focusing on winning their final round, except for those few who can intentionally tie. And all of you guys at home will just have to wait and see who makes it into that asymmetrical top cut. But for their rounds, they have interesting matches approaching. And we'll know a few of these decks as we see them on stream. But for those guys, they'll be trying to hope that their final round is somewhat favorable. It is quite an interesting format right now where there's not many auto losses, not many decks that you're really worried about playing against. There's always a way around it, but you would be hoping for a little bit of an advantage as you go into your win-and-in scenario.
And as we've chosen here for the stream, Douglas Borges versus Jorge Gonzalez. And yeah, you know, interesting matchup to say the least. And I know now that the players, we can see it, they are mic'd up and they have their headsets on. We can kind of get into a matchup. We did see Mega Absol, Mega Kangaskhan making it last match, but there's a little bit of a twist that we don't quite get to see. I see a line that says 2 Dwebble and 1 Crustle.
And I see some energies that are a little less usual in that deck. You've got 2 Grass Energy, so where typically there is the Dark Energy and the Mist to go for that Mega Absol package, we've now seen a Psychic package with the Frillish. We've seen the Fighting package with the Cornerstone. We've sometimes seen all the other types removed. On this occasion, we now have Grass.
I mean, it seems like we're the two getting all the Mega Absol Kangaskhan variants. We had Frillish on earlier today. Now it's time to see how Crustle will work into this scenario and into a Flareon Noctowl box. We saw this a lot in Europe, where Emma Hagen was really the pilot of this deck, has been for the entirety of the season, getting second in Gdansk, finally losing to Daniel Magda in the finals with that Goldengo deck. But here we see Jorge on the cusp of making our asymmetrical top cut.
And as far as decks go, it has one particular matchup it's always looking for, and that's the Goldengo matchup. Yes, we did see Goldengo take the victory over in Gdansk in the final against Flareon Box, but generally it has a favorable matchup. And so when you're in a room where 20% of the day 2 meta is Goldengo, Flareon Box definitely finds itself in a strong position and has many answers to many decks, but a little bit of inconsistency, as a lot of the Terra boxes do when it comes to late game disruption and prizing of important resources, as there are so many one-offs in the deck. And for now, these two players are in one of the most important games of their playing career. On stream, on the stage, a winning into the LAIC asymmetrical top cut. That is quite a lot of pressure they're going to be feeling right now.
Oh, yeah, it is indeed a win and in, and directly translated from my own language, Danish, just win or get out. You know, it's going to be one of these high-stakes matches. Nevertheless, with the amount of pricing, it's not just making asymmetrical top cut. We still have pricing downwards, but the really important thing here is that if you win this game, you're able to get into the asymmetrical top cut, and you're potentially able to stand in Championship Sunday tomorrow. But that's going to be tomorrow, and that's going to be later tonight with the top cut matches going. Right here, right now, we will have the win and in to our asymmetrical top cut, and here we have our prize cards.
And the prize cards reveal the little bit of spice in Douglas's Mega Absol list. Yes, that is a Dwebble, and by having a Dwebble there, you can assume there will be that Crustle, which in its own right is an archetype that hasn't seen a huge amount of success since its addition to the format. But in combination with Mega Absol, maybe Douglas has solved its best use case scenario. On the other side, a few important cards, a few important Pokemon. That Flareon EX, thankfully, is not the only one in the deck. Otherwise, that could be quite a problem. And Terapagos, I don't think it's too much of an important attacker in this matchup.
He won't be in this matchup. And what it's going to be very important for Flareon to do is kind of move around these attackers. It's going to be important to answer the question whether or not you have something like Leafeon EX to be able to counteract the Absol, which we do see in Jorge's list. So really, the importance comes onto Douglas. What attacker does he choose? These Terra boxes, the typical Terra box of Wellspring Mask Ogerpon, is quite aggressive, whereas the Evolutions one is a little bit more reactive.
I guess the real question is how important will that Crustle be in this matchup as our players kick off their final round of Swiss. Who will be going through to that top cut? Will it be Douglas? Will it be Jorge? And we'll find out now, as they are both 10-2-1, looking to make it 11-2-1, and it will be Jorge kicking things off.
Typical as these, we were talking Terra Box before, Evolution Box, that's the same. They want to go first. They want to get that fan Rotom out. And just like we saw in Emma's list back home, we did see a Pidgeot line as well. And as we've seen with these Pidgeot decks, the bread and butter is just being able to use Quick Search every single turn. We were saying, yes, these disruption elements are really hard to deal with, but if you have Pidgeot out there, it's not going to be that difficult.
So kicking things off with a Buddy Buddy Poffin, which will allow for that Fan Rotom to be found. And alongside that, the Eevee that can evolve when in the active on the first turn. So some important pieces to go onto the bench, but really it's the fan call ability of that Fan Rotom that allows you to find all of those important colors Pokemon with 100 HP or less. 3 can be gathered from the deck on that first turn, which is why we see these Fan Rotom decks typically going first, as they are able to set up pretty consistently with just one Pokemon search, and in this case it was that Buddy Buddy Poffin, as the board goes nice and wide.
Nice and wide indeed. Getting the Noctowl for next turn. Off the Noctowl, you can be getting your pieces to the Pidgeot, which you also got there with the Pidgey. Got Eevee already, so a fantastic start for Jorge.
Getting that Noctowl for next turn as well. That is the real power there, but it's whether you can find the Terra Pokemon that can sometimes be the sticking point, and the Nest Ball in hand will allow that to be found. It's going to be that Wellspring Mask Ogerpon, I think, brought to the front. A good option early on, but maybe not in this matchup. Why do you think the the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon? Is it potential a lack of knowledge of what the opponent is playing?
Well, Douglas is opening Latias, right? Latias is played in a lot of decks. We've seen it in the Gardevoir Jelly versions where, you know, of course, with the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon, you're able to take out Frillish plus Ralts, for example, right? It's also played in Dragon Ball Dusknoir, which is one of the rougher matchups for Evolution Box, where you really do need to Wellspring Mask Ogerpon and use the Torrential Pump. Now, do I think that Jorge knows Douglas' deck? Potentially. We should be knowing it's a top table match anyway, but it would be a way to hatch his bets, right? Although Wellspring Mask Ogerpon in this matchup is pretty bad.
And it looks like that board is not going to have a Terra Pokemon on it, but you have that advantage with the Eevee, that when you evolve it, it turns into a Terra Pokemon. And because the Eevee can evolve during the first turn, Flareon EX will be coming straight into play thanks to that boosted evolution.
And Flareon being able to come into play is always going to be able to use that Burning Charge, where you can search your deck for 2 basic energies and attach them to one of your Pokemon. Fantastic for, you know, setting up this domino effect of attackers that could be coming out.
Well, it's over to Douglas now, getting that Town Store in play, and will allow him to find some important tools throughout this turn. But as we know, with Mega Absol, it typically wants to try and go wide with the Precious Trolley. But you wonder whether, for this particular matchup, whether the Crustle is a more common strategy, whether you lean into that instead of going all the way wide with that typical Mega Absol first turn.
Yeah, and the Town Store definitely does help in terms of getting into, first of all, fitting cards, but getting into Turbo Energize here. Douglas here has Pokegear in hand, does not have Arven in hand, so can use the Town Store to potentially grab this Turbo Energize. Then we start by that, then is able to use Pokegear. Worst case, if Douglas fails the Pokegear, doesn't get an Arven out of it, there's a Lily in hand and you can attach the Turbo Energize to Latias. Okay, good start. But the question is going to come off this Pokegear that's going to be played probably in just a few seconds here. And there we see it fan to the top of the hand. And yeah, do we get an Arven?
That is the question. And I'm intrigued as to see what the game plan is here, as the Flareon EX presents quite a challenge of being able to swing for a lot of damage. And there is the Arven off the Pokegear. And so finding out what the attacker will be in this scenario.
When we're speaking of the asymmetrical top cut, I can tell the viewers now that we do already have a couple of players guaranteed into the asymmetrical top cut. Gabriel Fernandez and Pedro Peduzzi decided to take the intentional tie, as well as Justin Templo and Yoshiyuki Yamaguchi are all guaranteed into our asymmetrical top cut with at least 34 points. So, who's going to join them? Is it going to be Douglas or Jorge?
Well, this Precious Trolley, which can find as many basic Pokemon as you have bench space and put them down, seems to be getting that Crustle ready to go. It does take a little bit like the Dwebble in combination with the Crustle, maybe that Rigid Band as well. You know, there's so many pieces here that are completely unique to Douglas's 60.
I mean, the rest of it, it seems like you've been taking out the whole Cornerstone action. You've just been replacing it with another annoying ability, right? Another blocking effect. And Douglas has been thinking, hey, I would rather like to block some of these Pokemon EX with this mysterious Rock-In. And the good thing about, you know, Crustle as well, these Superb Scissors, they go through everything, any effect. It's a shred effect that goes through all kinds of effects that can be. Is it useful in this matchup against Jorge? Not the effect on the attack, but the mysterious Rock-In can block, well, obviously Flareon and all these plethora of EX attackers that are going to be in Jorge's deck.
Well, if we take a step back and ignore the other part of Douglas's deck and just think of the Crustle matchup into Flareon box, that's typically quite favored for Crustle.
Indeed it is. We were talking often about, well, some decks, do they need to respect Crustle? Do they not need to respect Crustle, right? I think Flareon is one of these off-meta decks, and if you're an off-meta deck, you want to be respecting another off-meta deck. Typically, that answer has been no. And when I'm looking down Jorge's list, I'm kind of struggling to find out, okay, how do we actually deal with it? You got Fan Rotom. Is that going to do anything? No, because the Monkey Dories are just going to be doing all the work. So from Jorge's perspective, unless he can get Sparkling Crystal Energy Boss next turn, then a Crustle getting set up is not going to be nice to deal with.
Well, big turn next turn for Jorge to try and deny the Dwebble before it evolves. I mean, that's part of the challenge of Crustle. Typically, is it has vulnerabilities around the Crustle, and on this occasion, Douglas has gone full wide, found all of those Pokemon, and has powered up both the Monkey Dory. So, recognizing that Monkey Dory will be a huge part of the strategy here, perhaps acknowledging that Jorge doesn't have anything that can swing into the Mega Kangaskhan as well and do enough damage there to take the knockout. So, by utilizing that Monkey Dory in combination, might be able to just sponge some hits with the Mega Kangaskhan in the active.
And rightfully so, Mike. Here with the knockdown searching for the Cyrano and the Rare Candy. The Cyrano can go ahead and get that Pidgeot EX. Now, that means we don't get boss this turn exactly. That gives the opening for Douglas to get this Crustle in play and start walling off. You're right. There's no way for Jorge to knock out this Mega Kangaskhan in just one hit. And then we start with all the Monkey Dory action, potentially Penny as well. I mean, the options are many, and the options for Jorge are going to be few once that Crustle gets into play.
And the Cyrano here finding 3 Pokemon EX. The way to get that Pidgeot EX online as common as possible, because you then get that with the Rare Candy, you get your Pidgeot EX, and once that's in play, you sort of have the complexity of the deck comes together, because it is quite confusing stringing those lines together, especially with the Noctowl limiting on that one turn you evolve them. The Pidgeot allows you to continually string combinations together throughout the game. So by having that in play, Jorge will be in a much stronger position to keep on top of this game. But you wonder what he's thinking right now, as I'm sure he's played against Mega Kangaskhan with Mega Absol at this event so far. It's everywhere at the moment. And you wonder if that strategy is going to be completely different now with the Crustle inclusion.
It has to be different, Mike. You're looking at it, I mean, I haven't been seeing Crustle personally before this tournament itself, right? And you have to be playing the matchup differently. You don't have any good way of hitting into Crustle once that gets isolated with a couple Monkey Dories. And that's why that Jorge needs to look at it and find a way to do this. Sparkling Crystal at least lets him use Burning Charge this turn to try and set up some damage counters, but we saw that these 2 Monkey Dories right here, they have the energies, both of them, which means you're dealing 130. Basically, you're dealing 70 damage, and you're going to have 60 damage sponged over to your side of the board. So, Burning Charge, 130, nice. Where do we attach the energy? What do we do about it?
Well, I wonder if the fan rotor might get an energy as an answer to, as the game goes on. It's actually just going to be onto that active, setting up Carnelian for a future turn, that Sparkling Crystal acting as any energy type for 1 energy on a Terra Pokemon. And so for Flareon, that will allow next turn that Water, Fire, and Lightning to be fulfilled. So just setting up the Flareon, hoping that that is enough of an answer at this stage. And because Douglas moved energy onto the Monkey Dories and didn't set up something like a Mega Absol, Jorge can be confident that there is going to be no knockout back into that Flareon, so he can confidently keep it there as safe as possible, unless some kind of Mega Kangaskhan shenanigans happens with energy switches.
Indeed, here the Braviatron coming out from the town store, and yeah, Douglas is giving the no need to cut. I'm just gonna go back into the deck. The Earthen Vessel can open up the Dwebble to use Ascension this turn as well, because you can just use the Monkey, move 60 damage, force Jorge to go boss on the coming turn, and start utilizing their resources. Or if we see Monkey Dory move 60, Penny up the Mega Kangaskhan and go into Dwebble and use Ascension would be even better.
Well, we'll see how this turn pans out. For you guys at home, this is new to us too. We have not seen this combination before. Crustle with the Mega Kangaskhan and Mega Absol box. So how the lines go, we're less familiar, but the assumption is Crustle is going to be the key to victory here for Douglas. It might only be a 2-1 evolution line, but it seems like right now that Rigid Band has been attached to the Dwebble in preparation for the evolution. Bravery Charm to the active Mega Kangaskhan, and Ascension. What an attack to have on a walling Pokemon like Crustle. Dwebble can get straight into it in just an attack. Is that going to be the case here? Douglas just working out how to optimize this turn. There is no Penny, so can't get rid of the Mega Kangaskhan.
It's really unfortunate here, even if we get to use double Adrenabrain, right? we still get to have the Mega Kangaskhan being on 280 HP exactly, which means the Carnelian with a Boss's Order is going to be able to take it out. And then the Crustle doesn't do a lot, because if you can just go around the Crustle a couple of times and take your 6 prizes that way, then game's over regardless. It means Douglas has to find a way, whereas we can lock down the board. A penny this turn would have been fantastic, but when we don't have it, we can't just go ahead and do it.
And we see that so frequently with this deck. The Mega Kangaskhan has to come down as it is your draw engine, but can sometimes become a bit of a liability. And that could be the case here, as the damage not going to get moved off, saving the damage for the future. Maybe forgetting to do so. And there's the Crustle in the active. Jorge now has targets around the Crustle to go for, but cannot attack into the Crustle itself, as it sits there and will wall out the rest of the game thanks to that mysterious rock-in.
Yeah, and the only attacker on Jorge's side to hit it right now would be, well, Fane Rotom, knocked out. Hoodoo can technically also attack, but real attackers we're talking is the Assault Landing from Fane Rotom. So Jorge already flushed it to the top of the deck. That Boss's Orders plus Carnelian is exactly where we want to be in terms of the Kangaskhan. The question just is, how many times can we get around it? Looking at the list from Jorge, it looks like double Boss's Orders. Now, that doesn't mean, that means you can take 5 prizes around Douglas Crustle, but that's all. And then we've used every single resource we have.
It would then have to be something like a Wellspring to finish off, but it will be the Gust onto the Mega Kangaskhan. Has the energy required thanks to that Sparkling Crystal. Gets 3 prize cards in 1 knockout. But is it enough to take down this Mega Absol, including that Crustle? As we do feel like the Crustle is the main strategy for Douglas for the rest of this game.
Good to see. There's also, I still have to see how, there's a Lively Stadium in deck that can kind of get around the whole Wellspring Mask issue, but then Counter Stadium plus doing the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon is going to be an issue. You could maybe argue that what if we just pass with the Crustle in the active, but there's Area 0 that's going to be able to be played. So yeah, it's actually really difficult for Douglas to deal with this if Jorge goes, yeah, Boss's Orders, knockout Latias once that comes. Although, like, the Carnelian does put a little bit of a stopper onto the Flareon. Carnelian says during your next turn, this Pokemon can't attack, so you'd need a Jet Energy and a Boss's Orders to be knocking out the Latias with that Flareon.
And if that Latias is able to be picked up by Penny, that could completely change the turn. But not this turn, as Lose Determination has been used to find 8 new cards. Is there a Penny in there? It doesn't look like there is. And you don't really want to put something like the Pheasantipity down, because that will also create its own issues of being a 2-prize liability in play. And so, what have you found off the top? Is there a Jet Energy or a Boss in hand? There isn't. The Counter Catcher as well as another Gust option, but only possible when behind for Jorge.
Jorge, you're going to go ahead and search out. This is a good thing about, you know, when you're playing Pidgeot. When you're playing with Quick Search, you get to search out any card you want. The one thing that has to be on top of Jorge's mind right now is, how do we map out these remaining prize cards?
Well, with a Quick Search, you can find any card. With the Noctowl, you can find any trainer cards. And so sometimes you'll be able to find the combination of Noctowls and Pidgeots together. But there's also just a chance that you do it across multiple turns, right? You don't need to rush when your opponent's got Crustle in play. The only thing you'll be worried about is if Douglas has found a Penny off the back of that Lily's Determination, in which case there's a little bit of a clock on the board here to try and get this 2-prize knockout as soon as possible.
We do see the Hilda being pulled to the front of the deck, so it's not going to be a Boss's Orders this turn, which means that a Crustle very likely is going to be staying in the active. Indeed it is, but it's not going to be knocked out. So Hilda gets a Jet Energy that could reset the Flareon, and what you then can do is use Burning Charge. Even though you're not knocking out the Crustle, you still get that secondary effect where you can be attaching 2 energies to this Wellspring Mask Ogerpon down here, and then on the upcoming turn you're able to threaten the whole bench here unless Lively Stadium hits, and then you have to start playing with it with Quick Surge in the Counter Stadium to make sure that Torrential Pump is actually going to be of good effect.
And also that Jet Energy onto the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon will be able to reset the effect of the Flareon, and will use the Burning Charge for no damage, as the Crustle blocks the damage from Burning Charge. But as you rightfully mentioned there, search your deck for 2 basic energy, and they will be going to that Wellspring Mask Ogerpon. Jorge getting that 3 prize knockout earlier on has been so key to this route, but now is probably worried seeing a Crustle in play, knowing that Douglas has that. That is quite the answer to a Flareon box that it has to be careful of in the future, but feels like he's got a line in this game.
There's indeed a line in this game. There is also a line for Douglas that you have to get rid of the Latias.
I mean, there's no penny in that hand, and there's no draw in play as the Mega Kangaskhan and Pheasantipity, well, Pheasantipity last turn. There's no way to draw more cards. It was a hopeful Lily's Determination to try and draw into the penny that way. Now you've got the Dark Energy. There is also that thought of a Jet Energy has been committed. Is there potential that the other Jet Energy, if there is one, isn't available? And so you can maybe use a corner to try and win the game here. But as soon as that Wellspring Mask Ogerpon attacks, that energy gets shuffled back in.
Yeah, there's an argument to go ahead and do some clutching work here. But yeah, got to go ahead and check a discard file again before we're using Superb Scissors and start to put on some pressure. And yeah, Superb Scissors, 120 onto the Flareon. Now, there is indeed a clear line. As we mentioned and a bit shown before, any of the Monkey Dories, the Yveltal on bench, plus a Boss and a Latias is enough for game. Douglas still needs to pick up the Latias. If Jorge goes ahead and says, Boss's orders Cornelian this turn, then the game is over. Because then we can just go ahead and Torrential Pump. And Douglas doesn't have a clear way to get the knockout on the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon unless we start benching Blood Moon or Saluna. But then Flareon will be able to take that out back. So,
ooh, interesting. Going for the Wellspring now to try and take that knockout, and is going to be shuffling back in those Jet Energies. So maybe not recognizing the play onto the Latias and wanting to prioritize shuffling back in those Jet Energies so that the corner is not available. Just working out the target, and will be going for the Yveltal there. So really conscious of the clutch at this point. Jorge does not want to be stuck in the active. So those Jet Energy going straight back into the deck and recycled. The question really is, does Douglas find an answer to picking up as many of these Pokemon as possible? Just a Latias and a Monkey Dory picked up would deny Jorge enough ways to get knockouts.
And is Douglas now a little bit of a victim of overbenching here, benching a little few too many prizes to make sure that this Mysterious Rockin' is actually effective enough in this case here? There's a pitch out in play, Mike.
Yeah.
There's a Boss's Orders left in deck. It's not prized. It means that if Douglas doesn't remove this Latias, there is going to be Quick Search for Boss, for Carnelian, and that's game.
That would be game. So Jorge now nervously anticipating Douglas's moves. Wants to make sure that that Latias is still in play next turn. And this is the problem with the deck. Once you take out that Mega Kangaskhan, there is just no draw on board. You have the conditional draw of Pheasantipity with Flip the Script, but you do not want to put that in play, as the whole reason right now where we're struggling is there's too many liabilities on the bench.
And speaking of liabilities, we may be seeing another one coming into play with an S-Ball. Here for Douglas' side, it just gets rougher and rougher the longer we go. Contemplating the Petron here, but it's still also, it's a weak Pokemon, right? So it's not going to be any helpful to the case, but yet again, you already have a 2-prizer in play that, you know, could give the game to Jorge. You can't pick up the one. Yeah, it doesn't punish you to get the second one in play.
Well, maybe Jorge not going for the Boss's Orders last turn has told Douglas that he doesn't have access to it, so he's now convinced that the bench is safe instead, and we'll be going for that clutch play and hoping that that will work, despite the Jet Energy being shuffled back into the deck. So there is an easy out to try and reset that damage. And even with the damage onto the Yveltal here with the poison, that would just mean the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon would be game next turn. So he's going to be clutching onto that Noctowl, and we should see Jorge wrap this up this turn.
We should shoot like there's Crispin, there's Jet. You can go Crispin, Jet, so Noctowl, can go ahead and get the Crispin, and you can go Torrential Pump for knockout onto the Yveltal plus Monkey Dory. The options are endless. You can even go Jet, Noctowl for boss. Both options are good enough. We do see the Noctowl here. The Jet Energy gotten off the Quick Search.
And now we go. There it is. The boss's orders does reveal that there is a boss's orders in deck, and we'll be taking out the Latias with the benched Flareon EX. So revealing the count of the boss's orders there, maybe not needed in that final moment, but does show that there are 2 boss's orders from Jorge that can take down that bench. And in hindsight, Douglas will be looking at that precious trolley moment where he went completely wide and just overbenched out of range of the Crustal Wall.
I mean, you could say at least 2 bosses, right? We don't know there could be the typical count of bosses orders in these evolutions and Terra box decks is around about 1 to 2. So we know it's in the upper end of that. Is there free? That is possible. Although, yet, we have to remember that they don't know each other's list. We don't have open deck list yet. So we do get to see a little bit of a replay here from the game. And as you mentioned, yeah, that trolley moment was kind of game setting.
Yeah, that was the pivotal moment. You could see the full width bench, and it was that Mega Kangaskhan that stayed in play and was within range of the knockout. And that gave 3 prizes straight away to Jorge, which then meant only a 2-prizer and a 1-prizer was required to finish off the game. And very smart to shuffle those Jet Energy back in. I like that from Jorge, to just guarantee the Jets available for the future. And exactly that came up at the end as the clutch effect on the Noctowl was made redundant by the Jet Energy's reusage.
And that is something that these evolution style deck have in common with these the Dunsparce engines that run Jet Energy, where you can go loop over and over and over again. Here we do see a loop in terms of a little bit of a torrential pump. But yeah, going ahead into game 2, Douglas knows we have 26 minutes left. I mean, if he wants to be winning, it better be fast.
I mean, you got to be thinking from Jorge's point of view whether that Crustal is going to be coming through, as that is quite scary a prospect. You saw the whole game plan for Jorge was to go around it, but if it stays in the active, it will completely change up this next game as the players kick things off in our second game of our round 14 feature match. And it will be the Buddy Buddy Poffin start for Jorge, and we know exactly what that's going to find. But here we go, the prize cards. We were holding this back from you because we saw that precious trolley, and on the other side, the Pidgeot gone.
Yeah, the Pidgeot gone, which is the prime target number 1. It was so useful in that first game here between our players, and with both for the line gone, yeah, Jorge is not going to be able to have that easy access to whatever he wants during the entirety of the game. You know what's even worse? Latias is also gone. It just puts additional pressures on these Jet Energy. And yeah, looking at Douglas' side, precious trolley?
Well, in a way, it might hold him back from overbenching, which ended up being the negative scenario of game 1. I think at the time, he played it right. He just didn't find the pennies that he needed to remove the liabilities. You know, he set up the bench to be able to set up as well as possible, and it just didn't work out for him in the end. And now it's going to be a completely different game in game 2. Information has been shared now as they're both aware of their game plans, and this Buddy Buddy Poffin to get a Fan Rotom and an Eevee, with that fan call able to find 3 colorless Pokemon with 100 HP or less, and that's exactly what you need when you want to set up in this game.
And this is where Douglas' spidey senses may be firing off here. Wait, you didn't grab a Pidgey. Wait, maybe it's prized. And that's going to give Douglas some breathing room, right? Every single turn where Jorge needed something to happen, it would happen because of the quick search. Now that that's not going to be alive, it's going to be such more of a struggle to get the pieces you need.
I mean, with that 101 Pidgeot line, it's a 30% chance that you prize it with the 3 different pieces needed to make it happen. On this occasion, 2 of the 3 pieces have been prized. But yes, no Pidgey on the bench, implying that something of that line is missing. As Douglas now will be kicking things off on the other side. And you wonder how he'll adapt going into this game. You wonder if he was aware of the lack of answers in Jorge's deck. And now that he's seen the way Jorge played around the Crustal, he might lean fully into it and just go, I'm going to play with Crustal and Crustal only.
Yeah, but the question is just here, I still have to mention it. The time left in the round is also of the essence, right? You have to remember that if Douglas wants to be winning this match, which it is a win in mic after all, if he wants to be winning the entirety of the match, it has to go as fast as possible. So Crustle, meanwhile, great to win a game in an untimed scenario. We're still looking at a scenario where Douglas just needs to win 2 games. And is Crustle going to be fast enough? I'm not quite sure about that.
Yeah, I mean, every point does matter at this stage too. May not win an in, but a tie would still put both of these players in great standings for CP and prize money at our first international championship of the season. This is round 14 of LAIC. We had over 2,000 players at the start, and we're now down to a very few who can make it into our top cut. And these 2 players who are watching right now are some of the few left, as we have a Mega Absol box against the Eevee box. And there's a Crustle included. It's not a mistake. You see a Crustle on screen, that's because Douglas played it last game and has been playing it throughout the tournament. An interesting adaptation to the Mega Absol varieties that we've seen across the previous few months.
Yeah, it's such a weak start here from Douglas. Needs to find help off this Lily's determination. Otherwise, you're going to be looking at a whole sliver of issues here. What do we get?
Well, we have some basic Pokemon, not necessarily the ones that Douglas wants to see, but we'll be able to at least avoid getting knocked out next turn for a game loss.
You may be thinking here, this Absol, oh, it's a great attacker into this deck. But we do have to mention that if Absol gets attacking, that Leafeon EX is going to be the one taking that out the back.
Yeah, Verdant Storm, 60 times the amount of energy attached to your opponent's Pokemon, all of your opponent's Pokemon. And with Mega Absol, it needs 3 energy to attack. So that'll be doing 180, and with weakness, a clean knockout. So Leafeon EX, definitely a worrying sign if you're a Mega Absol player. At the moment, the Mega Absol is safe as there's no energy in play, but does mean you can't really start attacking with it.
Yeah, but if you get up to 3 energies needed, that's going to be, 3 times 60, 180, times 2, 360. So even with Lively Stadium plus Bravery Charm, you're taking out the Absol. All right, that gets pretty easy. But, I mean, honestly, when we're looking at it this way, right? Douglas, no TM Turbo Energize turn 1. He kind of blocked himself from doing that by attaching the Bravery Charm, which, off the Lily, you probably needed to go as aggressive as you could. With that one of them being prized, you still need to say, all right, I got to try and hit the other. But, yeah, blocking yourself from using that Turbo Energize is probably not what you want to be doing here.
I mean, it does protect it from the Flareon attacking on this next turn, but how important really is that? I think the start here for Douglas is leaving much to be desired, as it is very underwhelming having a Mega Absol and a Munkidori in play when your game plan centers around that Crustle. But you do have some time to play with. Once that Crustle locks up the active spot, you don't need to worry about anything at that point, right? You can just rely on the walling of it to continue through the game.
You're saying relying on walling effect, although if you need to be walling actively with Crustle, especially with this deck, you need to be able to have multiple Munkidoris behind it. So let's say that the Absol attacks, that's 3 prizes. This Munkidori is in the active, that's 1 prize. Then you have the availability to have 1 Munkidori and 1 Crustle. That Munkidori is going to be taken out at some point. Okay, then you have a Crustle that can be knocked out by 2 attacks of Fan Rotom, even with the Rigid Band. So it's going to be not 3 attacks from Fan Rotom, sorry about that, but you really do need to be careful of that. Speaking of, there's 19 minutes left. We still have to talk about how can you win the game with Crustle in 19.5 minutes, yet actually win 2 games.
Exactly, and you just see there, setting up the board nicely, using the Crispin to accelerate the energy onto that Flareon EX, getting the Eevee EX down as well in preparation for a Leafeon maybe, as we see the acceleration from that Burning Charge, searching a deck for 2 basic energy, and they'll be going straight onto that Eevee EX.
And I wonder what's going to be evolving from that Eevee EX, finding some grass energy. At least, with the Evolution box, what I really do love about it is that you're able to have this crazy amount of attackers coming from one singular Eevee. I mean, sometimes it could have been a Sylveon in some variants. It can be a Flareon. It could also be a Leafeon. And as we alluded to before, that Mega Absol is perfectly fit up for a Leafeon.
Only 1 energy taken off of that Burning Charge. 2 basic energies are prized, a Water and a Fire. 1 was attached and retreated on the active Wellspring, so unable to find a 2nd basic energy from the deck, which isn't too much of an issue at this stage. And an Arven being played now for Douglas, just trying to find a way to set up. Precious Trolley is prized, as we mentioned before, but we'll just be looking to get that Dwebble ready.
Dwebble, Rigid Band, could retreat, it can use Adrenabrain first, then retreat, and then attach and use Ascension. So we get a Crustle online this turn. All right, that's a good start. But then we're going to get the rest on with it.
Yeah, and you can see the Monkey Dory sponging that hit in the active. Worked out quite nicely as we were able to move that damage across. Where are you going to put it, though? That's the real question. At this stage, you're not actually that worried about where this damage goes. You just need to set up a Crustle lock for the rest of the game and continuously swing with it. And there we go. The retreat into the Dwebble. Use that Ascension where you can search your deck for a Pokemon that evolves from this Dwebble. And we know exactly what's about to come into play.
It's going to be that Crustle and Mysterious Rock in is active. And now it's on for the races. Douglas, this has to go fast.
100%. A lot to be done in 17.5 minutes. Has to try and find a way to win. Meanwhile, Jorge, being walled out doesn't stop him from winning the game. He's won the first game, so he can happily be walled out for the next 17 minutes and will end up winning the series.
Yeah, it's going to be difficulty here from Jorge. Now, the board is finally set up to a point where Mega Absol is free prizes, Monkey is 1, it's 4. We don't have quite the prize map yet, and Fan Rotom can actually be attacking this turn because the Crustle doesn't have the energy necessary yet. The Crustle cannot even attack on the next turn because there's no energy switch energies on neither of the bench Pokemon. So you have to start attacking with the Fan Rotom now.
And with that Rigid Band, it's not going to be doing a lot of damage. And there might just come a point for Douglas to speed up the game. Once he gets the energy attached to the Crustle, draw Superb Scissors, draw Superb Scissors. And if we see that, then the game could be done quite quickly, as there's no real answers outside of the Fan Rotom, which will be doing just 40 damage with that Rigid Band.
I mean, you're right about what you're saying here, Mike, but you need to actually be getting the energies onto the Crustle first. And if we're not attacking next turn, what I would really love is that we're just starting to Fan Rotom and sponge some hits into this Crustle, right? But doesn't do that here. It's going to go ahead and boss his orders and go ahead with the Burning Charge and get some energies into play, presumably.
And there we go. That's the first of the 2 boss's orders, as we mentioned previously. And we'll just be getting some more Hoot-Hoots down with the Buddy Buddy Poffin, as a lack of Pidgeot means the Noctowls will be the reliable engine of this game. Now, for Douglas, has to try and find some grass energy. Otherwise, what you mentioned with that Fan Rotom continuously attacking, it might eventually take down the Crustle.
Let's just start to find some energy full stop. Only needs 1 grass energy to attack. Does have an Arven, does have Earthen Vessel in their list. So he's able to get that energy pretty easily while searching it out. Gonna go and play the Pokegear here. Can use Iono, but I mean, it's not that terrible to use it. Having both Lily and Arven in hand, though, seems like a couple better options.
Yeah, that Arven could find an Earthen Vessel, which would find those grass energy, neither of which are prized. So that would be a great spot to be in for the Crustle. So Pokegear, just to try and find options, and we'll be going for that Arven here. And as mentioned, those grass energy are the focus at this point. What tools will he be getting here? I mean, we've got the Rigid Band now, so everything else is just there to thin out.
Yeah, the Rigid Band and the Braver Charm is in play. Any single defensive tool we can have is on Douglas' board, and now it's about just Earthen Vessel, get your stuff into play, get these grass energy into play, attaching to the Crustle, and now I'm kind of starting to question the choice of attacking into Monkey Dory last turn. Was that necessary? Could we just attack with Assault Landing and put on some real pressure to this Crustle?
Interestingly, Douglas took a Dark Energy and a Grass Energy, so by having that Dark Energy ready to start setting up the next Monkey Dory, and we'll be hopeful to try and find a way to get rid of that Mega Absol as soon as possible. But at this stage, Jorge is just taking it slow, trying to work out what is the solution here. Because last time it was go around the Crustle, but at this point, there's just a Mega Absol to go around it.
Yeah, and Jorge tinkering a little bit here. Boss's Orders and Absol forces a penny from Douglas' side. And the reason why I'm saying penny, even though we could be saying, wait, there's a Latias in deck, and I like, if you play down a Latias, you know where that's going to go.
Yeah, 100%. And the 2 energy being put in play on the Crustle does mean that 1 more energy attachment and that Leafeon can 1-hit knock out a Mega Absol. And even then, with a Flareon being able to attack at this stage, that could even just put enough damage on it to 2-hit knock it out.
What I'm thinking here, Mike, is was the boss's orders then necessary, right? If we're thinking about knocking out this Mega Absol, could you potentially have baited Douglas into attacking with the Crustle and then used your boss's orders on the Absol, taking it out with the Verdant win?
I mean, we're in that sweet position where we can see the hand of Douglas, so we know that there is no penny in hand. But from Jorge's point of view, he's going to be conscious that a penny at any moment could completely squander this plan. So he has to try and think, what's the worst case scenario? And the worst case scenario is penny comes down next turn.
Yeah, and that's why we potentially could have gone around that and have our boss actually, you know, get value for money here. Do see the Noctowl, get the Trumpet and the Ultra Ball. And, I mean, yeah, I'm seeing great difficulty in the whole cohesive thing we have to do here, because Class Trumpet, yes, it's going to accelerate energy into play, get the water energy that we can get, but what is the whole idea here?
Well, if you can use the second attack of the Leafeon, that would be ideal, but I don't think able to get the E-switch to be able to move the fire energy, or the fire energy across for the Leafeon. Interesting scenario at this stage, and it will just be a burning charge into the Mega Absol. As we see 130 damage onto the active, putting a clock on Douglas to try and pick it up. What's the top deck? It's a Mega Kangaskhan, and that is not a way to pick up Mega Absol. So we'll now be looking to try and remove everything from the board as much as possible and use that Crustle to finish off the game. So just attaching an energy there, and now has 2 Dark and a Grass on the Crustle. That is more than enough for the attack.
They're just going to go ahead and play the Lily. The first out that comes to mind if we want to just get out of the active spot is the Latias. Although we do have to remember, and we're thinking there's 2 bosses in Jorge's deck. Potentially benching Latias, if we had perfect knowledge on Douglas' side, could be safe here. There's 1 boss in a discard pile at the very least on Jorge, and by playing 2 boss, you kind of let that out, but just a pass.
Didn't even have access to the Latias EX. And without that precious trolley star, it's really hard to find your basics in this deck. As there are a few nest balls, but they had to be used in the early stages to set things up when there's no precious trolley. So now we're looking over to Jorge and can just knock out with the active Flareon if you find the water energy for it. But I think has opted to set up for the Leafeon at this stage based off of that previous turn's Noctowl.
Get a Jet Energy, and you can use a Sop here to force the penny from Douglas. And that's what we're going to see. Sop, 20 damage, locked into the active position, unless picked up, and there's no penny.
Where are the pennies for Douglas? There's 1 in the prize cards, but seems to be struggling to find these 3 pennies across the last 2 games. It's such a big factor in this matchup when you're trying to lean into your Crustle and just make it so that that's the only Pokemon in play. And now we'll try and find that Monkey Dory and set that back up.
Double Stretcher, Monkey Dory, and Energy going to be able to at least sponge some of this damage back. But playing the Lily, it means that this Absol is going to be sticking out in the active for another turn.
This is crazy. The way this game has gone has not been typical of what Douglas's game plan is. Normally, it's set up the board, lean into the Crustle, penny everything up, but the pennies have eluded him. And on this game, went the opposite route. I'm just going to try and set up the lone Crustle, and that has become increasingly difficult. So now has the penny for next turn, and we'll be looking to try and do that then. But will it be too late at that point?
Looking at the here, at least there's a penny this time around. We do still get to use the Adrenabrain from the Monkey Dory. Where damage going to go? Doesn't matter too much. Can be setting up their Hoot Hoot, which ends up being the case. But anyhow, it's... Yeah, I'm struggling to see how Douglas finishes the game up in 8 minutes and 50 seconds around about.
I mean, that's the pressure you get put on when you have a deck which includes a Crustle type card, a Walling card. Walling is a way to guarantee a victory, but when you're doing it from behind, your opponent has no pressure to take knockouts as they're comfortably sitting in that 1-0 position. And yes, the Crustle is the correct line. Yes, it's the answer for a matchup like this. But it's not the answer when you're down 1 game. And so that 8 minutes is quickly bleeding away. And Douglas has to try and find a solution quickly to be able to take this knockout. Just going to get the Noctowl there off of the Hilda. And will allow him to find some more resources. Does have the Jet Energy. Well, use the Noctowl to find the Hilda and the Sparkling Crystal. We'll get that Jet Energy and the Leafeon. So now we'll be able to use that Leafeon attack. Not only will that take the big knockout in the active, but it will heal damage from the bench. So a great position to be in, as Leafeon is going to take a huge 3-prize knockout onto this Mega Absol, putting Jorge close to winning on prize cards, but in an ultimate position of confidence that he will be in the lead for the rest of this game.
And taking away the damage continuously here, it means that the Superb Scissors have to be attacking 3 times with the Moss Agate. Actually, you know, with the Moss Agate, you can kind of start getting into a strategy where you wall off yourself. You can retreat this Leafeon or use Jet Energy, promote something like the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon, leave that inactive, take a hit, retreat into the next Pokemon like Flareon, take a hit. And then you go back into the Leafeon, use Moss Agate, and then you deny 2 turns from Douglas effectively. And by that, it means that Douglas have to be sitting using boss, 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 just like now. But he's going to take 6 prizes in 6 minutes? No.
Well, you got to find a way to do it. And we've also got that Wellspring Mask Ogerpon that can attack and knock out the Monkey Dory too. So now it will be that Fan Rotom moving into the active spot. And now, finally, some attacks into this Crustle. We've not seen it in any of the previous games. I'll be so fascinated to see how this pans out with the Monkey Dory on the bench. The energy is just going to keep, the damage is going to keep getting pushed straight back onto Jorge's board. But, you know, 6 minutes, 6.5 minutes left now for Douglas to try and conclude this game. And there's plenty of targets that Crustle can take down. And even, like I said before, it might just be a Superb Scissors attack, Superb Scissors attack. And that's going to be all that's needed every turn. So very short turns needed for Douglas from this point forward.
I mean, the question is just going to be, is that enough to do this, right? Jorge, I've no doubt, like, Douglas is not going to give Jorge anything off the bench to be able to snack for the last 2 prizes. That's out of the question. The question now turns into, is Douglas going to be able to win this game, let alone 2 games within the time we have left?
Well, there we go. The only action on the turn for Douglas was announcing an attack. And so we'll continue to do that for the rest of this game. And that is the key here. It is a wall, but it is a wall that can attack. Superb Scissors, 120 damage, can get through anything. So everything on Jorge's side can be knocked out eventually. It just takes enough attacks.
Enough attacks, and flip the script. Is that going to give enough options to Jorge? Not really, just going to be a pass here, and we might be going over to that walling strategy I talked about earlier.
I mean, there's also the way that you could recycle the energy using that Wellspring Mask Ogerpon, and in that way you can use that Jet Energy continuously to move things around. But yeah, the time is quickly going away. 5 minutes left. Douglas, you've got to find a victory as soon as possible. Action's not required. Superb Scissors into the active. 120 damage onto that Flareon.
We can take 2 hits on the Flareon. Puts 150 on, but can just go ahead, draw a pass. Next turn, be able to jet the Leafeon and start healing off these attacks. And then at some point, you've walled enough for enough time to be able just to take this win 1-0.
You can just see it's on Jorge to just do as much throughout the rest of this game to hold this victory. Does not need to take any more knockouts. Even though 2 prize cards remain, that Crustle is too good a wall at this stage. There is also a world where in the final stages, Briar onto the Monkey Dory could be an interesting use case, but there it will be a retreat into the Leafeon, which will heal some damage there, and no damage taken by the Crustle.
And Moss Agate, 0 damage because of the Mysterious Rockin', but healing 100 damage from that Flareon. You know, Mike, I would have liked to see the Crustle be able to give another attack into the Flareon. There's no damage on Douglas' side. There was no Adrenabrain damage. The Flareon would have been at 240, and then you could have just healed 100 twice, and then still had effectively your own walls against this, rocky wall.
And looking at the options that were available to knock out a Crustle, there is that interesting inclusion of the fan Rotom for the setup. It's the only attacker that can really do some damage. But when you're doing 70 into a Pokemon that has a rigid band on, that's not enough. And so for Douglas at this stage, I think he might have it here. If he just continues the superb scissors as he is currently, this game will go very much to Douglas.
Yeah, and I really love that Douglas, as you're saying, goes draw, attack, draw, attack, draw, attack, draw, attack. That's what is necessary here. 3 prizes left, and it's a race against time here.
How many attacks will it take for you, Douglas, to finish the game? That heal on the Flareon. There is energy to be able to start retreating again, and as you mentioned, the Moss Agate of the Leafeon is a way to recover. And there we go, a pass again, straight back over. The boss's orders ready to go.
Also, another question that could be raised here is how many bosses Douglas have in the active, in the discard pile, and how many boss do we still have remaining? Boss onto Noctowl again. This is going to be a third knockout on a Noctowl. Get to see the pickup of the penny. A little tad too late, but yeah, are we going to have enough resources?
And the final knockout doesn't even have to be Crustle. The Blood Moon is an option onto that Leafeon. So next turn, might even be able to just take a knockout the traditional way with one of your main attackers rather than your wall. And there's still 2 minutes left. So Douglas has found a way to this final few turns, considering what we see here is just going to be looking to get that penny off of the Pokegear. What do we have here in that hand? There is the Blood Moon, there is the Mist, but no boss's orders. So can now just look to take a knockout. This is fascinating stuff in these final turns here. So 1 knockout taken. Douglas now down to 1 prize card remaining. Jorge now needs to try and defend for a few more turns.
Yeah, and now we get into a situation of Jorge is struggling to see how do we wall off this game effectively ourselves.
And it's going to be an Iono trying to hope that Douglas can't find it off of 1 card hand. But maybe just a few quick superb scissors will be enough from Douglas. So Iono will be played. What do you get in your hand, Jorge? Doesn't really matter at this point. You're just trying to deny Douglas the ability to take a knockout. So Pheasantipity for 3. Time is running out. 1 minute left here on the clock. Night Stretcher in hand. Will be a way to try and find an energy to get back into play. Might be able to take the knockout on the Monkey Dory too.
Get a Hoot Hoot's going to be able to get a few resources left. But yeah, 1 minute and 1 turn. 45 seconds and 1 turn. The Sob going to do 0 damage, of course, with the Mysterious Rock-In. Going to draw and attack.
And draw attack means Superb Scissors has been announced. Can you find a way to retreat it? Jorge is going to counter-catcher up the Monkey Dory.
Ooh, we're going to actually Sob here and try to hope that there's no penny found. What was that?
There's a penny! And that's it. Douglas has won the game in the final moments. Crustle comes in and takes the final knockout.
Mike, we could have had the Wellspring Mask Ogerpon retreat into something like the Flare and take a couple hits. All these bosses were gone, but Douglas Borges goes into a game free, and you know, time's gonna be called in a second here, Mike. We're heading straight to a tie.
Oh, what a shame for Douglas at the end there. Recognized the line, was just trying to find a way to get to the 3rd game, but it was not quick enough. You mentioned at the start of that game too, there was a lot to be asked of Douglas to try and take the win, but was able to tie it up.
Incredibly anticlimactic here, wanting to see a full stick it out. And yeah, we do see the tongue out for Jorge. Unfortunate. Was so close to getting themselves into it. And, you know, with the time being called now in between games, there's actually no way to determine how we would get a winner here. So we're just going to hit straight for a tie.
I mean, 32 points for both of these players is an amazing position to be at an IC. That's going to be up there in the top finishing positions. Plenty of prize money, plenty of CP for these players. And so they will be in a great position to make their way to Worlds at the end of the season. The first IC is a great place to finish in the top 64, top 32. So congratulations to both players for an amazing run. And it's always frustrating to finish on a tie on your win and in, but understandably for both players, they've done so well.
But we are seeing the shuffle up a game for here. There is a opportunity here, Mike. Thinking of it, it depends on how the time rolls are with the in-between turns. If we're able to see the turn 0 and turn 1, but no, there is the handshake, and Douglas takes off the headset. It is in the books. It's gonna be a tie unless anything else happens here. But yeah, Mike, Interesting to see this Mega Absol Crustal variant. We did see that getting into the asymmetrical top cut in Vegas. Close with Douglas, almost making it to the asymmetrical too. But yeah, it's been such incredible action from both of these players, and sometimes, I mean, we just end up in some cringy ties, and unfortunately both of these players look like they're closer to the top 32 than an asymmetrical top cut.
Well, Douglas will be thinking back to that first game. When you've got an answer like Crustal to the Flareon box, it's the perfect answer. It is quite literally Crustal's best matchup Flareon box, as far as I know. And so to be in a situation where you could have that lone Crustal win you the game, it was a shame that game one he overbenched and left too many liabilities in play and didn't find a single penny for the game. And it was that first 3 prizes for Jorge.
And was missing that penny on that Mega Kangaskhan that came back to bite him, right? Setting up that Mega Kangaskhan exactly to be knocked out by Carnelian. And then we see Torrential Pump getting around the Mysterious Rockin and then going down to 2 prizes. And then we just see, yeah, Jet Energy, Boss, getting around the clutch, knocking out the Latias, and we were soon on for game 2.
And it was the Crustal in game 2 that was the MVP. Jorge probably thinking, my goodness, how am I going to beat this deck if that Crustal becomes the lone Crustal? But in game 2, got down fairly far in the prize race, was able to take that first prize card. Later on, got the Mega Absol knockout, which then put Jorge on 2 prize cards remaining using that Moss Agate attack. And it was then a situation of the Crustal's going to wall you out for the rest of the game.
Yeah, and we were looking at a situation here where we get into the spot of 1 Crustal, 1 Monkey Dory. That's the entirety of the board. And constantly, maybe Jorge could have drawn out more time by taking 2 hits on this Flareon instead of just a single one before going Moss Agate. I guess we'll never know, but yeah, took 1 hit with a Flareon, and then it kind of became the situation of, do we sob the Monkey Dory? How are we going to be able to draw out this? Went with the draw, went with the boss's orders and sob on the Monkey Dory at the very end. And yeah, ended up being a top deck off the penny to close this out.
And where Crustal is a true wall into the deck, trying to deny complete damage, there was a chance for Jorge to be a kind of pseudo wall of these Pokemon taking hits, going to the bench, getting healed up by the Leafeon, and recycling that as many times as possible to lengthen the end of that game. But I just think the sequencing there wasn't quite available to be able to completely wall out the rest of the game. So in the final seconds of game 2, the Crustal able to superb scissors through the final prize card.
It was so close. It could have been the difference between having pitch out and not having pitch out, right?
100%.
Had we been able to see pitch out, the sequence of that situation would have just been way easier. Could have gotten the jet energies you wanted. Could have gotten everything you wanted to squeak out this 1-0 victory. Unfortunately, doesn't end up like that. And that's just what it is with prize cards. When you're playing a 1-1-1 line of pitch out with that 1 pitchy, that 1 red-handed, that 1 pitch out, that is what is bound to happen in a tournament.
Yeah, well, both players still in a great spot to make loads of CP and loads of prize money. So congratulations to both of them. I know they're going to be feeling a bit of the sting of missing out on Top Cut at this stage, but realistically, those players who tie on their win and ins often find themselves right up there, as not many people will have similar points. 32 is still a lot of points at an IC.
Yeah, and 32 likely looking at something in the bubble ranges of a top 32 finish. So nothing bad and nothing to scoff at either, you know, taking home prize money. A massive amount of CP, even more than we see at regionals. It feels like these IC, when you're comparing IC CP with regional CP, it's like you're taking an IC and then the same level at regionals, you just bump it up twice. That's the amount of CP you get an IC oftentimes. And this is why we only have 3 a year. It's a massive amount of CP we're giving out at these events, but it's also the best of the best at this tournament that gets them.
Yeah, the IC of the season that starts things off is that Latin American International Championship, where we are right now in Sao Paulo. It's the first stop of the circuit when it comes to these huge events. We'll have EUIC and finish off the season with North American International Championship, which will then take us through to Worlds. So you only get 3 opportunities, and that's a key moment for all of these players to try and push themselves as far ahead in their region to try and qualify for Worlds.
Yeah, and pushing themselves the entirety of the season. It's not just international championships that do that. You can get a lot of points with the regional championships as well as the local championship points. You can get a whole on a 260 total local CP in a season with 4 League Cup victories and 4 League Challenge victories. So every single championship points you can get your hand on is what you want to be taking to get these travel awards, travel stipends, and your invite.
100%. Well, we are waiting now for the players to finish their final round of Swiss, and then we'll be able to tell you who's in that asymmetrical top cut. But before we look at the bracket of this event, let's look at a bracket of previous event winners, the LAIC historical decks that we've been pitting against each other to find out which is the best LAIC deck to ever do it. And as you can see, we have one more semi-final here to finish off with the final later on today. So you guys at home have been getting involved, voting for which deck you want to go through, and Jesper and I are trying to convince you as to which deck is the better one. So talk us a little bit about these 2 decks here that we're going to be pitting against each other in the semi-final.
So last game we had together, we had the Decidueye Vileplume deck. We were talking about that, and we had the Zoroark control. Zoroark GX, much like Zoroark EX now, trading and drawing cards, with the Oranguru, my favorite card of all time, with that resource management. Being able, as the name of the attack says, manage your resources, put free cards back into your deck. But yeah, that irritating pollen, every single time it feels like when we have something with pollen in the TCG, it has to do with turning off your item cards. And yeah, the irritating pollen does turn off item cards for both players. With the Decidueye GX, which 240 HP in this sort of metagame, if we have that currently, doesn't seem like a lot, but that back then was one of the most chunky Pokemon we had. Had that Hollow Hunt GX, which much like resource management, took free cards from the discard pile, but instead of putting it at the bottom of your deck, took them straight into your hand.
Wow, I mean, these 2 decks, I'm just going to say it candidly, they sound frustrating to play against, I think is a fair way to put it.
You're exactly right about that, Mike, yeah.
They're controlling archetypes that deny you opportunities, and Vileplume in itself has completely warped metas it's been a part of, as decks had to completely change the item counts into supporters, similar to what we've had with Budu and Itchy Pollen. And so really meta warping decks, and that resource management from Oranguru forced a lot of really powerful trainer cards to be recycled over and over again, which then forced people to build their decks around it by having ways to recover resources to deal with the resources being denied by those item cards. So both meta warping decks and both very frustrating to play against. In terms of a debate here, I'll be honest with you, I don't know these decks particularly well. I know the general gist of them. Is it alright if I take the Zoroark?
Yeah. Go ahead, but this time you get to go first. I've gone first the other times.
Okay, well, Zoroark GX, one of the most powerful cards of all time. It is a stage 1 Pokemon that is a draw engine, an attacker, and set up so many other cards for success. In this case, it was control with that Oranguru. Zoroark, you can use that trade where you discard a card from your hand and draw 2. Now, you think that'll be a problem because you're going to be discarding loads of resources. As we know, in the current format, that's a good thing. You can discard things you don't want to see. But when you also have an Oranguru that gets stuff back from your discard pile, sometimes you'll be discarding useful cards as you didn't matter able to get that back later on. And with a controlling archetype in this time, you could deny energy, I think.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
You could deny.
You could hand control.
Hand control. You could deny hand. You could lock Pokemon in the active. Not really. No, I don't think you could not. No, that wasn't a thing.
You can discard cards off the top of the deck with something like Team Rocket's Handiwork.
You can discard cards off the top of the deck, and you can choose the top deck with Chip. Ice Axe, or was that
a bit too far?
Bit too far. I've travelled too far forward. Well, you can deny a lot of stuff with that deck. So if you want to play a deck like that, then this is the one to make it to the finals.
And also Team Skull Grunt, discarding energies from your hand. Any single Grunt would be playable in that deck. Had there been Team Flare Grunt in that Zoroark deck, it would have been included with those versus Seekers potentially. But that's a bit of a mixture there, more for the expanded enthusiasts. But yeah, irritating pollen from the Vileplume. I mean, getting that set up turn 1 with a Force of Giant Plants is immense. We have seen 2 iterations of this Vileplume where both at the times it was just incredibly frustrating to play against. First of all, we had Vileplume back in the Heart Gold Soul Sieve era. Then we had a bit further now in the Sun and Moon era. And both of the times, it was an incredible card. So, you know, no matter what deck wins here, I'm not going to be surprised really. But the Zoroark GX historically has been the most dominating one.
You heard it here first. Vote for my deck. Jesper said it. Make sure you get those votes in the Twitch chat and choose your favorite deck to make it all the way to the final. We'll let you know how that goes a bit later on. But for now, we're going to get things set up for the asymmetrical top cut. So have a little break now, and we'll bring back some amazing Pokemon action soon.
Hey trainers, I'm Ross Gilbert, and with the Scarlet and Violet era having come to a close with the release of Black Bolt and White Flare, it's time to take a look at the key moments from the top decks of the Scarlet and Violet era.
Find the evolution needed. Charizard EX, the knockout.
Here we go, look at all the pieces.
Perfect math, Isaiah takes the KO.
Starting off with our friend Charizard. It's got the phenomenal Burning Darkness attack that gets more powerful as the game goes along, and a best friend in the guise of Pidgeot, whose quick search ability can grab any card you like from your deck. It was the deck with which Tord Reklev won the European International Championships in the 2024 season, taking down Isaiah Bradner's Lost Zone deck in the final, a player who would win their own international championship the following season. More on that in a moment. Dragapult, since its release in Twilight Masquerade, has always been fighting for the title of best deck, and between the phenomenal Phantom Dive attack doing 200 to the active Pokemon while dropping 6 damage counters, and the Stage 1 Dracloak from which it evolved having Recon Directive, an ability allowing you to draw cards and gain consistency, you can see why. It won the first regional championship of last season with Ryuki Okada taking the title in Dortmund, beating Rahul Reddy's Lugia in the final, and then it added a North American regional victory in Vancouver with Andrew Hedrick taking down Lucas Shing's Golden Go in the final. And it may never have taken an international championship title in the Masters division, but it did go toe-to-toe with Gardevoir in the World's final last season, which leads us nicely to Gardevoir, really revolving around this Psychic Embrace ability, allowing you to accelerate energy as you like, and although it's got the fairly significant downside of placing damage counters when you accelerate energy, that's okay because we've got stuff like Monkey Dory, which can, for instance, take the damage from your Pokemon and move it to your opponents. And when we're talking about Gardevoir, we could mention how Tord Reklev took second place at the European Internationals the first weekend Gardevoir was legal. We could mention Henry Chow's 3 regional wins last season with the deck. We could mention that it took both finalist spots at the North American International Championships before Isaiah Bradner took his first International Championship victory. But I think we need to focus in on the real highlight here, which was Gardevoir winning the World Championships with Riley McKay taking the title in Anaheim, beating what else but Dragapult in the final. There were many memorable decks and many memorable moments in the Scarlet and Violet era, but these stand out to me as the most impactful. But will these decks remain as impactful moving forward? Will new decks come and take their place? Stay tuned to find out. Hey Pokemon trainers! Welcome to Pokemon Championships History, the series where we take a look back at some of the most important and exciting matches in the history of the Pokemon Championship series. This time, I'd like to focus on a deck that nobody could have predicted would be a world champion before it won in 2016. Shintaro Ito's Mega Ordinary EX deck. The deck was especially notable as nobody saw it coming. The deck saw no success before the 2016 World Championships and was never played to any competitive success again. In fact, the only other notable finish the deck ever achieved was when Shin Akiyama piloted the deck to a 22nd place finish at the same 2016 World Championships. Now, Mega Ordinary X was a card that almost the entire player base had overlooked. Although its key attack Magical Symphony could deal a ton of damage to both active and bench Pokemon, you had to have the Spirit Link tool card attached when you evolved into Mega Ordinary X, or else your turn would end without giving you a chance to attack. Despite that hurdle, this deck matched up so spectacularly well against so many of the top decks at the time. The 110 base damage from Magical Symphony was the perfect number to get a one-hit knockout on Shaman EX, a 2-prize Pokemon played in almost every deck in 2016. There was also a prevalence of decks playing low HP Pokemon, or evolving decks like Bronzong or Vileplume decks, all of which featured in the top 8 of the Masters Division in San Francisco. Mega Ordinary X also had a phenomenal matchup against Greninja, as we would learn when we watched Shintaro Ito take on Cody Walensky in the World Championships Finals. As Game 1 started, we saw that Shintaro had prized 2 of his free copies of Mega Ordinary X, and the crowd was worried whether we'd even get to see Mega Ordino. Shintaro had no such worries. A turn 1 Hooper EX to search free Pokémon EX led to a turn 2 Mega Ordino fully charged and attacking with Magical Symphony.
So here we do see Mega Ordino EX come into play. Cody's going to be under a ton of pressure immediately.
After a double KO on turn 3, Cody had seen enough and conceded, putting Shintaro a single game away from becoming a world champion.
Shintaro takes game number 1 in immediate fashion. Mega Ordino EX absolutely dominates that first game.
Game 2 went almost exactly the same. Shintaro was forced to attach or discard all of his Spirit Links on turn 1, giving Cody a single turn to try to find Startling Megaphone and force Mega Ordino to end the turn when evolving. But this was not to be, and we again saw a turn 2 Magical Symphony taking a KO. Turn 3 saw Lysander play to take another double KO, and once again, after just 3 turns, Shintaro had taken the game, giving him the World Championships final victory in 6 turns.
It's over! This is it! Mega Ordino EX!
Shintaro Ito came into Worlds 2016 after back-to-back Japanese National Championship top 8 finishes, but left as a household name, something he would only further solidify with a second place World Championships finish 3 years later. For now, Mega Ordino EX remains the most surprising deck to ever win a Pokémon TCG World Championship. Thanks for watching, and make sure to let us know your favourite competitive Pokémon TCG moments using the hashtag PlayPokemon.
Welcome back, Pokemon fans. We're still live here in Sao Paulo, Brazil for the Latin American International Championships. We are just about to start top 8. So much excitement has been going on again. So much amazing Pokemon has been played leading up to this moment, but again, just a couple more games before we can crown a Latin American International Champion. Very close, Pablo. I'm so excited. My name is Juancho Saldana. This is Pablo Meza. You know the drill. Let's get to some Pokemon.
We are so close to getting to Championship Sunday. We are so close. The field has now been narrowed further, right? We are down to the top of the top, the creme de la creme of Pokemon TCG players this weekend. We've seen some amazing matches. We've seen some amazing plays. And I think, Juancho, the best is still yet to come.
Oh, you know it. Of course, Championship Sunday, that's what it's all about. That's when we crown 3 new LAIC champions. But leading up to then, it's just as exciting. We get to see the best players play the game of their lives, just because there's so much on the line. Yes, there's money. Yes, there's championship points, but the most important thing is being a part of history. I think we've been able to represent that here in this stream, where we literally go through a past LAIC champions. Who knows? So next time, you're going to be a part of it.
Yeah, your deck could be featured in these history talks that we end up reminiscing, right? So much about the history of the game, past champions, current champions, top players, everything. And so, yeah, these sort of magical weekends are what really makes, I want to quote a band who said, regional wins are, of course, amazing. They feel amazing. But winning an international, knowing you're going up against the best of the best in a huge field of players, I mean, it doesn't have the prestige level of the World Championship, but it's the step up, it's the step below, and it's just as impressive.
Yeah, I take it.
Evolution format, I feel like, definitely brought a breath of fresh air that it shook things up. It didn't have too many, in terms of amount of impactful cards or brand new archetypes, right? We had Mega Lucario EX get the the Premium Power Pros, the Solrock, the Lunatone, the Hariyama, but when Gardevoir is so dominant, it just hasn't had the possibility to really stand out as a brand new archetype, right? But we got a lot of really cool new inclusions to many of the current archetypes and some innovation in the Mega Kangaskhan Mega Absol deck, which led to a much more varied format where we didn't just expect a Gardevoir versus Dragapult finals where Gardevoir would just come out on top every single time with that one quirky Raging Bolt win that no one knows how it happened. But yeah, we've had a lot more variety this time. Dragapult won an event, Mega Absol won an event, Gardevoir won an event, and even including Mega Gardevoir. So Mega Evolution definitely brought new things to the format, and I think it's mostly Lily's determination that really allowed many decks to really flourish in the Mega Evolution metagame.
I agree. Lily's determination really, I mean, such a powerful supporter card. I think I called it literally the most powerful supporter card ever printed as a draw supporter anyway. I could be wrong. Chorus is up there. But in terms of setup, just being able to play that early, 8 cards is so big. And by drawing 8 cards, it allows for you to have a more consistent deck. That means you actually get to play the game. And I think that's the most important thing. Giving decks a chance to really shine, really do what they want to do, and then it leads to more intricate endgame scenarios, right? That means you're free to then play your power supporters, your Turos, and all that because your board is established. And then that's when we get to see peak Pokemon gameplay.
Well, you know what? Who's going to show us this peak Pokemon gameplay you're talking about, Juancho? It's definitely going to be the players that have made top cut in this event. So let's take a look at the bracket that we are going to be playing out. Gabriel Fernandez, the #1 seed, gets that direct play into top 8, waiting for either Akira or Benny to face off against them. But then we have Simon against Pedro, Sebastian versus Justin, and Ilya versus Yoshijuki. So all the regions being represented here pretty well with some very powerful ambassadors.
Yes, a true international, if I could say so myself. And again, just only one asymmetrical game here. Again, it's going to be the Akira Kurosaki against Benny Billinger. That's the only game that, and then into that, it will be the top 8. But yeah, Gabriel Fernandez just definitely earned that free game. The immediately, you know, just winning into the top 8 because he has played hard. He has played the perfect IC. He was technically undefeated in Swiss, right? Only 2 ties, one of them being intentional. And unfortunately, there's not going to be that Fernandez showdown that we were talking about or alluding to.
That you've been swooning for this whole weekend.
Script writers, what are you doing? But again, Gabriel Fernandez, just his first season in the Masters, shows he is a force to be reckoned with. But again, excited to see all these players really show them what they've got. And I love the spread as well of the decks in this metagame, in this top 8, because it seems fair. You know, when there are more than at least 3 decks in a top 8, I think the metagame is healthy.
Yeah, I agree. I think we might want to keep those close to our heart for now, just in case the players are setting up out there and everything. But yeah, I mean, let's talk about a little bit about the accolades of all these players. Gabriel Fernandez, of course, the most condecorated player, seniors player in the history of the game. His seniors record probably matches or surpasses towards Masters record, and I'm sure he's eager to prove himself in the Masters division, or rather, not prove himself. He's clearly already proven himself, but to start gathering up even more titles in the Masters division. Then first-year Master, right? Benny Billinger, also first-year Master. Fortunately, I don't know too much about Akira from the Japanese region, but I'm sure they are very skilled, and I'm sure they have plenty of accolades themselves as well. And then Simon, I know he's been playing for a long time. I've gone up against him, I think once before. I don't remember him getting a big win in this modern era, so this might be his best result so far, looking to solidify himself at the very top of the game.
Yes, but real quick, I want to talk about Pedro Petrucci. I believe we have a player profile actually for him, so something we can really deep dive into our top players here. And there it is, quite the accomplishments here. He is actually the Sao Paulo regional champion back in 2023. So he has a history of winning here, and that might help out.
Yeah, you know what? In one of the first LAICs, one of the Brazilian staff members came up to me and told me, hey, you know Gustavo Wada, he's certainly one of the best in Brazil as well. He told me directly, Pedro Bertuzzi is one to watch out for the future. He's the next Gustavo Wada from Brazil. And of course, he's making his own path, already regional champion. We don't see any IC accolades right here. And I think we checked Juancho and we hadn't seen any top cut for an IC before this weekend. But now he has that, and I'm sure it's going to be even more meaningful for him if he manages the win in his region where he was born.
Oh, it would be fitting for sure for Pedro, someone like Pedro, to win the Latin American International Championships. You know, it even looks nice next to the regional champion Sao Paulo, if you ask me. Adding the LAIC champion, also in Sao Paulo. Again, playing a very, very interesting deck in the Gardevoir Jellicent. Again, I believe that he is the one who played with the Drift Blimp, right? Or could be wrong.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Let's not give out too much information
that's true.
on the decks just yet. Juancho, I know you're excited. We need to. Yeah. All right. But now let's talk about a little about Simon's accolades for sure. He also has accrued a few. So let's take a look at his player profile that we have set up right here. Got LAIC top 64, Sao Paulo. Is that last season? Then we have Las Vegas Regionals top 64, Vancouver Regional top 32, Toronto Regional top 8. So he's been around for a long time. Like I said, have played against him once back a couple years ago, I believe. Very good player, very talented, and I'm guessing this is his highest placement yet.
I like that we're getting players. We're adding to players' resumes, and this is starting to be a lot of players' highest accolade for in their careers, and it can only go up from here, right? If they play just a couple of more matches, they can truly be, you know, they can add champions to this list. Again, looking at Simon. Oh, but next, of course, Gabriel Fernandez. It doesn't fit in this graphic, to be honest.
he has 5 IC titles, I believe, a world champion title in Yokohama, and a world finalist just this past year in Anaheim. But he's won LAIC, he's won NAIC, he's won EUIC, all of this in the seniors division, pardon me. Now, he's already a master. He went undefeated throughout the course of Phase 1 and Phase 2. Of course, his skill cannot be put to question whatsoever. And I do want to say, like, your last year as a senior player is 15 years old. When you head into Masters as a 16-year-old, you yourself haven't changed, right? It's the quality and the quantity of opponents, right? So he's playing against a lot more people throughout the tournament because Masters players just have so many more competitors, and that's also part of the fortitude of becoming a very good player, right? Being able to play at the highest level for so many rounds throughout the course of Phase 1 and Phase 2, and he's clearly done it. He's clearly mastered it. He showed it in Europe. He's shown it here in LATAM, and I'm sure he's going to continue to show it throughout the season. It'll be interesting to see if he can manage to go all the way back-to-back LAIC championships, seniors into Masters. If it happens, I don't think we ever see that happen ever again.
That's for sure. I mean, Gabriel Fernandez, it's only been a couple of tournaments in his first year of Masters. We still have the rest of the season. We still have the rest of his career to look forward to. He's going to add so many more accolades. I'm 100% sure. I mean, just looking at this, we can only fit all the 2025 accolades. This isn't even all his this is all his IC accolades last year, which is all of them. And he almost went with the Grand Slam, right? He was second place at the World Championships as well last year, almost literally taking every international title in the senior division. So impressive, and again, translated beautifully here into the Masters, which is, again, a different beast.
Now we have Yoshiyuki to take a look at, player from the Japanese region. Got top 64 just this past weekend in Vegas, got top 32 at the Japan Championship in Yokohama this past summer, I do believe, and then got top 128 in Portland and got top 128 at the World Championship in Honolulu. So another world traveler, honestly, playing in multiple regions, including Japan, and he's here
possibly definitely his best finish yet.
And the players from Japan really traveling to our circuit impress me so much, because folks from Japan, they have their own circuit. They don't earn any championship points by playing in the regionals or the ICs in the TPCI region. But yes, if they do win, they do get the world's invite and as well as the cash. But it really shows how much drive these Japanese players have. They want to play the game with the international scene as well as their own local scene. Really shows how much they love Pokemon. Really.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're at an IC, if you manage to get top 4, you get that direct Worlds invite, right? And that's something that in Japan, with their system, can be a little bit more complicated sometimes. So them coming over and being able to perform in a different region, different environment, different tournament format even, and Yoshiyuki is one game away from possibly earning his World Championship invite this time.
Oh, it must feel great to be able to just secure that invite early. I'm sure all our regional champions that have already won their invites, and now they could take the rest of the season off if they wanted to. I'm sure they won't, but yeah, Yoshi, but being in an IC where you're 1 win away, that's a lot of pressure. Even just that in itself, 1 win away, and you get to go to San Francisco, guaranteed, compete with the best of the best, and you're one of the best of the best. That's something. That truly is something.
Yeah, I mean, getting invited to the World Championship is no easy feat. It's gotten more and more exclusive this time, and yeah, I mean, being able to do it in a different region than where you usually play, different format, different tournament structure, there's definitely a lot of merit to that. So yeah, Yoshiyuki, someone to watch out for with that Mega Absol, Mega Kangaskhan combination, which has proven to be quite deadly, and obviously won the Las Vegas Regional Championship, played by arguably the best player of all time, Tord Reklev. The one match I'm definitely looking forward to eventually, Juancho, is Tord against Gabriel. I think Tord against Azul is something we never actually got to see, at least so far, right? It could still happen, but Tord versus Gabriel with both of them playing, I think we're due for that.
Definitely. As now, Pablo, I have some amazing news for you.
Tell me.
Our top 8 match is ready. So why don't we go to the stage? And ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be the top 8 of the Latin American International Championships. This is going to be amazing.
Justin Templar against Sebastian Lashmet, 2 incredibly young players. The classic Dragapult versus Gardevoir, which we have seen time and time and again for the past, it feels like forever, and we get to see it again. It's been a while since we've seen it at a top cut situation. Gardevoir actually has fallen a bit short the last couple of tournaments because there's so many dark type Pokemon going around, because Gardevoir is so good. Everyone wants to try to beat it if they are not playing it, and so we're gonna see a lot of interesting interactions with item locking from both sides, and trying to take down all your Gardevoir or your Curious or Ralts before they become Gardevoirs. This is gonna be one very entertaining game, I'm sure.
It's gonna be a lot of fun, Pablo. Again, these decks almost seemed like rivals, to be honest. These were the top 2 decks for the longest time. This is a matchup, honestly, we've seen, yeah, you mentioned time and time again, but this time there are so many new tricks. You know, Gardevoir has all these item locking options. We have the Jellicent stuff to work with now, even some devolution plays, but right now, checking the prize cards. We're not going to have those devolution.
We could see it.
Oh, yeah.
Later down the line, for sure. But how many copies of Jellicent do we have?
Only 1, however, so no Jellicent plays. There's going to be maybe a Frillish item lock, but then more or less it's going to be more traditional Gardevoir. And then for the Dragon Ball side, 1 Badoo, but we do know these decks do play multiple, so we should be seeing an item locking potentially on the Dragapult side of things. A couple of supporters and the Pheasantipity. Nothing too important. Pheasantipity being prized, it will be drawn later in the game when you need it, so not a problem there.
I hope we get to see like a very standard board development from both sides. Both have some limited options. I think the most impactful card is probably the Boss's Orders for Justin, which in the end game could prove to be a win or lose potential card. Everything else seems pretty all right.
as we are getting this game underway here at the Latin America International Championship.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Justin Templar versus Sebastian Lashmet. Top 8. Winner gets a World Championships invite and is a step closer to becoming LAIC champion. Justin Templar is going to start us off. Ultra Ball being played, starting with the Hawlucha, not quite the best. And Ultra Ball, not the ideal ball search on turn 1 either. Definitely looking for maybe some buddy poffins. But at least there is a search. Hawlucha already being played as well. That means you don't get access to that flying entry. No little bit of extra damage.
Yeah, at least not until you find Professor Turo's scenario, right? However, with a lot of the damage spread that's going to be happening with Adrena Brain and whatnot, Professor Turo could come into play to prevent a situation where Sebastian takes that extra prize card. But as you mentioned, Juancho, this start, very awkward for Justin overall. The one thing he's pretty much guaranteed is to be under item log next turn, so all those buddy puffins that he didn't get to find right now will just not be will be completely useless afterwards. And just finding raw resources without body puffins, setting up multiple Dreepy, setting up the Dust Skulls to turn into Dust Noirs and Dust Clubs to wipe your opponent's board, it's just going to be very difficult to pull off.
Shu is on the other foot this time. Gardevoir is the one doing the item lock as we now move on to Sebastian Lashmet's turn. Right now, only the Lone Frillish. I didn't quite see if there was any more ball search besides the Ultra Ball that is being played right now. But Frillish, very powerful Pokemon, Oceanic Gloom. Does 20 damage, item lock, but does require a Psychic Energy. Hey, that's 2 times stronger than Budew at the very least, and has a lot more HP.
Yeah, that extra damage, the extra HP, it definitely factors into many situations. No gel syntaxes for Sebastian, as we mentioned before, so it's going to come down to Frillish to carry the team for the beginning of the match, and then eventually Sebastian will let go of the item lock, I'm sure. And I think the key card here, it's definitely not Gel Set, it's Lily's Clefairy X, right?
Oh,
that's what turned the tables in this particular matchup. When we first had rotation, it was all Budew and Dragapult. But once Lily's Clefairy EX got released in the Journey Together set, it really took Gardevoir for a very beautiful journey into many regional wins across the world.
Oh yes, they journeyed together beautifully. Lily's Clefairy EX, of course, adding a Psychic weakness to Dragon-type Pokemon. And you know, that's Psychic weakness. You don't even have to attack with the Clefairy. You can attack with anything in the deck. Be it Gardevoir, be it Mew, copying your own Dragapult. Actually, while we're doing this deck search, Pablo, how about walk me through this matchup? Tell me a story. Who do you think is favored and why?
Okay, so I don't think either deck is heavily favored. I think, once again, like, if you speak out in theory, right? If you think very optimistic, where both decks draw very well, both decks end up doing quite well in their setup, in their initial turn, neither of them with too many key cards at the beginning. The availability of Lily's Clefairy EX makes it really hard for Dragapult DX to really deal with like a powered up Gardevoir EX that doesn't have any prior damage. Deal with Clefairy if you end up getting 2 energies or 1 energy on Clefairy and you use your Gardevoir to knock out. Dragapult is put in a lose-lose situation where if you KO the Clefairy, Gardevoir's ready to go and they're 1 Night Stretcher away from wrecking you again. If there's a knockout on the Gardevoir, then the Lily's Clefairy doesn't need Gardevoir to get powered up and to take a knockout. So it's just not great either way, but that is if Gardevoir gets to that point, which Dragapult tries its best to prevent by utilizing Budew, slow things down, utilize Dust Gloves plus the early attacks of Dragapult, place damage counters in order to wipe the board.
I like it, Pablo. Thank you for explaining. Positioning is key for both these players. And right now, it's looking the best for Sebastian just because he has a few more Pokemon, and he is going to be able to establish this item lock very, very early with that Psychic attachment for turn. Found it off the Iono as well, so it's a little bit of a risk, but it's the most played card in the deck as Oceanic Gloom for 40 damage, weakness on the Hawlucha. Back now to Justin.
The Iono, Justin had 2 Dracloaks in his hand before the Iono, and now the Iono put those at the bottom. We can't Ultra Ball, we can't Buddy Puffin to shuffle. this is going to be quite difficult for Justin to overcome. We do have the Lily, so that's a fresh new 8 cards. The Dracloaks at the bottom are now getting shuffled. There's a possibility we find them. But usually we're seeing the exact reverse situation that we've seen for the last 6 months of Gardevoir versus Dragapult. Usually it's Dragapult item locking Gardevoir, trying to slow them down, prevent them from getting to Gardevoir, wiping the board. Now we're seeing the exact opposite with this Buddy Plus that is foolish.
Buddy Plus. You just have to play that little extra and you get that extra HP. And it's a little bit of a bigger retreat cost. Looking at Justin has out, there's Badu regular. But I believe attachment has already been made for the turn, so there's no way to retreat into it if Justin wanted to, unless, I don't see the Latias in hand. That means Sebastian is going to get another turn of items.
Yeah, we all recommit the energy, can't really retreat. And yeah, we have the Kirlia going. We're not under item lock. We could get Rare Candy Gardevoir, no problem. We have the Lilith's Determination. So, and we don't have to rush, right? If we keep Justin under item lock, even if Justin plays Rare Candy, he can't play them. But we know that Justin isn't playing any copies of Rare Candy at this point.
Yes, Lily's Determination is now being played. How perfect is that? Lily gets to be with her Clefairy in this one deck. Again, Lily drawing 8 cards undeterred, can play every item. We could see an absolutely explosive turn here from Sebastian if we see the combinations of Earthen Vessels, of Ultra Balls, of Rare Candy, and the Gardevoir. So many good things can happen. All starts with these 8 cards. 8 big cards.
Now, Juancho, do you go, if you get Rare Candy Gardevoir and you get Screamtail, do you go after your opponent's Dreepy and let them play Body Puffins to their heart's content, get multiple Dreepies, Ultra Ball away for many things, or do you keep under item lock, you guarantee that those cards cannot be played, and then you go on and snipe the Dreepy?
Pablo, my job is to question you now, but of course, if it was me, targeting down a lone Dreepy with the 2 energy is too juicy of a target, and then
I figured.
2 Badus.
You're greedy.
There's Badu and the Hawlucha with the 30 damage anyway. Those are easy prize cards. We can be very aggressive. What would you do, Pablo? Same question. Turn it back to you.
Honestly, I would do the opposite. I would just take it slow, not use too many resources. Like, I would love to set up the Gardevoir for sure, but there's no need, right? Like, there's no possibility for my opponent to get to Dragapult. I can just do that next turn. I could like knock out the body with Monkey Dory's Adrenabrain, and that forces the Dreepy to come out, and the chances of that happening are quite high because your opponent, you know, they don't have another Dreepy, they didn't play one, and because they can't play Body Puffin, they can't go wide on the board to get multiple Dreepy to prevent the incoming attack. So I definitely think the item log is especially powerful at this point, so I wouldn't want to let up my opponent out of that. Maybe if Hawlucha wasn't Psychic Weak and it would take me 4 turns to knock out the active whilst under item lock, then maybe I'd feel a little bit more urgency to deal with a Dreepy, because 4 turns is a lot in terms of letting your opponent find something else. However, I think because the Hawlucha is weak, we're pretty good here. But with 2 Monkey Doors in the discard, those Adrenabrain plays could be a little tough to pull off.
Okay. I like the thinking, Pablo. Let's see what Sebastian decides to do here. So again, a lot of cards have been played. There's a lot of energy in the hand, a Dark Energy, and an Ultra Ball now. I believe, what do you think he's going to find here? Do you think a second Kirlia, or maybe it's time to establish some Monkey Dories?
I mean, we discard a Monkey Dory this turn, so if we want to pull that off, maybe we don't discard it. I love the second Kirlia. Yeah, I love it. Oh yeah, there we go. We can actually just pull that off. There's a Monkey Dory, there's a Kirlia, setting ourselves up for success, right? And it's, once again, like, once you let go of the item lock, you want to make sure that you basically have the game won at that point.
I like it. And as a Gardevoir player, this is a beautiful board. Again, once you have those 2 Kirlias plus a Monkey Dory attached by the second turn or first turn, second turn or first turn, if with Evo, it feels a lot safer. And this is the board you want. Once you get multiple Monkey Dories in play, that's when things can start to be, get a little crazy. And Sebastian here under no pressure at all.
Draws a Super Rod that's probably older than he is.
Probably. Is that the Super Rod you started playing with?
Yeah. Yes, I am old, Poncho. Thank you for reminding me. But yeah, Mew is a card that basically adds insult to injury to what's happening right now. Like Mew copying the Dragapult attack when there's a Lilith Clefairy EX in play, getting those extra 6 damage counters that you get to use against your opponent. That's just adding insult to injury. As we just see the Itchy Pollen, and I think we're gonna see game this turn.
Yeah, it's as simple as Gardevoir attack. Gardevoir.
I think we're short 1 Psychic.
Oh, that's
energy
true.
At
That's
this
true.
point. We don't have Jill Sent. Like, we need to retreat this Freelish, essentially. We find a Psychic, we win the game. We Adrenabrain, 3 damage to the body after we Psychic Embrace, Psychic to the active, and then the Dreepy is forced into the active spot, and we just retreat with the 3 energies we have access to, power up the Gardevoir, and that's going to be the game.
Yes, there is item lock right now, so the odds of it has to be raw draw into the Psychic Energy.
Yeah,
with the Lily.
Any Psychic Energy will do the trick. And we are drawing 6 cards, not 8, because we already take a Bright card. Yeah, that's 6. That's 6. All good. There's Earth Vessel, which we can't play. No Psychic Energy. So we're not going to see the KO just quite yet. We can KO the Body, right? We definitely can do that. Make sure we are not under item lock next turn ourselves. But that means we put the energy that's in the discard pile into play, right? Somewhere. And then maybe that opens up a possibility for Justin to play a Boss's Order, Strander, Gardevoir into the active spot, and make things awkward for us. So yeah, no need to KO in between, KO during our turn, and then just attack into a Dreepy. But we see the scoop from Justin, recognizes that there's just absolutely no chance. Maybe he was playing into maybe Sebastian getting a little over eager, right? As my friend Juancho, and then that could have led to an opening to make a comeback here. That did not happen. The Dracloaks went to the bottom of the deck. They were never found again under the item lock, and you can see how strong Freelish really is.
I like how you set the trap for me, Pablo. You know how I like to play.
I did not set a trap. I asked you a question. You gave one answer.
No, for sure. Absolutely masterfully played here by Sebastian Flashman.
Pretty flawless. I mean, we literally saw one player play, right? The other guy had Dreepy and Body, and then Sebastian was just doing exactly what he wanted. He didn't find energy, but that's okay.
Yeah, I mean, it must feel good for Gardevoir to be able to just item lock a Dragapult instead. The shoe is on the other foot this time. And here we go. Yes, the MVP of the game, Freelish. But I like this, actually. There's a lot of drawing, Pablo. Good job. Good job.
Thank you. I've been practicing.
Perfectly describes the exact scenario that had to be done.
Which didn't happen, unfortunately. Yeah. There was no Psychic Energy found, so it didn't happen. But it just meant you would have won one game earlier, one turn earlier, which sometimes when you whiff game on any given turn, and then your opponent gets that small ray of hope, sometimes games just end up unraveling and you're questioning, like, how am I in this new position where I'm about to lose the game? Where I was 1 card away from winning, right? We've all been in that position. Sebastian would have loved to find the energy, ended up winning anyways, but now Justin is probably going to choose second. I'd be very surprised if he chose otherwise, and now it could be Sebastian, the one that struggles to get something going, establish an item lock, or maybe once he established the item lock, it's just too little too late and it doesn't really matter.
Just goes to show the power of item lock, really, how dependent a lot of these decks are on these key item cards, even just to set up. I mean, where would we be without our Pokemon, right? How can we find them without the buddies, the balls? But we'll have to see now who gets more established.
Yeah, it's definitely a matter of who draws best. Now, interestingly enough, Sebastian had a choice between Lily's Clefairy EX to start with or Pheasantipity, and we've seen how powerful Pheasantipity is in terms of applying early pressure, right? And Dragapult decks are not known for playing Shaman. They are slow and steady, wins the game sort of style of decks. They have to commit energy to the board. They power up their Dracloaks. If that Cruel Arrow starts happening in the very beginning, that's another way Gardevoir players can apply pressure, and you won't mind being under item lock because you just need 3 back-to-back energies in order to start sniping your opponent's board whilst they just do 10 damage to your active.
I think this is the most I've seen Pheasantipity really attack. I think in an Ice Sea, Cruel Arrow did they really need to give it that attack? And it's triple colorless as well, so,
So
they knew what they were doing.
Every deck is going to play for Serendipity, therefore we want everyone to have a chance to attack with it. You know what? It reminds me sort of like to Tapu Lele GX in terms of like it was a very powerful card. Its ability was perfect for any deck, and its attack as well. So it's like you get a very powerful consistency card that can also help you win games in many other ways. But as Sebastian checks his prize cards, I would love to see them show up on screen because the Screamtail is prized. That's a very crucial card for Sebastian overall. The copy of Iono could also be important where Sebastian ends up using a couple in the beginning and struggles to deny resources for Justin to close out the game later down the line. Every other card probably inconsequential to the grand scheme of things, but no access to bench snipe and no access to that last key Iono to sometimes ask your opponent or reduce the chance of your opponent having game at the very end could be impactful.
Yeah, those being in the top 2 and those being the most important card in the prize cards definitely hurt here. And I feel like we should come up with a name now of what we should call when cards are on the upper right or upper left, because they might as well be in the lost zone at that point with how our format is being able to take the 2 prize KOs and whatnot. But I'm sure Sebastian can find a way, be flexible. That's what we know our top players are attaching to Serendipity. That's flexibility.
Yeah,
or desperation.
I mean, a little bit of both, perhaps. Now we're switching things around, right? Justin knows there was no way to find a Ralts. There was no Ralts either in hand or even a Frillish. So he's going to do his utmost best, sacrifice anything he needs to in order to get that item lock going. So honestly, this game could be a reverse of what we saw before. It will come down to can Justin establish enough Dracloaks and get to the Dragapult as soon as possible to A, deny the Ralts on the bench, and B, make sure that he can weather the cruel arrow storm that is about to hit him very soon.
Yeah, looking at the prize cards now for Justin, a couple of energy there, but of course energy is our cards are what we play the most of. Iono being in the top right, just matching Sebastian Lashmet's Iono onto the top left. The one of Dusknoir being prized there, though, down the middle, that could definitely come into play. That's your main, well, one of the best ways you can board wipe.
Yeah, that's how you eliminate Kirlia and take down a Ralts thanks to Halucha, right? And bring up the other Ralts or something to wipe their board of any possible Gardevoir option. So yeah, that's definitely a big deal, not having access to the Dusknoir in an even game, right? In a game where both players set up, where both players are trying to get to the end game, when your opponent only has a Serendipity in play and they get to play anything in terms of developing their board before they get to play a supporter, I think Justin might be fine despite not having access to that resource. I think I'd be more worried about 2 of my 7 energies being prized than the Dusknoir with this current field. There might be others where you have to pay an energy right now, you don't have Latias in order to retreat, and therefore you're down 2 energies in the prize cards, you're down on energy attachment as well, then your Upper becomes the most important card in your hand, you can't find Hilda, right? You start getting a little desperate.
Makes sense, Pablo.
Oh, Duskull found off the Puffin. Are they just in the hand?
That is true. Is it in the hand? Again, maybe just, yeah, there is one. So that is good to see, that's for sure. As right now, with the Latias, free retreat, no energy attachment yet. Maybe you're right. The energy's being a prize card. Really, really important there, as it is going to be a little bit itchy here as we go into an item lock. Sebastian drawing a Monkey Dory. Nothing. It is playable.
Yep.
Is it useful, though? It's just going to be a pass.
Pass the turn. The complete reverse. I mean, Sebastian might be in a worse situation. However, Justin now has to rely 100% on the Neo Upper. He now has 2 Dracloaks. That was step number 1 in making sure that he almost guarantees that he's going to win the game in a few turns. If he only had 1 Dracloak, that would have been very problematic if Sebastian was able to Cruel Arrow KO. But now, any energy Sebastian gets on the board will be KO'd by Cruel Arrow. So now, you don't care if you don't draw energy. It all comes down to Justin being able to find the Neo Upper in the turn after this one.
Well, it's already in the hand.
There you go. Found it.
Oh, just the abundance of riches here for Justin. Can you... Like, Sebastian literally sat there and watched his opponent draw, what, 20 cards in the past 2 turns?
Yep.
8 from the Lily, 8 from the Lily again, and then, saw 20 cards anyway. Plus the 2 Dracloaks. abundance of riches.
Can't even get a third Dracloak established already with that Ultra Ball. Get extra resources, get triple Dracloak, Reconnect active access the turn after this one, sorry. So yeah, things could not be going better. Now, Sebastian is holding basic Pokemon in his hand, so he won't lose the game. But the game is pretty much lost.
I can see that. I can see that, Pablo. Again, when your opponent literally has all this draw support, is threatening a pop at least with the Duskull as well, and is the first one to get the first couple of prize cards, moves damage counters around, and you barely even have a Ralt, and you just top deck another energy instead of a supporter that can be used. It's looking tough. Hopefully, game 3, we got one. They both get one each, Pablo. Yeah. Hopefully, I'd love to see, again, full setup.
Agreed.
Full setup plays,
Having
but
those intricate decisions where every damage counter matters, where we are sweating to see if they draw the Lily's Clefairy EX or not. One of the Dracloaks does get sniped, obviously the one with the energy. Justin was hedging whether if Sebastian didn't have the energy, that's great. If you do, that's fine. I have the Neo Opera energy no matter what already in my hand. You didn't Iono. So yes, the game will continue. Sebastian has now benched Pokemon to where he will not lose this game. If he had only benched Monkey Dury, single Dusclops could have eliminated or put 5 damage counters there, and then we get to wipe the board that way. That's not going to happen. But if you're 3 prizes ahead and there's no Ralts on board, you know it's completely fine.
Slapping down the Neo Upper and the Dragapult EX now hit the board. Oh, this Pheasantipede is going to be sticking for long. I mean, two big one wham bam combo there. Badu, weakened the Pheasantipede just enough. I'm pretty sure Badu did most of the work there.
Well, this Ultra Ball discard always feels very bad to see from your opponent. They discard the Iono that could possibly help you, and they discard the counter catcher because they're so confident they're gonna be so far ahead the whole game that they won't even need it, right? Like that's the icing on the cake for Sebastian in terms of it's a slap on the face in terms of yep, I mean, I have 0 chance in this game. And Sebastian staying in this, I mean, there's plenty of time. We have extra time for Top Cut, of course. We have extended time, 75 minutes to make sure we have ample time to get some solid games, get some solid gameplay. And I think at this point, if you're Sebastian, you're content with finding out more about Justin's deck, right? Finding out more if there's anything sneaky in there. I feel like Dragapult Dusknoir has been pretty figured out. Like you could easily call out 60 cards for Dragapult Dusknoir and be 98% correct most of the time. But maybe Justin has some spice for this event that you get to see before you go to game 3.
Yeah. Could confirm spice, could confirm even just counts, really. Sometimes you just want to know how many Ionos or bosses orders your opponent is playing, at least how many you've seen. And just getting a more accurate count can make you play a little bit more optimally. And hey, again, you never know. I'm an optimist, Pablo. Maybe we see a big Iono count. There's nothing to trap. A big Iono, and you could trap the Dracloak. That's trappable. But it all starts with coming up with something right here, right now. There are items unlocked now, but I don't even see an item in the hand.
Yeah, there's nice stretchers, so we can get back to Pheasantipede. We can actually draw a few cards. We get TM Devo, which is completely inconsequential. So, like I said, we can do more things. The best we can hope for is double Ralts and somehow they survive and somehow we get to Rare Candy Gardevoir and Justin whiffs energy and then all of a sudden we're back in it. Can that happen with this Pheasantipede draw? We did get Artisan and we did get Ultra Ball, so we can bench 2 Ralts off of Justin's huge hand though, plus the Dracloak. I mean, Hawlucha Boss doesn't seem out of this world, or, I mean, Sebastian doesn't know it, but could also be Dusknoir plus Hawlucha into essentially board 1. No, into game. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, definitely into game.
100% as, at least there's an Artisan. We will see some Ralts hit this game.
Yeah, the Ralts hanging out in the middle of the deck, just chilling.
Where are you guys? A little bit late.
Yeah, no, I mean, everything going wrong for Sebastian, just like everything went wrong for Justin. I'm guessing for game 3, we're going to see Sebastian choose to go second. So Justin's opening hand for game 3 could really be the determinant factor
into who ends up winning, right? Sebastian, of course, Sebastian's as well, but when you can play items and supporter cards, you have a much better chance at succeeding than if it's just item cards and nothing else.
And again, this also just came down to what we talked about earlier, Pablo, when I asked you, who's favored? You said no one really. It depends on positioning, and both these players really hindered the other opponent's position, really, with the use of item lock on the on the Frillish, and then of course the Voodoo. But hey, counter catcher. Yeah. Try. We can try.
Catcher. We're gonna TM Evo. So Sebastian not gonna let go of the pressure. He's gonna try to get himself on the board as well. Only one Kirlia hits the field though, making him a little susceptible to the boss's orders plus Dust Club's prop of the Curse Blast ability. Can Justin get there? We know one boss's orders is prized, or never mind, it's not prized. That was game one, I'm guessing. I'm getting so many games one-shot this weekend, I'm getting my games confused. Is there a boss's orders in the hand? If there is, Kirlia and Ralts get KO'd, and we are in so much trouble.
Right there,
yeah,
right in front.
There, the front card, yep.
So many resources in hand. Again, Justin was able to play 2 Lilies and Dracload without getting disrupted at all.
Okay, maybe, big maybe, Juancho.
You're making me hope here, Pablo.
There's one energy. No, never mind. There's more than enough energy. I was thinking maybe there's a world where we lose enough energies to where Justin is in an awkward situation where Atra Cloak gets stranded. There's one energy in the discard pile. One energy is about to be lost. There's a new upper energy. And yeah, the crowd is going wild over this incoming Phantom Dive.
Knocking out both Kirlia and the Ralts and spreading a little damage as well. Always a massive play here for the crowd.
Yeah, 2 damage counters on the Ralts for the knockout, 4 damage counters on the Fezandipity to compensate for something. Maybe it's down to Confusion Flip. That's the opening. I mean,
you gotta do.
Is doing 120 damage here.
Oh, that's true. Weakness, hitting for weakness. You gotta do what you gotta do, right? If you force the Neo Upper, you can't force the Neo Upper to retreat. There is no attack then. So that might.
Yeah, because you can't even like retreat Turo to remove the confusion. You'd have to go for it because you have no other energy in play. So yeah, I mean, maybe this is the opening. Maybe some mind bend
shenanigans.
Yeah.
You could always attach then Turo after you discard the energy you attach, but we'll see.
Monkey Dory, Dark Energy, and Mew off the top. I mean, the energy means we get to Adrenal Brain damage off this guy somewhere. Maybe the body, you take a prize card, see if the prizes help us some way. And then once that happens, the Clefairy is also out of range now from the Dusknoir Curse Blast. Maybe.
Sebastian has not seen a supporter this entire game.
He has not. No.
There is no people in the deck. No one is home here, as, yeah, it is just the Adrenaline. Oh, he could take a knockout on the Badoo, maybe think he could draw into an Iono. Unfortunately, it's in the Lost Zone, like I mentioned.
Alright, so, I mean, maybe we can draw some cards with Mew EX's restart as well. We have the Ultra Wall within our deck, within our hand rather. We fail the Ultra Wall, not going to grab anything else that we could possibly bench. The Screamtail is not available, so that's a big deal. What else could we have grabbed? Maybe a Monkey Dory. Yeah, I would love to see that thinning. Yeah, the Frillish. Something along those lines could have maybe been good. Oh, the Monkey Dory is in the hand. That's why. There we go. All right, 2 big cards, Psychic Energy and
no one home.
Stretcher. So the supporters are not being really supportive this time around.
It's their name. What are they doing?
They have one job. They have one job, All right, big confusion attack here, big mind bend. This coin flip could be huge, and I don't see a universe where Justin can avoid this successfully. Maybe once again, he could retreat. No, he can't retreat to run boss KO the Ralts. I think it just comes down to he has the boss right in his hand. He just found it, so he could risk winning the game by bringing up Clefairy or Fezandipity. If this is Tails, though, this could get really complicated really quickly for Justin.
The Howlucha, too. that does put the damage on to... Oh, no.
Oh, no, yeah, we can attach retreat. Oh, my gosh.
Attach retreat Turo, yes.
Yeah, there we go.
And then with the Hawlucha, that is going to be knockout on the Ralts as well. Easy game there for Justin. Ties it up here in the top 8 of LAIC. And just no one setting up because of item lock. How about we get a Frillish in the active, Badoo in the active, and that's fair. No one uses items.
Now, yeah, I mean, pretty well done by Justin. Did not miss a beat this game as opposed to the previous one. Now, Sebastian gets to go second, which seems to be the key. And I mean, if most games come down to who went second, then the matchup has to be 50-50, right? Because it comes down to a coin flip. Of course, there's many intricate decision-making that has to happen throughout the course of the game. But let's take a look at the replay here, Juancho, to see all the non-action based on item lock that we got here. I mean, we did see a couple of cruel.
There was a lot of cards drawn by Justin's side. There's definitely some action on Justin's side of the field if you count being itchy or making your opponent itchy action. And Sebastian did get an attack off. Did take an early prize. Well, not early prize. Take one prize card using the Cruel Arrow. But again, just could not find any support. No one was home. There were no professors, no Ionos, but I gotta give it up to Sebastian. Just keep on trying though. Found the one line really, which was the confusion, but the combination of being able to attach for turn so you don't lose any upper and the Professor Turo, that was just perfect.
Yeah, that was just perfect. I mean, I definitely overlooked the fact that you could attach before retreating rather than the opposite. I was thinking of a convoluted way of pulling this off, and Justin just had the quick, simple answer. Attach, retreat, Turo, GG. We go to a game 3 with more than 40 minutes on the clock.
We've got a game.
Be plenty of time. We shouldn't be getting to those turns. And I'm really rooting. I'm not rooting for anyone. I'm rooting for the decks to set up. That's my plan.
I'm rooting for games to happen. I'm rooting for the Pokemon to be able to do the Pokemon things they want to do.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm rooting for. We want to see a lot of damage counters flying around from both players. I want to see a lot of Curse Blast happening. I want to see crazy top decks as we see 2 support Pokemon starting. Justin starting back-to-back, well, not back-to-back, but Justin starting Hawlucha yet again in this series. It's a little unfortunate, but we found the Puffin, Juancho.
Oh, that's a searcher. That finds Pokemon. That's a good sign. And also this time, Sebastian didn't start the Frillish in the opening hand. So it's a little bit hard to retreat, if not impossible, without something like the Latias or an Air Balloon.
It's only Turo. Yeah, you would need to have the Turo in your hand, a Frillish, and an Energy to actually start item locking your opponent. So maybe Sebastian gets to item lock once Justin has already initiated the item lock as well, or maybe Sebastian just completely forgoes that, goes for Technical Machine Evolution, and tries to overwhelm Justin with a powerful setup.
Let's go ahead and take a look at the prize cards now. For Justin Templar, a lot of 1-ofs, the Buddy Buddy prize. Luckily, he was able to open one Luminous Energy. Just a lot of 1-of, 1 counter catcher there. I also got to take a look at Sebastian's prize cards, and he also prized some counter catchers, if not all the counter catchers. So, but that's okay. Those are some things you can draw into, but again, looking at both, nothing too notable that will stop them from playing this game.
You know what I saw notable in Sebastian's hand? The pink card. We have immediate secret box with a Lily as well. So Sebastian didn't prize any Curious, didn't prize any Ralts, did prize 1 Gardevoir, did prize the Jellicent as well. But Sebastian, I think, is about to have a very, very explosive turn. And actually, he has both Curious in his hand. So I have to wonder if we choose to Iono instead of Lily here, because then that guarantees that we will not redraw the Kirlia. Versus if we Lily, sure, we get 2 extra cards, but also we might get the Kirlias and not have both of them down immediately.
Something you have to consider now. That's a very good point there, Paulo, because of the whole we play both now. They're both great draw supports. And they're...
Yeah, he's put the Iono to the front, so Sebastian knows his Pokemon, right? He's going to make sure he gives himself a 0% chance of drawing a Kirlia, and he can get both Kirlias down. That's the best possibility for you to continue developing. And then at that point, you don't care about the body item lock, honestly, for the most part.
Looking at the prize cards now for Sebastian. Again, I mentioned earlier, the 2 counter catcher, 1 Gardevoir prize might be tough because of the whole item lock. You do want to try and hard find the Gardevoir sometimes unless you try and TM Devo into it. 1 energy, and again, Jellicent and Earthen Vessel sitting up there in the lost zone. But again, Jellicent, I would have liked to see how that would have come into play in this matchup if it would have. It could knock out a Dragapult if Clefairy is in play. Yeah. That does seem pretty scary, and you know, item lock in general is just good.
Yeah, I mean, what's scarier? Getting your Dragapult KO'd whilst under item lock, or getting your Dragapult KO'd by your own attack and your bench being wiped? I think it's like there's no correct answer here. Both are very bad for Justin if they do happen. And Sebastian, with his current setup, I think will be in a pretty favorable situation. The biggest thing that I think could lead to like an awkward late game situation for Sebastian is that he discarded 2 supporters for the secret box right now, and he's about to play a 3rd. So we could see the late game slow down a little bit, and we just discard the Professor Turo scenario, which means there's a possibility for FSN DPT getting stranded perhaps later down the line, not being able to remove something that's heavily damaged to deny Justin a potential win condition. That could be something that it's less options that Sebastian has now for the later stages of the game, which could compensate for how strong he's about to get.
Looks like it is going to be the Lily instead of the Iono. Just really opting to just get more cards. And I like what you said, Pablo. There's been a lot of discards, but none of them have been energy just yet.
That's a big deal.
With item lock looming, what do you have really then from that point to discard energies? I don't think there's that stadium, the mystery garden, or whatnot to try and draw or attach to retreat. So a lot is riding on this Lily, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, of course, discarding energy would be amazing. It's not 100% necessary, right? You can just attach 1 Psychic to a Monkidori, deal with the Badoo, or just attach the Psychic to the Frillish directly. It would be wonderful to get those energies in the discard pile. 8 cards definitely gives us a solid chance of getting that, but as long as you have your Kirlias and Gardevoir set up, I think you're pretty content with getting that far in your first turn of the game, right?
Makes sense. Here we go. 8 cards now.
Not great. There's a
Kirlia.
Oh, wow. That hand is absolutely horrible, Wancho. And there's no supporters, right? There's already 3 in the discard pile that we no longer have access to. We get the Ralts going. We're going to be able to evolve into Kirlia. Then we have no follow-up. We don't even have a Psychic Energy to attack with Monkidori at all.
This is what happens when you discard all your supporters. Maybe Sebastian was just throwing a little fit. You know, he discarded all the supporters because they were missing last time. And now they're missing again after the Lily. 8 cards. Would have thought you'd find at least maybe a Iono, an Arven or something. But right now, at the very least, a TM evolution does happen. 1 Kirlia into play and 1 in the hand. We're now back to Justin's turn. Let's see what he can accomplish.
I mean, there's always a chance your opponent Ionos you, right? I think that's what Sebastian is really hoping for as Justin chooses Lily's determination off the Recon Directive. I mean, we don't know if there even was the option to Iono, but that's going to be a little disheartening for Sebastian. Sebastian could still draw a card off the top for sure, so we'll have to see. This top deck for Sebastian will probably dictate the rest of the game. Either Sebastian has a very, very underwhelming turn after getting Raw Secret Box in his starting hand, or he's able to pop off, start applying pressure, and take over this game.
Yes, and it has to be those supporter cards because with Badoo hitting the board, almost guarantees that items aren't going to be able to be played. Justin has to draw into what? Either an energy, an Ultra Ball for the Latias, which we know isn't prized. So, yeah, item lock should be incoming here.
Yeah, this item lock about to be way more impactful because of Sebastian's underwhelming current hand and the fact that as you mentioned, there's no energy in the discard pile. So could have been a circumstance where there's 2 Psychic Energies here instead of the 2 supporters, right? And we'd be talking about a completely different game. Now, the Hilda being at the very top of the prize cards could lead to the Neo Upper Energy find getting a little awkward for Justin. The Luminous Energy as well means there's less of a chance at finding what we need this turn to do the item lock, but we do find Ultra Ball, we do find energy, so we can actually do the best of both worlds. Not pay an energy to retreat and get an energy onto our Dreadcloak.
That is beautiful. As was that the Buddy played once again? Maybe now it's time to establish some ghosts too, get a little spooky, because we do know the Dusknoir isn't prized. But
Red of Curse Blast, always a welcome addition to your board. I didn't see any Duskull in the deck, so that means they're both, there's one in the prize cards, the other one is already in the hand. So we should be seeing that get benched. Oh, maybe
there's only
not.
one bench base left, though. It's either the Latias, so we could save the energy.
Oh yeah, true. You're right. And I don't even see the Duskull in the hand, so maybe I just missed it from the deck search. We're gonna try and find the Latias, I guess, from these recon directives, or otherwise we can just find extra cards for a better discard choice for those Ultra Balls, which can be very costly for Dryapple players sometimes.
Yeah, it's nice to get the full information first on what you have before you start discarding some cards. Yeah, maybe there's better options to discard there, as maybe it's gonna be Badu plus 1 Ultra Ball. Doesn't seem too bad.
Yeah, it seems pretty reasonable for sure. And it's Ultra Ball into Iono and Buddy, right? I think that's it. Yep, there's Eladia, so no threat of Curse Blast. Does mean that Sebastian gets like a little bit of breathing room in terms of both the Kirlias are probably not getting wiped whatsoever next turn, even if he draws an underwhelming card off the top. I think the best card Sebastian could draw outside of a supporter would be a Psychic Energy to just immediately deal with his Badu.
I don't think that was a Psychic Energy, Pablo.
It's a Frillish. How do we have all Darkness Energies and no Psychic Energies quite yet? That is rough.
How is there 8 cards that don't do anything? Not even an energy card. There's an Autozone that can be played. That is a playable card at the very least. But that Thinger deck, 1 card, that's the only benefit I can see here. You can get another monkey, get an attachment there too. But choices are so limited here for Sebastian, for a deck that has so many options.
Yeah, the Lily draw was just completely underwhelming. I feel like I'd really like to play down the Artisan, just in terms of like, there's merit to keeping it, just to make sure your Bravery Charms, if you play them, or any other tool card, ends up being necessary. There's TM Devo, there's TM Evo. I don't see. Oh, there's 2 Bravery Charms. So yeah, I think Sebastian realizing that that's his only other copy of the Stadium, he'll probably need to save it, make sure that he's not denied tool cards for the rest of the game if Justin finds his second copy of the Jamming Tower.
Ooh, the Neo Upper Energy there. Just all the energies as well. This abundance again from Justin Templar. But with the Ultra Ball now, could see a Dragapult now incoming. Oh, gonna be another Dracloak. Just all the draws in the world.
No, dang. Justin has enough information from Sebastian's hand at this point where he knows it's not great, but there could also be like powerful items available. There could be a Fesantivity available as well. So if he ends up being aggressive right now, it could come back to bite him. But if he's a little patient, I think we might see him keep Sebastian under item lock until he can find boss's orders to take down the Lilith Clefairy, and that makes it as awkward as possible for Sebastian to have a response to the Dragapult.
Makes sense. And this is where I would have really liked to see the Duskull established. What are your thoughts on like a Duskull over the 3rd Dracloak? Just because having the Duskull means you have more options in your cards. You can activate your own counter catcher. You can make the board wipes a lot easier.
Yeah, I mean...
Oh, it's a 1/1/1 line.
Oh, it's a one
It's a
line.
one
Oh, there you go.
There,
So
there,
it's
there was
completely
no
inaccessible.
option.
Yeah. Oh, that's why I was like, yeah, there's no Duskull in the deck. And that, yeah, so I completely overlooked that there's only a single copy of Duskull. That does make it a lot harder to pull off the Dusknoir. That's a very greedy change by Justin. Going down from a 2-2-1 line to a 1-1-1 line. That's very greedy, but clearly he's in top 8. It has paid off so far. I was wondering how he fit 3 Boss's Orders, 3 Night Stretchers, the 2 Stadiums, the second Nest Ball as well. That was the card that stood out to me the most.
A lot of good resources, and typically you do like to only pop one time, as Iono finally being played here.
Yeah, Sebastian does find Iono off the top. Well, no, off the hands that Justin did play an Iono as well.
Okay.
No, he played Research. Never mind. The Iono was off the top. I was looking at the list. I missed what happened in the match. But hopefully a better situation for Sebastian. Found Psychic Energy, has Ultra Ball to find Gardevoir the turn after. Doesn't need to fear both Kirlias going down whatsoever because there is no Duskull. So far so good. And wow, Technical Machine Devolution.
Big slow down there. I like the swipe of the hand. Devolution. All your Dracloaks go back to the hand. No Dragapult just yet for you. That buys one more turn.
That is such a huge punish. Like Justin researched last turn, discarded Dragapult, took it a bit slow. As I mentioned, he wanted to be patient until maybe Sebastian utilized the Adrenaline Brain, knocked out the body, and then he could counter capture the Clefairy, or put himself in a situation where he could boss KO the Clefairy first. However, that technical machine devolution with no rare candies over on Justin's side, doesn't matter if you're under item lock. Sure, you get your Dracloaks once again, but you're in so much trouble, right? This gave me a huge turn, delayed the aggression, and I think as the game progresses, Gardevoir just gets more and more and more powerful.
I like it, yes. The more time there is, the more time there is to set up bigger plays, get more Monkey Dories in play, set up the board that you want to have. But right now, right now, again, Dracloaks in play, multiple cards drawn, saw 6 extra cards without having to play a supporter.
And the jamming tower, that means Bravery Charms will not be working for the rest of the game. Was the jamming tower in hand the prior turn? Did Justin hold on to a card? Could have prevented the technical machine devolution, right? Perhaps wanting to play down once he could secure an extra knockout, perhaps on a Drivlon or whatnot, but an extra quotation marks punish just because he ended up facing off against the technical machine devolution by Sebastian. But Sebastian's still under the item lock. He can take a knockout on the body. I don't think he wants to because that just activates counter catcher for Justin, and that makes everything else, especially the Lilith Clefairy, extra susceptible. We could play another supporter, but our deck is not getting much thinner, right, at this point in time. And if we are just shuffling cards back, redrawing, it's getting a little awkward here.
Yeah, it is Lily for 8, and there is a Gardevoir EX prize. There's only one in the deck, so it's a little bit tougher to find. It's the deck I'd say would be half full right now.
Yeah, it is getting thinner, but not thin enough, I don't think. There's only one Psychic Energy in play so far with one prize.
That is true. Everything discarded so far are supporters, your stadiums. Getting a little tough, that's for sure. At least there is an energy attachment on that Monkey Dory. A retreat does put that in the discard pile. But off the Lily, there is really no way to discard energies without having to use items. So options are still very, very limited here for Sebastian.
All right, 8 cards here off the top. Can we find the one copy of Gardevoir EX to start doing something here? We could if we could just play item cards, but Ultra Ball just does not work right now. I wonder if Sebastian ends up getting a little desperate, knocks out the body, try to give himself item cards. He can either do it through Mind Bend, knock out the active, or just Adrenaline Brain and then get an attack off into something else. It would probably end up being the Latias, right? Because of Lilith Clefairy, any Dracloak that gets promoted does get KO'd by the Mind Bend. No, it's just going to be a knockout with Mind Bend on the body.
I'm curious to think why Sebastian Lash went off. preferred to keep the energy on board, maybe taking the knockout there. There is a Gardevoir prize. You don't know where it is there in the positioning, so it would have been nice to just grab mid-turn. Obviously, he didn't grab it. It was a counter catcher grabbed, since those were the 2 bottom prize cards, but there was an option.
I mean, Justin can't win with body item lock for the rest of the game, right? And yeah, Justin now takes this opportunity, plays a counter catcher. Bravery Charm not working because of the jamming tower, so Lil's Clefairy EX will go down. Only a single Psychic available for Sebastian right now. A ton of supporters discarded already, so 5 cards is a healthy amount, but it could also be tough for Sebastian to piece something out. 5 cards, there's an Ultra Ball. Do we find Psychic Energies?
There's an Earthen Vessel.
Yep, there we go. Earthen Vessel available. So I think, and a Night Stretcher, so wow, just has the perfect response. We're just missing Mew EX at this point in time, and then we can take a knockout on Dragapult and a Dracloak as well.
Ooh, that is very, very juicy. Going down to 2 is the position you want to find yourself in.
Oh my goodness, I think we're about to see a huge turn. Even Sebastian is like arranging himself on the chair. It's gonna be, he knows he's in for a good time, just trying to piece things out. He will have an extra card right now. I think we might even see a discard of an Iono, because we're probably gonna end up benching the Mew EX as well. Just give ourselves a huge turn where Mew EX is available. Lil's Clefairy EX is in play as well. We have energy for both Mew EX off the top. My goodness, that's even more perfect.
Top deck the Mew. That means maybe we could even save the supporter now.
Yeah, exactly. We can Iono our opponent back after he took 2 prizes, and take an get the Gardevoir online, recover the Clefairy, bench the Mew, and take a 3-prize knockout, leaving our opponent with a single Dracloak with 1 Psychic Energy. This one's clearly the one that's going to get knocked out because it has 2, and not much else for Justin.
Massive, massive turn here. Those were the perfect cards to get, including the top deck of the Mew. There was double Ultra Ball in hand. I saw the line you were thinking, Pablo, where it was going to be, yeah, let's discard with the Ultra Ball, get Mew, then discard the rest of the hand, get the Gardevoir EX, and just draw off the Mew, right? But with the Mew, you get to combo that with the Iono now. Even more,
I mean, even just getting, like, if you didn't have the Mew and you just went Gardevoir KO, the active Dragapult, that was, like, probably step 1 in trying to come back. Now, you're putting Justin in essentially a 1-turn clock where he's going to have to deal with Clefairy. He's going to have to try to Iono Sebastian as well. You can see how strong Gardevoir is. Like, it always happens like this, I feel. Like, this is just a repeat of what we saw in many, many finals. Dragapult slows down Gardevoir. Gardevoir's drawing very awkwardly, just not doing much. As soon as the item lock finishes, it's game over for Dragapult.
The comeback potential is just insane for the Gardevoir. And Mew EX, again, such a powerful card. Genome hacking, you get to copy your opponent's attack, and your opponent's attack is so good.
2 cards off the top first with a restart. 1 Screamtail, 1 Rare Candy, completely inconsequential cards that you don't mind sending to the bottom of your deck. Sebastian will get a fresh 5. We'll also get 3 extra prize cards to work with. I don't remember how many Ionos Justin has played. At least 1. There's 1 at the very top of the discard pile. Maybe it's been 2. Maybe there was some discard along the line. And Justin is now definitely going to be pressed against the ropes here as Sebastian finds more energies.
More energies, but luckily there is just enough now.
Yeah, just enough. 3 energies available.
Just enough, and now it really is. How is Justin gonna respond to this? Typically, when the Dragapult is in this 4 prize turns, the 4 prize, when they have 4 prizes remaining, and there's a Clefairy and the Mew in play, you can really lean on your Dusknoir package to try and sweep, right? You could go with the whole pop and take a 4 prize turn, but with how limited the Dusknoir line was,
yeah, we just saw Sebastian use Adrenaline Brain and put the damage on the wrong Dracloak. He has another Adrenaline Brain available, so he can just like fix that. But if he had something else in mind, maybe putting the damage on the Latias to set up for a potential Screamtail win, it's not that it's out of the question now, but it's a bit of an inefficient use. And like he placed the damage, immediately realized, tried to place it on the other Drag Cloak, but I think the judges said like, well, if Justin lets it go, you can change it or something. I don't know what happened, but the damage stayed on the Drag Cloak. So now Sebastian figuring things out. I mean, I'm pretty sure Sebastian is just trying to figure out how he can lock the game down 100%, right? And make sure that he has any possibility to win, make sure he has the most amount of outs possible. And here we go, Phantom Dive getting utilized against Dragapult EX thanks to the Mew EX copying and thanks to Fairy Stone being active.
Ooh, massive turn here for Sebastian Lashman. Now, Justin with not too many options. Pablo, I have to ask you now, if a perfect turn exists for Justin, what does that include?
It's Counter Catcher on the Clefairy, Iono, Fire Energy, and Dragapult in the active, knocking out, and your opponent whiffing Night Stretcher. There's one already in the discard pile. They will have a small hand. They will still have the Mew powered up, but you have to take down the Clefairy. If you take down anything else, Clefairy just takes charge, and your Dragapult goes down, your opponent's down to 2 prize cards, and it's game over. We get back with the Night Stretcher, the Dragapult, the Luminous Energy being prized will also make things even more difficult to get powered up. That's why it was so important to knock out the 2 Energy Drag Cloak as opposed to the 1 Energy Drag Cloak. That 3 damage counters will be a little consequential, and Justin has a Psychic Energy in hand, which does not work to power up for Phantom Dive because there's a Psychic Energy there, and we need a Psychic and a Fire. That's like the one drawback Dragapult has, is the awkward energy combination that it needs to be powered up.
It's the trade-off for being a Dragon-type Pokemon, right?
Yeah.
Yes, you don't have a weakness, but your energy costs are a little bit odd. But, well, Clefairy solves the weakness part, so you still have the odd energy count. But Dragapult was in the hand. I think Night Stretcher.
Yeah, we played 2 Night Stretchers, so I actually had enough. We got back to Fire, we got back to Dragapult. Justin debating not evolving at this point in time. I wonder, I mean, that's the line I can come up with at this point. We could see Blood Moon, Ursa Luna sort of approach, take down the Mew, attach energy to the Blood Moon, power up, take a KO on the Mew, and then that's where the damage mattered in the way for if the 3 damage counters were on the Latias, it would be a lot easier for Sebastian to pull off the knockout with the Screamtail. But Sebastian is holding
is that an Ultra Ball? I think I saw an Ultra Ball.
Oh, no? If there's an Ultra Ball, then we can Screamtail, discard Psychic Energies. If the Mew is the Pokemon that goes down, and we're in a pretty good spot. Actually, if Mew doesn't go down, then Mew could just copy a Blood Moon with Adrenabrain, and that's the game as well. So
the Mew has to go down here.
Yeah, now that we have committed to the Blood Moon Luna, it has to be Mew that goes down. And there is an Iono to go along with it, so that's huge, because now that Mew is going down, Fezandipity will be going to the bottom of the deck as well. A lot of supporters have been utilized around the discard pile, so it could come down to Screamtail plus Energy to take down the Latias. On the bench, we do find Counter Catcher not quite as important at this point in time. It's time for Blood Moon to carry Justin into top 4 potentially.
Blood Moon, 240 damage on the Mew EX. What do you see now for Sebastian?
One was Red Candy. I couldn't see what.
I think it was Counter Catcher.
Oh, Counter Catcher is also a dead card at this point in time.
So now we're
just Counter Catcher, yeah.
So now we're just depending on top deck. It has to be a supporter. There's it's nothing on board that can really deal with this Blood Moon Ursa Luna just yet.
Yeah, the not having 3 damage counters on the Latias means that even if we that unfortunately that doesn't help us, Juancho. The 3 damage counters means because we only have 4 energy here, right? So we can deal 160 damage with Screamtail. Oh no, we have enough. We have enough with Adrenaline. We do. Sebastian's just double checking. We power up Gardevoir, retreat. That's 3 damage counters. We throw another 3 damage counters, and we power up Screamtail. Sebastian just needs to make sure to do everything correctly, and this will take him to top 4 of the Latin America International Championship.
There it is with the Psychic Embrace. 4 damage counters on the Gardevoir. All the damage counters moved. Now to
the Latias. And yeah, there it is. 4 energy now on the Screamtail. That's going to be 160 damage. Sebastian Lashmet is going to top 4 here at LAIC. Pablo, it was that 3 damage counters on the monkey that was saved from the Badoo.
Yeah, and you can see how every damage counter matters. Sebastian made them matter, almost made a costly mistake, but the remainder damage from the Badoo that was not utilized, that I wanted to send to my opponent, worked out beautifully here for Sebastian. Even saving damage counters ends up winning him a match. What a game.
Yeah, damage counters being just as important as a resource than supporters, than items, than Pokemon, really. It's how I like it. That was beautiful. That was the match I wanted to see.
Yes,
it was back and forth. Big key Ionos. The top deck of the Ultra Ball sealed it. It was just all we needed was that Screamtail.
These are the Gardevoir Dragapult matches that we are used to seeing. These are the top tier games where, yes, Gardevoir comes out on top, but it was so close, such a close match, and it was that Ultra Ball top deck that ended up giving Sebastian the game after what was a very awkward initial setup. Just had just enough energy in the discard pile to take that last KO.
Oh, imagine how heartbreaking it would have been, Pablo, if you missed the knockout because of the wrong placement of the Monkey Dory.
Yeah, I mean, let's take a look at the replay. Let's take a look at everything that developed in this very exciting top 8 game. Game 1 was dictated by the item lock from Sebastian. You can see he won very quickly. Then heading into Game 2, it was the item lock from Justin that completely put him too far ahead. Sebastian didn't even get to play down on rolls, and that's usually bad news, Juancho, when you're playing a Gardevoir deck.
Yeah, you definitely need the little guys to turn into the Gardevoir. But yeah, still on the Game 2 now. Just, again, Sebastian still trying his best to come back from it. I have to give him props for not giving up that Game 2. Because there was so much time anyway in the top 8. But of course, that big retreat, attach, retreat, Turo play just to guarantee the game. Although a coin flip would have been very exciting.
A coin flip would have been very exciting indeed. But having the one-off copy of Professor Turo ended up working out for Justin. And then this Game 3, this back and forth, that TM Devo. So it was, I think, a combination of many things. TM Devo was a great play because Justin took an off turn. He discarded the Dragapult instead of choosing to evolve. I want to say he got a little bit greedy. He wanted triple Dracloak for next turn. He could have had double Dracloak, and he wouldn't have been denied the attack, at least for that initial turn. But the game came down to the wire, that little bit of damage. These 3 damage counters that we see on the field, those were the saving grace at the very end.
Yeah, and I was talking about it too. I was like, we should move the damage and try and draw the Gardevoir. No, that was important, very important. That monkey just took the hit and stayed the entire game just to be the savior at the very end. And of course, just this big Mew play. What Gardevoir can do once it has unlocked, once it's been unlocked from item lock. Just taking a massive 3-prize turn there with your opponent's own attack. But of course, this is the true ending. The perfect Screamtail into the Latias, double Monkey Dory. Everything perfectly set up.
Yeah, I mean, there were 2 very crucial top decks there for Sebastian, right? The Mew EX off the top, so that he needed to leave himself with no hand. He was actually instead able to Iono his opponent, which he then got Ionoed back, so it didn't really work out. But that saved him a lot of resources for sure, gave him new resources to work with, and like, he Ionoed and then he got Ionoed, which got him closer to that Ultra Ball. That was the next top deck that won him the game. So this game played out perfectly for Sebastian. Justin almost had it, and that was definitely the story before Mega Evolution. Dragapult always came very close to beating Gardevoir, didn't really manage it, and to close out the Mega Evolution format, we have Gardevoir once again at the top, defeating Dragapult.
A story as old as time, Pablo. A story as old as time.
Yeah, as old as time. If the time is 6 months, then yes.
That's years in Pokemon time. No, but no, yes. I mean, that's what we've seen a lot of, and even with the new tools, right? Even with the new tools of the Frillish, of the Jellicent. I mean, getting to see the item lock on one side, the fact that Gardevoir was able to flip the script this time, and hey, I'm the one who's going to set up under my own item lock.
that we got to see that power, but it just takes a little bit more for the Gardevoir just because there's no free retreat and all that jazz. And the devolution play was perfect. That whole sweep of the hand just to devolve everything, I imagined that in my head. Like it was like the anime moment.
Well, guess what, Juancho? We have Jesper in the field with our winner, so I'm sure he can tell us all about how he felt using that technical machine devolution.
Indeed, Pablo. Thank you so much for throwing it over to us. I'm here with Sebastian Lashmet, our winner of Top 8. First of all, second IC Top 8 you have, finally breaking through to that Top 4, and congratulations on that Worlds invite. How does that feel?
Oh, I gotta say, it feels amazing, right? Like, not gonna lie, I've been on almost kind of like a streak of bad tournaments lately, right? Like, I went something like 3-3-1 drop at Worlds. I didn't do so hot in Pittsburgh and Milwaukee. Finally broke through at least in the top 64 in Vegas, and now back into top 8, 4, whatever it is. It's like, it's been a little while since I've been in Top Cut, maybe since like April-ish, and like, it feels exhilarating every single time.
I can confirm you're playing Top 4, so congrats on that. It's not Top 8, sure, quite. But having this matchup against Justin, you know, it's the old fabled. We see that format again and again. Gardevoir versus Dragon Ball Dusknoir. How much have you prepared into the matchup, and what did you feel going into it?
Yeah, okay. So the Dragapult versus Guardian matchup, it's been a thing that's been like around pretty much forever, right? Or at least like, you know, even since like pre-rotation. So we've probably had it for like, I don't know, coming up on almost like a year soon, right? And I would say I haven't actually prepped that much into this matchup specifically because it's a lot more like, because it's a lot more kind of like, you know, I've just played it over and over and over again, right? Although one thing I did do is like I changed to something from my Vegas list from last week. Last week I played 3 rare candies and 1 Curlia. This week I switched it to 2 rare candies and 2 Curlia because I was struggling a little bit against Duskpult in Vegas. So, and actually, like, it was huge here, right? Because it made sure that Justin couldn't like board wipe me game 3, so huge there, right? So I would say not a huge amount of like practice against it, but like kind of like a meta call, and then like, you know, like you change a little based on every tournament. Your deck changes every tournament, you know?
And they change every single tournament, making it better and better, first from Vegas and now to now. You know, going into Top 4, is there anything that you're fearing, or is it just throw whatever at you and you'll deal with it?
Yeah, I don't know what I'm playing against or who I'm playing against, so probably the latter.
All right, we'll see what gets tossed against you. You know, going into LASC here with the Top 4, if we look at goals, as said, second IC Top Cut, is it time to win it?
I don't see why not.
I don't see why not. We don't throw it over back to the casters. Thank you so much, Sebastian. But before we do that, anyone you want to be shouting out?
Oh yeah, I mean, I would have a whole list of people to shout out, right? Anyone that I've like roomed with or tested with for the past couple of weeks, right? Karis out there in the audience, any of my other friends, my friends back at school, my family, just like everyone, you know. If I know you, shout out to you.
And at least for you viewers, we're going to be having Top 4 up very shortly. We're going to toss it back to Pablo and Juancho at the desk. You know, take us away. We're here at Top 4 very shortly.
I like that shout out. If I know you, shout out to you. That's everyone.
I've talked to Sebastian, I think, a couple times, so I'm going to take that shout out as well.
I need to introduce myself to Sebastian so I can get a shout out.
Yeah.
No, but again, huge congratulations. Masterfully played. Thank you so much for that amazing match, Sebastian. Very excited to see what he can accomplish in the Top 4.
I love how he doesn't even know he's in Top 4. Like, yeah, I won. I'm in the Top 8, Top 4.
It's just another game of Pokemon.
More Pokemon. Bring it on. Bring it on.
Yeah, that was really funny. But he sounds ready, though. He sounds confident that he can win this all.
Yeah, for sure.
But yeah, I believe now we can go ahead and check out some updated brackets here we have here at LAIC. And
okay, it seems like Benny Billinger ended up winning the asymmetrical Top Cut match and is now facing off against the ultimate boss from Brazil, Gabriel Fernandez. Both first-year Masters players. And then, of course, we just saw Sebastian win 2-1 against Justin. Pedro and Ilya tied 1-1, and Yoshiyuki defeating Simon 2-1, advancing to Top 4. Now both Sebastian and Yoshiyuki have that coveted direct invite to the World Championships.
That is massive. That's something, honestly, while we were casting, totally slipped my mind. That, yes, just one more win, and they get the world invite. One more attack, one more prize card potentially. How close all these players were to just getting that instant invite. And I'm sure Yoshi and Sebastian are just over the moon. Right now, though, there's still one more top 8 match. There are 2 top 8 matches we are waiting for. But again, Pedro Petrucci against Ayla Kornilov. 1-1 before we can see our next stream match, really.
And if I'm not mistaken, Ilya Kornilov got top 4 at last year's EUIC with Golden Goal. I'm fairly certain of that. So a back-to-back top 4 showing, that would be very impressive.
No, just even the first time you show up at the top 8 of an LAIC, of an IC, that's already impressive. Do it 2 times? That's magic. Yeah. Very exciting, of course. A lot of talent we have here in the top 8. I can't even make a prediction about who could possibly be in our finals.
Well, speaking of finals, Juancho, we have the finals of our community bracket where we get to say a few words for each deck, and then the community gets to decide who said them more eloquently. Yeah. And so we have our final matchup here.
I don't like that I have to face you in the finals, Pablo.
Yeah, Standard Altavila's deck, which was Zoroark GX Control, and it's Diego Ratche's deck, which was Boswell GX with Lycanroc GX. So 2 very old school decks, right? It's been a while since we had GXs in the format. The powerful GX attacks, the Ultra Beast Pokemon. Very nice time back then. So I'm going to let you choose, Juancho. Please go ahead and choose your second place deck.
I'm so intimidated, Pablo. These were both your decks. You argued for both of them.
Well, then you have plenty of knowledge at this point to argue for.
You said that Buzzwole Lycanroc was one of your favorites, so I'm going to take, not that, I'm going to give that to you because I'm a nice guy. I'm going to pick the Zoroark GX Control.
All right,
I'm going to start. This was the best deck ever made, right? I think we can all agree on that. I feel like everyone has a good memory, good recollection of Zoroark, and Zoroark Control has to be the peak, the pinnacle of how Zoroark was played. I remember this back in the day. This is when you truly had access to literally everything in your deck. This is where, when you play against your opponent, you might as well just grab your 60, put it in your hand, and start playing. Because that's how consistent this deck was, how easy it was to have access to everything. And then that's when, we were talking about how in that in that top 8, where it's great to see when your opponent has everything they want to do in that game. That was Zoroark GX in a nutshell. They had access to literally everything. And you know what? If everything wasn't enough, you have Resource Management Oranguru to give you even more of that everything, more uses. And if you wanted to use something, yeah, you have your hand, right? But you can also have everything in your discard pile, because Puzzle of Time was such a crazy card. When it first came out, I was thinking, that's so difficult. When you play Puzzle of Time, you play both copies, you get 2, you trade those 2 for 2 in the discard pile. I was thinking, that's so difficult. But Zoroark Control, again, with access to everything, you play the Puzzle of Time, you get everything in the discard pile again. That's crazy. And then you can put stuff back. That's why this deck was good. I honestly, truly believe this was one of the best decks ever made. That's it. That's all I have, Pablo.
All right, Juancho. You made some very good arguments, and it's clear that you've done your homework. You've been listening to what I've been saying.
I played this deck.
That's great. There you go. Now, you've played this deck. All right, perfect. Therefore, I mean, they look a little small, but what's that tiny orange circle in the bottom of the Zoroark card and in the bottom of the Oranguru card? Because I believe...
We're not actually fighting.
Yeah, fighting, exactly. No. Exactly. Fighting type weakness, which just so happens to be Boswell GXs and Lycanroc.
We're talking about concept, we're not actually battling, right?
No, I'm just saying. The concept, like, which deck is the strongest overall, right? Every Zoroark GX deck was amazingly powerful, and every Zoroark GX deck required a Psychic-type Pokemon to try and counteract the early pressure of Boswell GX because it was so overwhelming and it would just take over, right? So you needed to fully adjust your deck to compensate for this extremely powerful deck. And it was not just Zork. Many decks in the format were forced to play the Mew EX from back then in order to try and hit that puzzle for weakness, stop the Jet Punch attack from taking over, and that wasn't sometimes even enough because Lycanroc was such a powerful card. So Zorak GX, a fantastic control deck, extremely powerful, absolutely. Boswell GX and the Lycanroc GX deck, the fear that instilled on your opponents, the fear of losing on the first turn, no basic Pokemon was safe whatsoever. By the time you tried to play your puzzle of time, all your Pokemon were in the discard pile. So, I mean, both decks very successful. Of course, I'm going to say the fact that Zorak had to play Psychic-type Pokemon to compensate for that tiny little circle, orange circle in the bottom, I want to say that shows how much more powerful one deck is over the other.
You're actually using my weakness against me.
Of course. I'm using your words against you. You're saying we're fighting? No, Zorak is losing to fighting.
I meant we're fighting. We're not actually battling the decks. We're not gonna. This is in concept, which was the best of all time, right?
Listen, I did not make the rules, Juancho. I did not get a set of rules either. We are improvising here. I'm trying to convince chat to vote for Boswell GX. And which deck was the most powerful deck to win LAIC at the time? Boswell compared to the rest of the fields, I want to say it was so powerful that so many people played it.
You know, if that was the case, Lugia Visar should be here in the final, Pablo. If we were battling those decks, if we were actually playing decks and fighting them, Lugia Visar would have been the strongest.
You need me to ask the questions again? You said Lugia Visar had the best ability.
Now we're talking about we're fighting. You shuffle up your Buzzrock, I'll shuffle up my Lugia. And
I'll money match you right now with the most powerful version of Puzzle Lycanroc.
Oh, really?
The most powerful version of Zorak GX, and I'm pretty sure.
What about my Lugia Vistar?
No, those are similar era decks. Lugia Vistar is next level. Yeah, or play your Lugia V-Star card. You love it so much, it has a great ability. Just take out the Arceus, see how you fare.
Okay.
But it's not up to us.
Not up to us.
It's up to chat to decide who made the better arguments, who showed you that one deck is weak to the other, and whatnot. So yeah, I mean, up to you guys who ends up being the winner.
Yes. Stay tuned for the results. Be kind, everyone. But top 4 should be coming up shortly. Don't go anywhere.
It is Jesper right here at LAIC with Brent Tonneson and Natalie Miller. Fortunately, 2 of our players to watch from the Oceania region. I mean, Brent, how is your day going so far after phase 1?
I just finished phase 1 at 7:01.
All right, what about you, Nat?
I just finished at 5-2-1, so barely scraped in.
I mean, barely scraped in, still alive in a tournament. Now, I know both of you guys are playing Absol. Why Absol on that?
Wasn't really interested in playing Dragapult or Guardia again, and I think one of the advantages of Absol is that it creates a lot of very complicated game states. Then it's really easy to make a mistake into.
And I mean, a lot of mistakes to make for your opponents. Also yourself, so you got to be precise in that matter.
Definitely, I made a lot of mistakes today.
Yeah, but you get to recover for that in phase 2, hopefully. Going over to you, Brent. I mean, a lot of complicated game states, as Nat is saying. What about you?
Yeah, a lot of complicated game states as well. Very scary because it feels like every game I'm like one step away from losing, but I'm winning most of them.
Yeah, I mean, your record shows that exactly. Now, going into phase 2, I know you guys are at 2 different places when it comes to it. Natalie, what's the hope for phase 2?
Ideally, I'd like to top 8. It's probably not going to happen, but I'm just going to try my best.
All right, Brent, significantly better record right now, but, you know, not wanting to top 8 off of 5-2-1, how are you feeling about it?
I want to win.
That's what we got to see here at LAIC. We want champions here. Last year, finals eluded you. Is that giving you extra motivation for this?
Yeah, I think, getting second at one IC, doing poorly at the other international events, I really want that win.
I mean, also for you, Nat, you haven't won an IC yet. Is that also something you're looking at and being like, I want to win that IC?
Basically exactly the same as Brent. Like, I also came second and also had a bunch of bad ICs, so I just want to try my best to get a win. Ideally, one of our group wins, though. I'd be very happy with any of us.
And lastly, if you were to give any tips to players coming to these ICs, what would that tip be?
Make sure you get enough sleep, have some snacks, and drink some water.
All right, what about you, Brent? I knew you know a story about this. What would be your one best tip?
practice.
Practice makes perfect indeed, and that's what we're going to be seeing a lot of players on the stream. We can see right behind me have practiced a lot going into this tournament. With that said, thank you so much, Natalie. Thank you so much, Brent, for being on, and have fun at LAIC. Hi, it's Jesper Eriksson once again here at LAIC, having a load of fun with all the players here. We have Tim Franklin right here. How was your tournament?
Look, it probably could have been better. I'm out at 5-3. I think it's just in the top 5-12, so not really what I wanted overall, but, you know, it could have been a lot worse for sure.
What deck did you end up playing at the event? Because I know there has been, you know, a lot of talk about you making up their, like, Baby Ursa Luna deck. You know, what did you end up playing? Did you end up playing it yourself?
I didn't end up playing myself. I can actually see it on stream right now. I think it's winning, which is really cool. I ended up playing Grimstyle without Frostlass, which pretty much no one else is playing. I ran it at Vegas last week and did quite well, but wasn't able to replicate it. The matchups just weren't quite there this week.
And speaking of matchups with Grimstyle, we've seen it on stream multiple times during, you know, previous tournaments as well as once this tournament. Why Grimstyle?
Well, I think it's actually just like one of the few decks that has a real chance into Gardevoir. Honestly, it's probably that's probably the strongest deck in the meta right now. And you kind of just have to be playing one of those dark decks if you want to beat it. And yeah, I only hit one today, so that wasn't too good. But when you hit a whole bunch of Gardevoirs, you can really go on a run with the deck.
And going on a run with the deck, I mean, 5-3, respectable record into this IC field. A lot of great players here. You're one of our players to watch from the Oceania region. Spoke previously a bit with Brent and Natalie. It's a rough tournament to go through, right?
Yeah, it's really tough. You know, it might be smaller than some of the ICs, but that top level talent is still all showing up. It's really hard, and you know, a win is a win. Like if you can get through, it doesn't matter which IC it is. It's an enormous victory.
I mean, going to Latin America IC, you know, from Australia at that. You were in Vegas last weekend. How hard is it with the travel and getting up with time zones and all that?
Well, yes, but you saw me this morning. I wasn't looking in my best shape. It can be really tough adjusting. Like I barely got adjusted to Vegas by the time I was leaving there to come here, and that's like another 9-hour difference, I think. Like, it's crazy, but you know, you do it for the love of the game, and I'm happy to travel the world and have these opportunities. It's incredible.
Just like a lot of our viewers, all of us, we love the game, right? What would be the one thing you'd tell the viewers at home that they should do if they want to become good at Pokemon?
If you want to become good at Pokemon, don't set yourself like specific goals, like, you know, your 512s, 256s. Just play your best and keep trying to improve, and the results will come.
That says this has been Jesper Eriksson and Tim Franklin here at LAIC.
We started with over 2,000 players here in Sao Paulo at the LAIC, and now we just have 4 remaining as we decide who will be making it all the way to the finals. Our current 4 players have all got automatic invites to Worlds, but it's more than that. They want that championship to themselves. They want to win the whole thing, and it starts here in the semi-finals. My name is Mike, and I'm joined by the wonderful Jesper, a previous world champion, full of knowledge and history, and he'll be giving you all that extra insight as we take you through our top 4 match.
Yeah, and some interesting knowledge just had to chat there with Sebastian Lashmid. The first thing I said when I went on stage, mate, congrats on your Worlds invite. And he went like, wait, what?
Yeah, I mean, well, firstly, you get loads of CP and prize money, which puts you in a great spot to make it to Worlds, but that automatic invite for top 4, as well as all of our regional winners, is a great incentive to go all the way.
Oh yeah, and you know, it's great to see one of these younger players. Again, our field has been dominated by these younger Masters players. We just saw Justin Templar, who came up together with Gabriel Fernandez. We know that Gabriel Fernandez has been the story of this LAIC, but Justin also aging up and already showing for themselves a top 8 here at the first time of asking.
Well, that's pretty impressive, as this is the first international championship of the season, the 2026 season, where we're seeing some of these aged up players really showing off in the early stages how good they are. And as you mentioned, the storyline really has been about Gabriel Fernandez, who went 12-0 to kick things off in Swiss and made it into that top cut 12-02 with Charizard EX. And when it comes to those decks, we've mentioned about how the format is kind of Gardevoir and dark type attackers with a bit of Golden Go sprinkled in, and that's really the outcome that we've seen in this top 8.
Oh, you can't forget, we still had Dragon Ball Dusknoir just now, got taken down by Gardevoir, which has been kind of the story we've been seeing for the past couple of months. We did see that in the finals of Worlds, and just to get a little bit of a remembrance of that matchup was what we did get there. You know, it was a very close game. Did see what Budyu can be doing against most of these Gardevoir decks, especially now that the decks have changed from a Professor's Research Engine where discarding your energies is actually getting kind of rough whenever you're playing Lily's Determination.
that's for sure. And we had 9 players make it into our asymmetrical top cut, and they had a tough journey ahead of them as it was refined down to just those 9 players. And then it went into 8, and it was Benny who won the asymmetrical top cut, but faced off against Gabriel Fernandez in the top 8 match, losing 2-0. We still have one of our top 8 games still to conclude, Pedro versus Ilya, and we'll find out how that goes. Whereas Sebastian 2-1, Yoshiyuki 2-1 as well.
And it's been another story of this tournament. We keep getting up with stories again and again. We have to remember last year, Ilya coming over from Finland and got in top 4 last year, got that automatic invite. It seems like, I mean, in his case, can just go to LAIC once a year and get an invite.
Pedro and Ilya are currently in turns, so the game will be decided by who can go ahead on prize cards in that game 3. Fascinating stuff at that side, but on the other side, Gabriel versus Sebastian, so that's going to be Charizard versus Golden Go, versus Gardevoir, sorry. An interesting match for sure.
And I do have to update, Mike, we just got in here. Unfortunately, Ilya did lose in turns against Pedro Bertuzzi. So we got 2 hometown heroes on, you know, different sides of the bracket. So we're going to have Pedro Bertuzzi playing against Yoshiyuki Yamaguchi from Japan. And then in the first semifinals here, we're going to have Gabriel Fernandez versus Sebastian Lashmet.
So a Charizard, 2 Gardevoirs, and a Mega Absol. I think really has been the story of recent times. Maybe that Charizard EX being a bit unexpected, but has always been there or thereabouts. We've seen it in pretty much all of the top 8s in this Mega Evolution format, or just missing out.
It always pops up when unexpected. Going into Milwaukee, I mean, certainly for myself, I wasn't thinking that highly of Charizard. In came Jackson Fort, won it. And in this tournament, again, I wasn't thinking that highly of Charizard. In comes Gabriel Fernandez and absolutely rocks the whole tournament. And yet, still undefeated. So we might be seeing an undefeated international champion. Time will tell.
Well, I think what's fair to say, when Gabriel was talking about the deck, he said that it's a deck that's bad against the bottom tables, good against the top tables, and that's very much similar of Enzolrock, another archetype which Gabriel and his brother have been playing, Vinny actually playing at this event. It's a deck that plays well into the top decks of the format, but not those aggressive decks that you find like Raging Bolt and so on down the bottom tables. So really interesting that these meta picks are so vital when you start rising to the top, and they can keep you right up there.
It seems like the most sketchy of rounds for, you know, whenever Vinicius and Gabriel are picking their decks is going to be those, round 1 through 4, where you think the amount of Ceruledge. Round of Raging Bolt is probably a little bit higher, where you want to kind of avoid these matchups and hope that you get into a bit more of a favorite bracket. For example, something like Gardevoir, with the version that Gabriel is running, is a bit better suited for it. You know, the double team evolution, better against these Frillishes as we saw. And I mean, overall, it's been paying off for the entirety of the season. 2nd place in Belo Horizonte, really good performances in both Lille, Gdansk, and then now at the semifinals at an IC. Not bad.
Yeah, pretty good start to the Masters career. And interestingly, the Golden Go EX deck was the most popular here at the event. It converted very well to over 20% of the Day 2 meta, but it didn't quite make it all the way in the end to that top 4. There was one in top 8, maybe 2.
There was a couple, yeah.
Yeah, a couple in that top 8, but really it's just those final hurdles that we've only seen in Gdansk, where it finally took a tournament. But it does feel like that deck that is incredibly powerful, lots of great players playing it, the most popular deck at the tournament. It should be winning more often, but it just falls at that final hurdle where those more powerful archetypes of the stage 2s that are able to come back and have those unusual lines of victory tend to win out in the final moments.
It's also everyone who is preparing into this event. They are preparing ways to beat Golden Go one way or the other. I mean, Daichi Shimada including 2 Psychic Energy and a Frillish for exactly that matchup upon also playing the Eries. So you always got to have some kind of a plan against Golden Go. I don't think if you want to go into a tournament and actually try to win it, there's no way you're not thinking about Golden Go as one of the matchups. It's not a matchup you can ever go in and say, I'll take the L if I play against it. No, you really can't do that.
Yeah, 100%. I think that's a fair way to put it. Golden Go always has a target on its back, whether it's a fire-type attacker, a denier of attacks like the Cornerstone, whatever it is got a target on its back. And what's really important to note is this event isn't the only event you guys have been a part of. We have had a community bracket going on at the same time here at LAIC, where we've been pitting all the past LAIC champions against one another and seeing which of the previous decks you guys think is the best LAIC winning deck of the past. And we have the results from a previous vote you guys are involved in, and we'll get to see who the victor is now. Let's have a look. And there it is, our winner, the best deck from the past, our 2019 LAIC champion.
Is it surprising? Zoroark GX? Not really.
I mean, I think many people recognize Zoroark GX as it was such an iconic card. All the time it was in format, so powerful.
And we have to put it together with, it was paired with a Oranguru at that LAIC back then. Oranguru since first getting into the expanded format after rotation, but being banned in the expanded format because it was just too good.
Yeah, resource management has been a vital card in many control decks in the past, and it was paired with Zoroark GX for that LAIC champion. I mean, Daniel played what was a scary deck at the time, and going through this bracket against other LAIC champions showed just how dominant it was, as you guys all voted for it all the way through. I mean, we look at some of the players as well on here. Some incredible players have won LAIC in the past, and currently in the tournament, Gabriel Fernandez, a multiple seniors champion at LAIC. It feels like a massive tournament on the circuit for many of these top players.
I mean, the top players are always wanting to go to these IC. We were talking about the amounts of championship points you can get here, and that hasn't really changed throughout the history. The international championships have always been giving a humongous amount of championship points, and that's what the players want to do. They want to get these championship points. They want to be competitive.
Well, that is the community bracket complete. Thank you guys for all participating with that. We've had a lot of fun trying to debate which of these decks was the better. And as we wait for our top 4 players to make their way to the stage, we'll give you some more insight into how the tournament has gone on up to now. I think it's fair to say that this has been one of the most competitive ICs we've seen in the past, especially for an LAIC, as we've had over 2,000 players, many players not just from Latin America, Europe and North America traveling here, but we've had so many strong Japanese players at the event.
Yeah, and it's one of the stories of the tournament. I mean, whenever we're having a regional championship, and international championships, we're always going to have a huge amount of stories. Are we going to be able to see Yoshiyuki Yamaguchi take down LAIC and be the first Japanese LAIC winner, or are we going to have our hometown hero, Pedro Bertuzzi, taking it down? And it's going to be a very interesting matchup, a matchup we have seen a little bit of on stream before, that Gardevoir matchup against Mega Absol. It's going to be a fun one to see.
Yeah, it's a fairly close matchup, which is nice to see. It can go either way depending on how the starts pan out, and obviously the Claw of Darkness from Mega Absol can really deny. I mean, we had Ryuki Okada last season taking down EUIC, so it wouldn't be the first time a Japanese player has taken down an IC, but it's definitely an important spot. And getting that invite to Worlds, we mentioned about how the Japanese invite system is completely different to how it works over here in Latin America, Europe and North America. So taking those opportunities to come out to one of our ICs and get that invite is a great position to be in.
It's a great thing to do, because in Japan, they earn their invite system throughout their winning amount of city leagues, getting an amount of points on the Japanese leaderboards. You have to remember, when the Japanese players go over to the Western tournaments, the championship points they get actually don't matter for anything. They only go for direct invitations to Worlds, or they have to place within the top 32 or 16 of the JCS, the Japan Championships, at the end of the season. But yeah, Yoshiyuki, already having done it, got the Worlds invite. But hey, even though he's gotten the Worlds invite now, doesn't change anything for him. Wants to win that IC, and maybe we're starting a trend. Maybe we're just going to have one Japanese winner of an IC every single season.
It would be amazing, and I love the deck building we see from these guys as they come over. Unique in the way they play the game. They've also had a completely different format to us, whereby they've been playing it a little bit longer, so they sometimes have a bit more insight into how to play in our tournaments. And I think that's fair to say with Yoshiyuki's deck. Definitely some interesting inclusions in the Mega Absol, which we'll get into as the game happens. So the players will just be making their way up to the stage here in Sao Paulo. We've had an amazing tournament, not just here in TCG. You might have heard it in the background. I don't know. It's definitely been loud. The Unite games have been incredibly hype, as players have been competing and earning spots in future tournaments. And I think that's what this is all about. It's a celebration of Pokemon here in Latin America, in Sao Paulo. And so many of the local players, we had over 2,000 players competing here in the TCG Masters Division. Over 1,500 of those players were from this region. And that is incredible when you consider back in 2017 at the first LAIC, there was only 650-ish competitors. So it has grown massively here in the region, as well as the amount of players competing.
On top of that, I mean, when you're talking about the United States, really loving their game. I remember when I was sitting and watching the top 8 between Justin Kempler and Bash Lashmet, you know, they went to Game 5 in Unite and we just heard the roar of the century. It was like whenever we had these hype matches we also have in the BTC. Such a lovely crowd that they have. And Sebastian was almost deafened by the roars and screams after the Unite match finished. I do really love that. They're so passionate about their game with the pace that they have in their game as well. And we have a little bit of a different way, a little bit of a slower of a game compared to the other ones, but I mean, still less interesting.
Yeah, last match we saw on stream was incredibly interesting. The intricacies of the matchup with the locking of the game at the beginning by Dragapult with that item lock and the jamming tower. Meanwhile, the Gardevoir has that advantage once the game develops and being able to take much more high power knockouts thanks to Lily's Clefairy. So those two Gardevoir earning their spot in the top 4 will be trying to take down dark type attackers this time, whether it's Mega Absol EX or the Charizard EX. Now, when it comes to these matchups, it might seem obvious that the dark type has the advantage, but it's not actually the case when it comes down to Gardevoir because it has ways around it.
There's Jelly Scent, we're talking about item lock can be a pain in the back when it comes to it. And that's why, you know, the past couple of regionals, the most successful Gardevoir variant has been when you're able to item lock. Whether you're playing a more straight Gardevoir variant where you're just playing a couple Frillish or a single one, or you're actually going with the Jelly Scent line itself. This tournament, it's been all about that Jelly Scent line. Pedro Bertuzzi has been shown off on stream with that too. A bit more of an older build, as we've seen a few other inclusions, that Drifloon also getting in there, which we typically don't see. But then again, I think at every single regionals I've watched this season and played as well, it's been a story of, does a dark type attacker actually take down Gardevoir, or does Gardevoir still prevail?
And then Dragapult Dusknoir gets caught in the crossfire a lot of the time, which is always interesting to see. It's such a powerful deck, unfortunately falling short in the top 8. But our semi-finalists, incredible players, but also some players experiencing some of their first top 4s at an IC. And I think that's what's great about Pokemon now is we have the experienced players who frequently make it to the top, but at any given moment you could see a first-time run making it all the way into that top cut. And I think that's been true here as well as any other tournament.
Getting to see these breakout performances, right? You know, even players like Torrid had a breakout performance. That was back in 2017 at the first North American International Championships. That's when the world opened their eyes to what a great player he is. But we may just see that in Pedro, right? Has been having a few seasons in Masters, have been having really good results, but maybe winning this international championships may just get the world to open their eyes to just how good of a player he is.
I mean, the same could be said for our current world champion, Riley. It was unexpected, made the final of NAIC, caught everyone off guard, the pass that was heard around the world, and then went on to get NAIC and Worlds finals, and that just shows you that all it takes is one breakout performance and suddenly you're on the map and you're there at the top. So our players will be looking to try and do that here. And I thought this could be a chance for us to talk a bit about the whole tournament. So we've had a lot of players here bringing a whole variety of decks, and it was Golden Go that was the most popular deck at this tournament, being the highest in the meta share. But Gardevoir seems to be the best deck in format in many people's eyes. Why are people not playing it more often, considering it's got that name of the best deck in format?
Just because it's the best deck in format doesn't mean it's the most accessible deck in format. Meanwhile, we have all access to the cards that we need to play the decks. But what I mean in terms of Gardevoir is that it's such a skill-intensive deck. You see when these players are piloting Gardevoir, the precision that they need, and the math with Monkey Dory just has to be exactly perfect. While the deck is very good, it's also sometimes very volatile. It can fall apart if you don't do things exactly correctly. It punishes bad sequencing, rewards very good sequencing, and between the middle of the park, you don't quite get the maximum effort off it. So if you can play it to perfection, that's when you get the full Gardevoir experience, and that's why it's such a hard deck to pilot. with the plethora of attackers you can use, having to build the perfect list going into the tournament. Are we going with a Jellicent variant? Do we go with a bit more of an aggressive Drifloon, Screamtail variant with a lot of Bravery Charms? What way do we actually go? And that's going to be the question you ask yourself every single time. And the best players, I mean, we're mentioning Gardevoir. I cannot stop but mentioning Henry Chow currently, right? He goes on and thinks, okay, analyzing the metagame for the past regional championships, thinking a bit about, okay, but then what happened in Belo Horizonte, which was the last local event, and then goes in and says, you know what, I got a good list for this.
Yeah, 100%. I think what you mentioned there about deck building, that's such a big part of Gardevoir. There are so many different attackers, options, ways you can build it, lean into TM Evolution, lean into Jellicent, and consequently, players who just pick up a list from a previous tournament are already outdated, and that's why you have to think ahead. Whereas Golden Go, the list has less versatility in it. There is optimal lists that you see at these tournaments, and they might change by 2 or 3 cards. You might choose a Mega Mawile, a Mega Lucario to add into the list, but ultimately that Golden Go in combination with Lunatone and Solrock tends to be pretty consistent. So fair play to all of our Gardevoir players who are seeing ahead, recognizing how they need to adapt the list, and that is why we have 2 in our top 4 here. And as we're talking right now, our players have reached the table. We'll let them get set up, and we'll get started in our top 4 as soon as possible. I know you guys want to see how this all pans out. We all want to know who's going to be making it to Championship Sunday tomorrow and all the way into that Masters final. It looks like our players are there on the stage, ready to take on one of the highest pressure matches of their careers so far. The winner of this will not only make their way to the final, but will increase their prize money by $5,000 at least, going from $10,000 with a top 4 finish into $15,000 for second, or $25,000 for winning the whole thing. So a lot on the line for these players at this stage as they're preparing for a big match.
Yoshiyuki has been frequently going out to some of these tournaments. Last year, I remember having a bit of play around with him at the NAIC, but Pedro Batsusi, we go over their accomplishments, right? JCS top 32, top 128 at Worlds, top 128 in Portland, traveling out again, top 64 in Las Vegas, but going over to Pedro, that's a stacked resume as well.
Yeah, multiple regional champions, one here in Sao Paulo, so maybe this ground here is the one which Pedro is most familiar with, and looking to try and make it an IC champion here. And I think that's the key right now. These players have already achieved something incredible at this event by making that top 4, guaranteeing an invite to Worlds. But at this stage, everything that's happened up to now doesn't matter. There is so much on the line to try and make it all the way to that final tomorrow and earn a spot in the LAIC 26 finals.
And just like I mentioned with previous Japanese players, most of them traveling over here, their previous Champions League champions, these monstrous 5,000 player tournaments. Yoshiyuki has one on the belt, as well as the second place and a top 16 at Worlds in 2019. Both players are doing fantastically in this tournament, but has been showing it time and time again. And now facing up in top 4, we're going to be seeing some great Pokemon action here.
Pedro, our last top 8 match to finish, went to turns, just about squeaked through. On the other side, Yoshiyuki has shown exactly why their Mega Absol list is incredible. Some inclusions that you wouldn't expect, but we'll see them throughout the game as both players will be looking to try and secure their spot right now. This matchup tends to be a pretty close one, so definitely watch as we go through the game. It is not going to be one-sided. Just because Mega Absol has that Dark type does not make it a favorable matchup. It's going to be a close game overall. I mean, for yourself, Jesper, you've been there in those big moments when you're making your way towards the final of a major tournament. What's going through your mind as you're reaching these knockout rounds?
I mean, please win the coin flip, the opening coin flip. Both of these decks wants to be going second. But second of all, open with a hand with options. And I can say as much for viewers back home who was watching the Las Vegas Regional Championships and saw the deck that Tord won with. I am pretty sure that what Yoshiyuki has brought is the same 60 that Tord won Las Vegas with. So it's tried, it's tested, and going into Gardevoir, it is a very, very close matchup. Absol having that weakness advantage, but can be swung back.
as we see the prize cards going out. Nothing too crazy jumping out. Maybe the rare candy could come in vital at some point. But both players proving their lists are tried and tested from historical results. And it will be Pedro to kick things off, going first as our top 4 match begins here at LAIC.
It's time to make some history. Speaking of historical matches, this is bound to be one.
And the first turn for Pedro. Going to be doing a nest ball to go into that deck. Starting the Monkey Dory, Yveltal on the other side. As you mentioned, the list that Tord Reklev won Las Vegas with could go back-to-back at major tournaments if Yoshiyuki makes it all the way. Meanwhile, on the other side, Gardevoir combined with Jellicent, a great combination, one that we were all thinking, hang on, we're giving Gardevoir another card that's incredibly powerful, and then the Mega Evolution set opened up more options. But Gardevoir EX, for those of you unfamiliar, it's all about that Psychic Embrace.
And that Psychic Embrace being able to charge up attackers. We were mentioning Jellicent being able to deal with those damage counters. But most importantly, with Psychic Embrace, what you're powering up is that Monkey Dory's Adrenaline Brain. That Monkey Dory's Adrenaline Brain has been what has skyrocketed Gardevoir into the orbit, being able to use an ability, as long as you have a Darkness Energy attached to that Monkey Dory, being able to move up to 3 damage counters from your Pokemon to your opponent's side. But hey, how do we get those into play? Psychic Embrace spawns those damage counters for us whenever we attach it on the field. So just incredible synergy here.
Not a bad attacker too. That Mind Bend can sometimes come in a pinch. But at first, Monkey Dory was included in the deck as sort of a 1 count, maybe 2 count, and then it went up to 3. And then at one point, we even saw 4 Monkey Dory in the deck, now sort of stabilized around that 3 count, as it seems to be the perfect amount to maneuver the damage around. As that deck check, finding out the rare candy's prized, and rare candy a way to get a Gardevoir into play a little bit quicker. Otherwise, you have that Technical Machine evolution as a 1 count. So leaning more into the rare candies here in this deck, as there are 2 available. So important to check through the deck as we see the Ultra Ball and the Nest Ball to find those important Pokemon. And this is something we're seeing quite frequently now because the deck is trying to thin cards down for that Mystery Garden. We're seeing Ultra Balls often being used early on to allow that Mew EX to restart cards into the hand in a pinch. And how often do we see Gardevoir getting out of a tough starting position thanks to that Mew EX?
We saw that almost in the last matchup with Sebastian Lashman also playing Gardevoir. So we have multiple tastes during this tournament. But you know what? What's the perfect way to start off as a Mecha Absol Kangaskhan player? That is that Precious Trolley starting that raw in your hand. No need to use Arven to get it. You just go ahead and fill your bench right up.
The first turn for this Mega Absol deck tends to be fairly simple. Get all of your Pokemon out, get a Turbo Energize attached, and an energy, and get those energy into play. And there is energy in hand, there is a Precious Trolley here. So the question is, do you have access to that tool?
I'm pretty sure I saw an Arven, Mike. So Yoshiyuki starting off top 4 exactly just as he wants to. And I mean, we're going to be able to see the full power of this Mega Absol deck. And then it's going to be on Pedro. Is he going to be able to strike back at it?
And the synergy of that Arven, finding so many important pieces, whether it's the Precious Trolley normally, there's also things like Poker Gear, which often seem like just a consistency card, but when you can search for an item that allows you to find future supporters, it synergizes so well in these scenarios where you have a spare item to search off the Arven.
And it's also another deck you get, a card you get to thin out. You have so many different supporters that you want for different situations. When we're looking at Yoshiyuki's list, we have the 4 Bosses orders, we have Iono, we have Lilies, and we have Arven, right? So Arven is your go-to early game supporter, getting typically Precious Trolley, you know, unless you start with it in your hand, that's not too bad. But also getting that TM Turbo Energized. That is what you want off that Arven to be able to accelerate and have that Absol going as soon as possible.
Yeah, these technical machines have been a part of our format, whether it's the Evolution, the Devolution, and now that Turbo Energized, really opening up this deck. The main downside of Mega Absol and Mega Kangaskhan is the 3 energy cost for their main attacks. And with that Turbo Energize, it allows you to bring that energy into play on that first turn. And typically you'll do it with one of those larger Pokemon like Mega Kangaskhan. One of them is prized. We do have a Poké Gear prize and a Bravery Charm, so some important cards that are useful as the game goes on. But none of them a singular copy. And I think that's the key to this deck. So many of the important cards feature as 2 copies rather than 1, just to improve that consistency around prizing.
yeah, especially with most of the one-off cards, you'd be all right pricing it. Psyduck, you know, useful in those Dusknoir situations. Not going to be using that for the rest of the top 4, I can tell you. But Blood Moon Ursa Luna, late game card, you have time to draw it off prizes if you need it. The Petron, we have the coverage with the Latias, or you can do the double combo here, which I really do love, where you get the maximum amount of movement. But Petron, also a really, really good attacker into this matchup, being able to have that dark typing to take out potentially Gardevoir or something like Brett Tonneson did early in the day, take out Mew.
So we'll be getting the full bench, the perfect combination. We often see this bench of 5 with the Yveltal in the active. 1 Monkey, 1 Latias, a Petron, a Mega Absol, and a Mega Kangaskhan. It allows you to have full mobility around so you can run errand every turn. And as suspected, the Poké Gear was taken off of that Arven for future turns, and now some draws with that run errand. And this is where the deck starts to feel really consistent. You've already got the setup down, and you're drawing cards each turn.
And one combo we did see earlier, and that's why I'm kind of looking at that Mist Energy as one of the key pieces for this matchup. And that's because of that Mew with the genome hacking. Pedro has a lot of different attackers that can one-hit knock out your opponent's Pokemon. But that could also be the Mew using that terminal period of Absol. And that's why I want to be looking at Yoshiyuki's part to see how well can he assure that Absol does not get knocked out in one hit.
And that is the perfect turn for Yoshiyuki. And Pedro letting out a breath there of frustration potentially at how slow the start was with that low hand size. Does have the Iono, but when you're playing with limited resources at this early stage, 1 Mega Absol Claw of Darkness could completely squander any hope you have being able to set up your attackers. And that hand off the Iono is not looking particularly strong. There's just some energy in supporters as well as that Artisan. So able to set up a little bit here, but really needed to start finding ways to discard those energies.
And this could also be the opening for Yoshiyuki. You're mentioning Claw of Darkness. If we get into a Claw of Darkness next turn, could be able to snag either that Arven or Iono. I would probably say the Arven, since that could be getting that secret box. And with Iono, it's random what cards you draw. Arven gives you a certain search, and if you can kind of get rid of that certain search, you know what's going to happen? You're going to make it much harder for Pedro to get that full setup of 5 energies, Drifloon, Darkness Energy, and get the knockout.
And interestingly, the Yveltal was the attachment with the Dark Energy for the Turbo Energize. Why might Yoshiyuki be looking to put a Dark Energy on that Yveltal at this stage?
There's a great argument to be attacking with it later to draw out the resources from Pedro, right? If we're looking at it here, the clutch attack could be, you know, used on Mew, and Mew can't do much against it but genome hacking and attack it back. You can also stick Gardevoirs in the active depending on how many energies that Pedro has been using throughout the games or have in the discard pile.
Yeah, just asking the question of Pedro, can you deal with that if it ends up being a route for the deck? But Mega Kangaskhan put into the active, as we mentioned, that Latias EX with the Skyliner in combination with the Petron EX, able to have full mobility and a run errand to draw 2 cards with that Mega Kangaskhan. Each turn, Yoshiyuki will be adding 2 cards to the hand. Later on, might even have the Pheasantipty EX. So despite having just the draw on these big Pokemon, it does open up so many options. So after that Iono, the hand has been refreshed, so a new Arven is being played. This time getting some of those energy back that were missing from the previous hand. And you mentioned that Mist Energy that was in the previous hand, how vital that is. Why might Yoshiyuki need the Mist Energy on the Mega Absol EX?
Terminal period is an effect attack, and Mist Energy said it prevents effects. Now what Pedro can do is he's going to be able to be using this Mew's genome hacking here, and if you can get 2 Monkey Doors set up with Darkness Energy, which was missing the last turn, you can move 60 damage onto that Mega Absol and then abuse that terminal period attack against itself.
Well, on this occasion, thanks to the Iono, won't have the Mist Energy available, just instead using a Fighting Energy, which, if Pedro wasn't aware of which flavor of Mega Absol Yoshiyuki was playing, will now be aware that it's the Cornerstone version, as we have seen a variety of types at this tournament, including the Crustal, as well as the Frillish build earlier on. But there we go, Petron EX going to be subjugating Chain, moving that Mega Absol EX into the active, poisoning it, and now we will see the attack swinging through.
We're going to be, Yoshiyuki's going to be saying, Pedro, show me what you got. And it's going to be probably a choice between discarding Iono or Arven. I don't imagine discarding Psychic Energy would be helpful for Yoshiyuki's own case.
Yeah, it is just going to be between those 2 supporters. And the Arven looking to be the card of choice. And discarding a card from your opponent's hand is one thing, but it's also the information you gain. You get to look at your opponent's hand and find out what resources they have for the next turn.
You also get to see, you know, what kind of situations they're sitting in. We've seen some of these Mega Absol decks also play Eerie, which is a almost disgusting combo. Whenever you go Eerie, discard some items, you're like, hey, your hand's looking quite poor. I'll just get rid of that supporter on top of it with that Claw of Darkness. And it gives a certain control aspect of it. Meanwhile, you have such a sturdy attacker in the active position that, from Pedro's perspective right now, has not gotten a really good setup. And when you don't have that really good setup, it's just a matter of time before that Claw of Darkness just claws itself the way through Pedro.
You mentioned about the genome hacking, copying terminal period of Mega Absol. It does require the 6 damage to be on the Mega Absol. And without Dark Energy on either of those Monkey Dory from the previous turn, it won't be accessible for now. So perhaps that's why Yoshiyuki was comfortable without that missed energy. Not that he could have chosen it if possible, but Gardevoir EX does enter the field for Pedro, which is the start of the journey for Gardevoir. It's now about using those various attackers throughout the game.
And one thing that can happen, though, if Pedro does not have a really good answer to Yoshiyuki getting 5 cards off this Iono, if Yuki can pull something like a Boss's Orders and already start bullying these Gardevoirs, it would mean that Pedro needs to get something like Red Candy Gardevoir. But you know what? That's going to be really difficult whenever Yoshiyuki is just clawing cards out of Pedro's hand.
And how many Boss's Orders are in this Mega Absol list?
Oh, the full slate of 4.
So the likelihood of seeing those when you've got 2 draws from that Mega Kangaskhan every turn is pretty likely. And every turn that goes by, Yoshiyuki is able to add energy to the board, which helps protect around that penny scenario where you want to pick up any damage that's in play. So very much at the moment feels like Yoshiyuki is in the driver's seat. But once Pedro now has the Gardevoir in play, it allows for all of these attacking options to be available. Mind Bend isn't an option in this matchup because the active Pokemon can so easily reset, so you don't have that ability to win turns back through confusion.
And it's also, when we're speaking of Mind Bend, yes, it's not going to be able to do that, but why? It's because we have the safety net of Latias plus Petront. You're going to be able to retreat with the Latias down into the Mega Kangaskhan, draw 2 cards, and just like we saw last turn, then we use the Subjugating Chains from that Petront there to move back into the Absol and get that poison counter. Even though you're taking 10 damage from poison, well, you give ourselves damage. What do we do with that damage counters? Well, we just use our own Monkey Dory and get rid of it again.
What an amazing deck, created and popularized by Tord Reklev and piloted to success in Las Vegas, winning the tournament last weekend. But now Gardevoir EX is going to be attacking straight into that Mega Absol from Pedro. This seems like a crazy idea when you think about how easy it is for the Absol to knock out straight back. But Pedro really trying to put the pressure on and deny this Absol EX from staying in the field for too long.
It is a situation where if Mega Absol takes the knockout on Gardevoir, if Pedro can then get a new Gardevoir into play next turn, then that Absol is going to be taken out back. And then it will be tied on prices. So it's an all right move to be making here. The question then that comes to Yoshiyuki, is this a bait move? Or am I going to take the bait here? And most likely, it depends, right? The Petron has not gotten to a point yet where it's going to be able to take out the Gardevoir. And what would happen if Yoshiyuki decides, well, I'm just not going to deal with this Gardevoir? He probably needs to do something about it, which means attacking this turn is probably the likelihood into that Gardevoir.
Yeah, an interesting line from Pedro. This is the disadvantage of these Megas. They give up 3 prize cards, so sometimes just swinging into them is enough to continue the game. As the Mega Kangaskhan comes into the active, and we'll be drawing 2 cards with that Run Errand. As we see the hand looking reasonably good. You know, this is the advantage of that Run Errand, is you constantly are topping up your hand even after Lily's Determination or an Iono. And it will be that Mega Absol EX coming back into the active. Is there an energy in hand to attach? And I don't think there was an energy, so missing the energy attachment for this turn, but we'll be getting the Claw of Darkness knockout on the Gardevoir, and there is a Gardevoir in that hand.
And you know what? Pedro needs a Gardevoir to be able to take out that Mega Absol, but that Arven could also be getting something like a Night Stretcher. Nestball can be getting Fecundipity. So this is actually a really difficult discard. Getting rid of the Arven, even though that might be seen a bit counterintuitive, getting rid of the Arven gets rid of the Fire Wave, getting a supporter. Okay, then we know that the Absol is going to be knocked out during this turn. That's something that Yoshiyuki's saying that I'm all right with. Then we have to start finding ways. If Pedro ties up the game now and Absol gets knocked out, that's where we're going to be seeing Petron being able to take 2 prizes on an upcoming Gardevoir EX. And then you can find the last prize for something like Blood Moon Ursa Luna and Boss's Orders. So there is a clear prize map here.
Yeah, remembering back to that energy switch of the Yveltal's Dark Energy across to the Petrunt, Yoshiyuki would have loved to have been able to get an extra attachment last turn to set up that Petrunt, but at this time, it's just 1 energy attachment away from knocking out the Gardevoir in return, or maybe even the Mew EX, depending on what Pedro wants to attack with at this time. So an interesting map here from both players. There is also the Iono that has got to be a factor here, because yes, Yoshiyuki's got a deck that is able to draw cards with that run errand, but it's not many cards. And if as the late game starts to come through and this disruption comes through, it could very much swing back into Pedro's favor.
It could, yeah, and it's really down to now, this turns into a game where does Yoshiyuki get what he needs to get? If he doesn't, that's where Pedro's opening comes. Gardevoir is a very good deck of playing off the board, as we say, and that's where, you know, Iono doesn't hurt Gardevoir as much when it's set up. Iono can hurt all of these other decks that need to draw into pieces like Boss's Orders. I mentioned Blood Moon Ursa Luna. That could also be Nest Balls. That could be any singular thing you need. Next turn, we have to look at an energy for that Petron to be able to attack it all.
And there we do see the Iono. That is the 3rd Iono played by Pedro. So looking to try and disrupt once again. There is the full 4 copies of Iono in his deck, but one of them is prized. So this will be the last Iono of the game, most likely, as the final Iono is right at the top of the prize cards. Each player shuffles their hand and puts it on the bottom of their deck, and they draw the number of cards equal to the number of prize cards remaining. So in the late game, Iono can be really disruptive.
And it's just a question here, like, I mean, Pedro cannot be attacking with this Gardevoir EX. Even though you're giving Yoshiyuki just 3 cards, there is a Mega Kangaskhan and a Latias in play being able to use Run Errand. And when you knock out this Absol, 1 energy attachment is going to be able to knock out that Gardevoir due to that darkness weakness. And that's why we always talk about, can Gardevoir beat these dark attackers? And we've been seeing the answer to that question be both yes and no.
Interestingly, getting rid of that Pheasantipity of the secret box. So not wanting to put that in play in case it becomes a target for the clutch maybe. Just recognizing all of those different scenarios. But secret box, discarding 3 cards and finding 1 of each trainer type, an item, a tool, a supporter, and a stadium. That is the ace spec of choice for Pedro and most of our Gardevoir players out there in the field, as it is so consistent in these important turns. We need to find lots of different resources. Typically, early on in the game, you want to see that secret box, but even late game, it can be useful to set up those final turns.
It definitely can, and here we're seeing a more mid-game secret box, getting that full setup, right? We want to be taking this knockout with a 1-prize attacker, presumably, being able to use the Knife Stretcher, and we could be getting more support in terms of the Gardevoir line. If this active Gardevoir gets knocked out next turn, we need to get something like a Ralts into play, which we see right now, to be able to use Rare Candy Gardevoir. And luckily for Pedro, the bottom of the prize cards are Rare Candy and Ralts, amongst either getting Vessel or Psychic Energy off the prizes. So the prize cards are going to be helping Pedro a lot here when he gets to take them.
110 HP left on that Mega Absol, so that will just be a Monkey Dory Adrenabrain and a Roaring Scream for 80 combination to make the knockout. Typically, Screamtail used to take knockouts on the bench Pokemon, but on this occasion will be to take on the active. And by leaving 30 HP left on that Screamtail, it's out of range of that Yveltal's 20 damage to move across. So playing around the board currently, and will be able to take a knockout. Doesn't need to move any damage across at this stage, can leave that in play for next turn.
Yeah, we're looking at it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 340 damage. And that's going to be the knockout onto Mega Absol. One thing that could have been happening from Pedro, which I would have liked that could have disabled that flip the script from Pheasantipity, was to move 10 damage counters away from the Screamtail since the Mega Absol had 110 HP left. If a Pokemon suffers a knockout due to poison, which is during Pokemon checkup, Pheasantipity's flip the script does not work. So could have potentially moved 10 damage counters away from the Screamtail to, I don't know, wherever on the board that isn't that Absol, and then being able to take that knockout on poison, leaving Yoshiyuki a tiny tad more stranded.
Yeah, could have done it a whole lot of different ways there. And you're right to recognize the Pheasantipity EX could come down for Yoshiyuki this turn and help him get out of that Iono down to 3. I think the Poison Tick, something that people often forget about because it's just sitting there on the active. It's almost damage that's irrelevant most of the time, but while the Absol was sat there poisoned, it was 10 damage away from taking another tick. So you see going through the deck now, using that Artisan to try and find any resources, maybe even shuffling because recognize that that previous hand had some useful resources. So just going to be looking to try and close out this game in the next few turns. 3 prize cards remaining for both players. Nothing on board that's really easy to attack with for Yoshiyuki. He needs to find an energy for that Petron EX. Meanwhile, Pedro has everything on board ready to attack.
There is, though, one energy can also get the clutch for the knockout onto Screamtail. Something that it has in common with all of these other psychic attackers is that darkness weakness, so we can still be able to take that out. Although, that means we can just be taking out the Petron, and that would leave Yoshiyuki truly stranded if so. So, what Yoshiyuki want is that, yes, the boss plus the energy combo, and run errand, maybe be able to get that. There's a Nest Ball. That could give the Pheasantipity plus 3 cards.
That could be huge at this point. There is an energy in hand as well, so either of those options we spoke about. A knockout is coming through here for Yoshiyuki. It's now about stabilizing for a future turn, as technically, from his point of view, there is one Iono still left in Pedro's deck, as he knows he'll play 4, but it is in the prize cards.
With that energy we already do see in Yoshiyuki's hand, it feels like the clutch knockout onto that Screamtail is a guarantee. That's a good start. And then we can be looking at, okay, we're going to see Blood Moon onto here, because I do imagine that Pedro is going to be targeting this very Petron down here, because that's a fate that could be taking out every single Pokemon come next knockout from Pedro's side.
Well, now looking back on that Poison Tick being the potential for a knockout, that Pheasantipity could completely change the game at this point. This turn there was still access to the knockout, so it didn't affect the current board state, but it's more about next turn that we're really talking about. So we'll see whether the Pheasantipity finds any useful resources here. 3 cards off that Flip the Script. As we see, a few pennies there, which could be useful. But realistically, it is just trying to find 2 attackers in a row. There is 1 or 2 ways to do it. And it's up to Yoshiyuki to recognize the best route to victory here, whether it is via that Yveltal, whether it is via that Petrunt now, knowing that the Blood Moon will be the attacker next turn.
We're going to see here the energy and the boss's orders onto Gardevoir. Just what we ordered here, Mike. And yeah, Yoshiyuki down to 1 prize.
Subjugating Chains, the ability on Petron that is the reason why it's in the deck, but it also has an amazing attack in that Irritated Outburst, which does 60 times the number of prize cards your opponent has taken. In this case, that would be 180 damage times 2 thanks to that weakness on Gardevoir.
Exactly, and here Yoshiyuki 1 turn away from shoring up this top 4. And by then, would be 1 game away, but we can't set out Gardevoir. We've seen some of the most crazy comebacks when it comes to Gardevoir decks. Is Pedro able to do that for us right here?
Well, pushes the Ralts into the active. Is there the Rare Candy Gardevoir combo? Has the counter catcher.
There is indeed the Rare Candy, because he took that off prizes, but we just need the Night Stretcher in this case. I do believe that both Gardevoirs are in the discard pile, so we do need to go ahead and get a Night Stretcher to do that. Now, as we said earlier as well, that Pheasantipity is also in the discard pile, right? So it's not going to be able to Nest Ball for that, even though he has a Nest Ball in hand. So it needs to look for different options that we can use to get a Gardevoir into play in the first place. And something like Lilies is not going to help, because then you're shuffling back the Rare Candy and having to draw both at once. That's not really a great thing to do. So yeah, it's going to be rough for Pedro to find a way of actually getting out of this.
And can't even boss or counter catcher anything up to try and deny a turn or 2, because there's complete mobility on Yoshiyuki's side of the board, whether it's the Latias or the Petrunt itself. So going to have to find a way to take the knockout here. And as we mentioned before, an Iono would be key at this moment, but the Iono is in the prize cards, the last Iono. So it's going to be really tough for Pedro to not only get ahead this turn, but hope that Yoshiyuki can't find it next turn.
We can do Mystery Garden. If we do have a Psychic Energy in hand, we're able to use Mystery Garden, draw up to now 6 cards in hand due to these 6 Psychic Pokemon on Pedro's side, And these couple of cards are going to be incredibly important to the future of Pedro's tournament. We do see a Bravery Charm getting attached onto that Screamtail and a Counter Catcher being played. On what though? That is the question, because everything has full mobility.
Yeah, it doesn't matter what you get up here. You're always going to be able to find a new active, but it's mostly to get one card out of hand so you can draw even more of the Mystery Garden. A Night Stretcher here would allow the Gardevoir to come into play. Is there one there? There's a Super Rod and an Ultra Ball, so that's the combination required to get a Gardevoir here.
That gets it for you. And then the question is going to be, what do we knock out? When we have this sort of safety net in that Mega Kangaskhan, drawing 2 cards to run errand, and flip the script from Serendipity, Mike, we need to take out the Petron, yes. But on the back of that, then no matter what, it seems, Yoshiyuki is going to be able to pick up +5 cards. Unless somehow we're going to be able to see Pedro pull into a knockout on that Kangaskhan. The max damage here from the Roaring Scream is not going to be enough, it seems. So, yeah.
Well, I mean, you've got the Dark Energy attached to the Monkey Dory. There's going to be plenty of damage to take the knockout here, but it really does come down to all of this turn is for naught. If Yoshiyuki has a card in hand to get a knockout next turn, whether it's that Blood Moon Ursaluna, maybe even the clutch from the Yveltal will be enough. So the Gardevoir comes into play, Dark Energy down on that Monkey Dory. Here we go. Are we going to be able to find a big knockout here on the Petron and deny a future knockout from Yoshiyuki? We'll see. The 2 Psychic Embrace onto the active puts 4 damage onto that Gardevoir.
It is actually possible with the 40 damage on the Gardevoir here. We do have double Monkey in play. All the damage on 60 on Gardevoir, 120. That is 240 plus 60. And that's going to be the game.
He's taken the knockout on the Mega Kangaskhan. 3 prize cards taken all in one turn out of nowhere. We didn't think it was in range. We didn't think it was possible. Jesper was doing the maths and saw the line. And so did Pedro as he takes the victory here in the final moments.
It suddenly just appeared where I was like, wait, 240 plus the 60 from Double Monkey. This adds up perfectly. And that is what we see with the Mega Pokemon, right? They're so volatile when we're talking about it. You know, the big reward you get for having such a great attacker. But when that great attacker goes down, we've seen it before in history when they had the tag team Pokemon. Half the game is over when those are taken out. And Yoshiyuki couldn't have done anything to get rid of that Kangaskhan on board. Was just at the prayer moment of, I've removed all your Gardevoirs, Pedro. Can you get a third one going? And that Mystery Garden, you know, gave the Ultra Ball, gave the Super Rod. And yeah, now Pedro, from being so far behind, takes that game 1.
Well, I'd love to see whether there was a penny in hand in that last turn. Yoshiyuki may have thought that the Mega Kangaskhan was safe because it just seemed impossible to get a knockout on that. But Pedro saw so much in that final turn. But really, it was the start where Yoshiyuki raced ahead with a Mega Absol knockout onto a Monkey Dory, then onto the Gardevoir. But it was that next turn where Pedro said, I only need 2 knockouts, 1 3-prize Pokemon to start things off, and I'll get another 3 prizes later on.
And we were asking the questions about Darkness Attacker or Gardevoir. Right now, it's 1-up to Gardevoir. And you know, the Petron getting the knockout with the Irritated Outburst. And this was what we thought, that this game was almost over, right? There's just a Screamtail in play. We're still needing the whole combo of Candy, Gardevoir, Darkness Energy, and getting the Screamtail knockout. But everything added up perfectly to that 300 HP of Mega Kangaskhan, taking that knockout, taking out the second Mega, and thereby taking the second set of free prizes.
Well, Yoshiyuki opted for the boss on the Gardevoir to try and deny as many resources as possible from Pedro when he had the penny in hand, so could have picked up the Mega Kangaskhan, but was so sure it was safe because it just didn't look like it was in range until right at the very last moment there when the Screamtail hit 240 in combination with the 60 from the Adrenabrain. So great recognition from Pedro to do the maths there.
Maybe it's an irritating moment for Yoshiyuki. Could have gone with that clutch route, taken out the Screamtail, right? And gone penny on the Kangaskhan. But would have left Yoshiyuki way more vulnerable come, for example, a Night Stretcher and a knockout onto that Serendipity, needing to get that energy and boss again, or potentially just taking out the Petron, which would have left Yoshiyuki with really just a vulnerable board overall.
Well, speaking of that Serendipity, this time Pedro won't get access to it as it's in the prize cards, as well as a Frillish and Jellicent, but tends to be less of a part of this game is that item locking and denial, because the Yoshiyuki deck can function with very few items after that first turn. It's really about the Precious Trolley early on. Otherwise, looking at that, the Turbo Energize, another one prize this time, nothing too crazy.
No, nothing too crazy indeed, and that's what we want to be seeing from these top 4 matches. One of these 2 players are going to be in our finals. Currently, the favorite to be so is Pedro Pertusi, but again, Yoshiyuki, a Champions League champion, has been in these situations before, been on the back foot and needs to recover. And what I'm thinking is that Pedro almost showed like this was supposed to be a very good matchup for Gardevoir with that start he had last game. But we do see an Arvin, we do see energies. There's no trolley prize. There's only one Turbo Energies prize, so we're going to be able to see Arvin for Precious Trolley and TM Turbo Energize here.
Completely unlocks the early game. The ace spec of choice is that Precious Trolley. Search your deck for any number of basic Pokemon. Typically we see the full 5 unless there's an important card in hand, and completely set up the game in conjunction with that Turbo Energize, which allows you to accelerate 2 energy into play. A great tool that has added so much power to this deck, allowing you to get energy in play early on. As if you're manually attaching, which we sometimes see when those early turns don't go quite right, often put Mega Absol completely out the game.
But completely out of the game is not what is happening right now. Right now we're having a great start to the game here. Precious Trolley going into with Latias. Gonna retreat into Mega Kangaskhan. Run errand. Gonna be able to draw 2 cards before we go with that attachment and that run. Oh, sorry, the TM Turbo Energize here. 2 cards being drawn. Pretty inconsequential, speaking of it. But yeah, attachment, TM, and go for Turbo Energize.
On the other side, Pedro didn't do much in that first turn. Just the Lily's Clefairy with the manual attach, which is an interesting start. It does allow you to attack early on as a deck, but you really want to be seeing those routes come down as quickly as possible. And I think it's quite an interesting starting turn going first. We've often seen it be enough to stay in the games. Especially there's certain Pokemon on Yoshiyuki's bench that would get knocked out by that, but it will be the Mega Kangaskhan taking the hit from Lily's Clefairy should it attack this turn.
I mean, it could also be building up towards a 2x free prize grab, right? So it's not out of the realm of possibility that we are attacking with the Lily's Clefairy this turn, but we do see Ultra Ball for Ralts, Lily's Determination, draw 8 cards, putting that Mystery Garden in play, and if Pedro gets a lot of playable cards and a lot of basics down, we could also still be seeing some card draw from that Mystery Garden.
How about Lily's Determination? The strongest card out of Mega Evolution set, allowing you to see 8 cards in the early game. Once you take a prize card, you then shuffle draw 6 instead. But for many of our evolving decks, Lily's Determination has just improved their consistency. That's that next level where Research Prior would have the downside of discarding important resources. Speaking of resources, I saw a rare candy in there for next turn, but what can you do to stabilize the board this turn as you're staring down a Mega Absol ready to attack?
We do need to see a second Ralts here. When we're seeing that Mega Absol almost ready at the attack, just need an energy. And with the 4 bosses orders that Yoshiyuki plays, it's not going to be a great surprise for Pedro if there is a boss being played. So Pedro needs to be ready for the upcoming Claw of Darkness that's going to come from that Absol. And be in a position where, yeah, there needs to be a second Ralts. And that's been something that some of these Gardevoir Jellicent decks have been, you know, on the back foot of when we've been seeing people like Lucas Singh, Aban Ahmed, and Henry Chow. They played the 2-1-2 Gardevoir. Luckily for Pedro, playing a bit of a thicker line.
Just trying to stabilize in this early stage. The first supporter turn, Pedro went first. Generally, these evolving decks really struggle when they go first, unless you find a few Pokemon search cards like Buddy Buddy Poffin, Nest Ball, or Artisan. So it really is that second turn where things start to really kick off. And Lily's Clefairy getting the second Psychic Energy, which allow it to attack, and will be doing 160 to that Mega Kangaskhan, which before was the route to that first knockout for Pedro. Just a 2-hit knockout into these 3 prize cards. So it'll be interesting to see whether that happens again.
We see the run there for Boss's orders. Have Earthen Vessel already energy in hand, can be going for that Ralts. Even though there's a Clefairy staring you down, the Clefairy is not going to be able to one-hit KO that Absol without any support on the board. You should keep being able to take out the only Ralts that Pedro has.
But it is worrying when that Lily's Clefairy is ready to attack the next turn. You got to wonder, the Claw of Darkness might be really important after that knockout. So we're just seeing how this turn is stabilizing. This is the key, right? When you're playing these aggressive attacking decks early on, Mega Absol wants to be swinging from as early as turn 2. It's all about stabilizing around it. Where's your next knockout going to come from? Where's your support going to come from? And on this occasion, that energy switch plus Bravery Charm will allow a second attachment to go onto the board, and that Monkey Dory really can start healing the damage that has been put onto the Mega Kangaskhan.
Indeed here, and could also be using that energy switch to start powering up the Monkey while using the Claw of Darkness to make it a bit more of a moot point that, yes, the Clefairy may be able to attack once more. Again, it's just a question of, do we believe that Pedro is able to go Red Candy Gardevoir on the upcoming turn? Yoshiyuki sitting and pondering a little bit with that energy surge at the top of the hand, thinking, do I need to move this energy over from the Kangaskhan to potentially something like the Monkey Dory to start piling on a few damage counters over?
And with that Bravery Charm as well, could just put that Mega Kangaskhan out of range. Might be paranoid after last time, seeing the Mega Kangaskhan go down, but instead looking to set up a future attacker instead.
And a future attacker, that Petron, we saw it last game to, great potential right there. And you know what? I mean, it didn't work out quite last game, but almost did it, giving Petron a second chance of redemption.
Just working out whether the Bravery Charm should be attached to that Mega Absol. Will do so, and has that mobility, working out whether to poison the Mega Absol or just retreat for free with the Latias. Both options are available, and we'll be looking to just use that Skyliner to retreat that Mega Kangaskhan for free and attack with a Claw of Darkness, which will take a knockout onto that Lily's Clefairy, but not only that, discard a card from the opponent's hand.
The Never Candy in Pedro's hand looks mighty tasty here, I'm telling you, Mike, because not sure if Yoshiyuki knows how many Red Candy there are being played, but if you're seeing an Ultra Ball of Red Candy in hand, you're definitely taking a Red Candy every single day of the week.
Exactly, slowing down the strategy of Pedro, taking 2 prize cards whilst at it as well. So another Ultra Ball drawn here. Looking to try and set up for the evolution. Doesn't have access to that Pheasantipity as it is in the prize cards, which would typically be an early basic you'd search for when you're trying to set up your Gardevoir, help you draw more cards. Instead, we'll be going into the deck to find any other Pokemon off the Ultra Ball.
And this is where that Pheasantipity prize card at the very top of the prize card hurts so much. Won't have any additional auxiliary draw power from that Pheasantipity. Potentially something like the Mew, but that's not going to yield the same results.
Especially if that Ino gets played. You'll see a fresh 6 cards. It'll be hard to put it down to a hand size small enough. You also got to think about the Mystery Garden as well. That's going to allow more card draw too. And actually grabbing the Curlier and going to take the Artisan, put that in play too. So it might be taking a bit more of a slower route here. Going down a Technical Machine Evolution potentially.
Could be very well. I'm not quite sure if the supporter in Pedro's hand was Arven or if it was Iono. Certainly hoping that it's an Iono to be able to draw these cards. Looks like an Iono indeed. That full art supporter right there. Pedro really does love playing all them Blink cards, right? But yeah, this Iono is going to be really, really important, right? You're looking at Yoshiyuki. We're expecting him to have boss every single time. But what if he doesn't get boss, right? That's when this Curly can start playing a little bit more with it. And, we have to remember, this Absol can get taken out by a singular Drifloon with a bit of a monkey help, right? And then this Kangaskhan on the bench that has 140 HP remaining, yes, maybe healed by a bit of Monkey Dory action, but if it's within, a Screen Tail window as it is right now, that's going to be super easy to take out, and that's going to be our prize map, right? We can take our prize map free here and free right there.
Nice and simple, really. When you say it like that, it's what it did in Game 1. Gardevoir only needs to take 2 knockouts, and it was on both of those Megas. But this game not looking quite as comfortable for Pedro. I mean, I was sure that Yoshiyuki was taking it in Game 1. But in this occasion, we'll just be using that Technical Machine Evolution. And I think pointing at both Pokemon might look to try and get the Gardevoir in play now or leave it out just to keep a 1 prize board state.
We do have to remember that with Yoshiyuki being on 4 prizes, it's actually quite smart to say we're just going to go double Curlia if so. Otherwise, a boss here to take 2 prizes and then take in 2 prizes with the Irritated Outburst later on a secondary Gardevoir is going to be great here. So really great call out from Pedro, not going for that Gardevoir since it will actually make the game too easy for Yoshiyuki.
And now with those 2 Curlier on the bench, the Monkey Dory in the active looks like the best target with that Dark Energy removal. A classic strategy for many decks into Gardevoir, remove the Monkey Dories. And so will now be over to Yoshiyuki, who's going to draw some more cards with that run errand as the Kangaskhan swings into the active spot, draws 2, and it will move straight back to the bench.
Mike, yet again, we're not seeing any Penny being able to pick up. Something I would have loved this turn was the Penny picking up this Kangaskhan to leave it out of harm's way. Unfortunately here, it's going to be, you know, food for thought for that Screamtail potentially coming in next turn. And if Pedro can do something like an Iono into a Screamtail, even with the Lively Stadium bumping up HP of Mega Kangaskhan, you may be thinking, oh, now it's more safe, but it also bumps up the HP of Screamtail, which can thereby be able to do much more damage.
So all of those basic Pokemon gaining 30 HP, and that will stay in play for the rest of the game as the Artisan and Mystery Garden in Pedro's deck have both been played and bumped. So now that missed energy on the active Mega Absol, a key addition. It seems weird because there's already 3 energy attached, but a 4th has been applied.
Yeah, and then it's because that terminal period. Now Yoshiyuki takes 1 prize here. If Pedro can be able to go for that terminal period on to that Absol, he's going to be able to take free prizes. And again, that prize map we were alluding to a little bit before, if the terminal period takes out the Absol, that would be free prizes, but now it can't. So we're forcing Pedro to go ahead and say, it has to be Drifloon, and then it has to be Screamtail onto Kangaskhan, thereby making it much more difficult to seal out this game. And Pedro deep in thought of, how am I actually going to be able to pull this out?
So one of the Curly are getting knocked out. The Gardevoir being discarded from the hand thanks to that Claw of Darkness. And now Pedro has to rebuild. 3 prize cards down. There is some damage on board, so has some opportunities. Has that Iono, which is a key card in this matchup. The more you can disrupt, the more you can find yourself able to squeak ahead if Yoshiyuki can't find the resources. But with Pheasantipity in play, as well as that Mega Kangaskhan with Run Errand, there is draw on board, so Iono less effective. But as we saw in that last turn, Penny wasn't found, so it will deny resources at times.
We're going to see the Nest Ball here, and again, I just have to repeat it. Pheasantipity being prized sucks outright here for Pedro, wanting to get those extra free prize cards. And the Night Stretcher could also be a very helpful element, right? So Pedro needs to look at it. Okay, the Absol having 350 HP left. We need to look at something like a Drifloon, a Stadium Bump, and a Braver Charm, and looking straight at that golden Drifloon.
Can't even get the Stadium Bumpers. That is the last stadium to be playable. Both the Artisan and Mystery Garden gone. That Drifloon coming down. It's just everything right now seems so far for Pedro to climb. And I think at this point, he's just going to try and find a route to victory. Taking out that Mega Absol, one thing that will do is it will give time to Pedro as all the energy will be removed from play, leaving just that Petrunt as an attacker.
Oh yeah, Mike, I'm just being outright silly. That Lively Stadium helps so much for the Drifloon, you know, being able to bump that up to a whole 100 HP. We don't actually care about the Stadium Bump. Disregard that. The Bravery Charm is going to be very helpful. Actually, with this Drifloon, you can be able to one-hit KO this Mega Absol and then push it back onto Yoshiyuki. Do you have the answers for it? Yes or no? Getting that secret box, getting that Bravery Charm, and now is where we turn the difficulty up a notch.
Well, is there enough energy discarded at this point? That's another question, because we have seen so much in this game already with the Gardevoir being denied from the hand. So there's going to have to be interesting resources taken off of this secret box. It's not going to be as easy as just grabbing your Gardevoir or grabbing your energy. Very limited resources, small hand size, no Pheasantipity to build that hand size up. Does look like there's quite a lot of energy in the discard pile, looking through as Yoshiyuki just did there. But there we go, 2 Psychic Energy taken. They will be discarded with the secret box. So where last game Pedro was able to find a knockout out of nowhere, that could be the case again in this game.
Yeah, and we look at it here. There could have been, if the energy switch wasn't used for Yoshiyuki, there could have been a way where if the Drifloon takes too much damage, right, we could have been attaching to the Monkey Dory, using Adrenaline Brain, moving it over and taking the knockout on Drifloon, then using energy switch back to that Petron, and then going boss. We could have been able to do free prizes in one turn, thinking that this Curlia was going to turn into Gardevoir. That's not going to be an opportunity, which means that taking free prizes for Yoshiyuki is not going to be possible in the upcoming turn.
Well, there's the Bravery Charm committed to the Drifloon. Literally the final few resources. The only thing left in Pedro's hand is a Lilies for next turn. As the Drifloon moves into the active after that retreat, we'll be able to move 30 damage across, which will put Mega Absol down to 320. But Balloon Blast was the initial attacking partner for Gardevoir when it first came back out in Scarlet and Violet base set. It's that Balloon Blast for 30 times the number of damage on this Pokemon, and that Bravery Charm increases the HP as well as the Lively Stadium in this scenario. So able to get 120 damage on the Drifloon, which will put it in a situation where it can take a big old swing, and 10 damage moved off the Drifloon. Just recognizing that a win could be taken next turn by returning some damage back. So 110 times 30, 330, the clean knockout on the Mega Absol.
And this time playing around the Festivity, taking the knockout via Pokemon checkup with that poison. That Festivity on Yoshiyuki's side, even though, you know, Pedro's put themselves into pole position for this game, that Festivity is not going to be able to draw cards. Only the run errand we are seeing from Yoshiyuki now, are we going to be able to have a response?
Needs to find a penny at this point. A penny will allow so much in this scenario. Just getting rid of that Mega Kangaskhan, which was a liability during the last game, and it doesn't look like he's found one.
No penny here. Iono, it almost needs to be some sort of desperation Iono. Pedro didn't unprize that Festivity, which would have helped a lot in terms of the availability that could come from potential nest balls. But Mike, again, it has to be Iono. And then again, Pedro would need to have a good response off these free cards. Screamtail is, you know, more so the obvious one, right? We do see the benching of the Blood Moon as well. But yeah, Iono has to be. And Pedro, you gotta get some answers.
I mean, there's an interesting scenario here where Pedro only plays counter catchers as a way to gust. So lots of scenarios to play around, and we'll be going into that Petulant, taking the knockout on the Drifloon. So Pedro now denied a Drifloon attack next turn. Will be looking to try and complete the game once again as he did previously.
There are so many outs for Pedro in this case. Counter catcher, Arven, any draw supporter. Pedro, there's so many outs.
Well, without that Pheasantipity, it's making it harder and harder, but I can see in Pedro's face, he knows there's a way to potentially see it. There is an Iono in hand.
Free cards are better than no cards, but yeah, benching that second Monkey Dory. And are we going to be able to see free cards from that Iono taking that counter catcher and being able to use Adrenabrain and Gardevoir? Doesn't even need the Adrenabrain to be taking out that Kangaskhan on the bench, but yeah, free cards.
3 cards to try and find a win condition. There's so many ways to do it. Are you going to find it? What have you got? There's an Ultra Ball. Will that find
There's a Mew?
Is there going to be a Mew opportunity here? We've got the Screamtail as well. There's so many ways to find more cards at this stage.
Mew, Monkey Dory, Ultra Ball. Gonna Ultra Ball away the Mew.
For
Screamtail!
Can Screamtail get it onto the Mega Kangaskhan? And that's it! Pedro Patuzzi is going to be making his way to the LAIC Finals.
Such game states we saw here from Pedro, being on the back foot in both games. Yoshiyuki with the perfect starts, the Arven, the Energy, the Precious Trolley, and the TM Turbo Energize. Pedro, regardless, doesn't matter, gets these slow starts and pulls it out. 2 attacks are going to take 6 prize cards against Yoshiyuki's Mega Pokemon.
Well, what a moment. Game 1, it looks so much in Yoshiyuki's favor. And Pedro found the final knockout by exact knockout on the bench Mega Kangaskhan. This time, able to use the Screamtail again to knock out the Mega Kangaskhan. And what a moment for him to recognize the maths in those high pressure moments. You could see the calculation, but fair play to him. He calculated it so quick, it caught us off guard.
Fantastic calculation here. Hometown hero, Pedro Pertuzzi, getting themselves into the finals of LAIC, potentially at Latin America, international champion in the oven right here.
Yoshiyuki, what a competitor as well. Pushed him to the limit, has qualified for Worlds through that top 4 finish. An amazing performance, and it was the finest of margins that denied him that spot in the final. Pedro coming through with Gardevoir and showing exactly why it is one of the best decks in the format, if not the best deck.
And we're just looking at it, right? Like, these offsets from the early starts of the game, taking away that Arven with the Claw of Darkness and putting Pedro such far away on the back foot, slowly crawling into the game. Screamtail takes the knockout, and it seems like Screamtail was the Pokemon of choice for the game. The MVP in this finals. Petron, Irritated Outburst, taking out the Gardevoir. Yoshiyuki, one prize away from taking this game one, and we were thinking it was so sure, but the Screamtail with the Braver Charm and the double Monkey Dory, dealing exactly 300 damage, and 2 knockouts gave 6 prizes.
That Mystery Garden ended up being the draw supporter needed to find all those resources. That was that turn where the Gardevoir was taken out and so many cards were seen, but in game 2, early pressure again from Yoshiyuki looked to be impossible to return from for Pedro. He took a turn, a pause to evolve to Curlier with that Technical Machine evolution, and the next turn said, I can take out both of your Megas across 2 turns. We went down the traditional route of Gardevoir, using Drifloon and Screamtail as those attackers. The intended partners for Gardevoir from the start. Drifloon taking such a huge knockout there on a 360 HP Mega Absol.
360 HP, a tiny balloon, doesn't care whenever there's Life League Stadium in play, nor does a Screamtail that's going to be taking that last knockout of the game. Masterful play from hometown hero, I can't not stop saying it. A potential Latin America international champion from Sao Paulo itself. I mean, Pedro Bertuzzi, what a top forward you showed us here.
Wow. I mean, when it comes to maths in Pokemon, I think we saw exactly why it is so important. Some of those numbers, I mean, even in game 1, the numbers were the tiniest of margin that allowed the Pheasantipity EX to activate for Yoshiyuki. So fair play to both players for calculating those journeys, but it was just Gardevoir in the end that was able to do it. And if the penny was found in those right moments for Yoshiyuki, it could have been a completely different game.
It could have been a completely different game in both games, and that was what we were speaking about before the match, right? The precision needed. How volatile Gardevoir can be if you're not precise in both your sequencing, your mathematical calculation, and a few of the draws, right? That Mystery Garden in game 1 giving Pedro exactly the outs needed to get out that extra Gardevoir EX. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been seeing Pedro winning game 1 at all. Quite the opposite, actually.
Well, it seems to be these top cut matches we're watching in the last format have just always been incredible. The quality of plays, we saw it at Las Vegas with this Mega Absol deck, the quality of plays just cannot be understated. How impressive these matches tend to go, but it was the 3 prize Pokemon that seemed too big, too much of a liability, as those Mega Pokemon do give up 3 prize cards and it forces those 2 knockout routes to be viable.
Mega Pokemon jumping soon into a Mega Top 4B here at the Latin America International Champion. We're mentioning hometown hero in Pedro Bertuzzi, but we got 2 of them. We got Gabriel Fernandez heading up against Sebastian Lashmet. Are we going to be seeing a Latin American final in the Latin America International Championships? Are we going to be seeing a local battle of Sao Paulo? Who is going to be the one joining Pedro Bertuzzi in the finals tomorrow?
Well, Jesper, I'm going to hold your thought right there, and I'm sure everyone at home wants to find out that answer too. I do. So we're going to take a quick little moment now to rejig the stage and get the next semi-final underway.
Oh, the legends are told of the heroes who won the hearts of the world. They were born champions. The deeds were well known, and the word of them spread, and they vanquished their foes. Wherever they tread, they came for the glory, they went for the fame. They go down in the books, we'll remember their names. Can tell as they fight, my look in their eyes. They came to win, they came to be immortalized. Immortalized. Immortalized.
Hello, Pokemon fans. Juancho Saldana here, and I'm joined by Mike Ellis. We're live at LAIC. And Mike, are you ready to play my game?
Oh, I can't wait. I'm really excited for this one.
All right, Mike, you're going to be drawing decks from the bag, and you're going to tier them 1 to 5, 1 being the highest, 5 being the lowest, but you don't know what's coming next.
Ooh, gotta be safe early on, but we'll see. I might get the best deck in format straight away.
Yeah, Marnie's Grimstyle, straight number 1.
Oh yeah, you know it.
All right, here we go.
Right, I don't want to look, I don't want to be a little cheater here. So we'll see what we got. Ooh, it's a middle of the pack kind of deck as well.
Okay.
Ooh, Terrabox. I think I'm gonna put this at 4.
Number 4. All right.
It could be a 3, but I think I'm gonna trust there's some better decks in there than that one.
Okay, that's fair enough. Number 4.
All right, here we go. There's got to be a Grimstyle in here somewhere. Oh, it's got a Worry X. Okay, so this is an easy one.
It is an easy one, but what if you pull Grimstyle?
If I pull Grimstyle, then I have to put Grimstyle high. I'm gonna go with number 1, just to play the game the safe way, be a bit boring.
No, unbiased. I respect it.
Right, let's see. What's next? If I get Grimstyle now, I'm gonna feel like a.
So we have Guardboard number 1, Terrabox is number 4, and of course he draws Marnie's Grimstyle.
No!
I was hoping it would be. You'd pull that last with 5 remaining.
Yeah, that would be really bad. At least I can put it 2. So I'm going to put Marnie's Grimstyle at number 2.
Okay, very safe.
That one doesn't get thrown because we protect Marnie's Grimstyle. Have I got one here? I have.
Ooh, that's a good one.
So, fun little fact, after Marnie's Grimstyle, this is my next favorite deck, and I've been playing it a little bit. So I'm going to put that one in at number 3. So whatever's left is going in at number 5. Oh, here we go.
Number 3, that deck just won a regional.
Yeah,
The latest.
It's a very, very strong deck. If this is Charizard, I'm going to be really sad. I really like Charizard.
And number 4.
Oh, wow. Do you know what? Dragapult Dusknoir, that's another deck that I've played a little bit before recently, so I'm gutted I put that in number 5. But I tell you what, that is a strong list of 5 decks I pulled out there. Dragapult Dusknoir number 5, Terrabox sneaking up to 4, a little bit lucky there, but I think that's pretty good, you know?
Yeah, it was not too bad. Get Guardboard number 1, very safe there. Marnie's Grimstyle number 2, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
Let me know if you agree with Mike's list, and if you don't, just definitely find him. With that though, we're gonna throw it back to more Pokemon action.
Welcome back once again, Pokemon fans, to LAIC, the Latin America International Championships. We are 2 games away from crowning an international champion, ladies and gentlemen. We are currently in our last top 4 match of the day. And then tomorrow, Championship Sunday. What a fun-filled weekend, Pablo. So many amazing matches. It's great to be a Pokemon fan.
Yeah, I mean, this weekend has had it all, right? Some dramatic moments, some very skillful moments, some fantastic top decks from many of these players. And I do feel like in order to have a very good run over the weekend, you need to be very good at the game. You need to have chosen a very good deck. And it doesn't help to get just a little bit of luck in those very crucial moments, such as top decking that Mew, top decking, finding rare candy Gardevoir off of a stadium draw. Those are the sort of things that really push you farther and farther and deeper into a tournament.
Oh, Pablo, you got me excited. With that, though, let's not keep the folks waiting. How about let's hop on over to our top 4 match.
Yeah, our players are ready at the stage. They're setting up, and we are about to get our second top 4 match ready to see who advances to Championship Sunday. And don't forget, we also get to see the juniors and seniors tomorrow. But first, some familiar faces. We've already seen them plenty today. Gabriel Fernandez, world champion, international champion, and Sebastian, plenty of accolades. Also a very successful senior player, a finalist at the World Championships, and now making a name for himself in the Masters division with this already huge accomplishment, and could possibly take it even farther.
Yes, Sebastian Lashmet can add top 4 to LAIC. Top 4
at least.
At least a top 4 at an IC. But he's up against probably one of the best players right now. Formerly the best senior player in the world, Fresh Master Gabriel Fernandez. It's going to be a Charizard versus Gardevoir matchup. Another classic, if I have to say. But again, both these players are adding a little bit of their own twist, a little bit of their own spice to these decks. And I cannot wait to see them match up. It's going to be such a skillful game, and it's going to really come down to setup, luck, and skill.
At this point, both players are very aware of each other's decks. They've probably, I'm sure they've had friends, or they themselves have been scouting the stream games in order to figure out their opponent's deck list. There won't be any surprises between them, and so we can definitely freely talk about everything that could potentially happen right here. No Dusknoir, I think, being the biggest missing piece, if you will, for Gabriel. No access to Briar either. That's also something that against Gardevoir could potentially matter quite a good bit, right? And I think over on Sebastian's side, the lack of Drifloon, the lack of that high damage output against this very high HP Dark type Pokemon could be problematic, and it could come down to a sneaky technical machine devolution play that marks the difference between these two players, and that's where Gabriel's Monkey Dory could come in to save the day.
A lot of things to consider, naming every single tech that could maybe come into play. I think it's going to come down to how can Gabriel maneuver under the item lock. Really, we've seen Charizard in the past really struggle against some Badoo locks and all that, because it is still a stage 2 Pokemon. Both Charizard EX and Pidgeot EX require rare candy or going through a stage 1, which is a little bit slow. But of course, once you do get the Charizard, suddenly you have this 330 HP Dark-type Pokemon that can knock out almost everything, if not everything, on Sebastian's board. Maybe just lacking, maybe just can't knock out Fezandipity unless Sebastian takes a prize card. That and the Clefairy.
Yeah, and let's remember that Sebastian's deck does have the possibility to item lock, but it's not quite built to get that turn 1 item lock, right? If you don't start the Frillish, there's no access to Light as the X, there's no access to our balloon whatsoever, and I've been seeing from the top-down camera that Sebastian has already mulliganed twice this time around, so Gabriel will start with even more cards, as we see a Ralts, a Frillish, a Monkey Dory, and a couple Psychic Energy in the prize cards, and Pidgeot, Charmeleon, Monkey Dory, and a Fire Energy over on Gabriel's side.
So, nothing really of note. Again, multiple copies of a lot of these cards. Maybe the Charmeleon might get a little bit scary if Gabriel does have to play under item lock. That means he has to go through one Charmeleon in the deck to try and get into the Charizard. Of course, there is TM Devo to try and speed things up, or really tutor the Charmeleon out of the deck, even under item lock. But we'll have to see if it comes into play. Again, 2 extra cards is a lot. That's almost a supporter, really.
Yeah, they're so crucial, right, in the beginning, especially if you end up falling under item lock, which we see the Monkey Dory start, the immediate puff-in for Gabriel Fernandez. So he's gonna have at the very bare minimum that he wants, right, off of this first turn. And things are looking good. Tons of cards in his hand. I saw Arvin, I saw I think an ace pick as well. He's going to quickly price check the resources that he has access to and also the resources that he doesn't have access to. Monkey Dory could prove useful in the later stages of the game as he tries to untangle whatever technical machine devolution maybe Sebastian tries to play out. But I want to say, Juancho, whatever you and I predict right now that could happen in this match, something completely different could happen, honestly. There's so many ways this could end up playing out based on their hands, their decision making, the stage ones being prized, the access to item log and whatnot. There's just so many key things to take into account.
I'm not even going to attempt to call out what is exactly going to happen here. Both of these players are just absolutely amazing pros that if one throws a punch, you can expect one to dock and adjust almost. So it's going to be a very volatile board state, very volatile game. But right now, Gabriel Fernandez is going to find a couple of little baby Pokemon. If I had to guess, maybe Charmander and a Pidgey, maybe even the Tatsugiri is be really, really useful if he needs to find some supporters. That's just how flexible this Buddy Poffin is.
No, or it's just going to be Charmander and Pidgey. I did notice. Oh, well, never mind.
Wow, that's
going to go get some others. That's the benefit of having 4 Buddy Poffin in your deck and also getting access to 2 mulligans plus the top deck for turn. Sebastian is probably very aware of all the Gardevoir decks that Gabriel has already defeated in this tournament alone. Gabriel also won NAIC with a deck list very similar to what he's using today, so all the practice from then and all the practice since then, of course, will factor into his skillful decision making and his skillful results of today. And yeah, I think we're already seeing, like, it's only 2 Buddy Poffins, right? But the extra cards in hand, it's going to be a tough mountain to climb here for Sebastian to beat the local hero.
Yes, looks like opting to only grab 1 Pidgey there, so failing the second portion of the Buddy Poffin. It was just 1 bread found. Choosing maybe not to grab the Tatsugiri or maybe another Charmander potentially, but keeping a tight board, not too bad as well. All he has to do is make sure that these Pokemon can evolve. Double Buddy Poffin, that's almost an ace spec in itself, right? But of course, we know Gabriel Fernandez's ace spec, the unfair stamp. Ooh, that's a good one to grab as well. The Shaman, that's something you can't grab off Buddy Poffin. So just having that naturally, that's great too.
Yeah, that takes away any potential Screamtail option to snipe the Pidgeys, snipe any backup Charmanders, any backup Charmeleons. That Shaman is actually pretty crucial, or could be very crucial, now that it's immediately down. It's also a prime target to get KO'd somewhere down the line with Adrenal Brain residual damage. So, I mean, obviously Gabriel knows exactly what he's doing, and he's valuing the protection over the liability factor.
Yes, Sebastian, though, opening up with not too bad, an ideal turn, too. Discarding an energy, using an Earthen Vessel to grab even more energy to potentially discard if there is something like a Secret Box or Ultra Ball in the hand, or even maybe Professor's Research. No, there's no Professor's Research in this list. So using items to discard the energies potentially. But again, unfortunately, Monkey Dory in the active, not the Frillish, and it's really, really tough to get into that Frillish. 1 is in the prize cards, however, there are 2 in the deck, so it's not too bad there. 2 extra energy prize. You think that's going to come into play, Pablo?
I mean, it definitely could. We saw Sebastian, I think, struggle a little bit in one of the games previously when he didn't have access to too many energies, but now he already has access to 3 immediately, right? So that's going to be huge. Those 2 being prized, they're also not at the very top, which also very significant. And I think Sebastian is going to be pretty glad he's not of the Henry Chow school of thought, who their lists have been playing like a 2-2-2 line or a 2-1-2 line of Gardevoir. So if you prize the Ralts, it's going to be tough to set up that Gardevoir. Thankfully, Sebastian is not cutting that corner. He has a Ralts prize. He still has access to 2 more.
Yes, great consistency. But right now, all I'm seeing, Pablo, is a bunch of energy. He does have some Ball Search in hand, right?
I haven't been able to take a look exactly at what is in the hand. I have to imagine there's more searching cards based on the fact that we are continuing to go back and back to the deck. I do see a Ralts, I do see an Artisan, and I think I see that
very old Super Rod, but not much else, Wancho.
Ooh, if there's no item way to discard these energies, and he's forced to play something like Iono or Lily, that's just shuffling it back. That means that Earthen Vessel essentially just read discard 1 psychic energy from the hand, which isn't bad. You want those there, but a combo with like Ultra Ball would be massive here.
Yeah, nothing in the hand right now for Sebastian. Those 2 psychics,
not even a
Super Rod
supporter,
and a Monkey Dory. Nothing else. That is going to be very, very rough. Gabriel already had fantastic start. Wow, just has Rare Candy Pidgeot in hand, has the TM Evo, has
was that
the
zero
determination.
0 card hand Lily?
No.
Okay,
He did put cards back, but I mean, you could not handpick better cards as a Charizard player in one of your most favorable matchups at this point in time. You could even have like a backup Pidgeot. Yeah, the Pidgeot EX, one of the Pidgeot EXs is priced, but that's okay. The first one is already a tough thing to take down.
Yes, now Gabriel Fernandez has access to everything he wants in the deck. One of the most powerful Stage 2 Pokemon I think we have printed, Pidgeot EX. That's great to see. Now can we get a Charmander with the TM Evo already attached? Almost just guarantees that Gabriel Fernandez should be able to set up.
Yeah, he got all of this before exhausting the quick search ability, right? So whatever piece he's missing, he could just go right out. And the only thing he's really missing is energy. If he gets anything else, which we see, I think 3 energies in hand. So what else could you possibly want? You could just grab another Charmander. There's 1 Charmeleon prize, so maybe not quite. Possibly a boss's orders, try to chase down something. Immediately just grab the Charizard for next turn, or grab a more versatile card like Arvin.
I like this problem. Using the Pidgeot because you don't need anything really right now. So
Generally, yes.
Let's just grab something for the future. Quick search, so powerful. But yeah, let's grab something for the future. What did he grab? Was it the Charizard EX for later?
No, I think it was an Arvin. And Arvin means you get a lot of flexibility, right? You need a Charizard, you can grab an Ultra Ball. You need a Rare Candy, you can go grab it, right? So it's a very versatile card as we see the Technical Machine Evolution. Getting that Pidgeotto and the Charmeleon into play immediately with the Pidgeot already active. And no help off the top for Sebastian.
It was just a Lily's Clefairy. Not too good here. There's no
Lily card you want to see.
Yes, let's make the Clefairy find its trainer there, and I'm sure it's determined. But yeah, that means Sebastian is just gonna take another turn off. We'll be able to use the Artizone though.
Yeah, I mean, could get Frillish, could item lock, perhaps. Maybe would have liked to see the Psychic attachment on the Monkey Dory instead of the Dark. I guarantee I get another Psychic into the discard ball. But I mean, with a Pidgeot, a Pidgeotto, and a Charmeleon down, what is Frillish even doing? Like, it's just, sure, I don't get to play item cards. I don't need to play item cards.
That's 20 damage, but it's not Frillish that hits the board, actually. It's going to be the Scream Tail, which is also heavily hampered, again, with that Shaman. Even if you could power it up, all you can hit is this Charmander in the active. But right now, the best it could do is slap.
Yeah, slap for 30. I mean, is that extra 10 damage better than Oceanic Gloom for 20 with the item lock? Probably, I mean, I don't even know. We could also Mind Bend, which doesn't even KO the Charizard. We have another Monkey Dory in hand. We could bench that, attach to that, preemptively preparing for the incoming Charizard, and then we respond with a Mind Bend. Gabriel already has the Jet Energy in his hand, I'm pretty sure. So it's like that's also, Sebastian doesn't know it, but that is also inconsequential.
Yes, but right now, just energy attachment there on the Monkey Dory. Could be a Mind Bend. Could be a retreat too, just to get an energy to the discard pile. Could even retreat to the Clefairy. That can technically eat a hit. But nope, it is going to be that Mind Bend, 60 damage on the Charmander, and we're going to flip it around because it's a little confused.
Pretty sure that Charmander is immediately going to be moving, so confusion won't matter too much. I think Gabriel at this point just needs to play it super ultra safe. Yeah, the one thing he knows, he doesn't know exactly what's in Sebastian's hand. He knows exactly what isn't available for Sebastian. There's no Technical Machine Evolution. There's no secret box. There's no supporter whatsoever.
As we see the Arvin get played for another rare candy, the Technical Machine Evolution as well. And probably for Ultra Wall Discard, I'm guessing we're not going to be trying to Technical Machine Evolution into a Charizard for sure.
Ooh, yeah, that Arvin for the rare candy is going to signify that Gabriel Fernandez is going to be able to set up a Charizard in the active fairly easily and still have the Charmeleon in the bench he could evolve. So that's the ideal board. I can't think of a better board for Gabriel than literally what's on here right now. Even you have a Charmeleon and the Pidgeotto.
Yeah, I mean, if the Pidgeotto was a Pidgeot, that's your perfect board, right? But if we get a Mist Energy onto this Charizard and then evolve this Charmeleon into a Charizard, that means we are also protected from pretty much most of the Technical Machine Evolution plays that could happen, especially the Mist Energy Charizard. I mean, the Mist could go onto either option. But at this point, you're so far ahead in terms of board setup. You're not ahead of prices, but your board is so much better developed than Sebastian that it's just like I said, just play it safe. You have a huge advantage. Just make sure you always keep that advantage. No matter how the game plays out, you end up a winner because of that huge advantage that you get to maintain.
I like it. As the energy attachment there. Oh, it's going to be the energy attachment of the Mist into the active just to protect it. I believe it also protects it from more Mind Bend shenanigans just in case. But, I mean, without a Gardevoir, you can't even accelerate energy onto a Monkey Dory. It's looking grim. Even if Sebastian had a more ideal board.
I think this is going to be a test of Lily's determination. How determined is she to come to the very top and give Sebastian some help? Because otherwise, I'm not sure we're going to be seeing much of this game at this point. I mean, sure, like you can make the game last 6 turns. That's for sure, right? We have Artisan. There's already 3 single price Pokemon. There's another Monkey Dory in the hand.
And here it is.
Counter Catcher. Very underwhelming. We were both deflated with the top deck.
I wanted to get excited a bit. I wanted to believe here. But Counter Catcher, you can stall maybe the Shaman into the active, but that forces something off your opponent, but it's not very important.
I think we're going to collect Juancho. We're going to collect an extra card, get closer to something of a use. This is something I know everyone does. I'm sure you do it as well. Whenever you're like in this rough spot and you're wondering if shuffling your deck is correct, or like you're thinning an extra card, making sure you increase your chances as much as possible, but then you go ahead and check your top deck just to see what would have been, right? The what if.
Oh no, are you going to tell me, Pablo, that he looked at the deck and it was Lily's on top?
I couldn't tell. I couldn't tell what the card was, but I could tell that he went and looked at what the card was. So, and that's something that I'm sure we all do at some point.
The what if.
All right, big collect here. Gabriel shuffling the deck very thoroughly. And it was Lily, my goodness. All right. The friendly shuffle from Gabriel. Very, very nice.
So there is potential. There is potential. Yes, Gardevoir is going to go down a couple of prize cards, but that's something Gardevoir is used to happening.
Yes.
It does love to play from behind. But again, Charizard EX, how much far behind can you really be? Like, can you give it?
I mean, so the biggest problem is, like, in order to play defensive, you need to have your opponent miss a few turns sometimes, right? Like, at the very least one, where you get a little bit of breathing room, you get to continue to stabilize, continue to develop your board, but with no real liabilities right here. You bring up the Charmeleon, it evolves, keeps KOing. You bring up the Shaman, it retreats, you keep getting KO'd. You confuse something which cannot be the Charizard, you have Jet Energy, you keep KOing. So Gabriel has, like, unless he gets overzealous, right? He overbenches, he places something in the last spot that he really doesn't need to, leaves himself open for a possible stall play. Pretty sure Gabriel just needs to play it safe, maintain his advantage, and continue applying the pressure.
Watch him drop Gouging Fire just because, you know, just because.
Just to please you. Just to please the crowd.
No, but Arvin being played there, grabbing the Ultra Ball, so maybe we could establish either the second Charizard or the second Pidgeot. Maybe just thin the hand out of cards that he doesn't need.
Yeah, I mean, it does feel like Gabriel's setup is so good that these quick searches are even surplus, right?
Unfortunately, you can't fail it because there's always cards in the deck.
Yeah, yeah. Now, yeah, the second Pidgeot is priced. I definitely don't think it's a big deal. Sebastian won't be applying enough pressure anytime soon. And Gabriel just going out of his way, like I said, playing it super safe. Missed energy on the Pidgeot. The one that got rare candied into play, that means technical machine devolution is completely denied from affecting Gabriel, right? And if you can have Pidgeot online for the whole game, that's the dream, right? What card you need, I just go grab it. That's perfect. And Fezandipity hits the board. That's perfectly fine to do in case Sebastian somehow manages to get a knockout next turn, or in case he wants to try to stall. Either Shaman or Fezandipity have a 1 retreat cost. It's no big deal.
Whew. That's a lot of support. All these Pokemon are here. That Shaman, the Pidgeotto, Pidgeot, and the Fezandipity. They're all here to support this Charizard EX, and it is very safe here. As Sebastian, again, we know he has the Lily in hand. Stuff can happen here.
Yeah, the game can continue. Whether Sebastian has a chance to win the game, that's a whole other question, right? Any attempt at trying to slow down Gabriel is almost immediately counteracted by the fact that he has Pidgeot EX. We see the counter catcher onto a Charmeleon. Maybe the hope is that the second copy of Charizard EX is priced. Maybe there's one too many Fire Energy prize. There is one, but there's still another one left over for Gabriel to attack. No problem. Have 2 Charizards set up. Sure, one wouldn't have the protection of the missed energy, and that means maybe it's a little susceptible to the Monkey Dory, but Gabriel has enough of an advantage to where he can comfortably Professor Turo, comfortably recover the resources, and it's no big deal.
Big Lily here. Again, Sebastian last minute has not been able to take a prize card. That means he draws the full 8, and I'm sure he's looking for so many combo pieces. He needs a rare candy, a Gardevoir, Darkness Energy on the Monkey Dory, more energies to discard potentially. This 8, there's a lot riding on this 8. A lot of pressure here. First supporter to be played even for Sebastian. Let's see it.
I wonder if we're due Juancho for a mediocre game from one side for Sebastian, mediocre game from Gabriel the next one, and then a fantastic game 3 like we saw in top 8.
Hey, these 8 cards were really good, though. I saw the Earthen Vessel for 2 energies, plus the Ultra Ball. There's a rare candy as well. Right. So this Charmeleon could go down, leaving Gabriel Fernandez with 1 Charizard, potentially. That could be very important.
We could also, we can still use Screamtail. We cannot KO Pidgeotto, but we can, or Shaman itself, but we can attack any of the other EXs because Shaman doesn't protect rule box Pokemon. I can't tell you how many times I've seen people just be like, for example, the Grimmsnarl residual damage, they'll just be like, oh no, there's Shaman. So they don't even place it anywhere, which sometimes, yeah, it's like, because I've definitely forgotten myself sometimes that that Shaman doesn't protect these rule box Pokemon.
Have you ever gone through the chain of, oh, I'm going to hit the Charizard EX on the bench?
I have also done
I have a Shaman. Oh,
yes.
Nope, but it's an EX. Oh, wait, nope, it's a Terra.
It's a Terra. I mean, we saw it in the finals last weekend in Vegas, right? Starmanitan attacked, and 90 damage was placed on a benched Cornerstone Ogerpon. It's something that I think is easy to miss. Now, Sebastian now has some semblance of a powerful board, but is missing that big attacker, all right? The Enamorous that that I was predicting, there's no Psychic type Pokemon, so it wouldn't be very effective here, but Drifloon, right? The lack of Drifloon is definitely noticeable here. The big focus on the item lock and the disruption, and I think that's where Pedro, who's already in the finals, that could be his saving grace. That could be the differential factor in case he ends up facing against Gabriel in the finals. But yeah, I mean, another rare candy Gardevoir drawn, I think.
Yeah. If there was a second Ralts, we'd have a second Gardevoir EX, or second Ralts that was not placed this turn.
Oh yeah, true.
But right now, of course, there's only one Pokemon really to go to. You don't want to attack with a Monkey Dory. You don't want to attack with a Ralts. It's only the Screamtail. But Screamtail should be enough. Again, taking a knockout here, that is at least 1 prize card, taking out a Stage 1 Pokemon. The only Charmeleon, actually, in Gabriel Fernandez's board and deck, because the other one is prized.
Yeah, we can definitely do that. We can attack the active. We can also preemptively attack the Serendipity, force Gabriel to utilize the Professor Turo, and then maybe something else happens. Maybe preemptively attack the Pidgeot EX. Set up a 2-hit KO. Maybe deny the Pidgeot EX at some point for Gabriel, combined with an IO node, and that's how maybe you can piece some sort of semblance of a comeback at this stage. But these pauses that Sebastian is having, is like he knows he's up against the ropes. He knows he's in a dire situation at this point in time. So we really need to figure out each and every step to make a comeback from this point onwards.
Yes, still has the Monkey Dory. Monkey Dory damage is going to be moved to the Charmeleon, putting 20 damage on it, leaving it with 80. So this Screen Tail is knocking out for just enough. 80 damage there. Sebastian last minute takes his first prize card here in the top 4 of LAIC as we move it back now to Gabriel with still a very commanding board. Can even attack with a Pidgeot if he wanted to, but...
Now, I really want to highlight how the fact that Sebastian did the knockout this way by using Monkey Dory 20 damage and only putting 40 damage on the Screamtail, that means that he's done his homework. He knows Gabriel plays Monkey Dory, right? And there is some residual damage over here on the Charizard. So if Sebastian had attached 3 energy to the Screamtail and just dealt the damage to the Charmeleon and utilized the Monkey Dory to place the damage elsewhere, that could come back to bite him if the Monkey Dory gets played with the energy and the Screamtail is KO'd, plus a Boss's Orders perhaps on a Gardevoir or something along those lines.
That is an amazing point. The little dance that you have to do to keep your Screamtail on the board. You see that a lot in the Gardevoir decks. You want to make sure that, you don't get knocked out. You don't give a multi-prize turn, as Gabriel benches another Charmander just because we need more on the board, just in case the active one does go down. And quick search here. What do you think is missing, though, for Gabriel? What could he want from the deck?
I mean, preemptively grabbing Rare Candy in case there is something that Gabriel doesn't know about that could knock out the Charizard. It does have 270 HP. I don't know if there is a way to get to that number with like double Monkey Dory and a Bravery Charm Screamtail of some sort. I don't think so, but I might be missing something.
Well, how about that ace spec?
Yeah.
He mentioned it earlier. Unfair Stamp is the best ace spec in the game. Boss's Orders here knocks out potentially the Fezandipity or the Gardevoir EX. Gabriel Fernandez actually at 4 prize cards, so that's going to be a 2-2 line. But instead, going for the Monkey Dory.
Yeah.
Tell us about this play, Pablo.
It's not about the prizes all the time, right? Once again, it's playing safe, right? Your opponent has a Gardevoir, your opponent has a Fezandipity, that's fine. If your opponent doesn't have Monkey Dory, they can't really threaten many things. They can't cheat out essentially extra prize cards on any of these Pokemon. They can't set up any sort of TM Devo plays, at least not very effectively. We can also do this KO very safely with the Pidgeot EX, not exposing our Charizard to extra damage. If Pidgeot tanks a hit here, and then the Screamtail is dealt with, then Pidgeot EX acts like extra HP for your Charizard EX anyways. And if you have 2 powered up Charizards, you can just keep attacking every single turn. You're gonna win the game.
Greatly put, Pablo. Just gonna add that the energy attached on the Pidgeotto was a darkness energy as well. So it's not even competing with the fire energies needed for the Charizard. So that is such an efficient Pidgeot.
We're going to see that on first stamp. Not going to be as unfair as it could be because the Fezandipity will be there. 2 cards plus the card return. Plus Fezandipity will immediately give Sebastian a 6-card hand to work with, and whatever resources extra he can find off of those. Gets to keep the Gardevoir in play, no problem. And yeah, I mean, I think everyone's first instinct is to go after the Gardevoir or the Fezandipity, including myself. Gabriel taking a different route, doesn't care that those cards are there, just doesn't want Sebastian to find ways to get extra prize cards during their turn whilst the active is getting pummeled.
Something of note, too, is that maybe Gabriel just really wanted to attack with this Pidgeot EX. 120 damage, but the effect of Blustery Wind is also removing the stadium in play. So not only is he taking out something like the Monkey Dory, he prevents Sebastian from getting a second Monkey Dory easily, right, with the Artisan.
Iono off the 2 cards for Sebastian. Not too many great cards overall for Gabriel, who also has access to Fezandipity as well. Now he has tons of options to play with, also has a fire energy as well. And there you go. We get the knockout, Horizon gets taken away, and now getting whatever other potential attacker or an extra Monkey Dory, like you mentioned, Pancho, is now out of commission. And I mean, maybe the way to knock out the Charizard was with the Mew EX that Sebastian just top decked, but because it's sitting pretty on the bench, it's also out of range, along with the Monkey Dory bonus damage that he now has to set up on top of everything.
Yes, a little bit more to combo together, but maybe Mew can help himself out, restart, getting 2 extra cards here, not too bad, but what is that last card in hand?
Iono.
Playable? Oh,
it's Iono. Yeah,
Iono
so
first.
You can see how he was debating, like, if he drew the 2 cards and they're not immediately playable, they're also useful, then they would just go to the bottom of the deck. So not choosing to restart, saving that for after the Iono, see if he can actually get some use out of it. The answer is probably no, now that we're going to use Fesendipity and we have 8 total cards in our hand. To wonder what exactly Sebastian could be looking for at this stage. We can't KO Fesendipity because there's no double Monkey Dory. We cannot reach the high numbers of both Pidgeot and Charizard EX's HP unless we use something like Mew to KO the Charizard. That requires a Monkey Dory, so like Sebastian can do many things. It's definitely not clear to me which ones exactly lead to a game-winning scenario for him.
So because of 60 damage on that Charizard, it does have 270 HP, and 3 prize cards have been taken from Gabriel.
Oh yeah.
So I believe the Mew EX just gets the knockout right off the bat.
You don't need Monkey Dory. You're completely right. Yeah, I thought we were 10 short.
Yeah. So all Sebastian is missing is something like the Counter Catcher.
Yeah, Counter Catcher would be the ideal card to find, and then your Mew can take down the Charizard. You know, one Rare Candy has been exhausted. Maybe there's a universe where because there's no Charmeleon, Gabriel doesn't have access to the other Rare Candy or can't piece out Rare Candy plus Charizard. Sometimes you just have to play towards hoping your opponent prized or doesn't have the combination of key cards that they need, right? That is your best hope. If they have them, sure, that's fine. You weren't winning anyways. But if they don't have them, all of a sudden you have a chance.
Ultra Ball was played there, grabbing the Hurlia, establishing that. Not too bad, maybe just trying to thin the deck, and the bench space is already full anyway with that Nest Ball, grabbing the Monkey Dory.
I don't know if we can go down enough cards at this point in time. I know there's a Darkness Energy, and I don't know if there were two or three supporters. Extra, there's 4 cards in hand. Yeah, 2 Iono, 1 Turo. We have the Darkness Energy, but we have nothing else. Like, we're definitely not finding Counter Catcher.
Yes, does retreat to the Screamtail, though. There is the option to knock out something like the Fesendipity,
yeah,
you mentioned.
Yeah, the Fesendipity is going to be going down here, utilizing the Monkey Dory damage. Screamtail is currently dealing 100 damage to that Fesendipity, and there we go. Sebastian gets on the board, actually ties the prize race at this point in time, and does have the option of Mew to KO the Charizard. Is there a universe where we can maybe set up extra Monkey Dories and take that extra prize card somewhere down the line? Probably not. But yeah, I mean, Sebastian putting himself in the best position possible to walk away the winner of this game.
Yes, I mean, Gabriel is just really paying off, taking a knockout there on that Monkey Dory. Like you said, Sebastian needs to be able to get that prize during the middle of the turn, and with only 1 Monkey Dory established, that to knock out something like the Shaman, that takes 3 turns, 3 in-between turns, 3 Monkey Dory instances, and that can't happen in 2 turns.
Yeah, so closing out the game next turn, probably not on the board for Sebastian. Gabriel, however, has a pretty straightforward KO on the active. The Screamtail does have, I believe, 40 HP left, right? It has 100 on it. Therefore, it has 40 HP left, so it cannot be KO'd by a possible Monkey Dory, which would have been a way to just win the game, and the Monkey Dory is priced anyways. So yeah, we don't have access to that. But with Pidgeot finding boss, I think the biggest issue could be Gabriel loses the Charizard and he can't immediately get another one on board to close out the game. And this is where you have to like measure yourself between, do you go aggressive with boss, do you go establish the Charmeleon, which he just did. So next turn he'll probably need Boss plus Charizard to KO to take the last 2 prizes. And Sebastian probably will not be able to use Mew EX, or will be his last resort, because otherwise he's just in a lot of trouble and the 2 prize Pokemon is just inactive.
Yeah, there's too many things to deal with, right? If only there was a way to knock out both the Charizard and the Pidgeot at the same time.
Oh, sure, Juancho. Anything else you'd like?
I mean, it would have been possible if it wasn't for those pesky mist energies.
Yes, the mist energies denying the technical machine. I mean, I think Sebastian already discarded the technical machine evolution, realizing that it's just not an option to win at this point in time.
But yes, but even then, too, there's not that much damage set up on the board. Even in the ideal world where there is no mist energy, that's still a lot of damage missing right now.
Right, Super puts back the Fezandipity into the deck. Gabriel knows he might require a multi-card combo next turn in order to close out the game, right? It's not going to be as simple as... okay, we're going to go Boss KO the Mew. That makes total sense. That is the one threat. Now Gabriel goes down to 1 prize card remaining. There's a Charizard available and 2 Fire Energies. Yep, there we have it. Sebastian scoops it up and Gabriel wins game 1.
Yes, again, Gabriel Fernandez here showing why Charizard is something to fear. That board was terrifying. And again, I like the aggression of the boss's orders then. Going down to 1 prize card, what is your opponent going to do? If they deal with the Pidgeot on the bench, there's a Charizard that can knock out everything. If they deal with the Charizard, Pidgeot can find another boss's orders or another Charizard. So, yeah, just checkmate on board. You love being in that scenario.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, Sebastian could have played to the Charizard being the last prize card and Gabriel not having access to that. But if that were the case, Gabriel would not have played the Super Rod to put back the Fezandipity, so the actions that Gabriel took definitely showed that there was no way to win that game. So recap what happened here, Juancho.
A lot of Charizard action, just attacking with the Charizard, protecting the Charizard, having Pidgeot to pick out whatever Gabriel needed from the deck, and just, again, taking those 2 free prize cards because of Sebastian Lashmet's slower start, just got to attack twice for free, and then once Sebastian Lashmet got going, started attacking with the Pidgeot instead, protecting the Charizard on the bench, since Pidgeot was enough to take a knockout anyway, and gets rid of the Artisan Stadium.
And its attack cannot be copied against itself, right? Just like Charizard EXs can. So there was like multiple layers of benefits of choosing to attack with the Pidgeot over the Charizard. Energy resource management, Mew EX protection. I generally am very impressed by how Gabriel just thought of every possibility that Sebastian could possibly have and shut them all down completely, which was combined with his immaculate draws.
Now we're going to have to see here, though, in Game 2, if Sebastian Lashmet can turn things around. Yes, he probably needs a little bit of a better start. He should he should hopefully draw into, like, a supporter, TM Evos, something like that. But Pablo, let me ask you, what do you think he needs to change? Like, what does he need to set up immediately to win this game?
I mean, he needs to not give mulligans and give Gabriel such a good starting hand, and also needs the Frillish. So yeah, there we have it. An underwhelming turn, no double body puffin for Gabriel to start us off. And Sebastian on the other side does get the Frillish, does have an Iono in hand, which he's almost like not happy about it because he's gonna give Gabriel a new hand. But I mean, realistically, you don't know if Gabriel already has a supporter or not. There's a non-eventful turn 1 is not a clear indication that the hand is weak. And if Gabriel's under item lock, it doesn't matter if you give your opponent triple body puffin because they're not going to be able to play it anyways.
Yes, just perfectly said, Pablo, as right now, energy attachment on the Frillish has some ball search in this Ultra Ball. A little pricey, though, discarding another Ultra Ball and the TM Evolution. TM Evolution, not a bad discard there, just because from here on out, I'm sure all Sebastian wants to do until he's set up is Oceanic Gloom. Keep the item lock up. But right now, let's take a look at the prize cards. A Lily prize there, so maybe that... I'm sure Sebastian wishes that Iono was prized instead and he had Lily in the hand. But Anything else? Second Frillish is there. Monkey Dory, Earth Investment, Super Rod. Some key things, Super Rod being prized. Sometimes, you know, you do lack in the resources, but there is 2 Night Stretchers. Maybe Earthen Vessel could be hard to discard more energies. What are your thoughts, Pablo?
I mean, I'm just mesmerized by how Sebastian is price checking. He does it very differently than most people. Yeah, I mean, he, instead of putting Pokemon to the front, energy to the back, he just puts like same cards and figures out exactly, okay, 3 rolls, 2 Kirlia, 2 Gardevoir. But yeah, the price cards, Frillish being priced, I think that's fine. You're probably not going to be relying on Jellicent at all throughout the game, or maybe not until the very end where you go look for like a big Team Devo play, shutting down items as well. That could be huge, but also very risky with that 2 times weakness to Dark types, and the fact that Gabriel plays 2 copies of Mist Energy also possibly protects him quite a bit from those possible plays. Countercatcher being, I think, the major card, as well as possibly the Super Rod.
Luckily, it is down the middle, so at some point, Sebastian should be able to get access to those 2 cards. And you know, you do want Super Rod near the middle of the game, but Countercatcher, we'll have to see. But yeah, right now, just an Ultra Ball for the Ralts. Yeah, Iono just has to get played here. Let's see what else Sebastian can put together.
Right, fresh new hand for both players. Gabriel is drawing nothing good. 2 Charizard, Psyduck, a Pidgey, a Fire, and an Iono. Lost the Technical Machine Evolution that he would have liked to play. This would have been the hand that Gabriel drew off of his own Iono that he was going to play, so not a lot of help. He's probably grateful that he gets to see the next 6 cards of his deck. While Sebastian didn't draw too much, but doesn't need too much, right? He just wants to see a supporter for next turn, make sure he doesn't overbench, doesn't get something trapped, awkward on the bench, and has access to better cards. Now, we have the patented Gabriel Fernandez Cruel Arrow getting prepared here, where with 2 Fire Energies in the prize cards, that's going to be a little bit more complicated to pull off this time around.
Luckily, it does need colorless energy, and Gabriel plays other energies besides the Fire. There is still the Dark, the Jet, 2 Mist he can probably still dedicate to that Pheasantipity, but yeah, having 2 Fire is still very, very painful. As he looks like he's able to set up, though, post this Iono once again, finding the Pidgey, finding the Charmander. Do we find the Charmeleon, though? Or a TM Evo. Oh, the TM Evo was in the bottom, so there's no way we find that.
Yeah, there's only 1 copy then? No, there's 2 copies of TM Evo, so we could have found the other one. But yeah, I mean, it was definitely not found so far. We did find Artisan. We did find a few good pieces. We also have boss orders in case the Frillish becomes a Jellicent EX, and then we can give ourselves, set ourselves out of the item lock. This game, the Jellicent EX is available, and Sebastian might be tempted to go for a higher damage output, right, in order to take prizes, but that does give an opening to Gabriel in order to free himself from the item lock.
That almost doesn't seem worth it. Item lock is so good, especially when your opponent only has a bunch of basic Pokemon with less than 70 HP.
I'm going to have to disagree with, like, item lock is of course very good, right? But it's only as good as the amount of pressure that it applies, because if you're 4-hit KOing a Charmander, you're 4-hit KOing the next Charmander, or 5-hit KOing a Charmeleon, that's 5 extra cards that your opponent will have in order to just find whatever he would want to do with item cards, right? He wants to evolve, finds the stage 1s, then the item lock is not that effective anymore. They have the stage 1s ready, you give them 5 turns to find a supporter, an Iono, or the stage 2 itself. All of a sudden, without that extra piece of damage, it's just not as powerful. But if you're item locking and taking a KO each and every turn, that's a lot of pressure.
Okay. Counterpoint, Pablo. What if we had the second Frillish? If we had the whole combo where there's the second Frillish, you have the Gardevoir and the Monkey Dory.
Okay, but then what is that? It's higher damage output, right? So it's all about the higher damage output that's actually applying pressure, because 20 by 20, we're not going to get very far.
I agree, Pablo. As right now, it is just going to be a pass, though. Not even going to blazing destruction his own stadium because he still wants more Pokemon.
Yeah. Gabriel wants to get more use out of the Artisan. No, that's probably Sebastian will not be able to counter it anytime soon. If he even can, I don't remember if he plays the other copy of the new stadium. No, it's just Artisan all the way, so it's going to be available this whole time. And unfortunately for Sebastian, no help in the hand. Once again, his own Iono betraying him.
Oh, Iono is a lie sometimes. And that's right now, though. Tatsugiri hits the board. That's a much better basic to have stuck in the active. Again, Tatsugiri with the attract customers ability, able to search the top 7 cards, find a supporter, find some help. Very, very powerful little fish. I don't know if there's a support in hand, but maybe now we can find a new one. Sorry, top 6 cards, and there's a boss.
There's a boss.
There's an Iono.
There's a... Oh, okay, yeah, all right. I mean, Sebastian will be very happy seeing that Iono if it does get played, right? Big if. And once again, yeah, I mean, there is no pressure to play the Iono because Tatsugiri just gets 4-hit KO, right? And the longer this game drags on, it benefits Gabriel in 2 ways. He'll be able to find Pidgeotos, he'll be able to find Charmeleons perhaps, or he'll be able to just have a stronger setup and the timer going down. We do have extra time in Top Cut, but we don't have infinite time, right? And that game 1, even though it didn't feel that way because it wasn't very eventful, it actually took almost 40 minutes. So if this game 2, the way it's going, the way the item lock is slowing everything down, it's going to take a while, and Sebastian does come out the winner. We're going to have 5 to 10 minutes left for a game 3, and that's always going to favor Charizard, I think.
Yes, Pablo, and it was just a pass. Yes, I mean, Gabriel Fernandez opting not to play Iono, thinking maybe, yes, I could get 6 new cards, but I'm under item lock. I give my opponent 6 new cards, and he can use his items? That doesn't seem quite fair, as the attract customers finds the better customer with the Lily's determination. No prize cards taken yet, so it should be a fresh 8, but... Oh, it looks like he put it in the discard pile, so it does signify that he was attempting to play it, but he wanted to use the Artisan first.
I mean, I think he just like instinctively grabbed it from the Tatsugiri and placed it there instead of in his hand. But yeah, all good. We're just gonna get that Shaman, protect our little friends. Did find the Pidgeotto, right? So we're getting closer to the Pidgeot, and if Pidgeot gets into play, everything is just gonna start unraveling and not in Sebastian's favor.
Yes, at that point, you're not top decking. You're hand picking. Any card you want from the deck, quick search. Again, very powerful ability. But even maybe set it up to attack at some point.
Right, huge 8 cards here. We're gonna give a thorough shuffle to the deck by Sebastian. Big 8 cards, 1 Pidgeot priced, so the odds of finding the other one are not great, but it's Gabriel Fernandez. And all right, no Charmeleon, no Pidgeot. We're gonna go the Cruel Arrow route. I mean, it's gonna take 2 more turns to go the Cruel Arrow route, right? Off the top 4, Sebastian, no help at all. What is this? That's so many turns.
Every
it's
time,
almost like he's the one that's item locked.
Every time he needs to top deck something, he top decks the Lily's Clefairy. Not the Lily's Determination, this Lily's Clefairy.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna attack.
Oh, did he top deck the Jet? Oh, he always had the Jet in hand.
Oh, I mean, that's the absolute best card he could possibly have. Pidgeot is the only better card to have in this spot. You get to take down the Frillish, you get to KO, possibly free yourself from the item lock, and probably overwhelm the opponent at this point in time.
Ooh, I believe they were just talking about how much damage the Tatsugiri should have. This fish has taken a beating. Yes, 6 damage counters, so it took 3 hits. But it's now to hide in the bench as this Pheasantipity swoops in with that Jet energy and is ready to start swinging.
I mean, I think you don't even care about the item lock at this point. Just you deny the rolls. That will completely slow down everything Sebastian could possibly want to accomplish. And once again, it's about playing it super, super safe. You can easily deal with a Jellicent once you get a Charizard. Although, under item lock,
can be a little complicated. Maybe you don't mind the Gardevoir and you just want to make sure you get to play Candies and Ultra Balls to just get your board fully established.
Yeah, to be fair, too, that Frillish has 3 energies attached to it. So if it does evolve to the Jellicent, just needs one more attachment to do that big 160 damage attack, which is at least a little bit more pressure. And there's the Pidgeot. It was 8 cards. It's Lily's determination. It is going to find you cards you want to see.
Absolutely. However, we have 1 copy of Gen Energy. We find it. We have 1 copy of Pidgeotix. We're finding these A-spec grade level cards just every single turn exactly when we need them.
Hey, tell the script writers, Pablo.
I need to have a talk with them for sure.
Right now, though, the birds are putting in the work. Who needs Charizard? This isn't a Charizard deck. This is a bird deck. It's Pheasantipity and Pidgeot.
And yeah, I mean, I love how Gabriel even completely analyzes which Charmeleon is better, right? Do I want more HP? Do I need the ability to protect from possible technical machine evolution play? One of my missed energies is already on the Pheasantipity, so that's gone. So I only have 1 missed energy to future-proof myself from that technical machine evolution. And sure, my opponent doesn't have much, but he must have something. So we see the top deck.
Let's see if it changes.
Ralts, my goodness.
1 Ralts hits the discard pile and must have thought Sebastian was feeling a little bit lonely, so decides to come out from the top deck.
Now, I really want to ask the question why we haven't played that Earthen Vessel to thin 2 cards out of the deck. It maximizes our chances. That Earthen Vessel has been there for a good amount of time. So, I mean, 2 cards might not sound much, but every little percentage that you get to increase at this point in time, it's like, sure, maybe you want it for, yeah, see, we checked that. Everyone always checks the top card. There was the Lily, so,
yeah. Maybe you think it's because, was an Iono played at some point? Maybe nothing useful?
Your hand is garbage. Your hand is absolute garbage. You have to give yourself... He had already used Artisan, I think, for at least 2 turns. So your hand is garbage. Give yourself the best possible possibility to get going.
Are you sure Oceanic Gloom doesn't item lock yourself too?
And now we're playing it, yeah. Yeah, I mean, you can't item lock yourself when you have no items, right? Or you have 1, yeah, but it's rough, yeah. I mean, Sebastian has had horrible luck in the first 2 games, and like maybe eventually he gets to set up, but it's probably going to be a little too late. Now there's a Pidgeot, now there's a Charmeleon, there's a Pheasantipity staring you right down, gonna be sniping any Ralts that hit the board. If you don't bench 2, then it's not even worth benching 1 whatsoever. We do have the nice stretcher, so we can bench 2 at this point in time, but it feels like it's almost like Sebastian might have 1 more turn to top deck a Lily and maybe get going. Otherwise, the doors are closing, Juancho.
Yeah, it's the exact same scenario. Gabriel Fernandez is going to go up 2 prize cards before Sebastian can do anything. That's not a position you want to be in when you're already... It's already such a tough matchup. Your Gardevoir can get knocked out easily by the Charizard EX. Your opponent can find anything they want from the deck. It's looking grim. Oh, wait. That's a knockout, Pablo.
All right, we're getting onto the board. We're getting to prize cards, and one of which is a Lily. So Sebastian, I completely did not see that. Yeah, 220 damage, Full Moon Rondo, not the KO you'd expect.
Oh, I was making fun of this Lily. This is not the Lily we wanted to see, but hey, it's the Lily we have. Lily's Cavalier EX, Full Moon Rondo, 20 plus 20 for each bench Pokemon, and with a full bench, 220 knockout on the Pheasantipity. Now, just like that, Sebastian's technically in the lead.
All right. No more item lock. Pidgeot active. Charmeleon down. All the rare candies available at this point in time. Even Monkey Dory helping heal our Pokemon. Save that Tatsugiri. Save, fully heal the Charmeleon. It's supposed to be Gardevoir that's using Monkey Dory, not Charizard.
Ooh, just flipping the script there, Gabriel Fernandez. But right now, does have an Arven to play. I'm sure he's going to try and use a rare candy Charizard just because he does want to leave this Charmeleon with the, the ability in play.
I mean, possibly, right? The Charmeleon is protected from technical machine evolution naturally. You have Monkey Dory to take any possible damage off of it. You have Shaman protecting it, right? So that's damage and effect protection. That Charmeleon has never been safer on the bench.
It's sitting pretty there on the bench. It could sit there until a Devo comes out potentially. But right now, trying to find a way to deal with this Lily should be fairly easy. It's just we need a Charizard.
There it is. It's in the hand. We have an Arven, possibly grabbing that rare candy. All right.
Oh.
And we have the on-first stamp. Okay, so you finally have a Lily, Sebastian. Well, guess what?
Never
now
mind.
you have 2 cards to work with. You have no Facility. You have no Mew. I don't think anyone expected on-first stamp to make it all the way to the finals at LAIC.
It's not in the finals yet. There's maybe stuff can still happen. But right now, facing a Charizard EX with only 2 cards, all you have are a bunch of Ralts, a bunch of basic Pokemon, not even your main Gardevoir EX in play. What can happen? Very tough situation here for Sebastian. He has these 2 cards have to be the world.
2 cards to work with, Juancho. I mean, I want to believe. I want to see a Game 3. Things are not looking great for our Gardevoir hero. And I mean, I think, you know, when you walk into this matchup, you have like a natural disadvantage just based on the matchup itself, right? However, it's looking a little tough. Gabriel even has the counter catcher, doesn't mind that Clefairy. Really, I think, well, okay, we're going to go after the Ralts. And I think we're going to see like Monkey Dory, Adrenabrain onto the other Ralts and play towards a Turo double Monkey play next turn to KO that on the bench, because Sebastian's probably going to have a very weak hand. His deck is full of supporters, so we will give him that.
We'll have to see. Again, this is Gabriel Fernandez just really prioritizing board state over prize cards. It's so tempting to just take those 2, and it's the only Pokemon really hitting the board, doing damage anyway. But no, it's board state. Let's win on board. 2 cards in hand here for Sebastian. I believe that was Earthen Vessel and Bravery Charm. Nothing too useful.
All right, we see the retreat. We're going to see that Adrenabrain usage onto the active. Okay, so just wants to heal his Pokemon, doesn't want to have any leftover damage, doesn't feel the need to double target Pokemon, expend the resources. He does have only 1 copy of Darkness Energy, so it would require Turo, and then Supra back the energy and then refind it. So perhaps I'm being a little too fancy at this.
It's a lot. It's a lot to combo. Remember, Pidgeot can only find 1. Right now, Lily's Clefairy is promoted. That is a Jellicent now. And just like that, the second Ralts is not looking too good. Well, the 1 Ralts left in the deck. Even with a Bravery Charm's not going to protect it from something like Charizard EX. Sebastian just thinking, not too much in the hand. Can play the Earthen Vessel, thin stuff out. Looks like opting to discard the Bravery Charm there. Double Dark Energy with no damage to move at all.
Did you see the other card, Juancho? Do we know what the other card is?
It was a Jellicent EX.
Jellicent EX, yes. Okay, so not a lot of help here. We're gonna Full Moon Rondo again. That was not on on my betting board. Like, they're seeing a Full Moon Rondo KO and a back-to-back Full Moon Rondo attack in Charizard against Gardevoir. Definitely not what I expected to see. But yeah, I mean, Sebastian just doing what the game is allowing him to do, right? Very, very sad to see only 1 supporter right here, and the Iono essentially working against him.
Yeah, again, 6 is not as much as 8, unfortunately. Gabriel Fernandez has a lot, has the Arven, has rare candies in hand. Doesn't... what was played there? The Artizon?
We're using Arven right now. Yeah, it's such a huge contrast between one player having Pidgeot, having a ton of cards in hand, having 2 stage 2s in play, having Tatsugiri, having Monkey Dory, and the other player just not able to do anything at all.
They've been attacking with Full Moon Rondo. That's something. Not much, but something. But here, though, Paolo, let me ask you, do you ever try and go Rare Candy Charizard again instead of double Charizard?
Play it safe, Juancho. Just grab your Charmeleon, grab your Mist Energies. make sure you have resources to keep applying pressure, keep attacking. Mist Energy, one of the Mist Energies is now gone from that Festivity KO'd. There is another copy available for sure somewhere in the deck. Maybe you want that on your Pidgeot, maybe you want it on your Charmeleon. That way the 100 HP Charmeleon gets the protection of the ability Charmeleon, and with a Shaman, there's no way you deal with that unless you bring it up with Counter Catcher. But yeah, I mean, I think as long as Gabriel can keep attacking every single turn from this point onwards, I can't imagine a world where he loses this match. So just make sure you can do that and you're completely fine. That's why you prioritize healing your Pokemon over trying to do the fancy play that I was talking about.
Yes. Keep it simple. Let's take knockouts. That knockout put Gabriel Fernandez back to even in any case. And then now should be able to knock out the Lily's Clefairy, going down to 2. And even if Sebastian sets up a Gardevoir, which he needs, Gabriel Fernandez then would be just, what, 1 boss's order away from the finals here at LAIC.
Now we're going to think things through with the Monkey Berry Adrenaline Brain. Do we heal our Tatsugiri? Do we heal our Charizard? I mean, at this point, with very little potential damage output from Sebastian, even if we see like a Rare Candy Charizard attack, I kind of like healing the active as well. Saving Tatsugiri makes sense. Force your opponent to have double Adrenaline Brain if they want to get that KO on the bench. Because Sebastian has taken 2 prizes now, so it's not out of this world for him to get back into this. We see the Mew, so I mean,
use a way to draw, but it's also 2 prize cards.
Yeah. I mean, we have Jellicent as well in the active. Does that ever do anything? Is TM Devo ever an option?
Maybe the hope is just that, you know, Gabriel Fernandez does only play 2 Charizard EX, evolve into the Jellicent, knock out the active, and hope against all hope that the last 2, when one of the last 2 prize cards is Charizard EX.
All right, TM Devo is the card we need here, Juancho. We have Jellicent in the active. We are denying item cards. We KO this Charizard, and the Charmeleon did not get the Mist Energy. Therefore, it would go down to a Charmander. The Pidgeot would be safe, right? However, either you quick search for boss or you quick search for Rare Candy, unless you draw one, of course. And you do have Tatsugiri to help you find the boss, but I mean, it does get it, okay. So Sebastian will take a prize card here and will deny the Charizard at least, like not permanently, but perhaps we'll see. Yeah, we'll see what happens. Also found Secret Box, has Gardevoir, so we could see Rare Candy Gardevoir next turn. If there's a way to make a comeback, Juancho, it's gonna be this.
I like it, just the flick. Oh, was there no Mist Energy dedicated?
No, he didn't go for the Mist Energy. There's no Mist Energy right here, so Charmeleon, nope.
Yeah, but luckily, again, Pidgeot did evolve from a Pidgeotto, so that can easily be reestablished, just like you said. But right now,
no boss and no Rare Candy. We cannot quick search for both. If Tatsugiri finds boss, Gabriel will probably be fine. He's going for it. There's the boss's orders. Oh my gosh, I think that's gonna be the game.
There's the boss's orders. Pidgeot evolved there. Quick searching. Has the Rare Candy. Is there energy in the deck? We have the knockout. Oh. Almost. Yep. You have to play the boss's orders first.
Yep.
There's the boss's orders on the Mew. Item lock is broken. Rare Candy, Charizard, 2 energy. Ladies and gentlemen, Gabriel Fernandez finds himself in the finals of LAIC.
Wow. I mean, the fact that we featured Gabriel Fernandez for the last 4 or 5 championship Sundays, and now it's in the Masters division, that is crazy good. It feels almost like the previous tournaments where he participated in were the warm-up, right? And now this one is a more serious one. He's in the finals once again as a Masters player. Wow. Congratulations, Gabriel.
Who, again, Gabriel Fernandez finding himself in the finals in the second time. Last year, he was in the finals. He won LAIC as a senior. Now, he's looking to win it as a master. Has anyone ever done that in the history of Pokemon? Gabriel Fernandez could be the first.
Yeah, could be the first. We'll have to see if he can defeat his fellow Brazilian player, Pedro Pertusi, in the finals. And yeah, let's take a look at the replay of what happened in this series.
Again, just a lot of Charizard action. This is, in game 1, a lot more safe. Miss Energy on the Charizard, Miss Energy on the Pidgeot. nothing was going to stop Gabriel Fernandez from winning that game, especially a slow start from Sebastian, allowing him to get a couple of extra prize cards early.
Yeah, and those missed energies protecting, closing the door on any possible avenue Sebastian might have had in order to close things out or make any sort of comeback. He tried, he definitely tried, he got close, right? But then we saw just the Mew get taken down, and Sebastian decided it was time for heading into the second game, where things were looking a lot better. He started the Frillish, he item locked Gabriel. Gabriel was forced to go into that Pheasantipity, who was probably cruel arrowed more in this tournament than any other Pheasantipity in the history of Pheasantipities. So yeah, but that Iono that he played himself, essentially the next 6 cards were just not good, and Gabriel very correctly identified this, didn't play any Iono to help out Sebastian, eventually ended up playing that on first stamp. Clefairy even showed up to try and give Sebastian some help, and finally found the Lily, and then it got taken away by the on first stamp.
Yes, this Lily's Clefairy, again, the raw energy attachment there, but of course this was the game-ending turn. Boss's orders on the Mew and the rare Candy Charizard. This was post the devolution turn. The one ray of hope Sebastian had. Item lock, devolution, but it was not enough. Nothing was stopping Gabriel Fernandez for winning that game.
Yeah, I mean, amazing to see. On paper, Charizard has a natural advantage against Gardevoir. It's not exactly that simple, right? But, I mean, this game looked as simple as it gets, right? It was one player flying through their actions, the item lock causing issues, but not so much when Sebastian was just not drawing anything to help him out. And as we talked about, 20 damage, item lock is very powerful in the beginning, but eventually if enough turns pass and you're not doing anything else outside of that, then your opponent will eventually top deck the cards they need.
Yeah, I agree. That definitely a lot of Pokemon ate a lot of 20 damage hits. What was it, like a 4-turn knockout for the Tatsugiri, which didn't even get knocked out. But right now, I want to take a look at, Pablo, our current standings, our current bracket. Gabriel Fernandez against Pedro Petrucci. Guaranteed Brazilian winner here at LAIC. How exciting is that?
And Gabriel has not dropped a single match in Top Cut. He went undefeated in the Swiss portion of the tournament. And I mean, what can stop him, right? I mean, Pedro obviously did really well, got all the way to finals. He 2-1 against Ilya, beat Yoshiyuki 2-0 as well. Both players probably feeling very confident, but can Pedro take down this final Charizard boss?
It is looking very, very scary. Gabriel Fernandez on fire. The only thing hotter probably is his own Charizard EX. But of course, we not only have the Masters competing here at LAIC, let's go ahead and take a look at the senior bracket as well. And, ooh, quite a top cut here. Look at that. Nathan Osterkatz made it all the way to at least the semifinals. Nathan Osterkatz, again, amazing player. I believe he has 10 regional championship wins and 3 ICs, but unfortunately stopped there by Camille. And Camille finds himself in the finals. On the other side of the bracket, though, Luca Levain, definitely very successful run here, and finds himself in the finals as well.
And now let's take a look at the junior bracket, see how things played out there. So we had a 15-player top cut for seniors, and we had 12 players top cutting for juniors, I do believe. We see the Ono brother and sister combo, Annabelle falling in that asymmetrical top cut, Kenji advancing to top 8 but falling as well to Luke, and we have Reed Hartman against Haruki in the finals.
I recognize so many of these junior names now with how well these players have been doing. Like Callan O'Brien has found himself multiple times in the finals of regionals this season, and of course the Ono kids, just both of them in top cut again. It's time for other people to win the ICs as, again, yeah, you said, Reed Hartman against Haruki Okunushi. It's going to be exciting. A lot of action tomorrow. A lot of Pokemon going to be played. Yeah.
Now we have our TCG finalists right here holding those very cool plushies. I guess the masters are not as cool as the kids to have any plushies with them. They're a bit more serious. And yeah, I mean, finals tomorrow starting from 12:25 p.m. Juniors finals and seniors finals, and then masters finals. I'm very excited, Juancho.
Yes, again, that's the schedule for our stream, but of course we have a different start time for tomorrow because Championship Sunday are all the games. You can enjoy all avenues of Pokemon. We start tomorrow at 9 a.m., so bright and early, but you get to enjoy all aspects of Pokemon: VGC, GO, UNITE, and TCG. Of course, I want to remind folks at home to follow all our socials. X, YouTube, Instagram is going to be #play Pokemon, and make sure you use the hashtag play Pokemon LAIC so we can all see your posts. That's one of my favorite things to see, how you enjoy the Pokemon trading card game or the Pokemon franchise in general.
And if you're going to be watching any of the broadcasts tomorrow, we do have plenty of rewards for watching, plenty of codes available as well. We have the in-game redemptions for the Pokemon trading card game live action. Some very nice, beautiful looking cards, some very cool in-game accessories so that you can look very nice when you are playing in the Pokemon trading card game ladder.
I need these. Of course, you could also use LAIC 26 Phantasmal Flames to get 4 packs. Everyone loves opening packs. The only thing I like more is opening these newer sets. And of course, the set that contains Mega Charizard X. It's going to be a lot of fun. I haven't claimed that either. I have to do that.
Yeah. And then, of course, Pokemon trading card game are not the only rewards you can get. You can also celebrate Pokemon GO as well, getting that Araquanid utilized by its AXN's NAIC winning team, and that elite technical machine that lets you remember one of your Pokemon's moves that is your choice instead of it being randomized.
Very, very elite. But of course, let's not forget our friends over at the video game. Definitely use LAIC 26 Tailwind. Replace all the I's with 1 to grab this Whimsicott. Again, this is Federico Camporesi's 2025 winning, NAIC winning Whimsicott. I wonder what the moveset is for this guy. Again, Whimsicott has a lot of great attacks. I guess I have to watch NAIC last year to find out, right? Or redeem this.
And now we also have Unite. We get a Venusaur medal, very emblematic of the current Mega Venusaur stage we have set here at LAIC. So make sure you get that Platinum emblem. Those are not easy to come by, and you also get your beautiful sticker so you can add to your profile and make sure everyone knows you were here living the moment.
Yes, representing that I was at LAIC 2026, enjoying Pokemon, making history as well. I love that. I need that sticker too.
And well, that's going to be it from us, Juancho. We're very excited for Championship Sunday tomorrow. We really hope you will join us. Make sure you check out Pokemon.com/broadcast to tune in. We'll see you tomorrow. Thank you. Sao Paulo.